From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 142 to chapter 194. Inner Disciple. He could learn the middle-level true-level cultivation method, the complete basic martial arts of the Origin Codex. For Wang Jiu. This should be the biggest reward of this large-scale mission. 500 contribution points. It wasn't that he killed 500 rebels, but he took advantage of the chaos to pick up a few heads and kill the small boss of the 10th stage of the martial arts realm. After being promoted to an inner disciple, Wang Jiu immediately went to find the Elder of Imparting Techniques and learned the complete basic martial arts. 500 contribution points in exchange for the identity of an inner disciple. This deal should not be a loss. Looking at the identity token that only had a single-digit contribution points left, his face revealed a smile. Unfortunately, an inner disciple needed 2,000 contribution points to be promoted to an elite disciple. For him now, this goal was still too far away. Immediately, Wang Jiu walked towards the book collection pavilion. In front of the book collection pavilion. I want to go into the book collection pavilion. Give me your identity token. Hearing this, Wang Jiu took out his identity token and handed it to the person in front of him. Ran Yuan looked at the identity token and returned it, lightly saying, "Inner disciples can use contribution points to enter the first 2 floors of the book collection pavilion. Are you sure you want to enter? Deacon, please make an exception. Go in, remember that you can only stay in the book collection pavilion for 2 hours at most." Yes. When Wang Jiu stepped into the book collection pavilion, the contribution points on the identity token were instantly reset to 0. On the other side, Ran Yuan, on the other hand, sat back down. He was originally a member of the Cold Mountain Stronghold's Information Hall, but now that Wang Taizhu was in charge of the book collection pavilion, he was directly transferred over. It could be said that in the first 3 floors of the book collection pavilion, each floor's entrance was guarded by someone similar to him. As for Elder Wang Taizhu, unless there was an emergency, he rarely showed up. Looking at the cultivation methods and martial arts in the book collection pavilion, Wang Jiu's face also revealed a smile. Some people were happy. Naturally, some people were worried. Compared to the joy of Wang Jiu and the others being promoted to an inner disciple, there were other players who were happy to harvest a lot of contribution points. Lu Dazhong felt a little sad. Looking at the few people next to him who looked like they wanted to eat him, he felt guilty and helpless. He never would he have thought that. Surprisingly, the rebel army did not flee. Instead, they chose to surrender. As a result, a few people who were squatting at the rear, preparing to cut off the rebel army's retreat, were bitten by all kinds of insects. Then, they waited there for an entire day. Lu Dazhong, is this what you meant by sure? Miao Yuqing clenched her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. If it weren't for the fact that they were best friends in real life, she wouldn't have been able to hold herself back from taking action. Loss, it was a huge loss. It could be said that almost all of the Yuan sect players had profited greatly from this large-scale mission, except for those who were stoned to death before they could even see the rebel army or those who were accidentally killed by the rebel army. In the entire Yuan sect, they were the most miserable. It was a large-scale mission. He didn't get a single contribution point. He didn't even get any experience. Lu Dazhong opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. He looked at the scene in front of him. The more he tried to defend himself, the more likely he would be beaten up. In the next few days, the mission hall could be considered to have been completed. With Zhang Tiniu, the law-enforcing elder, in charge, Qin Shujian was quite relieved. Not long after, the carrier trading company sent a message saying that a shipment of goods would be passing through the true dominion of Mount Liang. They hoped that the Yuan sect could send some people to help. Qin Shujian naturally wouldn't reject such a matter that had been discussed long ago. However, this time, he didn't send people to take action directly. Instead, he posted a mission in the mission hall. Escort mission, protect the convoy of the carrier trading company as they leave the true dominion of Mount Liang. During this period, you must ensure the safety of the goods. Mission requirement, Martial Arts Realm Level 7 and above. Mission completion reward, 3 taels of silver and 5 contribution points. Note, this mission requires 10 people to take it. Instantly, the mission hall attracted many people. However, when they saw the mission requirements, many players sighed inwardly. Martial Arts Realm Level 7 was a hurdle that most of the Yuan sect players couldn't cross. However, the players couldn't meet the requirements, but it didn't mean that the others in the Yuan sect couldn't. This mission had been posted for less than an hour. It had been taken clean. On the other side, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. This was because he discovered another problem. The missions posted through the mission hall could selectively decide whether to consume life force. According to his guess, whether or not to consume life force would most likely determine whether the players would be able to obtain experience points through completing the mission. This way, posting missions through the mission hall had undoubtedly reduced his cost by a lot. As the players continued to enter. Until now, the number of players who had joined the Yuan sect had reached more than 1,000. There were nearly 2,000 of them. This was a very large number. At the same time, it also meant that the addition of these players had brought in tens of thousands of taels of silver for the Yuan sect. There were so many players. As long as they killed monsters, Qin Shujian would be able to obtain life force. Therefore, he was slowly increasing it almost every moment. Even though the increase wasn't as fast as when he eliminated the rebel army, it was still very impressive over time. Considering the increasing number of players, Qin Shujian consumed life force again and posted a mission to expand the village. Instantly, with Mount Liang as the center, it was already surrounded by the village. All the outer sect disciples were temporarily living in the village. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, if there were more and more inner sect disciples in the future, even some of them would have to live at the foot of the mountain. With a large sum of money, Qin Shujian waved his hand and directly sent someone to the Carrier Trading Company to purchase a batch of 9th grade armors, all of which were printed with the unique symbol of the Yuan sect. All the outer sect disciples who joined the Yuan sect would be able to obtain a set of 9th grade armors. Very soon, he spat out most of the money he earned from the players. However, Qin Shujian didn't mind. Anyway, earning money from the players was secondary. The main thing was to use the players to obtain more life force. Later, Qin Shujian went to the outer sect disciples to take a look. As a result, he really did find a few traitors with negative loyalty. Without saying much, he directly expelled them from the sect and sent them back to their hometown. As for the reason, why would a sect master need to give an outer sect disciple a reason to do something? How much money is left in the Yuan sect? 21,351 taels. Su Yuanming looked at the account book and answered honestly. As the Yuan sect grew stronger, they also needed someone to manage the expenditure. Su Yuanming, one of the elders, directly took over this matter. Looking at the 93 points of loyalty of the other party, Qin Shujian felt that he was more trustworthy. How much of the 21,000 taels can be used? According to our current expenditure, the daily expenditure is about 300 taels. 20,000 taels can only be used for about 2 months. After deducting the daily expenditure, there is almost nothing that can be used. The higher the realm, the greater the expenditure. In addition to the 4,000 players and NPCs in the Yuan sect, the daily expenditure of 300 taels was already considered low. Qin Shujian suddenly realized. It turned out that he was still very poor. He sighed in his heart, I am still a poor man. After checking the accounts of the Yuan sect, Qin Shujian pondered as he walked. When he was about to reach the Chenggu Hall, he suddenly changed direction and headed straight for the Hall of Missions. Wool comes from sheep's back. If the sect wanted to make money, it still had to rely on these disciples. Immediately after, Qin Shujian posted a long-term mission in the mission hall, asking to collect all kinds of exotic flowers, fruits, and precious ores. According to the degree of preciousness, a certain amount of contribution points would be given. This mission instantly attracted everyone's attention. After all, to them, contribution points were the most difficult thing to obtain. Besides the newly established Yuan sect and the division of positions, now, whether it was NPCs or players, if they wanted to upgrade their identity tokens, they had to complete it through contribution points. Unless they were especially superior, there was a possibility of an exception to upgrade. After posting the mission, Xianxia sent someone to the branch of the Qing Transport Company to ask Gu Feng for a picture book that recorded ores, exotic flowers, fruits, and other things, as well as the corresponding approximate price. After all, if it was to be reviewed, the amount of contribution points to be given would depend on the degree of preciousness. After doing all these things, Xianxia suddenly realized that he seemed to have a lot of free time. Originally, it was a boss, but now it had become a bigger boss. Moreover, it was the kind of boss that was the master of a sect. He didn't need to worry about players attacking him at this stage. Because before attacking him, they had to go through the Yuan sect players first. As time went by, the relationship between the Yuan sect and the players had already deepened. There were many things involved. The probability of these players betraying him was close to zero. However, to prevent accidents, Xianxia still checked the loyalty of these people every now and then. As long as there were no negative numbers, there wasn't a big problem. At the peak of Mount Liang, except for Xianxia, no one had the right to set foot here without permission. As Mount Liang rose higher, this could be said to be the place closest to the sky in the Mount Liang True Dominion. Looking at the 15,000 plus points of life and the Yuan Dian that had a plus sign, Xianxia directly chose to upgrade it. In an instant, 15,000 points of life disappeared. The Yuan Dian was upgraded to the 16th level. The 16th level of the Yuan Dian, middle grade true rank level 17 longevity extension, level 13 indestructible body, level 1 astral breaking quintessential essence, level 3 internal energy. The astral breaking quintessential essence had evolved into the astral breaking quintessential essence. The other changes were not big. Xianxia looked at the words longevity extension. He suddenly wanted to know how much lifespan the 17th level of longevity extension had increased. Or rather, how long could he live now? However, lifespan was illusory. Xianxia could only feel the vigorous vitality in his body. As for the length of his lifespan, he couldn't feel it at all. Subsequently, he put this matter aside and turned his gaze to the other two cultivation techniques. Inferno technique of the true rank. Inferno technique of the true rank. Looking at the little bit of life force left, Xianxia wanted to directly increase it. However, he thought of the additional attributes of the title of Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord. His attack would be increased by 20%, his opponent's attack would be reduced by 20%, these two attributes. If he fought in the Liang Mountain True Dominion, he would be able to reduce his opponent's attributes by 40%. However, Xianxia had never fought with an expert in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Therefore, he did not have a deep understanding of these additional attributes. However, apart from these two attributes, there was a third attribute of the title of Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord. His cultivation speed would increase. This was a vague concept. It did not specify how much the increase would be. More importantly, Xianxia noticed the word cultivation. In the past, he had used his life force to upgrade his cultivation techniques and martial arts. Apart from cultivating the 7-leaf flower piercing palm by accident, he had not done anything else. However, now, Xianxia wanted to try it himself. Of course, he mainly wanted to save his life force. Moreover, he had been relatively free recently. There were sect disciples harvesting life force for him. He did not need to do it himself. He would do it as soon as he thought of it. Xianxia looked at the spirit energy of heaven and earth that was traveling between heaven and earth. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth according to the method recorded in the Inferno technique. In the blink of an eye, as Xianxia breathed in and out, the spirit energy of heaven and earth swarmed toward a certain direction as if it had encountered a giant whale sucking in water. It took less than 2 or 3 seconds. Xianxia received a notification from the system. After diligent cultivation, your Inferno technique has been upgraded to the 2nd level. Regarding this, he didn't stop his cultivation at all. Time passed slowly. After half a day, the spirit energy of heaven and earth dispersed. Xianxia stood up and checked his status. His quintessential essence did not increase much, but there was a little bit of burning aura. At the same time, the Inferno technique had been upgraded to the 5th level. Inferno Technique Level 5, Low-Grade True Rank Inferno True Chi Level 1 Inch 5-fold Inferno Art. Xianxia nodded to himself. With his cultivation at LV6 of the true martial realm, it would be a piece of cake for him to practice basic martial arts. Not to mention, there was also the bonus of the title of Cold Mountain Region Master. This way, his cultivation speed would be even more astonishing. According to Xianxia's estimation, the 5-fold Inferno art had saved him a few hundred life force points. Although this source of life was not much, in the future, if he had other cultivation methods, he could use this method to cultivate. When the progress was very slow, he could use the source of life to improve. Over the years, he would be able to save a lot of life force. More importantly, this kind of step-by-step cultivation gave Xianxia an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. There was also, he was really free. Subsequently, Xianxia once again operated the Raging Flame technique, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth once again swarmed towards him. This caused the peak of Mount Liang to be enveloped in a dense spiritual energy. Moreover, the clouds and mist seemed to have gained a faint green color. Such a change. It did not cause too much of a commotion. But anyone who saw it would at most stop and look at it for a while before moving on to do other things. For 5 days in a row, Xianxia did not leave the peak of the mountain for even half a step. As a price, the Raging Flame technique had also been cultivated from the 5th layer to the 9th layer. Raging Flame Technique, 8th layer, Low-Grade True Level Raging Flame True Chi Level 4 Level 4 Raging Flame True Chi. It had already caused his true chi to have an obvious burning sensation. Xianxia tried to imprint his palm on a big rock. When his palm left, it left a burning mark. To this, he was quite satisfied. The only regret was, as the layers of the Raging Flame technique increased, even with the bonus of the title and the foundation of LV6 of the true martial realm, his cultivation speed still slowed down. 10,000 Young Ordinary Realm. On a plain. Many players were watching. At this time, many of them had already turned on the recording function. Zhao Meng felt the surrounding gazes, and his face faintly revealed a proud expression. As everyone knows, as long as someone breaks through to the true martial realm in the ordinary realm, he will be able to break through and promote the advancement of the ordinary realm. The person who breaks through the shackles will also become the so-called Protectorate Lord. Now, a player has finally reached this step. Let's wait and see. The players who were recording the scene were mumbling. The surrounding atmosphere was very enthusiastic. After all, although the progress of this game was quite fast in the early stages, it slowed down from LV6 of the martial realm onwards. Firstly, it was limited by the cultivation technique. Secondly, it required a lot of experience for each subsequent level. In addition, there was the penalty of dropping 1 level for each accidental death, which slowed down the speed of leveling. However, no matter how slow the speed was, there was always a small group of players who took the lead and reached the limit of the ordinary realm. One more step. It was the true martial realm that no player had reached. I want to be the first player to reach the true martial realm. I want to become the true Protectorate Lord too. After today, everyone in the game should remember my name, Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng stood with his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. This time, he wanted to gain both fame and fortune. Zhao Meng looked at the low-grade truth-level cultivation technique on the attribute panel and took out a scarlet elixir pill. The elixir pill was called the Essence Strengthening Elixir, however, the players preferred to call it the Experience Elixir. This was an elixir pill that could provide a large amount of experience points to the cultivation technique after consumption. It was not only rare but also precious among the players. In order to obtain this essence strengthening elixir, Zhao Meng had paid a hefty price. Immediately, he swallowed the essence strengthening elixir. The experience points of the 10th level of the cultivation technique increased rapidly and reached the 11th level in a short while. Rumble, thunder snakes danced in the sky as if it was the end of the world. Breaking the shackles was not going against the heavens, but one had to go through the necessary tests. Otherwise, if one advanced to the true dominion and the protectorate lord's strength was not strong enough, it would be a sin that could not be redeemed. Zhao Meng did not even think about it. He took out a set of armor and put it on. Then, he held a long sword. At this moment, he could already feel that his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. He could see the black threads intertwining in his vision. The shackles of the ordinary dominion were completely revealed in front of him. Zhao Meng waved his sword and slashed at the intertwining black net. Then, he had spent a lot of effort to obtain a grade 3 sharp weapon. However, when it came into contact with the black net, it seemed to have encountered an indestructible defense. The black threads only trembled slightly, but it could not cut through at all. This time, it had completely angered the thunder in the sky. The thunder snake swooped down and completely enveloped Zhao Meng. He looked at the shocking thunder. Zhao Meng felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly by a large hand. However, the grade 3 armor he was wearing still gave him great confidence. It was rumored that this level of armor could even resist the attack of a true martial realm expert. Rumble. The dense thunder poured down and turned the area where Zhao Meng was standing into a thunder zone. Some of the spectating players who were close to the scene turned into white light and dissipated the moment they touched the overflowing thunder. This scene, immediately, the spectating players who were watching the video were frightened and retreated. They only calmed down after they had retreated to a safe area. When they looked at the field, their line of sight was completely blocked by the thunder. How is it? This is the danger of breaking through the shackles. It's really amazing. Does Zhao Meng have a chance to become a territorial lord? Who knows? I heard that he spent a lot of money to become a territorial lord this time and finally collected a grade 3 sharp weapon and a grade 3 armor. Many players were shocked and talked about the scene in front of them. In order to create the effect after the breakthrough, Zhao Meng had already spread the news from the beginning and attracted a large number of players to promote it. Now, the thunder blocked their line of sight. No one could see what was going on inside. The sound of rolling thunder was deafening, covering all other sounds. Many players had mixed feelings in their hearts. They hoped that he could become a territorial lord, but they also hoped that he would fail the breakthrough. It was in this tangled and complicated mood. The thunder and lightning raged for more than 10 minutes. At the end, the sky suddenly became clear and the scene of thunder and lightning dancing wildly disappeared. Everyone immediately turned to look at the battlefield. They saw that where Zhao Meng was standing had become a deep pit. The bottom of the pit and its surroundings were burnt black and a few broken pieces of metal were scattered. As for Zhao Meng, he had already disappeared. Hua! All the players were in an uproar. He failed. Looking at the broken pieces of metal, it seemed that even the grade 3 armor had been broken. Instantly, seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled. The danger of advancing to the domain lord level rose sharply in their hearts. An expert of the 10th stage of the martial arts, with a grade 3 armor. In this situation, he was struck by the thunder and lightning for more than 10 minutes. In the end, the armor was broken and not even his bones were left. Such a situation, it was enough to cause a huge psychological impact to those who wanted to become a territorial lord. Immediately, the news of Zhao Meng's failure spread like the wind. The video of him becoming a territorial lord was also posted on the forum. Seeing the scene of the thunder and lightning completely swallowing the person, some players who wanted to become a territorial lord had to give up on the idea. Until now, no one knew what they could get by becoming a territorial lord. But if they failed, the losses were obvious. Some people secretly sneered when they saw the scene in the video. Some even took pleasure in the misfortune of others. They all knew. After this failure, Zhao Meng would not be able to recover, but he would at least fall from the first tier. No matter what, as the first player in the game to attempt to become a domain lord, his name had spread far and wide. However, the price of this fame was a little high. Because of this, some 10th stage of the martial arts had already walked towards the true territorial lord. It was difficult to break the shackles. There was no need to be stubborn. Half a month passed. Among the players, there were people who had broken through to the true martial realm. Someone announced the difference between the true martial realm and the basic martial realm. It caused a frenzy of leveling up. However, compared to the total number of players, the number of players who had broken through to the true martial realm was still very few. The reason was the shackles of cultivation techniques. A low-grade true-level cultivation technique. Currently, it was priceless and not everyone could get it. Even if it was a high-grade mortal-level cultivation technique, there weren't many players who had it. On Yuan Zhong's side, all the players were working hard to earn contribution points. Someone had entered the book collection pavilion. They discovered that the second floor of the book collection pavilion had a complete basic martial realm cultivation technique. However, these cultivation techniques didn't include the origin codex. In other words, if one wanted to get a cultivation technique after the true martial realm, one had to enter the third floor of the book collection pavilion. However, to enter the third floor of the book collection pavilion, one had to become an elite disciple to be qualified to enter. To become an elite disciple, one needed 2,000 contribution points. This was a goal that wasn't easy to achieve. However, to become an elite disciple, that wasn't their goal. Their goal was to become an inner disciple and obtain the complete Origin Codex basic martial realm cultivation technique. Because according to the latest news from the Martial Arts Hall, as long as an inner disciple reached the 10th stage of the basic martial realm, they could spend a certain amount of contribution points to obtain the cultivation technique after breaking through to the true martial realm. This was the main reason that stimulated the players. How many contribution points do you need to become an inner disciple? Around 200, what about you? Haha, I only need around 100 points to be able to break through. The players that met, as long as they were familiar with each other, would ask about contribution points first. Compared to the difficulty of obtaining contribution points in the beginning, now, there was a permanent mission to exchange precious materials for contribution points. Although it was still difficult to earn contribution points, it wasn't that difficult. Everyone understood. This was actually using money to buy contribution points. However, for the players, without investment, how could there be returns? There's a new mission in the mission hall. It was unknown which player said this, but it immediately attracted a lot of people over. When the later players arrived, they discovered that the mission hall was already filled to the brim. There were a total of 3 escort missions. 2 of them required one to be at the 7th stage of the basic martial realm. The last one, it required a true martial realm expert. When the players saw the last message, they only glanced at it twice before abandoning it. True martial realm. Right now, other than those elders, there was no one else in Yuan sect. Inside the Qinggu Hall, Qin Shujian and a group of elders gathered together. The reason they were here this time was because of the escort mission of the Qing Shipping Company, asking for a true martial realm escort. This was also the first time that Qin Shujian had seen something like this. For such a long time, the carrier trading company had transported goods through the Liang Mountain True Dominion more than 10 times. However, only basic martial realm cultivators were needed to escort the goods, as the trading company itself would be equipped with a certain number of experts. This time, the Qingyin Trading Company needs 3 real martial realm martial artists as escorts. Elders, who do you intend to send? Qin Shujian, who was dressed in a green robe, asked calmly from the main seat. His elegant green robe accentuated his temperament. No one knew that the so-called green gown was actually a 5th-grade armor. Xinghong took the lead and said, "I'll accept this escort mission." Shortly after, another 2 elders rushed to accept the mission. As for contribution points, there was a shortage of disciples and elders. There was no difference between NPCs and players when it came to learning cultivation techniques. They had to familiarize themselves with the techniques before they could be considered to have learned the cultivation technique. Elders had a chance to enter the library for free once a month. However, it was not enough to enter for 2 hours at a time. However, if they wanted to enter for an additional period of time, they had to consume contribution points like players. Regarding this, Qin Shujian did not say anything. In his mind, he already had the idea of using contribution points to gradually replace currency in Yuan sect. even though players could not exchange contribution points with each other. However, they could barter with other items. However, the sect had just started and he could not become a big fat person in one go. He had to take it slow. This time, the goods will be sent to the Xianxia True Dominion. I'll go with you this time. Sect Master is going too? Upon hearing this, many elders were shocked. Qin Shujian seemed to have seen through their thoughts and said, "Don't worry. I just happen to have something to do in the Xianxia True Dominion. Your mission will not change." Yes. The group of people from the carrier trading company traveled slowly. However, it seemed that the group of people was in a sorry state. Many of them even had bloodstains on their bodies. It seemed that there had been an intense battle. The Liang Mountain True Dominion is in front. The experts of Yuan sect should be there to receive us. Everyone, cheer up. Li Chongshi shouted in the middle of the group of people, urging them to move forward quickly. Upon hearing this, the people of the group of people were shocked and the haze in their hearts dissipated. Upon seeing this, Li Chongshi entered one of the carriages. In the carriage, an old man in his 50s was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. There were faint bloodstains on his left shoulder. As Li Chongshi entered, he opened his eyes. "Are you ready to reach the Liang Mountain True Dominion?" "Soon." "Guest Elder Gon, how are you feeling?" "I won't die." The old man, Gon Zhongming, shook his head slightly and said. Listening to him speak, he was still full of energy. This made Li Chongshi feel at ease. "Guest Elder Gon, with your knowledge, can you tell who robbed our goods?" "It's hard to say. There are many experts in the world. I can't tell who they are either. However, this group of people will definitely not give up." Gon Zhongming's face was solemn. After pausing for a while, he continued, "This time, they didn't know that I was here, so they failed at the last step. However, they will definitely be fully prepared next time. How many experts will the Liang Mountain True Dominion send over?" 3 true martial realm experts. 3 true martial realm experts? Upon hearing this, the solemn expression on Gon Zhongming's face faded a little. However, he still asked, "This is the first time I've heard of the Liang Mountain True Dominion. I wonder how powerful the sects are and how powerful the experts are." He had never heard of the Liang Mountain True Dominion before. However, he didn't find it strange. After all, there were many True Dominion and Ordinary Dominion in the world. Not everyone knew about them. Li Chongshi replied truthfully, "The Liang Mountain True Dominion was recently promoted to a True Dominion. There is only one sect, the Yuan sect, that has a Dominion Lord. Apart from that, there are only elders at the first or second stage of the True Martial Realm. According to my estimation, the experts sent this time should only be at the first or second stage of the True Martial Realm." Dominion Lord, Gon Zhongming's heart skipped a beat. Obviously, these 2 words had a huge impact on him. However, very soon. He shook his head and sighed. "They know that I'm at the 3rd stage of the True Martial Realm. The next person who comes will probably be an expert who has reached the inner energy realm. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to deal with a few experts at the 1st or 2nd stage of the True Martial Realm. Unless the Liang Mountain Dominion Lord is willing to help." Upon seeing this, Li Chongshi's face darkened. To be honest, this attack had come completely out of the blue. The other party was very powerful and had several experts at the True Martial Realm as their main force. If Gon Zhongming hadn't secretly followed the carriage, the other party would have succeeded. However, even so, after killing 2 True Martial Realm martial artists, Gon Zhongming had also suffered heavy injuries. Even many of the guards in the caravan had been killed. If what the other party had said was true, it was still uncertain whether the goods could reach the Mystic Void True Dominion safely. Just as Li Chongshi was feeling apprehensive, the merchant group had already entered the Liang Mountain True Dominion. "Are you our friends from the carrier trading company ahead?" The voice was mixed with quintessential essence and spread directly into everyone's ears. Li Chongshi and Gon Zhongming glanced at each other. In the end, Gon Zhongming didn't stay in the carriage, but Xinghong got out. Looking at the 4 people in front of him and the symbol on their clothes, Li Chongshi's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. However, he still cupped his hands and smiled. "May I ask if you are friends from the Yuan sect?" "Yes." As he spoke, Xinghong threw the token at his waist over. The token flew through the air. Li Chongshi stretched out his hand and caught it firmly. After taking a good look at the token, he finally relaxed, and his expression was one of relief. Qingyan Trading Company's Deacon Li Chongshi greets Elder Zeng. As he spoke, he had already stepped forward and returned the token. May I know how to address you? I remember that the Yuan sect only needed 3 experts at the true martial realm. Why are there 4 of them now? This was what had puzzled him at the beginning. To be honest, if it wasn't for Xinghong's token, he would have thought that the other party was in cahoots with the robbers. Yuan sect Elder Qiu Ping. Yuan sect Elder Chao Sheng. Yuan sect leader Qin Shujian. When Li Chongshi heard this, he was about to cup his hands and greet him. However, he suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Shujian in shock. Yuan sect leader. Wasn't that Liang Mountain region leader? Instantly, Li Chongshi was overjoyed. He bowed and said, I didn't know that sect leader Qin was here. Please forgive me if I have been rude. Deacon Li, you are too polite. Qin Shujian smiled and said, I came here abruptly this time. I am following the caravan to the Xianxia True region. I hope you don't mind. As for the other elders, they are the ones who will accept this mission. Mind? No way. Li Chongshi now felt that the god of luck was looking after him. He would get whatever he needed. Now that the caravan was facing unknown trouble, he was completely relieved that Qin Shujian, the Liang Mountain region leader, was there to take charge. A region leader level expert. No ordinary true martial realm expert could compare to him. After the surprise, Li Chongshi quickly regained his senses and said with a smile, since sect leader Qin is here, why would I mind? Please follow me. Looking at the caravan in front of him, Qin Shujian asked as he walked, what kind of trouble has the caravan encountered? To be honest, sect leader Qin, the caravan was attacked by true martial realm experts this time. If it wasn't for the true martial realm experts accompanying us and fighting with their lives, I'm afraid we would have died this time. Li Chongshi didn't hide it and shook his head and sighed. A real martial arts realm attack? Qin Shujian was also a little surprised. With the reputation of the carrier trading company, anyone who dared to go against them had to consider whether they could withstand their anger. However, the other party dared to do so. Either the goods this time were very profitable, or they had a grudge against the trading company. However, to Qin Shujian, it didn't matter what the reason was as long as the other party didn't do anything in the real domain of Mount Liang. After all, he had to keep his promise. Sect Master Qin, please wait a moment. I'll ask guest Elder Gon to come out. After entering the caravan, Li Chongshi went to Gon Zhoming's carriage, lifted a corner of the curtain, and whispered something. Qin Shujian didn't listen carefully, nor did he have the habit of eavesdropping. Then an old man came down from the carriage, accompanied by Li Chongshi, and came to Qin Shujian. He cupped his hands and said politely, I'm Gon Zhoming. Greetings to Sect Master Qin and elders of the Yuan sect. I've heard a lot about you. Qin Shujian replied politely. Xinghong and the others also cupped their hands slightly in return. In the face of a true martial realm expert, he still had to give him face. After Gon Zhoming finished speaking, he glanced at the 4 of them unnoticeably. With his experienced eyes, as long as the difference in their realms wasn't too big, he could tell at a glance how strong they were. Just as Li Chongshi had said. In his eyes, Xinghong and the other elders of the Yuan sect were probably at the first level of the real martial arts realm. Only Sect Master Qin in front of him. He couldn't see the bottom of him. It was as if there was a layer of fog, or as if there was a bottomless abyss behind the fog. He couldn't guess the depth at all. Seeing this, Gon Zhoming was shocked again. The person who could do this either had amazing concealment skills or was far stronger than him. However, he thought of the other party's status as a territorial lord. He was more inclined to the latter. Li Chongshi interrupted, it's dusty outside. Sect Master Qin and the others, please enter the carriage to rest. While speaking, he had already signaled with his eyes to lift the curtain of one of the carriages. Qin Shujian didn't refuse. After saying politely, he entered the carriage directly. After entering the carriage, Only then did he realize that although the carriage was not big and could only accommodate 3 or 4 people, the facilities inside were complete. A short, square tea table was placed in the middle of the room. A kettle was placed on top of it, and steam was still coming out of it. Other than that, there were teacups, tea sets, and so on. Even fruits and snacks were prepared. Not long after Xianxia entered the carriage, he closed his eyes and rested. This time, he was following the caravan to the mystic void true domain. If he encountered any trouble, he would not sit back and do nothing due to his relationship with the Qingyun Trading Company. However, he didn't encounter any trouble. Xianxia didn't want to waste too much time dealing with them. The recent him. He felt like he was addicted to cultivation. Regardless of whether it was the raging flame technique or the ocean origin returning technique, both of them had been cultivated to the 10th stage of the basic martial realm. After that would be the true martial chapter. According to Xianxia's hunch, in about 10 days to half a month, he should be able to break through. If he cultivated diligently, he might be able to break through earlier. As for his main cultivation of the Origin Classic, it had already been deduced to the 17th stage. Because this cultivation technique could only rely on the source of life to pave the way forward, there was no longer any value in cultivating it. As for the 17th stage of the Origin Classic, it had also brought about huge changes. The 17th stage of the Origin Classic, high-grade true level 19 longevity extension, level 15 indestructible body, level 2 astral penetrating quintessential essence, level 1 physical invulnerability. The words internal invulnerability had already been replaced by physical invulnerability. However, Xianxia realized that this didn't mean that the effect of internal invulnerability had completely disappeared. Instead, as long as he wanted to, he could convert physical invulnerability to internal invulnerability at any time. The conversion between the two was already very easy for an expert at the 7th stage of the true martial realm. Furthermore, physical invulnerability was even more powerful than internal invulnerability. According to Xianxia's own estimation, even if he walked out of the true martial realm of the Liang Mountain true domain, he could still be considered an expert in other true martial realm. The caravan moved forward slowly. With Xianxia, the Protectorate Lord, holding the fort this time, Li Chongshi and Gan Zhongming felt much more at ease. It wouldn't be easy to attack a Protectorate Lord of their own true domain. The Protectorate Lords of all time. They were almost invincible in their own true domains. Even if they weren't 100% invincible. This also proved how powerful a Protectorate Lord was. As for the other guards in the caravan, although they didn't know Xianxia's identity, they calmed down when they learned that 4 true martial realm experts had joined the caravan. In a secluded mountain forest, more than 100 people were wearing black face masks that only revealed their eyes and had long sabers at their waists. Their leader. A few of them had white, red, yellow, black, and green faces. This is the true domain of the Liang Mountain. The Origin sect has a good relationship with the Carrier Fortune Trading Company. We have to end this quickly. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we attract the attention of the Protectorate Lord. The man with the white face spoke in a low voice. The man with the black face replied, "What if the Protectorate Lord finds out? Retreat. He is nothing if he leaves the true domain of the Liang Mountain." Upon hearing this, the scene suddenly quieted down. No one objected to this statement. The Protectorate Lord was indeed powerful. However, one had to know where and who the other party was. A newly promoted Protectorate Lord was at most at the 1st or 2nd stage of the true martial realm. It was impossible for him to even reach the 2nd stage of the true martial realm. If he left the true domain with such strength, he would die. About half an hour later, a masked man leaped over from afar and landed in front of them. He knelt down on one knee, cupped his fists, and said, "My lords, the Carrier Fortune Trading Company's team is less than 5 kilometers away from us. Return to the team." The man with the white face waved his hand. The masked man stood up immediately and returned to the team. Then, the man with the white face said in a low voice, "Remember, don't leave anyone alive this time. Whoever obtains the item must leave the Liang Mountain Ordinary Domain immediately and gather at the designated location." "Yes. Let's go." The masked men, led by the man with the 5-colored face, rushed out like a flood. On the other side, the Carrier Fortune Trading Company's team was still moving forward. In the carriage, Xianxia exited his cultivation state and frowned. His eyes flickered as he looked at the water on the tea table, which was still emitting faint steam. Just a moment ago, he had sensed danger approaching. When he thought about what had happened to the Carrier Fortune Trading Company, he had a rough idea of what was going on. However, Xianxia did not leave the carriage either. It would be good if Xinghong, Gan Zhongming, and the others could deal with the intruders. If they could not, he would find another opportunity to strike. As for leaving the origin sect, Xianxia did not want to be too conspicuous. Stop. A low voice was heard in the carriage. The caravan stopped immediately. Li Chongshi immediately came to the front of the carriage and asked, "Guest Elder Gan, what happened? This old man has a feeling. I'm afraid that group of thieves is here again." Understood. Li Chongshi was shocked. However, he did not show any signs of panic. He turned around and shouted, "Everyone, be alert. Be careful of the enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, the caravan guards immediately gathered the goods and carriages together. Then, they drew their swords and sabers and formed a circle with their backs facing each other. Xinghong and the others also walked out of the carriage. Just as Li Chongshi was about to speak, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Together with Xinghong and the others, his gaze fell on a certain direction. Over there, a powerful aura was approaching. If Gan Zhongming was at the third level of the true martial realm and had a stronger sense of perception, then Li Chongshi, as the deacon of the caravan, was at the true martial realm. Although he had just entered the true martial realm, he had already crossed the threshold. Li Chongshi could sense it. So could Xinghong and the others. When they saw that there was no movement in the carriage where Xianxia was, they were reassured. The sect master did not move. This meant that the intruders were not strong enough. In less than 2 to 3 minutes, a large number of masked men rushed over from all directions and attacked the caravan without hesitation. Li Chongshi did not need to say anything. Seeing that the masked men were coming, the caravan guards immediately went forward. Saber light and sword shadows were unleashed in an instant. Boom, 5 terrifying auras exploded. 5 people flew over from afar. Before they arrived, their powerful attacks had already enveloped Li Chongshi and the others. "How dare you?" A furious voice rang out from within the carriage. Then, Gan Zhongming shot out from within, heading straight for one of the figures. Boom, in an instant, the two of them had completely exchanged blows. On the other side, Li Chongshi, Xinghong, and the others did not hesitate. They immediately used their strongest techniques and attacked one of the masked men. "Hee. How dare you attack me when you're only at the first level of the true martial realm?" A cold voice came from behind the masked man. Then, black quintessential essence exploded and a palm flew toward Xiaoping. Xiaoping was not afraid at all. A fiery red quintessential essence condensed in his palm. A scorching aura instantly filled the air as he fought with the masked man. It was a mortal-level superior-grade martial technique, Raging Fire Palm. This was one of the 2 mortal-level superior-grade martial techniques that Xianxia had placed in the library. As an elder, Xiaoping had the right to enter the library. So, he took a liking to this martial technique at first glance. After half a month of practice, he had almost reached the next level, although he had not mastered it yet. Bang, the 2 palms collided, and a fierce light burst. While Xiaoping was retreating, the masked man was still chasing him. It was a chaotic battle. It had completely unfolded. Inside the carriage, Xianxia tasted tea. Even without using his eyes, he only knew what was happening outside. The perception of someone at the 7th level of the true martial realm was extremely powerful. But after a while, he shook his head, grabbed Xianxia, and left the carriage. Outside, Li Chongshi and the others were retreating. Although they were at the 1st level of the true martial realm, the enemy was obviously above the 3rd level. The 2 sides were not at the same level at all. The reason why they were not defeated yet, it was because they were all at the same level of the true martial realm. According to Xianxia's estimation, 2 or 3 more minutes had passed, and someone would have been defeated. Xianxia walked forward leisurely. The black scabbard of the Thousand Mountain blood in his hand trembled slightly, as if it was going to be unsheathed at any moment. The sound of the blade resonated in the air. The sound of the blade swept past. It was as if a layer of black fog had covered everyone's hearts, forcing the two parties to stop their attacks involuntarily. Bang! Xianxia coughed up blood and retreated. His opponent was the white-masked man. In the eyes of the white-masked man, the originally clear sky seemed to be covered by a layer of invisible black fog, making his heart tremble involuntarily. Intent. He was, after all, an experienced and knowledgeable person. He immediately understood what was going on. Shortly after, the white-masked man's gaze landed on Xianxia. He shouted sternly, "Who are you?" "The person who will kill you," Xianxia said indifferently. His spiritual eye flickered, but he didn't get the information he wanted. The Thousand Mountain blood in his hand had already been unsheathed. A 10-meter-long blade aura shot out from the scabbard, as if there were ghosts wailing. The white-masked man instantly felt as if he was in hell. His heart instantly turned cold. Blade aura. Level 7 of the true martial realm. The white-masked man was shocked. Without thinking, he turned around and tried to escape. However, his heart and mind were already frightened by this blade. He wanted to escape, but his body couldn't keep up with his movements. Seeing that the blade aura was about to strike him, he immediately unleashed the strongest true origin in his body. A huge true origin fist violently blasted out. Boom, the blade aura struck. The true origin shattered. The white-masked man's body stiffened. Then, a line of blood appeared in the middle of his face. He fell to the ground, powerless. Dead, an expert who had achieved the inner invulnerability stage had been killed with a single strike. This was a sudden turn of events. Everyone was completely shocked. A physical invulnerability stage expert. Good move by the Fortune Trading Company. It's the Xianxia Territorial Lord. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. When the other 4 people who were of the same rank as the white-masked man saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They abandoned their opponents and retreated without hesitation. The appearance of the Xianxia Territorial Lord, Xianxia, had already spread out. Since they had come to the Liang Mountain True Dominion, they naturally had to make some preparations. At this moment, seeing Xianxia's appearance, and seeing him kill an inner invulnerability expert with a single slash, he immediately knew how big the difference in strength was between the two of them. "You want to leave?" Xianxia sneered. The killing intent of the blood of 1,000 mountains appeared in his hand. He stepped on the 8 trigrams of the 5 elements and disappeared like a ghost. In less than a blink of an eye, he had already appeared behind the green-masked man, and the first move of the Wisdom King's prison-shattering saber, Limitless Inferno, appeared once more. The freezing chill caused the other party's movements to pause. Immediately after, the symbol of a physical invulnerability Mighty One slashed out once again. Blood rained down. Xianxia had already chased after another target. "Look at this." Xianxia and Gan Zhongming's eyes were filled with shock. That strength that could kill an inner aura expert like slaughtering chickens and dogs made their hearts turn cold. But very soon, Xianxia reacted and saw the other masked men who were preparing to escape. Suddenly, a strong, murderous intent burst out. "Everyone, go after them. Don't let any of them go." Before he finished speaking, he had already made the first move. Gan Zhongming, Xinghong and the rest also changed their direction and charged towards the other masked men. The strongest 5 inner aura experts were already being dealt with. They no longer had the ability to interfere. The only thing they could do was to eliminate the other enemies. The 5 elements and 8 trigram steps of the unity of heaven and man level. Low-grade spiritual weapon, Blood of 1,000 Mountains. Coupled with the Wisdom King's prison-shattering saber technique and a completely overpowering cultivation base. The combination of these factors gave Xianxia the ability to completely crush the inner aura experts. As the last slash came down, Xianxia floated back. The 5 inner aura experts directly contributed over 10,000 life sources to him. This was a complete bonus. When he returned to the caravan, he saw Xianxia and the rest besieging the other masked men. Qin Shujian couldn't be bothered with them and directly returned to the original carriage. The Wisdom King's prison-shattering saber is indeed a mid-grade truth-level martial art. Looking at the still warm tea, Qin Shujian thought to himself. The first time he used this martial art, the effect was obvious. However, if he were to compare the Wisdom King's prison-shattering saber technique with the Black Tiger saber technique, there seemed to be no comparison. This was because the Black Tiger saber technique at the Daoentry level, strictly speaking, was no longer a normal martial art. Just like the saber intent he had comprehended now, it was more like a manifestation of one's will. In this way, when he used the Wisdom King's prison-shattering saber technique, the two could complement each other, making the power even more extraordinary. After less than half an hour, Qin Shujian's action of drinking tea paused slightly. Li Chongshi's voice came from outside the carriage. Sect Master Qin, all the bandits have been eliminated. Thank you for your help this time. It's just a small matter. Since I'm sitting in your carriage, I can't just stand by and watch. Then I won't disturb Sect Master Qin. Outside the carriage, Li Chongshi wiped the sweat from his forehead. He then instructed the guard driving the carriage to not disturb Qin Shujian and turned to leave. In the caravan. At this moment, the wounded were being bandaged. The remaining people took away the weapons of the dead and moved all the corpses to one place. They didn't dig a hole to bury them. They knew that it wouldn't be long before these corpses returned to heaven and earth. At the side, Gan Zhongming also took off the masks of the few inner aura realm experts. However, they looked unfamiliar and were not experts he knew at all. He then took off the masks of the other masked men to check but couldn't find any clues. Thank you for your help this time. If not for this, I'm afraid this time we would have been wiped out. Li Chongshi came to Xinghong and the others and sincerely thanked them with cupped hands. Xinghong smiled and said, since we have accepted the task of the carrier trading company, this is what we should do. Deacon Li, you don't have to be so polite. No matter what, I'll remember this. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat all of you to a good drink. Then I'll be waiting. I'll take care of other things first. If there's nothing else, you can rest in the carriage first. We'll set off immediately after packing up. Okay. Xinghong and the others didn't say much. Seeing that Li Chongshi went to take care of the wounded, they also returned to their respective carriages. As for other things, they couldn't care less. On the other side, Li Chongshi also counted the number of people. The final result was that more than 30 died and more than 50 were injured. Only a small number of people were left intact. In the face of such a loss, there was also a hidden sadness in his eyes. After all, he wasn't a cold-hearted person. These guards had followed him everywhere. Now that the old faces were lost one by one and new faces were constantly replaced, it was inevitable that there would be some sadness. However, Li Chongshi had seen too many of such things. After feeling a little sad, he directly ordered people to carry the wounded to the carriage to rest. After returning, they would be thoroughly treated. Then, he ordered people to check if there were any losses. At this time, the respawn time of the corpses was also up. The blood stains of the corpses disappeared without a trace in front of everyone's eyes, as if they had never appeared. Such a scene. It didn't arouse anyone's surprise. This was the way the world was. Unless you died of old age, if you died in the hands of others, you would end up without a corpse. At most, after the event, you would be set up a cenotaph and be done with it. More than an hour passed. After everything was taken care of, Li Chongshi immediately ordered and shouted, "Let's go." Then, the caravan slowly set off and continued to advance towards their destination. Perhaps the battle at the front had intimidated the others. Or maybe it was because the Origin sect's name was hanging next to the banner of the Chamber of Commerce. Along the way, besides the trouble at the beginning, they didn't encounter any other problems. However, the Liang Mountain True Dominion was not small after all. It would take a certain amount of time to cross the entire True Dominion. In addition, there were many people in the caravan and many injured people. Therefore, the progress was even slower. However, no matter how slow it was, after 2 days, they finally reached the border of the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Sect Master, our mission has been completed. We will take our leave first, Xinghong said respectfully in the carriage. Qin Shujian was calm and composed. He poured a cup of tea for him and said, "Go back. You don't have to deliberately spread the news that I won't be in the origin sect during this period of time. However, you don't have to deliberately hide it either." "All right. How many days will you be gone, sect master?" "Not too long. I will be back in less than a month at most." Upon hearing this, Xinghong didn't say anything else. He finished the tea in front of him, put down the teacup, and left the carriage. Outside, Xiaoping and Chaoxing were already waiting there. There was only a curtain separating the inside and outside of the carriage. Therefore, they had heard the conversation between Qin Shujian and Xinghong clearly. When they saw Xinghong come out, the two of them didn't ask any more questions. Then, the three of them came before Li Chongshi. "Deacon Li, we will not be in the Liang Mountain True Dominion after this place. We have completed this mission. The sect master still needs to follow the caravan to the Mystic Void True Dominion. We will take our leave first. Please wait." Li Chongshi handed the 3 brocade boxes to the 3 of them and said with a smile, "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind." "Thank you very much." Xinghong's eyes flickered slightly. However, he didn't refuse. He accepted the boxes casually with a gentle smile on his face. Then, Gan Zhongming came out of the carriage. After chatting with him for a while, the 3 of them took their leave. After Xinghong and the other 2 left, Li Chongshi came to Qin Shujian's carriage and said, "Sect Master Qin, we will be in the Xianxia True Dominion after this. I hope you can understand." "It's fine. Deacon Li, you can make the decision. Please take a rest." Li Chongshi was very respectful from the beginning to the end. In addition to Qin Shujian's status as the Dominion, it was also because of his physical invulnerability cultivation. Everything could be faked except for the Gang Qi. If one didn't reach the 7th level of the martial realm, it was impossible to release the Gang Qi. If he remembered correctly, this sect master Qin had only become a domain lord for less than 2 months. In the face of such an expert, it was not necessarily a bad thing to leave a good impression on him. After Li Chongshi got back into the carriage, the caravan that had stopped moved forward again. Qin Shujian didn't feel anything as he sat in the carriage. Until today, he was no longer a novice and had a certain understanding of the various True Dominion. The Blue River True Dominion was close to the Liang Mountain True Dominion. If he hadn't broken the shackles and become a Dominion Lord, the Starry Brilliance Ordinary Dominion would have been merged into the Blue River True Dominion and become a part of it. It could be said that his advancement had actually cut off the interests of the various sects in the Blue River True Dominion. The carriage moved forward slowly. Qin Shujian felt as if something had been removed from his body, causing his quintessential essence to weaken significantly. This sudden feeling, it made one feel weak for a moment. But it was very fast. The surging quintessential essence of the 7th stage true martial realm immediately expelled this weakness. When he looked at his attributes again, the enhancement of the Liang Mountain True Dominion had been removed. Only the 7th stage true martial realm was left. Blue River True Dominion. Qin Shujian lifted the curtain slightly and looked at the scenery outside. To be honest, this was his first time leaving the Liang Mountain True Dominion. However, when he entered the Blue River True Dominion, Qin Shujian realized that he hadn't received any notifications. Under normal circumstances, anyone who stepped into the sphere of influence of others would most likely receive a warning. He hadn't received any notifications yet. Either he had triggered that extremely small probability, or the Blue River True Dominion wasn't unified and the area he was in didn't belong to the sphere of influence of any sect in the Blue River True Dominion. Not long after, Qin Shujian sensed several auras gathering in front of him. Probably, they were at the true martial realm but definitely not at the physical aura realm. As expected, the caravan moved forward for a few minutes before suddenly stopping. Outside, a few people wearing the Gold Sun Sect's uniform appeared in front of the carrier trading company. Li Chongshi stepped forward and cupped his hands. "I'm Li Chongwen, deacon of the carrier trading company. Are you a friend of the Gold Sun Sect?" "Yes." The leader of the Golden Sun Sect, a middle-aged man, handed a token to the other party. After checking it carefully, Li Xianxia returned the token and said with a smile, Elder Ding Ziqiu from the Gold Sun sect. I apologize for my rudeness. May I know how to address the rest of you? Deacon Li, you're too polite. Ding Ziqiu chuckled, then pointed to the others and introduced, this is my sect's successor disciples, Du, Kai Yun, and Zhao Shouji. Li Xianxia was shocked, and then he said enthusiastically, you are the successor disciple of the Golden Sun sect. You are indeed a dragon among men. I admire you. Deacon Li, you flatter me. Du, the successor disciple of the Gold Sun sect, politely returned the greeting. As for the other two, their attitudes were more or less the same. However, unlike Du and Kai Yun, Zhao Shouji was a delicate and pretty girl. Li Xianxia also took a few more glances before shifting his gaze away. Subsequently, he then invited them into the group. Ding Ziqiu frowned when he saw the traces of weapons in the caravan. He said in a low voice, Deacon Li, your journey here has not been smooth. Someone even dares to intercept the goods of the carrier trading company. Wealth moves the heart. Li Xianxia shook his head. I wonder who did it. I'm not sure. 5 unfamiliar inner energy stage experts. I still need to go back and investigate their backgrounds. 5 inner energy stage experts. Ding Ziqiu's pupils constricted, and he was shocked. Even he would not be able to match up to such strength. Although the Golden Sun sect had sent 4 true martial realm experts this time, other than him, the other 3 were only at the first level of the true martial realm. This escort mission was more of a training exercise. If there were really 5 inner energy stage experts attacking, he would have to take his man and leave first. Immediately, Ding Ziqiu cupped his hand solemnly. May I know which outer energy stage expert is from your trading company? Why don't I pay a visit? Only an outer energy stage expert could defeat 5 inner energy stage experts. As for outer energy stage experts, they were rare experts in the True Dominion. Even the Golden Sun sect only had a few outer energy stage experts. Ding Ziqiu was not the only one. Even Du and the others had grave expressions on their faces. There are no outer energy stage experts following the caravan. Please get on the carriage first. If you have any questions on the road, I will answer them. Hearing this, Ding Ziqiu and the others could only suppress their doubts. Then, they saw the Golden Sun sect logo hanging beside the banner of the carrier trading company. As for Qin Shujian, when the people from the Golden Sun sect arrived, he did not come out of the carriage to meet them. As for Li Xianxia, he did not dare disturb them rashly. After all, it was impossible for an outer energy stage expert not to know what was going on outside. Since the other party did not appear, it was obvious that he did not want to show himself. If he acted on his own accord, it might backfire. Needless to say, the Golden Sun sect was indeed the top sect of the Blue River True Dominion. Anyone who wanted to rob the caravan could not help but retreat when they saw the logo of the Golden Sun sect. In the carriage, Ding Ziqiu and Li Xianxia sat facing each other. Although the space was not very spacious, it was more than enough to accommodate the two of them. Li Xianxia poured a cup of tea for the other party. Then, he extended his hand and said politely, Elder Ding, please have some tea. Thank you. Ding Ziqiu picked up the teacup and thanked him. Then, the two of them did not speak. Instead, they took a sip of tea and fell into silence. After a while, when he saw that Ding Ziqiu was gradually unable to restrain himself, Li Xianxia smiled faintly and said, Elder Ding, you must be very curious as to why the caravan remained intact after being attacked by 5 inner energy stage experts. Since Deacon Li already knows, why are you deliberately mystifying things? It's very simple. The person from the Yuan sect made a move. Yuan sect? Ding Ziqiu was puzzled at first, but he quickly reacted. The hand holding the teacup tightened as he stared at Li Xianxia. You are talking about the Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord. That's right. No wonder. Ding Ziqiu suppressed the shock in his heart and felt that it was natural. If he had encountered an expert who was comparable to an outer energy stage expert or even a peak true martial stage expert in his own true dominion, such an existence, dealing with a few inner energy stage experts would not be a big problem. After a long time, Ding Ziqiu sighed and said, that Protectorate Lord Qin is really lucky. No one has broken the shackles for so many years. I did not expect, however, he did not finish his sentence. Li Chongshir's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted in a low voice, "Elder Ding, be careful with your words." When he saw the puzzled expression on Ding Ziqiu's face, he immediately lowered his voice and said, "Sect Master Qin is currently traveling with the caravan and resting in another carriage." This was a simple reply. Ding Ziqiu's expression changed. It was a taboo to talk about an expert behind his back. Soon, he came back to his senses and his expression gradually returned to normal. A protectorate lord was indeed powerful. However, that was because he had cultivated for a long time or because he was in the true dominion. The former was because every protectorate lord was an extremely talented individual who would definitely reach the peak of the true dominion after a long time. The latter was needless to say. However, Ding Ziqiu did not forget that this was not the Liang Mountain True Dominion. In the Blue River True Dominion, a protectorate lord of another True Dominion was merely a slightly more powerful True Martial Realm expert. Furthermore, he had only become a protectorate lord a few days ago. No matter how talented he was, Ding Ziqiu did not believe that he could go very far in the True Martial Realm. Li Chongshir dipped his hand into the tea and wrote two faint words on the coffee table. Physical invulnerability. Ding Ziqiu, who had already returned to normal, suddenly changed his expression again. He knew very well. What did the two words Li Chongshir had written mean? Who was he referring to? However, he could not figure it out. How could a person who had only been in the true martial realm for about 2 months become a physical invulnerability realm expert? One had to know. One had to be at least at the 7th stage of the true martial realm to cultivate to the physical invulnerability realm. Ding Ziqiu looked at Li Chongshir's expression. He did not seem to be boasting and there was no need for him to lie about this. Instantly, his expression changed a few more times. Until now. Ding Ziqiu finally understood why Li Chongshir had interrupted him just now. The perception of a physical invulnerability realm expert had already reached an extremely profound level. Their conversation in the carriage might not have been able to escape the other party's ears. After a long while, Ding Ziqiu took a deep breath and said, "I would like to meet Sect Master Qin. I wonder if Deacon Li could introduce me to him. I can pass the message on your behalf. However, whether Sect Master Qin is willing to meet is not up to me." "I understand." Ding Ziqiu nodded. More than half a day passed. The caravan was resting in the wilderness. Ding Ziqiu and Li Chongshir left the carriage. Finally, Li Chongshir came to Qin Shujian's carriage. He leaned close to the curtain and whispered, "Is Sect Master Qin here?" "Deacon Li, feel free to speak your mind." Elder Ding Ziqiu of the Golden Sun sect heard that Sect Master Qin was here. "I would like to pay you a visit. I wonder if Sect Master would be willing to meet me. I'm currently practicing my cultivation method and can't get away for the time being. Let's talk about it later. Then, I won't disturb Sect Master Qin any longer." Li Chongshir's expression froze. However, he soon returned to normal. He cupped his hands at the curtain and turned to leave. Seeing this, Ding Ziqiu's expression darkened a little. In the carriage, Qin Shujian was tasting tea. There was a lot of clear water stored in it. With his profound cultivation, it was not difficult for him to boil water with his true essence. As for the cultivation he mentioned, it was just an excuse to fool Li Chongshir. Just as Ding Ziqiu had thought. A physical invulnerability expert could hear the sound of mosquitoes and flies within 3 miles. Their conversation in the carriage could not escape Qin Shujian's ears. Let's not talk about Ding Ziqiu's slip of the tongue. If an ordinary elder of the Golden Sun sect like him could meet the domain lord of Mount Liang whenever he wanted to, then the domain lord of the Golden Sun sect would be too worthless. Therefore, Qin Shujian directly sent Li Chongshir away, indirectly rejecting the other party's request. An hour of rest passed. The caravan continued to move forward. Qin Shujian also put down the teacup in his hand. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Both the roaring flame art and the ocean returning art had reached the 10th tier of the basic realm. What he needed to do now was to break through to the Zhenwu chapter. As for the source of life, it had been increasing over the past few days. However, it still needed some time to reach the 18th tier of the origin canon. Qin Shujian didn't want to meet him. Ding Ziqiu didn't dare to force him. He was a physical invulnerability expert and the master of a region. He wasn't someone an elder of the Golden Sun sect could compare with. Those in the Golden Sun sect were qualified to talk to him as equals. Probably only the Grand Elder Yang Zhongning and the Golden Sun sect leader were qualified. Qin Shujian was supposed to be there. Logically speaking, the caravan didn't need the Golden Sun sect's escort. After all, an internal invulnerability expert and 3 true disciples at the first level of the true martial realm were no match for a physical invulnerability expert. But since the Golden Sun sect had accepted the mission, Li Chongshi couldn't possibly refuse. Otherwise, this would offend the Golden Sun sect. And walking in the Xianxia True Dominion with the Golden Sun sect's logo could save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Anyone who saw the caravan and wanted to rob it. With the Golden Sun sect around, they would have to think carefully. Yang Zhongning, who was known as the #1 expert of the Golden Sun sect, had a hot temper. Walking all the way, the caravan didn't encounter any trouble. Both Li Chongshi and Ding Ziqiu were happy to be idle. Especially Ding Ziqiu. If they didn't do anything on this mission, it would be the easiest. Talking about the vastness of the territory. The Xianxia True Dominion was at least 10 times the size of the Liangshan True Dominion. It would take a long time for the caravan to pass through. All of a sudden, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged. A hot aura erupted in an instant, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. The sudden change. The caravan was forced to stop. Gan Zhongming, Li Chongshi, Ding Ziqiu, and the others who were sitting quietly in the carriage immediately came out. All eyes were fixed on one of the carriages. Over there. There was surging spiritual qi of heaven and earth lingering. Sect leader Qin has made a breakthrough again. This was the first thought that came to Li Chongshi's mind. Then he was shocked by his own thoughts. Another breakthrough? He was at least an expert at the 7th level of the true martial realm. If he made another breakthrough now, would it be the 8th level of the true martial realm, the 9th level, or the peak of the true martial realm? Li Chongshi wasn't the only one. Even Gan Zhongming, Ding Ziqiu, and the others were imagining things. Behind. Diyu and the other 2 looked at Qin Shujian's carriage with complicated expressions. As for Qin Shujian, during this period of time, they had met a few times. The rumored Cold Mountain region master was much younger than they had imagined, and his appearance was similar to theirs. However, there was a huge difference between the 2. It was already so big that no one could raise the heart of comparison. Originally, breaking through to the true martial realm at such a young age was already considered a genius in the ordinary realm. However, the other party. Not only was he the master of a domain, but he was also a physical invulnerability expert. After a long time, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth instantly disappeared. The scorching aura that permeated the air also seemed to be retracted, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Even so, no one went forward to disturb him. Li Chongshi waited for a moment and immediately let the caravan continue to move forward. Inside the car, Qin Shujian was calming his surging true essence. After he had completely calmed down, only then did he open his eyes, the corners of his mouth revealing a smile. Just now, he had successfully cultivated the Inferno technique to the 11th level, which was also the first level of the True Martial chapter. Inferno technique level 11, low true rank Yang Fire level 1 inch Yang Fire. Qin Shujian felt that within the true essence, there was a trace of pure Yang energy, which was completely different from the Inferno true Qi from before. Although he had not truly tested the power of Yang Fire. However, the 11th level of the technique had increased his total true essence by a lot. When he looked at the source of life again, the smile on Qin Shujian's face deepened. After such a long period of time, the players had once again contributed 30,000 points of life to him. So much life. He could already further deduce the Yuan Dian. In an instant. With a thought from Qin Shujian, the 25,000 points of life disappeared, replaced by an even more powerful energy surging within his body. The Yuan Dian had also directly evolved to the 18th level. Yuan Dian Dian level 18, high true rank level 21 life extension, level 17 indestructible body, level 3 star piercing true essence, level 2 physical invulnerability. After lamenting that it was good to have a follower, Qin Shujian began to cultivate again. Breaking through to the first level of the true martial arts was not the limit for the Inferno technique. A low true rank technique was enough to cultivate to the third level of the true martial realm. Once it included the inner invulnerability realm, it would be considered a mid-true rank technique. As for the ocean origin returning technique, at the moment, he was still stuck at the martial arts threshold, so he had to quickly improve it. These were not things that could be done overnight. It was rare for someone to bring him along, and he did not have to waste time. If he did not take this opportunity to cultivate more, wouldn't it be a waste of this opportunity? 3 days passed. Along the way, there were some ignorant people who did not recognize the Golden Sun sex symbol and wanted to attack the caravan. However, these people were almost all of a low level. There was no need for the true martial realm to make a move. They could be dealt with just the guards. At this moment, they had finally reached the end of the Xianxia true domain. The Golden Sun sex mission was to escort the caravan here in good condition. After that, it would be the territory of the Xianxia true domain, and it would not be their responsibility. Li Qianxia cupped his hands and said, "This time, the caravan is safe and sound thanks to Elder Ding and the few true disciples. Once again, I thank you on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce." "It's nothing. The Xianxia true domain is just ahead. I'll take my leave first. I wish the caravan a smooth journey to Baifeng City." "Thank you for your kind words, Elder Ding." After that, Ding Ziqiu left with Duyu and the other true disciples. Immediately, the caravan entered the territory of the Xianxia true domain. When they arrived at the Xianxia true domain, they were also escorted by the experts of the sections. There were 2 major sects in the Xianxia true domain. One was the Heaven Saber sect, and the other was the Jianhua sect. 1 saber and 1 sword. Although they were not enemies, their relationship was not good. The disciples of the Heaven Saber sect came to pick up Li Qianxia and the others. As for the Heaven Saber sect, Qin Shujian was somewhat familiar with them. When the sect master of the Heaven Saber sect, Gue Haichuan, went to Mount Liang, the two had met and fought once. As for Gue Haichuan's strength, naturally, he was the strongest among the many experts he met, except for the demons in the immortal planes. Few people dared to provoke the Golden Sun sect in the Xianxia true domain. Then, the Heaven Saber sect really covered half the sky in the Xianxia true domain. They were all sections, but there were differences in strength. The Heaven Saber sect and the Jianhua sect could occupy the huge Xianxia true domain. Their strength was naturally not comparable to ordinary sections. Therefore, the strength of the people from the Heaven Saber sect was also extraordinary. An inner aura realm elder of the 6th level of the true martial realm, and 3 true disciples of the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Baifeng City was located in the center of the Xianxia true domain. It was also one of the top 100 large cities in the Baiyun Mansion, because of the deterrence of the Heaven Saber sex symbol. In addition, since they had already entered the Xianxia true domain, the caravan tried to shorten the rest time and rushed to Baifeng City. It only took less than 2 days. A huge city was already in sight. When they arrived in front of Baifeng City, the people from the Heaven Saber sect bid farewell and left. Subsequently, the caravan slowly drove into the city. Also, because the caravan had the carrier trading company's flag, the soldiers guarding the city did not dare to stop them. After all, the carrier trading company could be said to be one of the biggest forces in Baifeng City. Even the forces of the mayor's mansion had to show some respect to them, let alone the others. When the caravan arrived in front of a mansion, the carriage stopped. "Sect Master Qin, we have arrived in the Xianxia true domains Baifeng City," Li Qianxia took the lead and said through the curtain. Then, the curtain opened and Qin Shujian came out. Looking at the mansion in front of him, the words "Carrier Trading Company" were written on the plaque in the middle. The moment he saw the plaque, Qin Shujian had a thought in his mind. The words were beautiful. Li Qianxia said, "Sect Master Qin, this is the branch of the Carrier Trading Company in the Xianxia true domain. It must have been a tiring journey." It's our honor to have Sect Master Qin with us. It's not tiring at all, Xianxia flattered without leaving a trace. A physical invulnerability domain lord. As long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be a top expert in the future. Although his status as the carrier trading company's deacon was not low, compared to him, the difference was like heaven and earth. At this moment, the guards of the caravan began to unload the goods. People from the trading company also came out and helped to move the goods in. I heard the magpies chirping early this morning. I thought it was some good news. So it's Sect Master Qin. Sorry for not welcoming you. A hearty voice sounded. Lin Wanyu was the first to walk out of the trading company. Including Xianxia, Gan Zhongming, and the others, when they saw him, they all bowed and greeted, Chief Steward. Qin Shujian smiled and said, Long time no see, Head Steward Lin. You're still as elegant as ever. Please come in with me, Sect Master Qin. I have some superior spiritual tea that I need you to taste. Sorry to disturb you. Please come in. Lin Wanyu was full of enthusiasm and had a smile on his face. Qin Shujian did not decline and entered the trading company with Lin Wanyu on the left and right. After entering the trading company, he realized that it was bigger than it looked from the outside. And because it was a trading company, there were many customers coming in and out to buy or sell things. In the main hall, Lin Wanyu and Qin Shujian sat on the left and right respectively. Unlike the noisy environment outside, it was a little quiet here. The moment they sat down, immediately, a servant served tea and snacks. Lin Wanyu picked up the teacup and said, Sect Master Qin, this is superior spiritual tea. Drinking too much of it will be helpful for cultivation. I can't bear to drink it normally, but I brought it out today because you're here. Then I'll give it a try. Qin Shujian also picked up the teacup in front of him. Faint white mist floated out of it. As he breathed, there was a faint coolness, which made his true essence flow faster. When he picked up the lid, he saw a thin leaf floating inside the teacup. It was not yellow like ordinary tea leaves, but green and glistening. Even the tea was a faint green color. He drank a mouthful of spiritual tea. Qin Shujian felt his vital essence become more active. According to what Lin Wanyu had said, it was not a lie that spirit tea was helpful for cultivation. However, the effect of spiritual tea was only useful for people of lower realms. For people of his realm, the effect was negligible. Unless drinking a large amount of spiritual tea in one go might be useful. But spiritual tea, just like other spiritual medicines, if one ate too much, the body would gradually adapt and the effect would become worse. But no matter what, this kind of spiritual tea was excellent in taste. Coupled with the effect of helping cultivation, the price would be high. Subsequently, Lin Wanyu put down the teacup and looked at Qin Shujian, asking seriously, Sect Master Qin came from afar this time. What's the matter? I want to buy some information about the birth of ordinary realm and demons from your company. Birth of ordinary realm. Demons. Lin Wanyu was stunned for a moment and then said, It seems that Sect Master Qin wants to find a new birth of ordinary realm and then go in to look for treasures. There were many treasures in the new birth of ordinary realm. The most useful one. It was an innate spiritual item that could raise the level of a force. According to Lin Wanyu's guess, Yuan sect must have obtained a powerful innate spiritual item to be able to raise its luck to such a level. And Qin Shujian came this time. He was not satisfied with being a third-level force and wanted to push Yuan sect to a higher level. As for demons, the new ordinary realm had to deal with the birth of the evil demons. Thinking of this, Lin Wanyu thought he understood Qin Shujian's purpose and a faint smile appeared on his face. You can say that. Qin Shujian did not deny it. Lin Wanyu said, I have the information about the birth of ordinary realm and demons. If Sect Master Qin needs it, I can give it to you. Then this Qin will owe Chief Steward Lin a favor. You're welcome. Have some tea. Lin Wanyu smiled. Indeed. The information about the birth of ordinary realm and demons was nothing to the Qingyun Trading Company. It was just that this information was not easily given out. Even the branch of Ordinary Realm and the new branch of Liang Mountain True Dominion did not have such information. However, whether something was precious or not depended on who it was given to. Qin Shujian had already reached the physical invulnerability stage and was suspected to be an expert above LV8 of the true martial realm. Li Chongshi had already informed him of this news. If one were to say that an area lord was worth befriending, then, therefore, it was even more important to make friends with an expert who had reached the 8th level of the martial realm in less than 2 or 3 months after becoming an area lord. Such a person, sooner or later, he would reach an extremely high level. In Lin Wanyo's experience, as long as they weren't domain lords who died midway, every single one of them was at least an existence that surpassed the true martial realm. Very soon, Lin Wanyu asked someone to bring over the information that Qin Shujian wanted and handed it to him personally. After the other party accepted the information, he continued, Sect Master Qin, it just so happens that there's an auction today. I wonder if you're interested in participating? No, I won't be out for long this time. There are still things that I need to deal with at Sky Origin Sect. I can't be away for too long. If that's the case, I won't force you. If there is time in the future, I will come to visit again. Then I'll be waiting. The smile on Lin Wanyo's face was still the same. He didn't mind Qin Shujian's rejection. Then, the two chatted for a long time. Finally, Qin Shujian got up and said goodbye. Lin Wanyu personally sent him out of Baifeng City, then turned around and returned. Sky Origin Sect. Although Qin Shujian wasn't here during this period of time, their strength was still increasing steadily. Players were indeed the race that could work the most. In these days, large amounts of natural treasures and precious ores were collected from all over and exchanged for contribution points. Then, Sky Origin Sect took these items to trade with the Carrier Trading Company for large amounts of silver. The village at the foot of Liang Mountain became a new large novice village. All the outer sect players gathered here. Even some of the inner sect players would often come over. Bartering. Sharing missions and resources. There were all kinds of things. As time went by, there were already 3,000 players who had joined Sky Origin Sect. Originally, as the first sect that allowed players to join, logically speaking, there should be more people. But as time went by, more and more players walked out of the ordinary realm. Even if they hadn't reached the 10th stage of the martial arts realm, they formed teams and went out. There were also many players who tried to join various sections. Then, some of the problems that one would encounter when joining a sect were sorted out and shared on the forum. Some people who had successfully joined a sect shared their experiences. Suddenly, the success rate of players joining a sect skyrocketed. Therefore, Sky Origin Sect was located in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. To put it bluntly, it was no different from a remote village. Players were all over the world. No one would rush here just to join a sect. Not to mention how long it would take. The dangers along the way alone were enough to cut off all the players' hopes. However, with the Liang Mountain True Dominion as the center, players from the surrounding ordinary realms continued to come over. However, there weren't as many as before because this wasn't the only sect. There was also a requirement of 30 silver taels. This was very simple for some players. However, for some players, it was more difficult than completing missions. 5 players above the 6th stage of the martial arts realm. The higher the stage, the better. Damn it. Those bastards from the Lingchuan ordinary realm are snatching things from us. Are there any brothers who want to come over? The minimum requirement is the 5th stage of the martial arts realm. The things we found this time can be exchanged for at least 50 contribution points. There are players from the 9-leaf ordinary realm who are besieging them. They are fighting now. 1 contribution point per person. Is there anyone who wants to go over and help? In the village, there were all kinds of shouts. Now, the Liang Mountain True Dominion could no longer satisfy these players. They could only explore outward. It was like a locust swarm passing through. However, for players from other regions, it was obvious that they didn't take them seriously by entering their territory to snatch things. For such a situation, given the players' fiery temper, there was only one result. That was Fight, for players from Sky Origin sect, it was obvious that they had a sect behind them and a large number of experts. If they wanted to fight, would they be afraid of them, therefore? Sometimes, battles happened like this. No matter which game it was very common for players to kill each other, snatch things, and drop equipment. No player felt that this was out of the ordinary. Lu Dazhong sat on his small stool and shouted loudly, "Explore the endless mountain range. There are all kinds of treasures in there. Now, I want 3 people who are at least at the 7th stage of the basic realm to explore together. It is best if they have cultivated martial arts techniques with strong offensive power." After going through many hardships, he had successfully become an inner sect disciple. The complete martial arts basic manual of the Yuandian had directly saved the players who had entered the inner sect a lot of trouble in finding high-level cultivation techniques. After a month of killing monsters and leveling up, Lu Dazhong was very confident now. Among all the players from Sky Origin sect, he was considered to be at the top level. Hearing this, the other players who were passing by stopped in their tracks and looked over. "Hey, Lu Dazhong is going to attack the endless mountain range again. Didn't he say that he was going to attack the Shenhua ordinary realm? If you don't want to come, then go away." Lu Dazhong's face instantly darkened as he replied unhappily. Let's go. Whoever dares to boast to Lu Dazhong will definitely be cheated." A player sneered and left the place. The other players did the same. They only stopped to take a look and then left. Lu Dazhong's nickname was not for show. He did not have much ability, but he was good at boasting. Anyway, the players who did missions with him basically did not get any benefits. However, this guy liked to boast and fool people. Gradually, Lu Dazhong had the nickname of Lu Dazhong. After a long time, Lu Dazhong had to admit one point. His reputation in Sky Origin sect seemed to be a little bad. After more than half an hour of not getting anything, he could only pick up the small stool and dejectedly walk away. "You didn't get anyone?" There should have been." Lu Dazhong stammered, not knowing how to continue. Forget it. You don't have to say any more." Miao Yuqing covered her forehead with her hand. Just by looking at the other party, she knew what the result would be. In the end, she helplessly waved her hand and said, "Let me do it." After saying that, Miao Yuqing directly walked over. Half an hour later, Lu Dazhong looked at the 5 players in front of him and did not know what to say. Cough. After calming himself down, he cleared his throat and said, "Our target this time is the endless mountain range. I heard that this mountain range passes through many true Dominion prefectures. Plus, there are various kinds of demon beasts inside. It is a dangerous place for many people. There is a section of the mountain range on the side of the Divine Flower True Dominion. There are shackles suppressing the demon beasts there. The strength of the demon beasts there will not exceed the 10th stage of the martial initiation realm. Our goal this time is to collect the treasures of heaven and earth in the mountain range. Killing monsters and leveling up is secondary. Just say it. When do we set off?" A player rolled his eyes and interrupted him directly. The other party had said so. Only a few people in the Sky Origin sect did not know. They even knew very well why Lu Dazhong only looked for players who attacked abruptly. He was simply worried that the speed-type players were too fast. They would take the items and run away at the crucial moment. Such a situation, it had happened before. Although it was possible to form a team in this game, there was no mandatory distribution mode. Whoever took the items and ran away forcefully could not be stopped. Therefore, the forming of a team in this game depended entirely on the character of the teammates. "We know what kind of person you are, Lu Dazhong. However, we are all inner sect members. It is not impossible for us to explore the endless mountain range. However, how will we distribute the items we obtain? The person who discovers the items will get 40%. Those who help will get 50%. Upon hearing this, the other players looked at each other. They did not have any objections to this distribution. The Great Elder of Technique Imparting has advanced to the 3rd level of the true martial realm due to his hard work in cultivation. Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks. During this period of time, This was not the first time he had received such news. The spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered above the origin sect. It was not an exaggeration to say that the spirit chi of the entire true domain of Mount Liang was gathered there, cultivating on top of it. It was much faster than ordinary people. In addition, before leaving the origin sect, Qin Shujian had already placed the contents of the first 7 levels of the true martial chapter of the Yuan Code on the 4th level of the library. With the authority of the elders, they could enter the library for free every month. These elders had long been familiar with this technique. This was also Qin Shujian's consideration. If someone broke through while he was away but did not have a follow-up technique, it would undoubtedly be a very troublesome problem. As for switching to low-class true rank techniques such as the Roaring Flame technique, it was completely unnecessary. Now it seems that all the elders have broken through to the 2nd level of the true martial realm. For example, Zheng Fang and Wang Taizhu have directly broken through to the 3rd level of the true martial realm. It won't be long before the origin sect gives birth to a new inner energy realm expert. To be honest, when Qin Shujian received the news that Wang Taizhu had advanced to the 3rd level of the true martial realm, he was also shocked. Because he was not at the 2nd level of the true martial realm like Zheng Fang. He was only at the 1st level of the true martial realm. But now, he had reached the 3rd level of the true martial realm faster than Zheng Fang, who was at the 2nd level of the true martial realm. At this moment, Qin Shujian had to consider whether he should focus on nurturing him. Not long after, when he crossed the boundary, a surge of true essence surged from his dantian. When he looked at his attributes again, the bonus of the true domain of Mount Liang had already returned. He had spent nearly a month on this trip. After returning to the true domain of Mount Liang, he would not be far from the origin sect. With his current realm and strength, his speed had already reached an extraordinary level. Although he could not walk in the air or shrink the ground as he had known in his previous life, he was not far behind. In just half an hour, Qin Shujian arrived at the foot of Mount Liang. Looking at the sizable village in front of him and the voices of the players in the village, he suddenly felt as if he had returned to the time when he was playing games in his previous life. Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Leader. The greeting brought Qin Shujian back to reality. When he looked again, it was a few players who were passing by. Now, there wasn't a single person who didn't know Qin Shujian who had joined Yuan sect. The once famous Mount Liang Stronghold Master, who was now the sect master of Sky Origin sect, was still fresh in the minds of the players. However, as for those who had seen Qin Shujian in person, they had never seen him before. Other than the few batches of players who had entered Yuan sect at the beginning, it was the first time for those who had entered later to see him in person. Qin Shujian passed through the village and headed towards Mount Liang. Meanwhile, the news of the sect leader's return also spread. Inside the Chenggu Hall, apart from a few elders who were out on missions, the rest of the elders were all present. Did anything else happen in Yuan sect during this period of time? Reporting to sect leader, everything has been fine recently. How's the progress of the disciples' cultivation? Qin Shujian asked. Although he would receive news of every disciple's breakthrough, it was impossible for him to read every single one of them. The only thing that caught his attention was, only a few elders were in such a situation. As for the others, he completely ignored them. Zheng Fang cupped his hands and said, during this period of time, a total of 385 people have been promoted to inner disciples. Currently, no one has broken through from the 10th stage of the basic realm to the true martial realm. However, the overall realm is still steadily increasing. 385 people promoted to inner disciples. Qin Shujian remembered that it required 500 contribution points to be promoted to inner disciples. Now, only a month had passed and so many inner disciples had been promoted. This made Qin Shujian have to re-evaluate the potential of the players. This was the ability to hunt for contribution points. It was simply too fast. After understanding the situation of Yuan sect, Qin Shujian dismissed the others. Although the experts of the true martial realm would not feel tired, it was inevitable for them to relax after returning from a long period of time. Once relaxed, they would naturally feel tired. Therefore, Qin Shujian directly returned to his bedroom to rest. The next day, Qin Shujian woke up at noon and went directly to find Li Zhongyi. This elder who was in charge of the financial lifeline of Yuan's sect was the person he cared about the most at present. Sect leader. In the small courtyard, Li Zhongyi did not show too much surprise at Qin Shujian's visit. Qin Shujian consciously went to the stone bench in the courtyard and sat down. He said, "I will not beat around the bush. How much money does Yuan's sect have now?" 270,000. Li Zhongyi also sat down opposite Qin Shujian and said without hesitation. How much? 270,000. After confirming again, Qin Shujian finally woke up from his astonishment. 270,000, what a sum of money this was. If he remembered correctly, before leaving Yuan's sect, there were only about 20,000 in the treasury. Li Zhongyi said, most of the money came from the players. After exchanging heaven and earth treasures for contribution points, we sold them to the carrier trading company. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's fingers on the stone table lightly tapped. Even without Li Zhongyi's explanation, he knew where most of the money came from. It was just that he did not expect, in just 1 month, they had contributed 270,000 to him. With such a large sum of money, there were too many things that could be done. After thinking about it seriously for a while, Qin Shujian made a decision. In the end, wool comes from sheep's back. If Yuan's sect did not have enough things to attract the players, then the players would naturally not work hard to earn contribution points. Contact Gu Feng and ask him to purchase 3 low-grade truth tier cultivation methods, 3 low-grade truth tier martial arts, and 2 mid-grade truth tier martial arts from the Fate Trading Company. In addition, you need 30 upper mortal martial arts. As for the rest, customize enough sect uniforms according to the current standard. Qin Shujian said slowly. In this way, the 270,000 silver was almost used up. But instead, it was the rich martial arts in the library pavilion. In this way, it would encourage the players to want to enter the library pavilion. In order to enter the library pavilion, they naturally had to spend contribution points. If they needed contribution points, they had to find ways to earn contribution points. This was equivalent to forming a balance. As long as there were no accidents, Qin Shujian was confident that these players would be firmly grasped in the palm of his hand. Then, they would provide him with an endless source of life. On the other side, after hearing Qin Shujian's words, Li Zhongyi nodded slightly. Money would only mold if he kept it in his hands. If he used it to convert it into strength, then it would be completely different. Do you know anything about elixirs? Elixirs? Seeing Li Zhongyi's confused face, Qin Shujian then realized that Li Zhongyi was just a small bandit previously. Even if he was now a real martial arts realm expert, his knowledge was limited. Seeing this, he thought for a while and said, "When you go to the branch of the carrier trading company, ask Gu Feng about elixirs. See if he knows anything. If he knows, you can find out more about it." As for elixirs, this was an idea that he came up with on the spur of the moment. As far as he knew, in a world like this or a game like this, pills were a necessity. After all, the overall strength of the Yuan sect was on the weaker side. If there were really elixirs that could improve one's cultivation level, he would have to make other plans. Even, Qin Shujian had his own plans to refine weapons and elixirs. In this way, the profits would be higher than selling raw materials. However, these were all just guesses. Even if he did refine weapons and elixirs, it was definitely not something that could be done overnight. This was because it involved a purchase of 100 to 200,000 silver. This time, Li Zhongyi did not dare to casually send a few deacons over. If there were no real martial arts realm experts accompanying them, even in the Liang Mountain Rail Dominion, the name of the Yuan sect would not be able to control everyone. During this period of time, the team escorting the carrier trading company, after seeing the symbol of the Yuan sect, there were already many experts who stubbornly went to rob them. After doing these things, Qin Shujian went to the mission hall and issued 2 new missions. One was to find out where the demon disaster had occurred. The other was to search for the newly created ordinary realm. Both missions were long-term missions. It was like collecting treasures of heaven and earth in exchange for contribution points. The rewards were also very generous. The reward for the first mission was 50 contribution points. The reward for the second mission was a low-grade true-level martial arts technique and 50 contribution points. Once these two missions appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. Especially the low-grade true-level martial arts technique at the end. It tugged at their heartstrings. Low-grade true-level martial arts technique. It was a martial arts technique that could only be found on the third level of the library. To enter the third level, one had to be an inner sect disciple and spend 200 contribution points each time. What was more infuriating was, 200 contribution points could only allow one to enter for 2 hours. If it was someone who was not so smart, they might need to go in a few times before they could truly learn a martial art. One had to know, now, it had become the most popular thing in the Yuan sect. There were free lectures in the martial arts hall and there were also paid lectures. The paid lectures required contribution points. Asking the deacon elder for a martial arts technique also required contribution points. Entering the library also required contribution points. Although contribution points could not be traded, one could give an item equivalent to the contribution points and let the party who obtained the item submit the mission and then obtain the corresponding contribution points. Therefore, the reward of a low-grade true-level martial arts technique was more attractive than 50 contribution points. Almost all the players, including the original NPC disciples, had accepted this mission. The main reason was that these two missions did not have a time limit. Accepting them in advance was better than being prepared. Looking at the crowd in the mission hall, Qin Shujian stood in the distance and looked at it for a while before turning to leave. The Yuan sect was going to be promoted. He still had to start from the connate spiritual objects and demons. As long as the sect was promoted, the overall strength would naturally increase. Night, heavy rain poured down. His vision, which was already dim, became even more blurred after being blocked by the rain. Qingzhong held a child in his arms as he ran through the heavy rain in the dark night. There were obvious sword wounds on his body. His blood mixed with the rain and soaked his clothes. Ever since Lin Shixiang and the others were defeated, the last force of Marquis Feng had been completely wiped out. Receiving Lin Shixiang's instructions, Qingzhong took the last son of Marquis Feng and escaped somewhere else before the battle. Not long after, he received the news that the rebel army had been wiped out. Finally, Qingzhong fled the entire way. Because after Hong Ben and the others had wiped out the rebel army, they did not discover the figure of the son of Marquis Feng. Adding on the fact that a rather famous general of the rebel army had disappeared, they immediately understood that Lin Shixiang must have secretly sent the son of Marquis Feng away. So after withdrawing the army, they immediately reported this matter. Immediately after, the imperial court issued a bounty for Qingzhong and the son of Marquis Feng. Once the bounty was issued, Qingzhong was like a rat crossing the street, not daring to easily show his face. Fortunately, although Marquis Feng had died and all his forces had been wiped out, there were still some people who had escaped and lived incognito in the Great Zhao. Under these circumstances, Qingzhong had no choice but to find someone he could trust to temporarily rely on. After the situation had stabilized, he would make his next plan. The main reason was because the son of Marquis Feng was too young and could not bear too much running around. But what Qingzhong did not expect was, he thought that the friend who had gone through life and death together and would never betray him still stabbed him in the back in the end. That night, dozens of experts of the true martial realm surrounded him. Fortunately, they did not know that Qingzhong was already at the 7th level of the true martial realm, an expert who could release aura qi. When he was about to go all out, he still dragged his heavily injured body and escaped the encirclement. But at this point, his whereabouts were completely exposed. After the imperial court issued the bounty, Qingzhong had to be alert at almost every moment to guard against the attacks of strong enemies. In the shabby mountain god temple, a fire was lit, dispelling some of the cold of the rainy night. Qingzhong took out a bag of dried meat and a water bag, handing the two over. "Prince, eat something first, then have a good night's rest. We have to hurry on the road tomorrow." "Thank you, Uncle Qing." Even though Yifeng's heir was young, his family education and etiquette were not bad. His two white and tender hands took the food, and then he chewed and swallowed slowly. Only then did Qingzhong size up the layout of the mountain god temple. The temple was small and dilapidated. The mountain deity statue in the middle had already lost its head. Apart from a few dusty bowls on the offering table, there was nothing else. The ground was covered with dust. Other than 2 rows of shallow footprints, there were no other traces of activity. Seeing this, his anxious heart also calmed down a little. Since there were no traces of people in the mountain god temple, it must have been abandoned for a long time. In addition, it was surrounded by mountains and forests. Those people who were chasing after them might not be able to find this place. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and circulated his true essence to slowly heal his injuries. White mist rose from his body, and his clothes, which had been soaked by the rain, gradually dried, leaving only faint bloodstains. The wounds on his body slowly started to bleed and scab. After a long time, Qingzhong opened his eyes and found that the rain outside had stopped. Looking inside the mountain god temple, the fire was almost extinguished. As for the air, he was curled up on one side, already in a deep sleep. Looking at the sleeping air of Yifeng, his eyes couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. He couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. Does the air really have a chance to make a comeback? What does a 3-year-old child need to rely on to move a colossus that had existed for thousands of years and ruled over hundreds of millions of miles of territory? Even Yifeng in the past failed in the end. Moreover, he was an expert of the 7th level of the martial realm, the physical invulnerability stage. Wasn't he respected everywhere? When did he fall to such a state? For a moment, Qingzhong's mind was filled with thoughts. But then he thought of Lin Shixiang and the others. He thought of the many brothers who had died in battle. Gradually, on the horizon, fish bellies spit out white. A night passed quietly. Qingzhong also woke up. He woke up Yifeng's heir, and then after a simple erase of traces, carried him on the road again. On the other side, because Sky Origin sect required a lot of things this time, Gufeng spent a total of 3 days to prepare everything. Then, he sent people to accompany Su Yuanming to transport everything to Sky Origin sect. When Su Yuanming returned, after Qin Shujian looked at the martial arts and cultivation methods, he left them all untouched and directly placed them in the library. This time, he placed all the cultivation methods of the true level on the 3rd floor of the library. This was the limit that the inner sect disciples could reach. Even if entering the 3rd floor required a huge amount of contribution points, then Qin Shujian would spread the news through other people. He couldn't wait for the players to discover it slowly. What if it took 10 days to half a month for the players to harden their hearts and enter the 3rd floor, this kind of thing? Rather than finding out later, it was better to find out earlier. At the peak of Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian usually liked to stay here the most, because this was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire Yuan sect. Cultivating cultivation methods was twice the result with half the effort. Crash, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rolled and the sound of waves could be vaguely heard. Qin Shujian closed his eyes. The ocean origin returning technique had reached a critical juncture. About half an hour later, boom, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have exploded and instantly became restless. Then Qin Shujian's abdomen slightly inhaled and the surging spiritual energy flowed into his body. You've cultivated diligently and reached the 11th level of the ocean origin returning technique. Then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth dissipated. Qin Shujian jumped up. The surging vital essence in his body surged and he let out a long cry. Then, he looked at the attributes of the ocean origin returning technique. Ocean origin returning technique level 11, low level true level ocean origin returning technique level 1 regarding this characteristic. Qin Shujian understood. This was different from the yang fire of the raging flame technique. The ocean origin returning technique was more of a supplementary effect. It could open up the dantian and allow it to contain more vital essence. Level 1 ocean origin returning technique. It directly increased his vital essence by 10%. This was a very terrifying increase. One had to know. This was only the effect of the 1st level of the ocean origin returning technique. If it was deduced further, how much could it increase? 50%, 100%, at that time, it could really be described with the word terrifying. Looking at the ocean origin returning technique, Xianxia suddenly had a feeling that the person who created this technique was likely to be unable to deduce further after deducing it to the third level of the true martial technique. Or else, if it could be deduced completely, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying technique. Not to mention anything else. People who cultivated the ocean origin returning technique were born with more vital essence than others. Even if they were in the same realm, they could use a large amount of vital essence to directly kill the enemy. If this is the case, others can't deduce this technique, but I have the source of life. It won't be a problem. Xianxia had already seen the huge potential of this technique. Of course. The so-called potential was based on the premise that this technique could be deduced. Or else, after all, it was only a low-grade true-grade technique. No matter how strong it was, there was a limit. Then, Xianxia looked at his own attributes. He already had more than 8,000 vital essence points, but it was still far from being able to deduce the origin canon. After all, the 18th level already required 25,000 vital essence points. The 19th level would definitely be more expensive. The limit of the True Dominion can only accommodate the existence of the peak of the True Dominion. If I rely on the True Dominion to advance on its own, I'm afraid it will take a few hundred years. If I rely on the Spirit Dominion to advance, there is no Spirit Dominion around. It seems like I have to take the old path. Xianxia had already thought of the path after the peak of the true martial realm. He was no longer the naive person he used to be. He already understood a lot of things. The Spirit Dominion. It was the advancement after the True Dominion. He was already at the 8th level of the true martial realm. If he relied on the speed at which players harvested vital essence points, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the peak of the true martial realm. Therefore, next, he had to start thinking about the path after the peak of the true martial realm. The Origin sect had already taken root in the true dominion of the Liang Mountain. Xianxia didn't think that the dignified protectorate lord would move the sect. If that was the case, in that case, there was only one way to go. After taking another look at his attributes, Xianxia descended from the peak of the Liang Mountain. Then, he met up with Xingfang and left the Origin sect. On the ancient path, Xianxia walked in one direction. In less than half a day, the road gradually disappeared and was replaced with the appearance of a wilderness. The Liang Mountain True Dominion was located at the border of the Great Zhao Nation. To put it bluntly, this was the newly born Ordinary Dominion. Not only was it located at the border of the Great Zhao Nation, but it was also located at the border of this world. Now, Xianxia wanted to go there. This was the border of the Liang Mountain True Dominion. It was also the border that didn't rely on any ordinary dominion. As he went deeper, the surrounding scenery became more and more desolate. All of a sudden, Xianxia stopped in his tracks and looked ahead in shock. Over there, a rainbow-colored, misty glow descended. Not only did it cut one's line of sight, but it also seemed to cut this world apart. As he walked closer, Xianxia realized that the rainbow-colored glow in his eyes seemed to be shrinking as he approached. But this was just a vague feeling. Because the rainbow-colored glow still occupied his vision. You've discovered the heaven and earth barrier. The system's message appeared at the right time. Heaven and earth barrier. Xianxia muttered. When he looked up, there was still only the rainbow-colored glow in his eyes. There was nothing else. When he didn't sense any danger, he walked forward slowly. At the same time, the perception of the 8th level of the true martial realm was maximized. However, there was nothing. There was nothing. In his perception, there was nothing in front of him. When he stood completely under the rainbow-colored glow, Xianxia looked directly at the heaven and earth barrier. It was as if he could see something surging behind the rainbow-colored glow. However, when he wanted to see it clearly, he could not see it. There was no reason for this. Xianxia reached out his hand, wanting to touch the seven-colored glow. When his finger was about to touch it, a feeling of death welled up in his heart. In an instant, he came to his senses. Looking at his finger, which was less than half an inch away from the seven-colored glow, he immediately retreated without thinking. Bewitching one's mind? After retreating far away, Xianxia looked at the seven-colored glow in shock and doubt. At that moment, he really did not have his own thoughts. As far as his eyes could see, it was all seven-colored glow. Looking at the heaven-earth barrier, Xianxia suddenly wanted to know what was beyond the barrier. Quintessential essence surged. A stone on the ground was instantly absorbed. Immediately after, with a flick of Xianxia's wrist, the stone instantly shot through the air, producing a series of explosive sounds in the air. It flew toward the heaven and earth barrier at lightning speed. Subsequently, under his gaze, the stone disappeared silently the moment it touched the heaven-earth barrier. That was right. It had indeed disappeared silently. Even with Xianxia's eyesight, he could not tell whether the stone had passed through the heaven-earth barrier and reached the other side. Subsequently, Xianxia walked in a direction along the heaven-earth barrier. He only stopped when he was near the border of the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Finally, Xianxia walked back. After walking a distance, he turned back to look. The seven-colored glow still occupied his vision. When he walked a distance and turned back again, the seven-colored glow had already disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Based on the height of the heaven-earth barrier, it is impossible to not see it after walking such a short distance. Could it be that the heaven-earth barrier can only be seen by the naked eye when one is near it? Xianxia pondered silently. This was not a wild guess. Given the height of the heaven-earth barrier, he could definitely see it clearly even if he was in the essence sect. After thinking for a while, Xianxia felt that it was better for him not to come into contact with the heaven-earth barrier for the time being. The scene just now had made him feel a little apprehensive. The true martial realm experts in the True Dominion were considered experts. However, the world was vast, and there were even more experts out there. The mysteries of the heaven and earth barrier were not something that a true martial realm martial artist like him could comprehend. Originally, Xianxia wasn't here for the heaven and earth barrier. He just wanted to see what the limits of this world were like. Then, he also wanted to see if there were any signs of a new ordinary realm. But from the looks of it, there wasn't much to gain. There was no reason for it. Xianxia recalled what he had seen behind the heaven and earth barrier. It was slightly surging. But he couldn't see anything clearly. Maybe that's the ordinary realm that's currently being born. However, who knew how many years it would take to reach the modern world, in reality? Does anyone know where in the game there has been a mana calamity recently? If you do, please tell us. Thank you so much. I'm offering a high bounty for the location of the demon disaster. If anyone knows where a new ordinary realm has appeared, they can send me a private message. The price will definitely be discounted. Begging for the location of the devil disaster and the location of the newly born ordinary realm. A paid inquiry, on the forums. A bunch of inexplicable posts appeared. Immediately, many players left comments below the posts. However, they were all irrelevant. Topics. Wang Zhou brewed a cup of coffee and browsed through the posts. From time to time, he would reply to other people's private messages. Ever since Xianxia issued the mission, he had put his focus on this. Low-grade true rank martial arts. Thinking of this, Wang Zhou's eyes were burning. He was just a civilian player. The purpose of entering the game was to earn enough money and then improve his life. A low-grade true rank martial arts. According to the current market price, it would definitely be at least 7 digits. If he could get such a sum of money, he estimated that he could save 20 years of hard work. Therefore, he directly posted a reward on the forum. However, at the same time, the other people in Yuan sect also thought of the problem on the forum and then posted on it. However, everyone had a tacit understanding. No matter how others asked, they didn't reveal the relevant mission. After all, this kind of thing. Once the news spread, there would definitely be people who would ask for sky-high prices. Therefore, no one would be so stupid as to dig a hole for themselves. After looking at the forum for a while, Wang Zhou temporarily closed it and then returned to his bed. He sat cross-legged and silently cultivated the origin scripture. That's right. Cultivation method. This game was different from other games. When players learned cultivation methods and martial arts in the game, they couldn't directly learn it by slapping the skill book. They really had to memorize the content to be able to learn it. These memories of the cultivation method wouldn't disappear just because they left the game. It had to be said. Players were indeed a race that dared to try. With the cultivation method in their minds. There would be people who couldn't help but want to try and see if they could succeed in cultivating it in reality. Subsequently, someone discovered that cultivating the cultivation method in this way for a night could completely offset the amount of sleep that the body needed. Cultivating for 2 hours. Avoiding 8 hours of sleep. When this news spread, it caused a lot of commotion. There were people who imitated and cultivated it. In the end, the results were no different from the rumors that spread. Although it couldn't really cultivate the effects of qi and blood. But it was true that it could replace sleep. After Wang Jiao obtained the origin scripture, he cultivated this cultivation method in reality every day. He also had the idea in his mind. He hoped that one day, he would really be able to cultivate the so-called qi and blood true qi. That feeling. It was really wonderful. After the mission was released, Yuan sect also fell into a short period of peace. This was because the basic realm needed to produce true qi in order to break through to the real martial realm. This hurdle stopped many people. Sect Master, someone has submitted a mission. What mission? It's a mission about the devil disaster. On the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian retracted his gaze from the distance and turned to look at Zhang Tinyu. His calm expression finally changed a little. Mission Hall. Qin Shujian looked at the player in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Do you have news about the devil disaster?" Reporting to Sect Master, this disciple received news that the devil disaster is currently happening in the desolate void ordinary realm. Wang Jiao replied truthfully under the pressure of the gaze. The spiritual eye flickered, and Wang Jiao's attributes appeared in his eyes. When he saw that the other party's loyalty was more than 30 points, Qin Shujian was surprised. More than 30 points of loyalty. This was considered very low among NPCs. But among the players, this loyalty was simply too high. As the time of joining the Yuan sect increased, the loyalty of the players generally increased, but most of them hovered around 10 to 20 points. There were only a few who could get close to 30 points. As for the desolate void ordinary realm, Qin Shujian had also heard of it. This ordinary realm was not too far away from the Mount Liang true realm. It was roughly the same as the original star brilliant ordinary realm, separated by a distance of 2 or 3 ordinary realms. Subsequently, Qin Shujian said, "Follow me." Yes. Wang Jiao's face was filled with excitement as he followed behind Qin Shujian. When they arrived at the library, when the people guarding the entrance saw Qin Shujian, they immediately made way for him. Just like that, Wang Jiao followed Qin Shujian and went directly to the 3rd floor of the library. You can choose any low-grade true rank martial technique to take away. Thank you, Sect Master. After Wang Jiao thanked him, he looked at the martial techniques on the bookshelf. Needless to say, he was excited. There were not many martial techniques on the bookshelf. But he was very clear. Every single one of these books would cause a huge commotion among the players. Low-grade true rank, as long as it touched the 2 words true rank, it meant that only the top players could have it. Among the players at this stage, except for those who had broken through to the real martial arts realm, among the basic realm people, those who had true rank martial techniques could only be said to be very rare. Of course, this did not include those who had joined the sect. But no matter what, low-grade true rank martial techniques were still extremely precious. After Wang Jiao finished choosing, Qin Shujian took him out of the library. Not long after, a newly copied martial technique was put back on the bookshelf by Qin Shujian. Low-grade true rank martial technique. Almost all the elders were involved, and there were even 1 or 2 who had reached the next level. It was not difficult to ask them to write down the martial technique from memory. As for why they did not copy it and sell it, the reason was, it was because of the problem of value. Once a large number of martial techniques of the same level were sold, the value would soon plummet. And this kind of behavior that destroyed the market was also not allowed by other forces. It was a cultivation technique and martial art. It could not be sold to more than 1 person at the same time. This was the tacit rule. Qin Shujian also understood this situation from the Qingyun Trading Company. He did not intend to become enemies with all the sects, so the moment this thought arose, it was immediately dispelled. More importantly, if everyone had a high-grade martial technique, then the meaning of the sect's existence would be unknowingly weakened. For the Sky Origin sect, this was not a good thing. Just as Qin Shujian was preparing to send people to the desolate ordinary realm to investigate the demon disaster, Gufeng came again. In the Qingyun Hall. When he saw Gufeng again, he had already reached the peak of the basic realm from the 8th stage of the basic realm. He could feel the surging qi and blood as well as the hidden true qi. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, it would not be long before this manager of the Qingyun Trading Company broke through to the real martial realm. Brother Gu, why have you come this time? Sect leader Qin, I am here because of the demon disaster. Gufeng did not have any intention of beating around the bush and said directly. Qin Shujian was stunned. His expression changed as he said, demon disaster? That's right. An evil demon broke out of the desolate ordinary realm and caused a demon disaster that swept through the entire ordinary realm. Now that the demon disaster is so big, Marquis Baiyun has gathered all the sects to deal with it together. Gufeng's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he said in a heavy voice. Marquis Baiyun? Qin Shujian's expression turned serious. If he remembered correctly, among the great Zhao 13 prefectures, the prefecture where the Sky Origin sect was located was called the Baiyun Prefecture. The previous fiend calamity in the Star Brilliance ordinary realm did not alarm Marquis Baiyun. The previous fiend calamity only wreaked havoc in one region of the ordinary realm. Gufeng shook his head and said solemnly, however, the entire desolate ordinary realm has fallen this time. The evil spirits are driving the fiend calamity to attack the true dominion. Once the fiend calamity wreaks havoc in the true dominion, the calamity will be incomparable to that of the immortal demon lord. To be honest, when Gufeng received this news, his face was filled with astonishment. There were only a few recorded cases of fiend calamities invading the entire ordinary realm. However, once such a fiend calamity appeared, this was a problem that could not be ignored in the entire Baiyun Manor. Marquis Baiyun controls the entire Baiyun Manor. Why can't he deal with a fiend calamity? Qin Shujian asked. Once the fiend calamity reaches this level, it will spread extremely quickly. Even if the imperial court deploys troops from all over the place, it will still take some time. If this is delayed for too long, I'm afraid, at this point, Gufeng did not continue speaking. This fiend calamity was too sudden. By the time they reacted, it had already reached a certain scale. Marquis Baiyun was not the only one. Even the imperial court seemed to have received the news. Or else, Marquis Baiyun would not be in such a hurry to gather all the sects and forces. He would take this opportunity to eliminate the fiend calamity completely. What does Marquis Baiyun hope the Origin sect will do? Marquis Baiyun hopes that the Origin sect will send people to join forces with the other forces and the imperial court's army to suppress the fiend calamity in the ordinary realm. Gufeng said slowly. As a reward, all the sects and forces will be given a chance to enter the newly created ordinary realm. The evil spirits that have appeared in these newly created ordinary realms have already been suppressed, Gufeng added. The newly created ordinary realms where the evil spirits had been suppressed, this meant that one would not have to face the threat of the evil spirits if they entered. Qin Shujian immediately understood the meaning behind this. This way, the people who entered the ordinary realm would only have to be careful of others and rely on themselves to search for treasures. The newly created ordinary realms, every one of them needed hundreds of years or even thousands of years to nurture. Even though the Great Zhao was vast and boundless, however, if they were to divide it evenly, there were still very few new ordinary realms. When? Qin Shujian asked. He had already agreed to this. 2 days from now, in the Lingxi True Domain's ancient city. All right. Seeing this, Gufeng finally revealed a relieved smile and said, if Sect Master Qin wants to study alchemy, I can help you gather some information. In addition, there would occasionally be some alchemy manuals appearing at the auction house. If Sect Master Qin is interested, the trading company will keep an eye out for you and inform you when the time comes. Thank you. This is a small matter, but I have to remind you that refining pills is extremely complicated, And there are very few alchemy grandmasters in the world who can be called famous. Most sects have tried to cultivate an alchemist and invested a lot of money, but in the end, they all failed. Gu Feng reminded. He was worried that Qin Shujian would not give up until he hit a wall and insisted on grooming an alchemist. If things went wrong, the entire sect might collapse. The more powerful Yuanzong was now, the greater the benefits of being on good terms with them. The reason why he was able to advance to the 10th stage of the basic realms so quickly was because a territorial lord had appeared where he was and pulled him to the Qingyun Trading Company's side. What was Gu Feng's greatest trump card now? It was not his identity as the manager of the Qingyun Trading Company, but his backing of Yuanzong. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, "I know what I'm doing. Then I won't disturb you any further. Goodbye." Gu Feng only reminded him and then stood up to leave. As for the alchemy issue, he did not dwell on it too much. If he said too much, it would easily arouse the disgust of others. It was enough to remind them appropriately. He believed that as a sect master, Qin Shujian was not an impulsive person. Some things just needed to be clear about the pros and cons. Qin Shujian then asked a deacon to send Gu Feng down the mountain. He then stayed in the Chenggu Hall. It had to be said. The news that Gu Feng brought this time could be said to be just right. He was still thinking about what excuse to use to attack the demon disaster in the desolate ordinary realm. Gu Feng's arrival had given him the opportunity to do so. He had accepted Marquis Bayun's invitation to exterminate the demon disaster. However, even Marquis Bayun was alarmed by this demon disaster. "I'm afraid this matter is not simple. If it spreads, the true dominion of Mount Liang will not be spared." Qin Shujian was overjoyed, but he also understood the problem. Especially when it came to evil spirits. Since Gu Feng had the confidence to walk out of the true dominion, it meant that once he left the true dominion, he would be able to dominate a region and reach the peak of a region. The undying evil lord in the ordinary realm had been at this level. He had surpassed the peak of the basic realm and was even more terrifying than ordinary true martial realm cultivators. However, he had not broken through the shackles, which had allowed him to easily crush those at the peak of the basic realm. Even those at the peak of the basic realm could only exchange blows with him. There were only a few experts at the peak of the true martial realm in the true dominion. However, it was not certain whether they had reached the peak of the true martial realm. Even if more powerful experts entered the true dominion, their strength would not be comparable to the peak of the true martial realm. This was just a simple analysis. Qin Shujian could understand. Once the demon calamity walked out of the ordinary realm, it would be like a bird flying in the sky. Even the Marquis of Bayun, who was in charge of the entire Bayun mansion, would have to treat it seriously. This was because, once the demon calamity spread even more and the demon qi invaded everything, everything would be destroyed. Qin Shujian could foresee what would happen. What would happen to the Bayun mansion? However, I will have to go to the ancient town to take a look first. Qin Shujian rubbed his chin with his palm and took a look at his own attributes. Unknowingly, his life force had increased to a level that was sufficient for him to upgrade. The players are getting stronger and stronger, so are the monsters that they can kill. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of commotion at the Endless Mountain Range. Qin Shujian knew that some players were heading to the Endless Mountain Range to kill monsters. Inside the Endless Mountain Range, there were countless demon beasts there. These demon beasts would not leave the mountain range easily. If players wanted to level up, the Endless Mountain Range would be their first choice. Besides, meanwhile, Overlord Neodali was having a hard time on the Lion-Tiger Plain. There were more and more players. As a result, the beasts on the Lion-Tiger Plain were being killed by many players. Luckily, the beasts that died in the hands of the players could be revived. In addition, the Ox Demon Lord's strength was close to breaking through the true martial realm, so the players did not completely conquer the Ox Demon Cave. To this, Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to it. The Ox Demon Cave offered 3,000 taels every year. Yuanzong only guaranteed that he would not be threatened by external forces. As for the players, Yuanzong did not consider it. After all, it was impossible for Yuanzong to be a babysitter for 3,000 taels. Without hesitation, 30,000 points of life force consumed. His true essence surged and his strength increased again. Yuan Dian Tier 19, High True Level Level 23 Life Extension, Level 19 Indestructible Body, Level 4 True Essence, Level 3 Physical Invulnerability. Looking at the remaining 6,000 points of life force. Looking at the plus sign behind the Ming King Prison Breaking Blade, Qin Shujian had a thought. His life force decreased by another 5,000 points. The Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber had also evolved from the Perfection stage to the Great Perfection stage. He was enlightened. From Qin Shujian's heart. An invisible killing aura wreaked havoc in the martial inheritance hall. At times, ferocious ghosts wailed, and at other times, a supreme light aura spread. Finally, as Qin Shujian stood up, all the anomalies dissipated. A middle-grade true-level martial technique at the peak level. It could increase his strength significantly. Combined with the other two cultivation techniques he cultivated and the saber intent he possessed, Qin Shujian was confident that he would not be weaker than an ordinary peak true martial realm expert. At this point, he was already at the peak of the true dominion. Qin Shujian roughly calculated that it had taken him about 3 months to break through the shackles, establish Yuan Zone, and reach the peak of the true dominion. 3 months, this was actually considered very short. If he had harvested the life force himself, he might not have been able to increase his strength so quickly even if he had 3 years. Qin Shujian walked out of the martial inheritance hall and into the Yuan Zone. Greetings, Sect Master. You are? Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks and looked at the person in front of him. He suddenly felt that this person was somewhat familiar. Instantly, his spirit eye flickered and the other party's attributes appeared in his mind. Name, Zhang Erga. Title, None. Identity, Internal Deacon Affiliation, Yuan Zone Faction Level, Level 3 Realm, Martial Entry Realm Cultivation Technique, 10th Level of Yuan Dian Martial Technique, Ming King Prison Breaking Blade, Fundamental Awareness, Roaming Dragon Movement Technique, Perfection Level, Loyalty, 100. Zhang Ergu. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Qin Shujian finally knew who this person was. In the entire game, whose name had left the deepest impression on him, it was not his right-hand man, Zheng Feng, or the god of fortune, Gu Feng. It was not his loyal lackey, Zhang Tai, Ox King, Tai Zhu, or anyone else. It was Zhang Ergu. The other party could be said to be his guide on the path of cultivation. Thinking back to the time when he used the blade to let him embark on the path of breaking free from the bottom level of NPCs, Qin Shujian felt quite emotional. It was just that he was busy with later on and a long time had passed. He gradually forgot about Zhang Ergu. Now they met again. Qin Shujian found that he still missed the other party. However, he wanted to know more if the other party still remembered what happened before. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian vaguely remembered that he seemed to have stabbed the other party in the back. However, he was not sure if that was the case. However, Zhang Ergu did not feel anything strange and immediately said respectfully, "My name is Zhang Ergu." Not bad, I will remember this name. Looking at Zhang Ergu, Qin Shujian smiled and nodded. Thank you, Sect Master. Hearing this, Zhang Ergu was instantly delighted. Although he couldn't guess the meaning behind his Sect Master's words, he could vaguely guess a little. He was Zhang Ergu. After today, his luck might change. Looking at Zhang Ergu's back as he left, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. He had met Brother Go. This was completely unexpected. If Brother Go had not been standing in front of him, he might not have remembered Brother Go. However, Zhang Ergu had been at the first stage of the basic martial arts realm. He was now at the 10th stage of the basic martial arts realm. Qin Shujian had already decided to give Brother Go some pointers when he was free so that the Origin sect would have another true martial realm expert. Brother Go had cultivated the Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber move. This gave Qin Shujian the illusion that they were fated to meet. As for the middle grade true martial arts, it was the first choice of everyone who entered the 3rd level. He chose to ignore it. The next day, Qin Shujian left for the Spirit Consonant's true dominion after handing over some matters. Although there was still 1 day left, it would take some time to cross a true dominion, even with the speed of a true martial realm expert. Fortunately, the Spirit Consonant's true dominion was close to the Liang Mountain true dominion. The distance between the two was not as far as the Mystic Void true dominion. This time, Marquis Bayun had spoken. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, many experts would come. To this, he didn't feel much about it either. He only hoped that he would be given a chance to finish off the demons when they killed them. Ancient city, it was also a big and majestic city. Although it was not as big as Baifengqing, it was not far behind. More importantly, the spirit consonant's true dominion was located at the border of the Great Zhao country or the border of this world. The purpose of the ancient city's existence was to suppress the demons and disasters that might erupt in the ordinary realm. Standing in front of the ancient city, Qin Shujian looked at the city that was hundreds of feet tall. Needless to say, he was shocked. Desolate, simple, this was the first feeling he had when he saw it. Thousands of years had left indelible marks on the city walls. At the city gate, there was an endless stream of people. It seemed that the demon disaster of the desolate ordinary realm had not affected this place. However, as the spirit eye opened, Qin Shujian could see the light blue spirit qi in the sky. However, there was a faint black spirit qi in the heaven and earth spirit qi. That was devil qi. The devil qi had already infiltrated the Lingxi true domain before the devil calamity arrived. From this, it could be seen. The devil calamity in the desolate ordinary realm was much bigger than he had imagined. Subsequently, Qin Shujian headed straight for the city gate. The city guards wanted to stop them, but when they saw Qin Shujian carrying a broadsword, they changed their expressions and asked politely, "May I ask if you are a master invited here?" Qin Shujian, sect master of Sky Origin sect, has come to meet Marquis Baiyun at his invitation. So it's sect master Qin, please follow me. The guard's expression immediately became respectful. He then said something to the other guards and led Qin Shujian into the city. They had truly entered the ancient city. Only then did Qin Shujian realize how prosperous the city was. People came and went, hawking on the street. Many people passed by him, and they all felt that his aura was not weak. There were even quite a few players among them. This was a majestic city that had existed for thousands of years. Despite the passage of time, they were still full of vitality. When he saw the expressions of the people in the city, he realized that they were not too anxious. Only a few people looked solemn. Qin Shujian already understood. Marquis Baiyun had summoned people from all over the world today. It should not be the time to attack the devil calamity immediately. At most, they were only at the stage of discussion. At least in the city, he did not feel too much of a murderous aura. "Brother, may I ask who has been invited here?" Qin Shujian tilted his head and asked. At the same time, he activated his spirit eye and the other party's attributes were revealed. His name was Wu Gang, and his strength was at the 7th stage martial initiation realm. When he saw this, Qin Shujian was shocked. Even a guard of the city was at the 7th stage of the martial initiation realm. This made him re-evaluate the strength of the ancient city. On the other side, Wu Gang, who was leading the way, tilted his head and replied with a smile, "Sect Master Qin, you have asked me a question. I don't know exactly who has come. However, I am sure that most of them are sect masters like you. They are considered top-notch experts in the true dominion. Before me, how many people have you led the way for?" Wu Gang thought for a while and said, "Before you are the experts of the Watermoon sect." "Thank you for telling me." "You are welcome." Then, the two of them fell into silence again. Qin Shujian followed Wu Gang all the way. The two of them passed through the crowd and finally stopped in front of a tall mansion. On the plaque of the mansion, the words Marquis Baiyun Mansion were written. After stopping in front of the mansion, Wu Gang said, "Please wait a moment." Then, he stepped forward and knocked on the door. Not long after, a servant opened the door. Wu Gang said, "Sect Master Qin Shujian of the Origin sect has come at the Marquis invitation. Since you are already here, I will take my leave first." Upon hearing this, the servant's gaze also landed on Qin Shujian. Immediately, a respectful expression appeared on his face. "May I ask if this is Sect Master Qin?" "Yes." "Sect Master Qin, please follow me in." The servant immediately turned sideways and led Qin Shujian in. Before entering the mansion, Qin Shujian tilted his head and gave Wu Gang a grateful look before nodding his head slightly. Wu Gang stood aside and only turned to leave when he saw Qin Shujian enter. After entering the mansion, Qin Shujian realized that the Marquis Bayun mansion was comparable to the Carrier Fortune Trading Company's mansion that he had seen previously. As he followed the servant through the winding path, Qin Shujian could not help but ask, "Is there no need to verify one's identity to enter this place?" "Sect Master Qin, you may not know this, but no one in the Bayun mansion dares to deceive the Marquis," the servant replied with a smile. It was a simple sentence. It represented the power of the Marquis Bayun. Furthermore, Qin Shujian looked at the servant's expression and was sure that he was not lying. This confidence came from the bottom of his heart. Instantly, his impression of the Marquis Bayun's status in the Bayun mansion rose by several levels. No one dared to deceive the Marquis Bayun. Looking at it from another perspective, no one dared to be the Marquis Bayun's enemy. The Marquis of the mansion. His power was even greater than that of the imperial court. A faint smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. This Marquis Bayun, not simple. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian used his spiritual eye to look at the servant. Instantly, his pupils shrank slightly. Name, Xiaozhong. Title, None. Identity, Servant. Affiliation, Bayun Mansion. Level, None. Realm, Level 1 of the true martial realm. Qin Shujian had long discovered that his spiritual eye could not completely see through everyone's attributes. However, just the attributes in front of him were enough to shock him. Level 1 of the true martial realm, Servant. An expert of the true martial realm could be regarded as an elder in a weaker sect, but now he was just a servant in the Bayun mansion. Such a discovery, even Qin Shujian was shocked. Xiaozhong, who was leading the way, only felt an inexplicable chill, but this feeling soon disappeared, so he did not pay too much attention to it. He suppressed the shock in his heart. Qin Shujian followed Xiaozhong and continued to move forward. Along the way, they met many people, and he used his spiritual eye to check them one by one. The result was, the weakest of these people was at the 10th level of the basic martial realm, and many of them were at the 1st level of the true martial realm, but he did not find anyone above the 1st level of the true martial realm. Finally, the two stopped in front of a staircase. "Lord Qin, this is the banquet hall. Now all the experts are sitting here. Please come with me." Xiaozhong tilted his head and said a few words, then led the way inside. Qin Shujian followed him in. Walking into the banquet hall, immediately, he saw that it was full of tables, and many of them were already sitting in front of them. There were men, women, old, and young, and so on. He glanced around. Qin Shujian also found one or two familiar faces. The Grand Elder of the Golden Sun sect, Yang Zhongning. The Lord of the Heaven Saber sect, Gui Haichuan. When Qin Shujian walked in, the others also looked over, but when they saw that it was an unfamiliar face, most of them averted their gazes. Only a few people still looked at him. At this moment, Xiaozhong also led Qin Shujian to an empty table and sat down. There was already some food on the table. When Qin Shujian sat down, Xiaozhong, on the other hand, quietly retreated. Then, servants standing in the four corners of the banquet hall came forward to pour tea. "Lord Qin, long time no see. How have you been?" A hearty voice sounded. When Qin Shujian looked in the direction of the voice, he happened to see Gui Haichuan who spoke. He also cupped his hands and smiled faintly. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Gui Haichuan. I'm doing well." Seeing this, many people in the banquet hall looked at Qin Shujian again, carefully sizing him up. They did not know Qin Shujian. However, they knew Gui Haichuan. He was the sect master of the Heaven Saber sect and an expert at the peak of the true martial realm. He was considered a famous expert in the true dominion of the North Cloud Mansion. At least, not many people in the banquet hall dared to think that they could compete with Gui Haichuan. Someone who could make Gui Haichuan take the initiative to greet, he was definitely an expert of the same level. Some people were already secretly guessing Qin Shujian's background. His surname was Qin. They did not remember any sect master with the surname Qin, nor did they remember any top experts with the surname Qin. Qin Shujian and Yuanzong's names. After all, they were only known in a few regions near the Liang Mountain True Dominion. However, there were experts from the sects in the banquet hall who came from the Blue River True Dominion and Sunhua True Dominion. After hearing Gui Haichuan's words, after thinking about it for a moment, he understood what was going on. Instantly, a plump and pretty lady in a white dress asked, May I ask if you are Sect Master Qin of Yuanzhong? May I know who you are? Xianxia of the Watermoon Sect greets Sect Master Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression turned serious. He smiled and said, "So it's Sect Master Qi. I hope you don't mind my poor eyesight." "Sect Master Qin, let me toast you," Xianxia said with a smile as she raised the cup in front of her. "Please." Qin Shujian did not refuse and raised his cup as well. Then, he took a sip. After the tea entered his stomach, spirit qi immediately spread in his body, just like the spirit tea he drank at the Qingyun Trading Company. Upon seeing this, he sighed with emotion again about the wealth of the Marquis mansion. They even used spirit tea to entertain guests. Yang Zhongning also raised his cup and said, "Sect Master Qin, here's a toast to you." "Please." The servant came forward and filled the cup with tea. Qin Shujian also raised his cup to welcome him. Then, the experts from the other sects who had sent people to participate in the Yuanzhong ceremony also sent their greetings. Some news, paper could not wrap fire. These sects already knew that Qin Shujian had once revealed his physical aura realm technique. A protectorate lord was worth being friendly with. However, a physical aura realm expert who had broken through to the true martial realm 3 months ago was worth being friendly with. Both identities were combined. No one wanted to offend him. It was better to greet him and leave an impression on him than to ignore him. "Look here," immediately, people who were friendly with these sects started to inquire in private. Not long later, the way everyone looked at Qin Shujian had changed. Protectorate Lord, they had never expected that this unfamiliar face would be the true Dominion Protectorate Lord. Instantly, some people greeted Qin Shujian and chatted with him. A Protectorate Lord. As long as he was not an enemy, there was no harm in being friendly with him. However, they only greeted him. No one showed too much eagerness. After all, everyone present was a sect's top expert. Many of them were even sect masters. It would be too embarrassing if they bowed down and licked the boots of a protectorate lord. It would be fine if there was no one around. Right now, everyone present was a reputable figure. If word got out that they had gone overboard, they would lose a lot of face. After a round of enthusiasm, Qin Shujian's surroundings quietened down. They were well aware of the reason why Marquis Bayun had gathered everyone here. It was about the devil disaster. Many people had a cautious attitude towards this matter. Therefore, most of the people present had grave expressions on their faces, especially those from the sects of the Lingxi True Dominion. Qin Shujian took advantage of this opportunity to scan the crowd with his spiritual eye. There were already 20 to 30 people in the banquet hall. Every one of them represented a sect's power. In his eyes, everyone's cultivation level could not be concealed and was exposed. The 8th level of the martial realm, the 10th level of the martial realm, the 10th level of the martial realm, the 9th level of the martial realm, none of them were lower than the 8th level of the martial realm. Among them, the great elder of the Golden Sun sect was only at the 9th level of the martial realm, which surprised Qin Shujian. If he remembered correctly. The other party was known as the number 1 master of the Gold Sun sect. It seemed that the Gold Sun sect was a little weak. Either. It was just that this great elder still had other hidden methods. It was a pity. The more powerful a person was, the fewer attributes they could see. All the people present were at least at the 8th level of the martial realm. Qin Shujian could only see a name and a level. Everything else was blank. Regarding this, he had also discovered another flaw in the spirit eye. Originally, his face was covered, so he couldn't see through it. Right now, he was too strong to see the complete picture. I wonder if my spiritual eye can be upgraded. Such a thought appeared in Qin Shujian's head. However, as soon as this thought arose, it was temporarily suppressed by him. Because he had obtained the spirit eye for so long. He had never seen an option to upgrade his spiritual eyes. Maybe it was because he couldn't level up. Or maybe it couldn't meet the requirements. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance in a black robe stepped in from the outside. The banquet hall suddenly became quiet. The sudden silence also attracted Qin Shujian's attention. When he followed the others' gazes and looked outside, he found that there was one more person. Suddenly, Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. Before he could think too much, he saw the others stand up. He hesitated for less than half a breath and then stood up as well. Marquis Baiyun. At this moment, even the experts at the peak of the martial realm such as Gue Haichuan became serious. Then he walked to the main seat and sat down. His gentle voice spread throughout the banquet hall. You don't have to be so polite. Please sit down. Thank you, Marquis. Only then did they take their seats. I believe all of you are well aware of the reason why I've gathered all of you here today. So, I won't beat around the bush. Marquis Baiyun glanced at everyone. The smile on his face faded a little as he spoke in a serious tone. When Marquis Baiyun spoke, Qin Shujian was also secretly sizing up the Marquis. Marquis Baiyun had been in power for more than 200 years. But in his eyes, Marquis Baiyun seemed to be only in his 30s or 40s. Qin Shujian didn't think he was fake. Then there was only one possibility. He had a skill to retain his youth, in other words, his realm had reached an extremely high level, which could greatly increase his lifespan and even reduce the speed of aging. At the same time, the information about Marquis Baiyun that he had read before also flashed through his mind. Marquis Baiyun Xiaoqingfeng, more than 200 years ago, the previous Marquis Baiyun passed away, and Xiaoqingfeng took over the title. Marquis Baiyun was in charge of 3,600 cities in Baiyun Mansion. In addition to the powerful force behind him, Marquis Baiyun himself was also an extremely terrifying expert. Marquis, how serious is the devil disaster now? The person who asked was Yang Zhongning, the first elder of the Golden Sun sect. After he finished speaking, the others also listened carefully. The extent of the devil disaster was the question they were most concerned about. Xiaoqingfeng said, according to my estimation, there are 3 demons who have broken the seal. Now that the desolate void ordinary realm has completely transformed into a devil protectorate, the monstrous devil chi might speed up the improvement of the devil protectorate. In a month or 2, it might even reach the level of the true dominion. There are more than 1 million living beings in the desolate void ordinary realm, and countless corpses have been buried over the years. Now, the devil disaster has caused tens of millions of corpses. Once the devil disaster walks out of the desolate void ordinary realm, it will not only be a disaster for a city or a province, but also for the entire Baiyun Mansion. Everyone here is based in the Baiyun Mansion, so I'm sure you don't want to see the devil disaster wreak havoc. That's why I've gathered everyone here today to discuss this matter. After he finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. No one had expected that the devil disaster had already reached this stage. 3 demons had broken the seal. This was absolutely unimaginable. Although every new ordinary realm could be accompanied by the birth of many demons, the seal was very strong. At the same time, the seal suppressing the nefarious devils was also extremely stable. Moreover, it was very effective against the nefarious devils. It basically eliminated the possibility of other nefarious devils killing their own kind. Therefore, they had never expected that the 3 demons would break the seal in the desolate void ordinary realm. Even Qin Shujian. When they heard that the 3 demons had broken the seal, they were all shocked. Immediately, someone asked, if the 3 demons leave the desolate void ordinary realm, there will be a huge devil disaster. What's your plan, Marquis? I've already reported to the Imperial Court. Now, I've mobilized millions of troops from various places to stop the devil disaster. In addition, I've also invited many powerful cultivators from the army to deal with the demons. However, these powerful cultivators are very far away. Even if they use the teleportation gate, it will take some time. However, the matter of dealing with the demons cannot be delayed. Every day we delay, the demons will grow stronger. Therefore. Then, Xiaoqingfeng looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, I've decided that all sects will send people to assist the army in resisting the devil disaster. The weakest cultivator must be at least stage 6 of the basic martial realm. There must be at least 1,000 people. In addition, those above stage 7 of the true martial realm will follow me into the desolate void ordinary realm to reseal or kill the demons. Regarding this decision, the sects of the Lingxi true realm were the first to agree. Most of the other sects had no objections. However, someone hesitated and said, Marquis, the Cloud Mist sect is weak now. I'm afraid we can't send too many people to help. Can you send fewer people? The Devil Disaster is not only related to the Bayun Mansion, but also the Great Zhao dynasty and all the people in the world. The sects are already helping the imperial court by collecting tributes from all sides. As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in an hour. If anyone backs down at this juncture, the imperial court will be bitterly disappointed. Xiao Qingfeng shook his head and said with a gentle expression. The Cloud Mist sect's sect master was stared at by Marquis Bayun and immediately broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, Marquis is right. The Cloud Mist sect will definitely help to resist the Devil Disaster. At this moment, he also woke up from his daze. The person in front of him was Xiao Qingfeng, the Marquis Bayun who controlled the 3,600 cities in the Bayun Mansion. His words, in the Bayun Mansion, he was equivalent to the imperial court. If the Cloud Mist sect angered Marquis Bayun, they would be turned into ashes in an instant. The others looked coldly at the Cloud Mist sect's sect master and secretly shook their heads at his unwise behavior. If Marquis Bayun didn't care about it, then so be it. If he really wanted to care about it, just this sentence alone could make the Cloud Mist sect disappear completely. I'm not forcing you, but the Devil Disaster really can't be underestimated. Since no one has any objections, I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, the disciples of the various sects can go to the front line of the Devil Disaster to fight the enemy or follow the army. In addition, I'll set up a tent in the army. The experts of the various sects who need to enter the desolate ordinary realm to kill the Devil Disaster can all gather in the tent. While speaking, Marquis Bayun clapped his hands. Suddenly, 4 people came in from outside, each holding a tray in their hands. Xiao Qingfeng said, This is the pass of the Bayun Mansion. The holder of the pass can pass through any territory of the Bayun Mansion. No one can stop the holder of the pass. Now, each of the sects will have 1 pass. You have to return it after the event. While speaking, people had already taken the tokens and left one after another. Qin Shujian was the same. The moment he took the pass, he saw the attributes of the pass. Name, Bayun Mansion Pass Token Description. With this pass, you can walk through the 3,600 cities of the Bayun Mansion. You will no longer be affected by the identity of the leader of the forces and will not trigger the warning of the Heavenly Tao. It was a simple introduction. But it made Qin Shujian's eyes light up. With this pass, it meant that he could step into other people's sphere of influence at will and no longer have to worry about being detected by the other party. This was for him. It was a very practical thing. The only pity was, this was only temporarily lent to him and he would have to return it after the event. He walked out of Marquis Bayun's villa. Just as Qin Shujian was about to leave, he saw that Gue Haichuan was not standing there. Sect Master Gue Haichuan. Even if he did, it was impossible for him not to greet him. Gue Haichuan glanced at Xianxia, who was behind Qin Shujian, and said with a smile, Sect Master Qin, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your cultivation level has improved. I'm afraid it won't be long before you reach the peak of the true dominion. My cultivation level is insignificant. It's nothing. If the physical aura realm is considered insignificant, then I'm afraid there won't be many experts in the true dominion. Gue Haichuan smiled and then said seriously, I'm waiting for you here because I have something to tell you. Qin Shujian frowned and said, What is it? I hope you can fight me when you reach the 10th level true martial realm. Why? We just want to exchange pointers and verify it. Gue Haichuan shook his head slightly and cupped his hands. We'll meet again in 3 days. I look forward to fighting alongside you. Upon saying that, he turned and left immediately. Qin Shujian was left standing where he was, looking at the others back as he left. To be honest, he was still very confused. He had just come out of Marquis Bayun's villa when he had received a challenge letter for no reason. The other party had said that it was an exchange of pointers. In fact, it was a challenge. Looking at the status of the sect leaders of both sides, no matter who lost, it would not look good for them. However, he had avoided the challenge. Qin Shujian did not have the habit of walking in a different direction when others approached him. I'm afraid I'll beat you to death when I reach the 10th level true martial realm. Xianxia shook his head and left through the door of Marquis Bayun's villa. This trip to the ancient city had broadened his horizons. He had only seen Marquis Bayun's strength through a small villa. After all, this was not the real Marquis Bayun's villa. It was just a small villa in the ancient city. Marquis Bayun's villa existed in most of the 3,600 cities in the Bayun prefecture. If this was the case, the Marquis Bayun's villa alone was enough to shock people, not to mention the strength behind Marquis Bayun. As for the Marquis of Bayun, Xiao Qingfeng, furthermore, he was an extremely terrifying expert. When facing the other party, Qin Shujian did not dare to use his spiritual eye to look at his attributes. Just as he was about to use his spiritual eye, a premonition arose in his heart. If he did, he would definitely be noticed. Qin Shujian firmly believed in this kind of feeling. He came out of Marquis Bayun's mansion. Qin Shujian immediately left the ancient city and rushed towards the true dominion of Mount Liang. He arrived quickly. He returned quickly too. With the pass token on him, he could be said to have no more scruples. As for the reason why Marquis Bayun had temporarily given them the pass, Qin Shujian could roughly understand it. After all, the various sects needed to send people over. However, in every region, the forces were intricate and complicated. A single mistake could easily cause unnecessary trouble. He held a pass in his hand. Then there wouldn't be any problem. In the Bayun mansion, no one dared to disobey Marquis Bayun's orders. In less than a day, Qin Shujian directly returned to Yuan sect. Shortly after, he directly issued a large-scale mission to the players. It consumed 10,000 points of life source. All the players above the 6th stage of martial arts received the system's message. Large-scale mission, exterminate the demon disaster. Mission content, the demon disaster in the desolate ordinary realm is wreaking havoc and the people are in a terrible situation. As the people of the Great Zhao Kingdom, we should volunteer to do our best to stop the demon disaster from spreading. Mission requirement, kill the demon disaster. The number of demons killed, 0. Mission reward, a huge amount of experience points, a huge amount of contribution points. The specific contribution points are determined by the number of demons killed. When they saw this mission, all the players were in an uproar. Large-scale mission, another large-scale mission. In the previous extermination of the rebel army, many players had already tasted the sweetness and reaped enough benefits from it. Now that there was a large-scale mission, naturally, many players rushed over like ducks. More importantly, the mission reward this time was more generous than the previous one. Not to mention anything else. Just the huge amount of experience points alone was enough to stimulate people's eyes. Moreover, there was also a huge amount of contribution points. Speaking of the demon disaster, many players were familiar with it. When the demon disaster wreaked havoc in the Undying Plains, someone posted a video of the demon disaster on the forum. For those weak skeletons that relied on numbers to win, in the eyes of today's players, they were clearly walking contribution points. As long as it was done properly, they could definitely obtain a huge amount of contribution points. As for the mission requirement of the 6th stage of martial arts, that was even less of a problem. The game had been open for a few months. Except for those who had just entered the game not long ago, the others had already crossed the boundary of the 6th stage of the martial arts. There were even quite a few who had reached the 10th stage of the martial arts. The only thing that bothered them was the transformation from the basic realm to the true martial realm. The amount of experience required was simply too much. Currently, there were many players in the Yuan sect who had reached the 10th stage of the basic realm. However, there was not a single person who had truly crossed this threshold and entered the true martial realm. But this mission, it gave those players at the 10th stage of the basic realm hope. Just as the Yuan sect players were brimming with enthusiasm, Qin Shujian was still cultivating on the peak of Mount Liang. This time, they were going to fight against the demon disaster. He did not intend to let the Yuan sect NPCs participate. Instead, he wanted to take all the players out to fight. Because the NPCs were going to fight against the demon disaster, killing them would not increase their realm. Instead, if they were careless and died, it would be a permanent loss. On the other hand, the players, Not only could they increase their realm by killing the demon disaster, they could also revive if they died in the hands of the demon disaster. If they did not use such people and insisted on wasting their own resources, they would really be fools. Looking at the little remaining source of life, Qin Shujian didn't make any further progress and continued to cultivate his cultivation method. This time, he still focused on cultivating the raging flame technique. A day passed. Overall, there was not much change. In the martial arts practice field, almost all the players had gathered here. These people, all of them had accepted the mission to eliminate the demon disaster. When Qin Shujian appeared, the originally noisy scene immediately calmed down. The demon disaster is wreaking havoc. As Yuan sect disciples, you are willing to volunteer. I feel very gratified. Now, follow me to the desolate ordinary realm. Qin Shujian looked at the crowd and his voice was transmitted to everyone's ears. Immediately, Qin Shujian took the lead. A large number of players followed behind him. A few thousand players was not a small number. Along the way, it could also be described as mighty. Marquis Bayun had originally only asked for 1,000 people from each sect. However, to Qin Shujian, 1,000 people was not enough. How could 1,000 people kill the demon disaster and obtain the source of life be faster than 2,000 or 3,000 people kill the demon disaster and obtain the source of life? However, if there is a chance in the future, I must create a teleportation portal in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. It would be best if it is in Yuan sect. Looking at the many players following behind him, Qin Shujian felt that he had lowered his status. However, there was no other way. Not many sects had something like a teleportation gate. Even among the many cities, only a portion of the heavyweight cities had teleportation doors. Such a thing. The price was extremely high. Moreover, it could not be built just because one wanted to. There had to be a corresponding teleportation location. Otherwise, after entering the teleportation portal, one might be randomly teleported to another place. Even Qin Shujian did not know much about the teleportation portal. He had only learned about it from others. The Wasteland Ordinary Realm. Currently, the entire realm had been contaminated by the demonic qi and turned into black soil. In the sky, the sun could no longer be seen. Only the black demonic qi enveloped heaven and earth. The heaven and earth spirit qi drifting in this area had been corroded by the demonic qi and transformed into new demonic qi. If the immortal plains were considered a land of death, then this place, it was already a demonic realm. Many dead skeletons climbed up from the soil and walked out of the demonic realm in a mighty manner. A large number of skeleton knights were mixed in with the ordinary skeletons. The strength of each skeleton knight was far superior to the skeleton knights of the immortal plains. They had reached the peak of the 10th stage of the basic martial arts realm. In addition, there were also huge skeletons that looked like giant beasts that were charging forward. The wails of vengeful spirits resounded in the sky of the demonic realm. Outside the wasteland ordinary realm, a large number of troops had gathered. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers surrounded the wasteland ordinary realm. Any demon disaster that tried to break out of the ordinary realm suffered a fatal blow. However, the attacks of the army were powerful. However, the demon disaster also followed the will of the demons. It completely ignored any attacks and charged toward the outside world. Everyone, do not retreat. We must stop the demon disaster. Kill. Bloody battles were happening all the time. An intense killing aura exploded from the army in a futile attempt to disperse the demonic qi that was enveloping them. The sabers and swords in the soldiers' hands were already constantly slashing the dead skeletons. In the main tent of the army, Xianxia looked at the scene of the battle with a solemn expression. Where are the people from the other sects now? People from 2 sects have already arrived. However, they did not join the army. They are eliminating the demon disaster on their own, the deputy general beside him replied truthfully. Eliminating them on their own? Xianxia sneered. These sects really do not know their limits. In his opinion, the number of demon disasters was huge. Unless they formed an army, the sects could only rely on themselves to fight against the demon disasters. At most, they would only increase their strength slightly. However, Xianxia did not say much on this issue. After all, the people from the sects were ultimately not from the army. It would not be inappropriate for him to criticize them too much. As more and more demon disasters surged toward the battlefield, some of them even broke out of the ordinary realm and entered the true dominion. A skeleton knight charged into the true dominion. Its original cultivation level of the 10th stage basic martial realm instantly soared. In an instant, it transformed into the 5th stage true martial realm and its strength reached the inner energy realm. Immediately, it exploded with a terrifying power and killed dozens of soldiers. At the same time, the true martial realm cultivators in the army also attacked immediately. A few outer energy realm cultivators attacked together and killed the skeleton knight directly. Upon seeing this, Xianxia immediately ordered everyone below the outer energy realm in the army, attack together with the army to eliminate the demon disaster. In the true dominion, true martial realm cultivators were considered experts. However, in the imperial army, they were only slightly more powerful. This time, the army that the Marquis of Northern Cloud had transferred from other places was definitely powerful. Xianxia gave the order. Thousands of true martial realm experts immediately attacked. The experts were at least at the 6th stage inner aura realm. The weakest ones were only at the 1st or 2nd stage of the true martial realm. However, most of them were between the 3rd and 4th stage of the true martial realm. As a large number of true martial realm cultivators attacked, the pressure on the army to resist the demon disaster decreased slightly. However, it was only slightly. This was because the demon disaster that rushed out of the ordinary realm was basically at the inner aura realm. The true martial realm cultivators that entered the ordinary realm were only at the 10th stage of the basic realm. To this, Xianxia's expression did not change much. He had never thought that thousands of true martial realm cultivators could solve the problem of the demon disaster. If that was the case, the demon disaster would not be scary enough. Is there any news from the Marquis side? Xianxia asked the deputy general beside him. Not at the moment. I understand. You can leave now. Xianxia waved his hand with a serious expression. The demon disaster had erupted too quickly. In less than half a month, it had already spread to a terrifying extent. Half a month did not seem short. However, it was definitely not long. When a demon disaster broke out in the ordinary realm, the news had to be sent to the higher-ups. Then, the higher-ups would issue orders and deploy troops layer by layer. This would also take about the same amount of time. For example, the demon disaster on the immortal plane. When that evil demon was only wreaking havoc in a corner of the ordinary realm, they had just received the news and were preparing to deploy troops to seal and kill the evil demon before it matured. In the end, they had received news that the evil demon had been killed. However, this time, the demon disaster had happened too quickly. In half a month, the entire desolate ordinary realm had been conquered. The news of the 3 evil demons had shaken the entire Bayun prefecture. Xianxia was only a collateral relative of the Bayun Marquis mansion. Although he had been ordered to resist the demon disaster, he had not thought that he could suppress it with his own strength. He could block it. That was already good enough. As for the others, Xianxia did not dare expect too much. On the other side, when Xianxia arrived, he was just in time to see the two sides fighting. When an unfamiliar group approached, someone was immediately ordered to inquire about it. May I ask which sect you are from? Xianxia of Yuanzhong and his disciples are here to fight against the devil calamity. After saying that, Xianxia handed over the pass that Marquis Bayun had given him. That person extended his hand to receive it. After flipping through it once, he respectfully handed it back, so it's Sect Master Qin of the Sky Origin Sect. I wonder if your sect's disciples will be accompanying the army to battle, or will they be heading to the demon territory to kill the enemy? I'll have to trouble the army to make way for us. My sect's disciples will go ahead and kill the enemy. Alright, please wait a moment, Sect Master Qin. After that person finished speaking, he immediately turned around and went back to report. At this moment, the players standing behind Xianxia could also sense the murderous aura in front of them. At this moment, the blood in their hearts seemed to be stimulated. Many players' faces were slightly flushed, as if they were looking forward to joining the battle. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, the army in front of them had already made way for them. Seeing this, Qin Shujian immediately walked forward. The players behind him followed closely. When they arrived at the front of the battlefield, looking at the skeletons that covered the mountains and plains, as well as the scene of the army charging and killing, all the players were stunned. For these people who grew up in peaceful times, war had always only existed in virtual images for the players. Such a scene. It was the first time they had seen it. When there were more than 10,000 people, it was boundless. Standing at the border of the desolate ordinary realm, Qin Shujian's spiritual eye could see the devil aura that had already covered the sky in front of him. It had rendered the place into a demon territory where all living things were extinct. In the demon territory, there was no room for heaven and earth spiritual qi to exist. Even though he had not really entered the desolate ordinary realm, he could still feel the terrifying devil aura. Behind him, Xianxia was humming silently. As disciples of Yuanzong, now that the devil calamity is right in front of you, what are you waiting for? Qin Shujian shouted coldly. The players behind him immediately reacted. That's right. The devil calamity was right in front of them. Every one of them was a walking contribution point and experience point. How could they waste such an opportunity? Instantly, all the players charged towards the devil calamity. Qin Shujian turned around and did not charge into the devil calamity with them. This time, all kinds of physical invulnerability experts had to be sent out to join forces and charge into the devil calamity to kill the demons. As the only physical invulnerability expert in Yuanzong, there was naturally no need to say more. According to Marquis Bayun, Qin Shujian directly found a general. After showing his pass, he directly asked for the location of the commander-in-chief's tent and immediately rushed there. Not long after, under the encirclement of the army, Qin Shujian went all the way and arrived in front of the commander-in-chief's tent. There was no need to report. Holding the pass, he directly entered and saw Marquis Bayun sitting on the main seat. Qin Shujian immediately cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Marquis. Sect leader Qin is here. Please take a seat." Marquis Bayun said with a faint smile. Qin Shujian. He also had some impression of him. After all, a protectorate lord who had broken through the shackles, even if he was only a protectorate lord of the true dominion, represented huge potential. Not to mention, the other party was a physical invulnerability cultivator. Physical invulnerability cultivators were not considered very strong outside the true dominion. However, what Marquis Bayun cared about was the other party's talent and potential. After thanking Marquis Bayun, Qin Shujian glanced at the tent and finally sat down in an empty corner. Meanwhile, many people had already gathered in the tent. However, what really attracted Qin Shujian's attention was the 4 people sitting on both sides of Marquis Bayun. These 4 people were completely unfamiliar faces. They were not in the crowd in the banquet hall. More importantly, there was a hidden arrogance in their eyes when they looked at others. Their auras were hidden very deeply. They sat there as if they were no different from ordinary people. This feeling, Qin Shujian had only seen it on Marquis Bayun at first. However, now, there were 4 more people. He was completely sure that these 4 people had definitely surpassed the true martial realm. As for what realm they were at, it was completely hard to say. More than half an hour passed. More people arrived one after another. The Golden Sun sect, the Water Moon sect, the Heaven Saber sect, even the Cloud Mist sect, which was the last sect, arrived slowly. Marquis Bayun looked at the crowd and said calmly, "I believe that all of you have seen the devastation of the demon calamity. The 3 evil demons have devoured all the living beings in the desolate void ordinary realm. The energy of the demon calamity has accumulated to a limit. If the demon calamity exits the ordinary realm, we may have to face tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of true martial realm cultivators. Therefore, we have to solve this problem in a short time. These 4 people are the consecrators of the Bayun Mansion. They are all divine martial realm experts. Like me, they are the main force of the attack on the true dominion. What you have to do is to help us clear the obstacles and kill or seal the evil demons." Divine martial realm, everyone in the tent felt their hearts tremble. Divine martial realm. that was definitely one of the top experts in the world. Although it was not the top, it was definitely not something that ordinary people could look up to. At least, true martial realm cultivators like them were not qualified to face a divine martial realm expert. Even Qin Shujian, their hearts were also slightly shaken. Divine martial realm. That means that Marquis Bayun is at least in the divine martial realm, or even higher. Until now, Qin Shujian already knew what the divine martial realm was. Above the true martial realm was the spiritual martial realm. Above the spiritual martial realm was the divine martial realm. He also wanted to know what the divine martial realm experts were capable of. Although the evil demons were rumored to be in the god martial realm or above, the undying evil lord did not let him feel the strength of this level at all. If there was a chance, he wanted to see it for himself. Hearing Marquis Bayun's words, Gue Haichuan's eyes lit up when he looked at the four people. The words divine martial realm seemed to have shocked him greatly. Everything is up to you, Marquis. The others said in unison. Marquis Bayun was sitting there. Everything was decided by the other party. Even though it seemed to be a discussion, everyone was very clear in their hearts. If anyone was stupid enough to give any suggestions or opinions, then they would be finished. Since everyone has no questions, I will not waste any more time. Marquis Bayun smiled gently at first. Then, his expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "Let's go. Let's go." These two simple words were filled with an iron-blooded and austere aura. Immediately, Marquis Bayun took a step into the air and a vast aura erupted instantly. Then, the four divine martial realm experts also released their own aura and pushed it to the limit of the true martial realm. Then, the four of them also took a step into the air. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled violently. Flying, this was a technique that true martial realm experts did not have. Qin Shujian's pupils constricted. Based on his perception, he could clearly sense that the few of them had not used any strength that exceeded the limit of the true dominion. This kind of flying technique, it was more of a technique than a strength. Regardless, of course, Qin Shujian couldn't do that. Marquis Bayun and the four divine martial realm experts took a step into the desolate void ordinary realm. Qin Shujian and the others did not hesitate. They all unleashed their powerful strength and flew into the air at an extremely fast speed. Although it was not as shocking as when Marquis Bayun and the others took a step into the air, their speed was not much slower either. Hundreds of people leaped into the air and a series of explosions sounded in the air. The aura they gathered shook the sky. When they sensed this terrifying aura, many people turned their heads to look. Then, they saw the scene of them taking a step into the air and were shocked. Then, they saw many figures coming through the air and were shocked again. At the border of the desolate void ordinary realm, the players were attacking the devil disaster in groups when they suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from behind. They could not help but turn their heads to look. What the F***CK? Flying? Are they immortal cultivators? Who are they? Look. Is that person the sect master? Seems like it. They watched as Marquis Bayun and the others entered the desolate ordinary realm. Then, a group of people with powerful auras flew past them and followed them into the demon disaster. The players who had been fighting against the small wave of demonic plague were shocked to see this. What was going on? Did they come to the wrong channel, flying, celestial? After entering the game for so long, they had never seen an NPC who could fly. At most, they could fly for a short time like Qinggong. More importantly, they saw a familiar figure among the experts who flew past. Liang Mountain Fort Master, Qin Shujian. Even though he was the sect master of Yuan sect, the players were still used to calling him Liang Mountain Fort Master. What are they going to do? Lu Dazhong asked in bewilderment as he used his movement technique to deal with a 10th stage martial realm skeleton knight. They're probably going to kill the leader. Miao Yuqing frowned. She had a vague idea of what Qin Shujian and the others were planning. Or else, so many experts entered the desolate ordinary realm just to deal with the skeletons in front of him. As players, they also knew that the devil calamity was caused by the evil demons. As long as the demons were eliminated, the problem of the demon disaster would naturally be solved. Lu Dazhong's mind drifted when he heard this. Suddenly, a bone spear brushed past his cheek. The sharp aura even made his skin hurt. He immediately came back to his senses. Forget it. Let's kill as many skeletons as possible first. He used his movement technique and slashed with the long saber in his hand. In an instant, the saber aura exploded. It was as if there were ghosts wailing, causing the soul fire of the skeleton knight to flicker. Mid-grade true rank martial technique, Wise King Prison Shattering Saber, this martial technique. It could be said that he was famous among the players. After all, on the third floor of the library, before Qin Shujian purchased the other two middle-grade true rank martial techniques, this was the only middle-grade true rank martial technique on the third floor of the library. Furthermore, it was a saber technique. It could be said that the standard weapon of Yuan sect was a long saber. A mid-grade true rank saber technique just happened to complement each other. For the sake of learning the saber art, many inner court disciples had accumulated contribution points with all their might, all for the sake of entering the third level of the library and taking a peek at the true appearance of a true rank martial art. Lu Dazhong also spent a large amount of contribution points to obtain a chance to enter the third floor of the library. Within 2 hours, he couldn't learn the complete Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber, but he had learned the first move. Limitless Hell, even if it was just one move, it was still a mid-grade true rank martial technique. It was not something an ordinary mortal rank martial technique could compare with. Lu Dazhong relied on this move as a trump card. Although it wasn't always successful, there weren't many who could contend against it. A saber light flashed past. The soul flame of the skeleton knight was instantly extinguished. A surge of EXP flowed into Lu Dazhong's body, causing him to take a look at his stats. There was still a considerable distance before he could level up. While Lu Dazhong was killing the skeleton knights, the other players did the same. Today's players were no longer the same players as before. In their eyes, the 10th stage of the martial realm was barely equivalent to an elite monster, not even a boss. From the moment they entered the desolate ordinary realm's border until now, hundreds of undead skeletons had died to their methods. But in the face of millions or even tens of millions of undead skeletons, hundreds of undead skeletons, it was no different from a drop in the ocean. Facing the endless demon disaster, thousands of players rushing in were like a few grains of sand in the ocean. After understanding the difference between the enemy and themselves, all the players reached a consensus. That was the rotation system. First, a group of players would erupt with their strongest strength, then kill a portion of the undead skeletons. Then, another group of players would go up. This way, it would ensure that no one would be exhausted. It would also ensure that everyone would be able to kill undead skeletons and obtain EXP and contribution points. After all, none of the players were fools. Everyone understood. In the face of such numbers, an individual's strength was completely useless. Not to mention, their strength compared to these undead skeletons had almost no advantage. It was important to know one's own strength. If one's strength was not enough, one had to admit it. In this way, as long as they didn't encounter a crushing attack, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Apart from that, at the border of the desolate ordinary realm, there were also many people divided into different camps, fighting under the encirclement of the undead skeletons. These people were the disciples of the other sections. Unwilling to fight with the army, that was the sects fighting together. But in the face of the endless demon disaster, it was impossible to not suffer any losses. Roar. A sharp howl was heard, instantly causing people to lose their minds and be stunned on the spot. Then, they saw a slender black claw pierce through, directly crushing the heart of a sect disciple who was stunned on the spot. Junior brother Lin. Seeing this scene, the others immediately reacted, roaring with their eyes wide open. Then, they exploded with powerful attacks, wanting to kill the bird-like monster. Then, the bird-like monster flapped its bone-like wings, and its body was already in the air, directly dodging everyone's attacks. Instantly, a female disciple rushed forward, hugged the corpse that had already fallen to the ground, and cried out loud. However, without waiting for her to cry for long, a palm directly pierced through her chest, causing a trace of astonishment and disbelief to appear in her red eyes. Junior sister Zhou. The sudden turn of events caused everyone else to be stunned, But someone quickly reacted, shouting in grief and anger, "Be careful, anyone who dies in the hands of the demon disaster will be turned into a member of the demon disaster." Not long after he finished speaking, junior brother Lin and junior sister Zhou's corpses directly stood up. Their flesh and blood had already been corroded by the demon qi, and their eyes had become hollow, replaced by burning soul fire. The next moment, the two revived people then charged towards their original fellow disciples. Such a scene. It was everywhere on the battlefield. But anyone who died in the hands of the demon disaster would immediately be turned into a new member of the demon disaster, waving a butcher's knife towards their former teammates. Some people who were unwilling to attack their former companions mostly died in the hands of the other party. In this way, the remaining people could only harden their hearts and attack their former companions. At this moment, many birdman monsters with skeletal wings on their backs appeared on the battlefield. They had the advantage of flying, and their speed was extremely fast, killing many people in a short time. Fallen Bone Demon. In the middle of the army, Xianxia looked at the birdman monsters flying in the distant sky, his face instantly becoming extremely solemn. Fallen Bone Demon, it was one of the most difficult monsters to deal with in the demon disaster. The biggest advantage of these monsters was that they could fly. Ordinary armies had almost no chance of stopping them. They could easily break through the army's blockade and enter another realm. As expected, the moment the Fallen Bone Demon appeared, it directly crossed the boundary of the desolate void ordinary realm and entered the Xianxia True Dominion. When it entered the True Dominion, the Fallen Bone Demon's body immediately exploded with a powerful aura, and its cultivation level rose steadily, reaching the peak of the 6th level of the True Martial Realm. With the ability to fly, even though it was only at the 6th level of the True Martial Realm, it was not much weaker than a physical invulnerability expert. The valiant Fallen Bone Demon broke through to the physical invulnerability realm directly, approaching the peak of the True Martial Realm. Subsequently, it was a bloody massacre. In the face of hundreds and thousands of Fallen Bone Demons, the soldiers in the army suffered heavy casualties. In just 1 or 2 minutes, thousands of soldiers had died. Then, under the influence of the demon qi, they turned back into members of the demon disaster. However, the army was well trained. These revived dead people only caused a small disturbance before they were immediately killed by the others. However, the Fallen Bone Demon's attacks did not stop. Boom! Without needing Xianxia's order, the physical invulnerability experts in the army immediately attacked. Their energy slashed through the air, directly attacking the Fallen Bone Demons in the sky. However, although physical invulnerability experts could release their energy, there was a limit to the distance. Once the limit was exceeded, the damage would be extremely limited even if they could attack someone. The Fallen Bone Demon's flying altitude was just enough to escape the physical invulnerability experts' range. However, some Fallen Bone Demons could not dodge in time and were attacked by the energy. They finally held in pain and fell to the ground. In an instant, the long spear stabbed. The Fallen Bone Demons were pierced by the flurry of spears. Dark green blood splattered everywhere, and they died instantly. These Fallen Bone Demons were extremely powerful, but their bodies were not that strong. They were slightly weaker than those in the bronze skin stage of the martial arts realm. "Bring me my bow." Xianxia looked at a Fallen Bone Demon at the peak of the True Martial Realm that was killing other soldiers in the distance. His eyes suddenly turned cold. The lieutenant behind him heard him. He immediately entered the tent and took out a large bow as tall as a man and a long silver arrow. Then, he handed them to Xianxia. There were spots of light red on the body of the black bow, as if it was formed by the blood of many creatures that had been killed. As for the long silver arrow, it seemed to be made of pure silver. The sharp arrowhead shone with a cold light. Then, Xianxia knocked the arrow and pulled the bowstring, which was as thick as a thumb, to the extreme. The silver arrow was aimed at the Fallen Bone Demon at the peak of the True Martial Realm. Then, he loosened his fingers on the bowstring and the long silver arrow instantly pierced through the sky like a meteor. The Fallen Bone Demon, who had been torturing and killing a practitioner at the 8th level of the martial realm, suddenly felt a horrible shadow of death. Before it could react, it saw a beam of silver light shooting toward it. Boom! The silver light bombarded and the fallen bone demon's body instantly exploded. Broken bones and dark green blood splattered all over the ground. And the silver light did not stop. It swept past another 5 fallen bone demons, all of them exploding in the air. Until finally. Only then did the silver light slow down and hit the 6th fallen bone demon. The long silver arrow pierced its heart, making it let out a shrill cry. Then it fell to the ground with the long arrow. With one arrow, 1 true martial realm peak and 5 physical invulnerability realm fallen bone demons exploded. At the end, another fallen bone demon was taken down by the arrow. From the looks of it, there was no way for it to survive. Commander, your archery skills are superb. I'm impressed. When the deputy general standing behind Xianxia saw this, he immediately started to flatter him. Xianxia's expression was cold. He lowered the bow in his hand and said, "The fallen bone demons have appeared. Pass down my order. Have all the archers work together with the physical invulnerability realm cultivators to kill them." "Yes, sir." The lieutenant retreated. At this moment, Xianxia killed several fallen bone demons with one arrow, including a true martial realm fallen bone demon. Instantly, the other fallen bone demons were intimidated and the morale of the soldiers in his camp was greatly boosted. Then, the army surged forward. Following which, a rain of arrows shot towards the fallen bone demons in the distance. As for the ones above their heads, they were left to the physical invulnerability realm experts. Otherwise, the arrows would fall after using up all their strength and hurt their own people. However, there were too many fallen bone demons rushing out. In just a few minutes, thousands of fallen bone demons rushed out. Another burst of silver light broke through the air. This time, dozens of physical invulnerability fallen bone demons exploded in the air. Xianxia held the bow in his hand and knocked 3 silver arrows at once. A terrifying aura was brewing. Thunder was rolling in the sky, as if divine punishment would descend at any time. "Kill." He uttered a word and loosened his grip on the bowstring. Boom. The 3 arrows were like rainbows piercing the sun. In an instant, dozens of fallen bone demons exploded, creating a gap in the dense crowd of fallen bone demons. "Look at what that is." A Yuan sect player looked in front of him in a sorry state as he shouted in horror. The players who were dealing with the undead skeletons and the fallen bone demons all looked over when they heard this. Instantly, they were all shocked. There. Many tall skeletons appeared. The shortest one was almost 3 to 4 meters tall, and the tallest one was almost 10 meters tall. It was like a moving hill. Lu Bai shouted, "Is the person who learned insight still here? If he is, let's see what these damn things are." "Let me." One of the female players volunteered and cast insight on him. "These are called evil corpses. Their strength is at the 10th level of the basic realm." Hearing this, Wang Jiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said angrily, "What the hell is this demonic calamity? I've seen videos on the forums before. Aren't they just skeleton knights and normal undead skeletons?" The sudden appearance of a fallen bone demon directly broke the formation that they had maintained. Now, there was another evil corpse. Just by looking at his tall body, even if he was in the 10th stage of the martial realm, he was definitely a boss-level existence. "What are we going to do now? There are these damned fallen bone demons above us, undead skeletons and skeletal knights around us, and now there's an evil corpse boss. We're going to be wiped out." Some players complained helplessly. They had never thought that one day they would be troubled by too many strange things. Wang Jiao looked at his mission and the almost full experience bar of the basic realm cultivation technique. He said, "What's there to be afraid of? Even if we're wiped out now, we'll definitely make a profit this time. Hey, it seems to be true. I killed dozens of undead skeletons and 2 skeletal knights. The contribution points won't be small, right? Is there anyone who changed the resurrection point? If so, don't hide it." Some of the players also took a look at their own loot, and immediately smiled. A huge fist came at him, and Lu Dazhong was forced to retreat while coughing up blood. Looking at the group of players behind him, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit more blood. "Why are you guys still chatting? I'm going to be hammered to death by this boss." Damn it, which one of you didn't bind the resurrection point to the Xianxia true domain? What are you guys talking about? The resurrection point could be changed at any time. He didn't believe that these B** stars didn't secretly change the resurrection point to the Xianxia true domain. After all, it was a large-scale mission. If anyone tied the resurrection point to the Yuan sect, it would take a day or two to come back after dying. No one was stupid enough to do such a thing. It's coming. Brothers, it's time to kill the boss. Upon seeing that Lu Dazhong was about to be hammered to death by the evil corpse, the other players immediately went over to help. While the front line was struggling to resist the demon disaster, Marquis Bayun led the group and charged toward the depths of the desolate ordinary realm. Along the way, all kinds of demon disasters obstructed them. Marquis Bayun and the 4 divine martial realm consecrators didn't make a move. Those who did make a move were Qin Shujian and the other sect experts in the true domain. They had to deal with the evil demons. Even experts like Marquis Bayun had to be cautious. Before meeting the evil demon, the slightest wastage of power could lead to failure on the verge of success. However, the evil demons were in the depths of the desolate ordinary realm. Now, this place had become a demon domain, and the demon disaster was everywhere. Therefore, the main role of Qin Shujian and the others was to pave the way. Boom! Qin Shujian stepped on the 5-element 8 trigrams and struck out with the 7-leaf flower-piercing palm, imprinting it on a skeletal knight. The blood chi in his body trembled, and the power that erupted from his palm instantly shattered all the bones in its body. Even though the shackles of the ordinary realm suppressed his strength couldn't exceed the basic realm. However, don't forget, before breaking through to the true martial realm, Qin Shujian had reached the limit of the basic realm and his blood chi had transformed into a huge dragon. With such strength, it was simply too easy to deal with these demon disasters. In addition, every step that Gue Haichuan took was filled with a piercingly cold saber flare. The soul flames of everything he touched, be it fallen bone demons or skeletal knights. Experts who had comprehended saber intent had a much higher lethality against the demon disasters. In addition, other experts who were already at the peak of the true martial realm had almost reached the limit of the basic realm after entering the desolate ordinary realm. Thus, dealing with ordinary demon disasters wasn't a problem. Marquis Bayun and the others didn't fly. Instead, they followed the crowd. Buzz. Buzz, the ground shook slightly. In the distance, a few huge skeletons that were 40 to 50 feet tall were walking forward quickly. Many dead skeletons were crushed with every step they took. These are evil corpses. They are at the peak of the true martial realm outside the ordinary realm. They are at the peak of the spirit martial realm outside the true domain. Marquis Bayun's expression didn't change as he explained slowly. Upon hearing this, many people's expressions changed. Qin Shujian also used his spiritual eye to check the attributes of the evil corpse. In the end, he didn't get much information. However, at least the name was the same as what Marquis Bayun said. At this moment, there were already evil corpses approaching. The great elder of the Gold Sun sect, Yang Zhongning, took the lead. When he blasted out his palm, his genuine chi turned into flames and an illusory flame palm print suddenly fell on the evil corpse. Boom! The flames exploded. The evil corpse's huge body took 2 steps back and there were more burn marks on its skeleton. However, that was all there was to it. After retreating, the evil corpse steadied itself and continued to move forward. Then, it punched toward the crowd. Yang Zhongning's expression changed, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he met the attack with his palm. Bang! The fist that was the size of a millstone was directly blocked by Yang Zhongning's one hand. The ground under his feet cracked, but he didn't seem to be unable to bear it. Then, he let out a light shout, and a bright light shot out from his eyes. There seemed to be a powerful force awakening in his body, and he instantly shook off the evil corpse. At this moment, other evil corpses attacked. Not everyone was like Yang Zhongning. When they were attacked by the evil corpses, some people didn't pay attention and were directly hit by a punch and coughed up blood. Looking at the incoming evil corpse, Qin Shujian didn't move. The 1,000 mountain blood behind him was already unsheathed. The cold saber light seemed to be able to dispel the darkness caused by the demonic chi. Soon after, he saw a hand holding onto the hilt of the saber and slashing down at the evil corpse. Whoosh, the saber blade swept past and broke the bones. The evil corpse's fist was broken. The sharpness of a low-grade spiritual weapon was far from what these things could resist. After chopping off the evil corpse's fist, Xianxia stepped on the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. His movement technique flashed like a ghost. Every step he took was like a slash of a blade. The cold blade light interweaved together and completely swallowed the evil corpse. When the saber light disappeared, the huge evil corpse scattered on the ground like broken pieces. Seeing this scene, many people were inwardly shocked. They only knew how powerful the evil corpses were after fighting with them. Xianxia was able to easily kill the evil corpse with his overwhelming strength. This kind of strength made people have no choice but to raise their eyebrows. But soon, some people remembered. The other party was a dignified domain lord, an existence who had broken the limit of a domain. Such a person, in the ordinary realm, his strength would be even more terrifying. Let's end this quickly. This Marquis has already sensed the aura of the evil spirit. Marquis Bayun's voice came. The people who were fighting the enemy were shocked. They no longer had any trump cards and erupted with all their strength. Immediately, a large area of the demonic disaster was cleared. As for the few evil corpses, they were cleaned up by Qin Shujian, Gue Haichuan, and the others. Then, the group of people rushed in the direction that Marquis Bayun pointed. Along the way, they erupted with their strength and eliminated any demonic disaster that blocked their way. As they went deeper and deeper, the demonic chi in the surroundings became even more terrifying. If an ordinary cultivator stayed here for a long time, even if they weren't killed by the demonic disaster, they would be infected by the demonic chi and naturally become a member of the demonic disaster. This was the terrifying part of the demonic chi. Stepping on the already black ground, Marquis Bayun's expression turned cold. This place that had been corroded by the demonic chi was already a dangerous place. Without hundreds or thousands of years, there was no possibility of recovery. To be more serious, the entire desolate real domain was completely destroyed. For Marquis Bayun, the entire Bayun mansion was considered his territory. Now that he had lost an ordinary realm, his expression naturally wouldn't be good. On the other side, while killing the demonic disaster, Qin Shujian also took the time to look at his attributes. He found that his life source had reached the point where it could be upgraded. Just as he was about to upgrade, however, he suddenly stopped his thoughts. Because Qin Shujian suddenly remembered. This was the ordinary realm. There were shackles of the ordinary realm. If he broke through here, it would be a big problem if he attracted the wrath of heaven. So, he could only suppress the thoughts in his heart and use his life source on the Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber. 10,000 points of life source were consumed. The Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber directly rose from the peak to the level of unity of heaven and man. The desolate void city, it used to be the main city of the desolate ordinary realm, and it used to have a population of more than 100,000. But now, looking at the dilapidated city wall, the blood had already solidified on it. The city gate was already wide open, and the extremely dense demonic chi was hovering above the city. It had reached a point where it was almost solid. Let me do it. Marquis Bayun's calm voice rang out, and the other people who were dealing with the demon disaster paused slightly. Marquis Bayun took a step forward. An invisible wave spread out from under his feet. As the slight wave swept out, all the skeletons that touched it had their soul flames extinguished. He took 2 steps forward. The demonic chi retreated, and the city wall of the desolate void city that had existed for hundreds of years seemed to have suffered an invisible attack and suddenly collapsed. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Marquis Bayun seemed to have completely transformed into a terrifying existence. His originally elegant and gentle face had become cold, and his pair of dark eyes seemed to be like the power of heaven, making people not dare to look into his eyes. He took 3 steps forward. An invisible wave spread out. The city collapsed with a loud bang, and many demon disasters that didn't have time to rush out were all annihilated. Boom! Several terrifying auras erupted in the city. In Qin Shujian's eyes, he saw 3 terrifying figures appear, one with 6 arms, one with a human body and a snake head, and one with a body that was dozens of feet tall and covered in black scales. His spiritual eye flashed. All the information of the three appeared in his eyes. The six-armed one was called Fallen Evil Lord. The one with a human body and a snake head was called Gui Shui Evil Lord. The last one was called Ninth Mountain Evil Lord. Other than that, no additional information was revealed. Who dares to spy on us? Ninth Mountain Evil Lord was furious, and his voice shook the air slightly. Then, his gaze fell on Marquis Bayun, and he said in a deep voice, "The 9 steps to immortality. Are you from the Shao family of the Bayun mansion?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ninth Mountain Evil Lord asked again, "Where is that old man Xiao Yutian?" Impudent. A mere demon dares to disrespect the Marquis. Before Marquis Bayun spoke, the consecrator standing behind him had already shouted angrily. The leader of the Ninth Mountain coldly glanced at him and said disdainfully, "You're just a cultivator of the God Chi layer. If we were in a big region, I would be able to kill you with one hand. How dare you act so arrogantly here?" At this moment, Gue Haichuan and the others remained silent. The main force in dealing with the demons was Marquis Bayun and the others. Their mission was to pave the way. Now, the evil demon had appeared. Moreover, with the appearance of the evil demon, the surrounding devil calamity did not dare to recklessly approach, so there was nothing for them to do. Qin Shujian also stood aside. When the spiritual eye had swept over, the 9 Mountain Evil Lord and the other evil demons had obviously noticed the spiritual eye's prying. It was just that they did not know where it came from. In order not to expose himself, he didn't use his spiritual eye to look again. The main reason was that he couldn't see anything even if he looked at it. Therefore, he might as well not look at it. Marquis Bayun ignored the 9th Mountain Demon Lord's words and didn't even flare up. He said indifferently, "Leave the 9th Mountain Demon Lord to me. Zhang Hailong and Li Guanan, you guys deal with the Fallen Demon Lord. Chen Daishan and Su Mingyang, you guys deal with the Blooming Water Demon Lord." Understood. After receiving the order, the 4 of them charged towards the 2 demons. Experts of the divine martial realm. Even if they were suppressed by the ordinary realm, they were still not ordinary 10th stage basic realm experts. They were comparable to the peak of the basic realm. A mere divine martial realm expert dares to attack us. The Blooming Water Demon Lord Snakehead spoke in human language and his words were full of disdain for the Marquis Bayun's consecrator. But even so, when the attack was about to hit him, he still treated it with caution. After all, in the ordinary realm, no one was more noble than anyone else. The Blooming Water Demon Lord's sharp claws stretched out and a terrifying demonic aura instantly burst out, as if converging into an illusory river, wanting to completely drown the 2 of them. Chen Daishan, one of the consecrators, shouted. Golden light flashed in his palm and directly cut into the demonic aura. Immediately after, a powerful wave burst out and a large amount of demonic aura was instantly dispersed. On the other side, the other 2 consecrators were also fighting with the Fallen Demon Lord. As for Marquis Bayun, he finally took the 4th step. Boom! The surrounding air suddenly condensed. The expression of the 9th Mountain Demon Lord, who was standing in front, changed greatly. At this moment, his tall body seemed to be under heavy pressure and the ground under his feet began to crack. The 9 steps of immortal ascension. I'd like to see how many steps you can take. As he spoke, the demonic aura in the sky surged. The 9th Mountain Demon Lord's arms shook and he was about to respond. Boom! Marquis Bayun took the 5th step. Bang! The 9th Mountain Demon Lord's knees fell heavily on the ground. The scales on his tall body seemed to be faintly showing signs of breaking. At the same time, Marquis Bayun's cold face also changed. He took the 5th step. It was also uncomfortable for him. If he was in the ordinary realm, it would not be difficult for him to take the 5th step with his cultivation. However, under the shackles of the ordinary realm, the difficulty of using the 9 steps of immortal ascension increased exponentially. However, Marquis Bayun's eyes were cold and he had no intention of stopping. He took another step. His elegant face suddenly turned pale and there seemed to be a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, at the same time, the 9th Mountain Demon Lord's scales were broken and he spat out blood. He tried to raise his arms with all his might, but he could not. He looked at Marquis Bayun with a ferocious and murderous gaze. He took another step. Marquis Bayun gulped and his body was somewhat unstable. At the same time, the ninth mountain demon lord seemed to have encountered a terrifying attack. All the scales on his body were broken and dark green blood soaked his body. Even his arrogant head had to be lowered. However, he still spoke ferociously. In your current state, taking the 7th step is already your limit. If you want to kill me with the 9 steps of immortal ascension, even Xiao Yutian could not do it. Marquis Bayun still did not reply. He raised his left foot slightly. The 9th mountain demon lord's entire body was prostrated on the ground, but his head was unwilling to lower completely. However, Marquis Bayun could not take the 8th step no matter what. Just when the 9th mountain demon lord thought that his opponent could not hold on anymore, boom, Qin Shujian suddenly exploded, and the body of a dragon appeared on his back. He held the blood of the 1,000 mountains with both hands. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a supreme wisdom king. A fury that could destroy the 9 serenities hell surged in his heart. Whoosh, there seemed to be flames rising on the long saber. This was the wisdom king's karmic fire, which could burn all the sins in the world. This saber, this was it, wisdom king's prison breaker. The long saber directly slashed the 9th mountain demon lord's head. The engraved patterns on the saber shone inconspicuously, and the terrifying power was instantly released perfectly. Bang, the 9th mountain demon lord's head fell to the ground, and dark green blood spurted out like a fountain. You've killed the demon. You've received 10 luck points. When Qin Shujian put away the saber, he had already received the system notification in his mind. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. As for the others, they were all stunned on the spot. This sudden turn of events was completely out of their expectations. Even Marquis Bayun had a trace of astonishment in his eyes. He did not expect that Qin Shujian would suddenly rush out at this critical moment and directly kill the 9th mountain demon lord with one saber strike. When Marquis Bayun's gaze fell on the 1,000 mountain blood, he finally understood. Spiritual weapon. In terms of spiritual weapon, it naturally could not hurt a demon at its peak. However, the 9th mountain demon lord was in the ordinary realm and was severely injured by the 9 steps of immortality. Its hard scales were shattered. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible for the demon lord to be killed in one fell swoop with the help of a spiritual weapon and the dragon of chi and blood. Seeing the 9th mountain demon lord's body melt and leave behind a pile of black powder, the others finally reacted. Corroding element bone powder. It was the corroding element bone powder that was left behind after the demon died. On the other side, the fallen demon lord and the Gue Shui demon lord's eyes were now filled with shock. He had died, the 9th mountain demon lord, who was the strongest among them, had died. Although both of them knew how terrifying the 9 steps of immortality was, they did not expect the 9th mountain demon lord to die so easily and quickly. After the shock, monstrous anger filled the sky. The Gue Shui demon lord's snake-headed human body suddenly transformed into a huge black snake that was dozens of feet long. The snake spat out a terrifying venom that even made a sizzling sound in the air. Chen Daishan and Su Mingyang's expressions changed and they immediately dodged the venom. The venom fell on the ground and immediately corroded a large hole in the ground. On the other side, the fallen evil lord also burst forth with a terrifying strength as 2 lumps of flesh grew out from his back. Immediately after, the lumps of flesh burst apart to reveal 2 gigantic skeletal wings. As the bone wings flapped, a gust of wind swept out like a sharp blade. At the same time, Lu Bai released a powerful attack and charged toward Zhang Hailong and Li Guanan. You guys go and deal with the Gue Shui demon lord. Leave him to me. The blood flowing from the corner of Marquis North Cloud's mouth had disappeared. He raised his hand and released a terrifying attack. His genuine chi formed a long black saber and slashed toward the fallen demon lord. Dark sky of great underworld. Seeing this, the fallen demon lord's face turned serious. His bone wings flapped and his body turned into multiple shadows, dodging the saber. Boom, the long black saber slashed down and left a deep gully in the ground. Marquis North Cloud leaned back without warning and a piece of white bone flashed in front of his eyes. Then, he raised his hand and released a terrifying attack that transformed into dozens of saber blades that spread out in all directions. Rumble, The two exchanged blows at an extremely fast speed and each blow contained great power. Yang Zhongning and the others looked extremely solemn. In the ordinary realm, everyone was in the martial realm stage 10. But from Marquis North Cloud and the fallen demon lord, they didn't feel that they were in the same realm. No matter who it was, the aura emitted from their bodies was not something they could contend with. After killing the 9th mountain demon lord with one slash, Qin Shujian also stood on the spot and calmed his restless qi and blood. When he saw the fight between Marquis North Cloud and the fallen demon lord and the 4 god martial realm experts besieging the Gui Shui demon lord, he looked at the remaining life source and tapped on the 5 elements 8 trigram steps with his mind. Buzz, the 5 elements 8 trigram steps, which was already in the unity of heaven and man level, finally ushered in a new transformation. Gui Shui evil lord transformed into a giant snake. With a light flick of his tail, he could easily flatten a small hill or smash a large stone several feet high. Such a terrifying attack made the others' eyelids twitch. Basic realm, how could this be the attack of a basic realm warrior? Even a warrior in the real martial arts realm who hadn't reached the internal aura realm would find it difficult to do this. No, looking at the giant snake body of Gui Shui evil lord, some people overturned their thoughts. Even a warrior in the internal aura realm could at most reach this level of attack. But in terms of area destruction, it was still far inferior. The 4 warriors in the god martial arts realm of the Baiyun Marquis Mansion were also under great pressure. The snake scales were extremely hard and could withstand most of the attacks. Boom! Boom! The 4 of them wandered around, constantly wearing down the power of Gui Shui evil lord, but the effect was minimal. Die! The snake spoke in human language. The gravity around Gui Shui evil lord suddenly expanded, making the 4 people's dodging movements slightly stagnant. Then the giant snake tail whipped over. Zhang Hailong raised his hands and supported his genuine qi, trying to block the attack. However, the moment the two collided, he directly flew out, vomiting blood in the air. His arms were broken. At this time, with the death of Gui Shui evil lord, the devil disaster that didn't dare to approach seemed to be rioting. They rushed to the rest of the people like a tide. Stop them! As soon as Marquis Baiyun's voice came out, the others had already begun to act. Everyone knew. Now the main thing was to deal with the remaining 2 demons. Or else, it would be a big trouble. On the other side, Qin Shujian also woke up from the state of enlightenment. The others thought that the slash just now exhausted the opponent's strength, so he couldn't move for the time being. When he looked at the attribute panel again, the words oneness of heaven and man in the 5 elements 8 trigram steps had transformed to the level of entering Tao. The original words mortal level lower grade also disappeared. Entering Tao, Qin Shujian had a kind of enlightenment. If the black tiger saber technique reached the level of entering Tao, it allowed him to comprehend saber intent. Then the 5 elements 8 trigram steps reached the level of entering Tao, it allowed him to have a deeper understanding of Tao. Now in Qin Shujian's eyes, although nothing had changed in front of him, if he used his senses to search, he would be able to discover that there were nodes in the empty air. It was illusory. It was so real again. Shortly after, they saw Qin Shujian taking a step forward, already stepping on the air under his feet slightly rippled, a small 8 trigrams diagram looming in it. Immediately, his figure disappeared from the place, and in a flash, appeared behind the Gui Shui evil lord. Wisdom King Prison shattering saber, the swift and fierce blade chopped down, directly causing sparks to appear on the giant snake's scales. Even a low-grade spiritual weapon could not cut through the terrifying scales. His attack failed. Qin Shujian infused his power again and slashed out with his saber again. The tiny pattern on Xianxia's crystal saber flashed faintly. Poochie, the sound of the long blade entering the flesh was heard. The originally incomparably hard scales could not stop the blade at this time. The Gui Water Evil Lord let out a painful scream. Roar! The wound was nothing for his huge body, but the pain made him completely angry. The snake's mouth spurted out terrifying venom, as if to swallow Qin Shujian in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, except for the injured Zhang Hailong, the other 3 did not have time to think too much, and instantly launched an attack towards the Gui Water Evil Lord. Bang! Bang! Although the powerful attack could not break the defense of the Gui Water Evil Lord, it could also make the other party feel pain. When the Gui Water Evil Lord's venom was about to reach his body, the 8 trigrams diagram loomed under Qin Shujian's feet, and he had already disappeared from the range of the venom. The next moment, the attack was about to come again. Qin Daishan also had a long spear in his hand. As soon as it appeared, it revealed a terrifying sharpness. Immediately, like a peerless general, even if he was only at the 10th level of the martial realm, he could erupt with an invincible sharpness. Boom! Zhang Hailong stepped down, and Qin Shujian joined in. Not only did the power of the battle against the demons not weaken, it even increased a little. Seeing the two sides fighting, the Gui Water Evil Lord's huge body crushed the mountain rocks, and the venom he spurted out was enough to melt everything in the world. As he attacked, even the gravity of the surrounding space increased a lot. On the other side, Marquis Bayun and the fallen Evil Lord were also fighting fiercely. It had to be said. Xiao Qingfeng was indeed worthy of being Marquis Bayun, the existence in charge of the Bayun Mansion's 3,600 cities. His strength had already reached a superb level. Even if he used the 9 steps of immortal ascension, both sides were injured. Now, with the great dark sky, he was still suppressing the fallen Evil Lord. That invincible posture was like a god descending to the mortal world. Fortunately, this was the ordinary realm, and the strength of both sides was suppressed to a limit. If this shackle was removed, the power would be earth-shattering. However, apart from the threat of the demons, the threat of the demon disaster was also not to be underestimated. Under the crazy attack of the demon disaster, the team formed by the experts of various sects finally had casualties. The first to die. It was the sect master of the Cloud Mist sect. He was only at the 7th level of the true martial realm. Even in the ordinary realm, he had not reached the limit of the basic realm. Under the joint attack of the fallen bone demon and the evil corpse. In the end, he was careless. His throat was pierced by a skeleton knight's spear. Before the sect master of the Cloud Mist sect died, his eyes were still filled with fear and disbelief. It seemed that he had not expected to die so easily here. But soon, his pair of desperate eyes were replaced by the soul fire. The dead revived again. Once this kind of physical invulnerability expert was turned into a member of the demon disaster, under the influence of the demon chi, his strength approached the limit of the martial realm. The death of the sect master of the Cloud Mist sect. It seemed to be the beginning of something. Then, another person died tragically in the hands of the demon disaster and became a member of it. After all, it had been more than half a day since they entered the desolate ordinary realm. Under the situation of true essence being suppressed, some people were already feeling exhausted by relying only on their chi, blood, and true chi. This was the horror of the demon disaster. No matter how powerful you were or how amazing your methods were, as long as you were trapped in the endless demon disaster, you would sooner or later run out of energy. Once you ran out of energy, in this situation, it meant death. Can we still hold on? Damn it, we have to hold on even if we can't. In the player camp, the situation was not good either. As the number of demon disasters did not decrease, and there were also terrifying monsters like the evil corpse boss and the fallen bone demon, almost all the players had been revived. But, all the players had died once, but their strength did not decrease by much. The experience points given by the demon disaster were not much, but there were too many of them. Soaking in the sea of monsters and being able to kill effectively, the experience points of the cultivation techniques were increasing rapidly. Until now, all the players had at least reached martial arts level 9, and some had even returned to martial arts level 10. With the opening of the book collection pavilion, although outer sect disciples could not learn the complete Yuandian basic martial arts manual, they could enter the book collection pavilion and learn other basic martial arts manual techniques. Even if the increase was not as good as Yuandian, it could still increase the realm. It was not a big deal. When they were promoted to inner sect disciples, they could abolish the original cultivation techniques and switch to Yuandian. Looking at his mission, the number of demon disasters killed had reached more than 300. Lu Dazhong suddenly felt like he had become rich overnight. He believed that if he submitted the mission with this completion rate, he would definitely get a lot of contribution points. This was not a loss, a huge profit, this was his thought, and it was also the thought of the other players. So until now, even if the players who died went back to revive, they would still rush over. It could not be helped. The number of demon disasters and the reward of a large-scale mission were too tempting. But, the players were optimistic, but it did not mean that everyone was as optimistic. The people of the other sects who died in the hands of the demon disasters did not have the ability to revive. They were really dead. The battle had been going on for more than half a day. Some of the sect's disciples had been completely wiped out and were completely swallowed by the demon disasters. Apart from them, almost all the sects had suffered losses. Hold on, we will definitely be able to leave this place alive. Lin Daozhen extinguished the soul fire of a dead skeleton with a swing of his sword. Looking at the casualties of more than half of his fellow disciples, he forced himself to raise the morale. But there was sadness and undetectable resentment in his eyes. This time, the sect sent them to fight against the demon disasters, but they did not allow the direct disciples to participate. Only the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples were allowed to participate. What was the meaning of this? How could Lin Daozhen not understand? The demon disasters could be arranged. Let alone 1,000 people, even 10,000 or 100,000 people would only be wiped out by the tide of demon disasters. The sect knew that this was a mission with no chance of survival, but still sent them here. So, from the beginning, they had been abandoned. From the beginning to the end, they were pitiful chess pieces. Or rather, they were not even chess pieces. They were just cannon fodder that could be casually discarded. He gazed at the boundless devil disaster. Lin Daozhen could not remember how many skeletons had died in his hands. The number of fellow disciples around him had gone from 1,000 to less than 300. More than that. They had all died in the hands of the demon disasters and became one of them. He had even forgotten how many fellow disciples had died in his hands and had been demonized. Maybe 10. Or maybe 100. Looking at the fellow disciples who were still dying around him. Gradually, Lin Daozhen's heart also cooled down. Only the sword in his hand became sharper and sharper. A sword technique was displayed in his hand, frequently killing the approaching skeletons. The sect wanted him dead. So he wanted to live. Not for anything else, but to see the seniors of the sect face to face and ask why. At the same time, a thought had already taken root in Lin Daozhen's heart. One day, I will no longer be a chess piece in the hands of others. Only I have the right to control my life and death. Kill. Swish, the huge snake tail swept across. Xianxia also struck out with his spear, colliding heavily with it. Bang, the two collided, the cold light on the long spear shone brightly. Xianxia only felt an unstoppable force coming from his hands, making his palm crack, and his whole person flew out. When Xianxia flew out, Li Guang'an and Su Mingyang took action separately, attacking Gui Shui Evil Lord. At this time, on the huge body of the Gui Shui Evil Lord, there were many broken scales, and under the mix of dark green blood, his ferocious nature erupted. These injuries, most of them were left by Qin Shujian. Low-grade spiritual weapon could not hurt Gui Shui Evil Lord. What could really hurt Gui Shui Evil Lord was the power of luck attached to the blade. Treasure of luck, there was a trace of heaven and earth Tao in it. This was a huge threat to evil spirits. Just that, Thousand Mountain Blood was a low-grade spiritual weapon after all. If he wanted to cause fatal damage to Gui Shui Evil Lord, he would have to kneel on the ground like Nine Mountain Evil Lord. Otherwise, absolutely impossible. While thinking, Qin Shujian stepped into the air, and his speed reached the limit of what he could achieve at this stage. The Mingwang prison-breaking blade of oneness of heaven and man also broke out a power far beyond the ordinary middle-grade true-rank martial arts. Under the combination of several factors, he became the person who hurt Gui Shui Evil Lord the most. Also, the person Gui Shui Evil Lord hated the most. Sect Master Qin, we will block him from the front, you find an opportunity to attack his weak points. Xianxia, who calmed down his qi and blood, now recognized the fact that they, who were in the god martial realm, were really not as good as this physical invulnerability cultivator in the ordinary realm. Okay. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not refuse. Chen Daishan's eyes focused, his qi and blood surged, the blue veins on his hands holding the long spear protruded, and his face suddenly became ferocious. He struggled to lift the long spear, and broke out a full blow. Wailing in all directions, a spear across the sky, 8 spear shadows fell, comparable to more than 100,000 Jun of power, heavily bombarding Gui Shui Evil Lord's snake body. Boom! Terrifying gravity. Gui Shui Evil Lord's body suddenly pressed down and fell on the ground. But soon, a snake tail lashed out and bombarded Chen Daishan's body from behind. The power that was strong enough to flatten a hill directly shattered the armor on his body, and he was sent flying like a blade of grass. Shortly after, the Gui Shui Evil Lord's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of threat welled up in his heart. When his bell-like eyes looked over, he just happened to see a little bit of cold light breaking through the air. This made him instinctively want to dodge. However, just as he turned his head, the cold light had already arrived. The scales that were strong enough to withstand the attack of a spirit weapon were no obstacle in front of the cold light. He held in pain as a small hole appeared on his forehead. Half of the broken arrow was stuck there. There was a Taoist rhyme circulating around the arrow. Even though it was broken in half, it still couldn't conceal its magnificence. Tao artifact. Gui Shui Evil Lord's bell-like voice rang out, mixed with unspeakable pain. In the distance, Li Guanan lowered the broken bowstring in his hand. Shooting that arrow just now had completely exhausted his qi and blood. Tao artifact, even if it was an incomplete Tao artifact. It wasn't something that a person whose strength had been suppressed to the basic martial realm could casually play around with. Shooting that arrow. The price he paid was not small. He already had no power to fight again. Chen Daishan's words just now, rather than for Qin Shujian to hear, it was better to say it to the Gui Shui Evil Lord to let the other party focus on Qin Shujian, and then let Li Guanan shoot the fatal arrow. Regrettably, the perception of the Gui Shui Evil Lord was too strong. He avoided the arrow that should have been shot through his pupils, and the scales on his forehead and skull could be said to be the hardest part of his body. Even if it was an incomplete Tao artifact, there was no way to shoot him dead. Then Qin Shujian saw the opportunity. The mercury-like qi and blood completely broke out. The crystal-like blade of the 1,000 mountain blood shone brightly. Immediately, it was a move of the Ming King's prison-shattering strike, but the target was not the Gui Shui Evil Lord, but the broken arrow on the Gui Shui Evil Lord's head. The Gui Shui Evil Lord was originally attacked by the Tao artifact. Now that he was injured, his reaction was slower than usual. By the time he reacted, he had already seen the long blade slashing out, completely occupying his line of sight. Boom! The long blade struck out. The Tao charm on the broken arrow flourished, and the terrifying force instantly forced it directly into the head of the Gui Shui Evil Lord. Roar! The Gui Shui Evil Lord issued a shrill roar, his body crazily twisting on the ground. On the hole in his forehead, dark green mixed with a little white liquid flowed out from the inside. This arrow. It directly pierced into his head, which was a vital point. The huge body crazily twisted on the ground, crushing everything in its path into powder. Even the evil corpses and other dead skeletons that were accidentally affected were all turned into broken bones. Take advantage of his illness, take his life, Qin Shujian stepped into the air, holding the blade with both hands and heavily chopping down on the head of the Gui Shui Evil Lord. At this time, the Tao artifact entered the body. The Gui Shui Evil Lord, who was in a state of confusion, simply had no ability to defend. The long blade entered the flesh, bringing a rain of blood. Then, compared to the huge snake body, this kind of injury was not enough to be fatal. One blade could not kill, then 2 blades, Qin Shujian did not hesitate. In the blink of an eye, he slashed out dozens of blades, and the wound of each blade was combined with the previous blade. The wound of the Gui Shui Evil Lord gradually expanded, dark green blood crazily gushing out. When the last blade fell, the entire huge snake head fell from its body and heavily smashed on the ground. You killed the evil demon. You have obtained 10 luck points. Looking at the Gui Shui Evil Lord who could no longer move, Qin Shujian's mind also appeared the information he wanted to get. dead. When Li Guang'an and the others saw this, they were all relieved. The two evil demons were dead. Then there was only one left. As for Qin Shujian, after killing the Gui Shui evil lord, he stood on the ground motionless. Just now, he had slashed out so many blades without caring about the consumption, which had already made his qi and blood almost exhausted. At this time, the fall of the Gui Shui evil lord was also noticed by the Marquis of Northern Cloud and the fallen evil lord. The two evil demons are dead. You no longer have a chance. Marquis Bayun used the great underworld dark sky to suppress the fallen evil lord, but it was still not easy to kill an evil demon. Hehe, it's good that you're dead. You can't be thinking that you can kill me just because you killed those two trash, right? The fallen evil lord was not angry. Instead, he laughed. At this moment, his aura changed completely. Facing the black blade, he no longer dodged. Instead, he exploded with a powerful force and collided with it. Listen to my call, the power of the demon realm, return. Along with the roar of the fallen evil lord, all of the power of the demon calamity within the desolate ordinary world was sucked away at an extremely fast speed. After that, the horrifying power gushed out like a long river and gathered towards the fallen evil lord. Rumble, at this moment. Not only Li Guang'an and the others, but even Marquis Bayun's face changed. The fallen evil lord's aura rose steadily. A power that seemed to have been sleeping since ancient times was awakening at this moment. I have to thank you for killing them. This gave me the chance to monopolize the power of the entire demon realm. As thanks, I will let you become a part of the demon realm. The fallen evil lord laughed wildly. The bone wings on his back were so vast that they covered the sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky and purple snakes covered the sky. He wants to break through the shackles by force. All of you, retreat. Marquis Bayun looked at the terrifying fallen evil lord and calmed down. Now, the demon realm had been completely absorbed. There was no need for the others to stay here. With the fallen evil lord's strength, anyone who stayed would die. Hearing this, Gui Haichuan and the others were the first to retreat. In the battle that the demon realm had wreaked havoc, they had consumed too much power. If the fallen evil lord had not absorbed all the power of the demon realm, they would have been completely submerged by the demon realm in an hour or two. This was not a matter of pure strength. With such a number, anyone who came would die. Therefore, they did not hesitate to retreat. Chen Daishan and the others also retreated. However, the reason they retreated was because they had absolute confidence in Marquis Bayun. As for Qin Shujian, he did not stay behind either. The three demons of the desolate ordinary realm were far more powerful than the undead evil lord. Perhaps it was because the three demons had recovered their strength. If he fought alone, it would be difficult for him to win. Not to mention, now, the fallen evil lord had made such a big move. Even Qin Shujian found it hard to imagine how powerful the devil calamity would be if it encompassed an entire ordinary realm. Although he did not know what Marquis Bayun's trump card, this was no longer a matter that a basic realm or physical invulnerability realm cultivator could participate in. In the ruins of broken bones, a person was covered in blood. He was holding a long sword and killing mechanically. When he found that there was no more demon realm around him, he suddenly woke up. I survived. Lin Daozhen's eyes were filled with disbelief. When he turned around, there was no one standing behind him. Dead, they were all dead, he was the only one who survived. Ha 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 ha. Lin Daozhen suddenly raised his head and laughed. Tears mixed with blood flowed down his cheeks, but he did not feel anything. He had survived. It was good that he had survived. He had been prepared to die, but the heavens had given him a chance to live. The scene of surviving a disaster. It was not only here. It was also in other places. However, after a short moment of surprise, a mighty aura swept through the depths of the desolate ordinary realm. It was extremely evil and demonic. Everyone woke up and looked at the demonic aura in the sky above the desolate ordinary realm. They all retreated in the direction of the Lingxi True Realm. The demon realm had retreated. Their mission had been completed. Whatever happened in the desolate ordinary realm had nothing to do with them. F*CK, could it be some big boss? Lu Dazhong blurted out. Then, he said eagerly, should we go and take a look? After he said that, he realized that everyone around him was looking at him like he was an idiot. Even Miao Yuqing rolled her eyes helplessly. Wang Jiao turned around and left. Go and take a look, just that aura alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. If it was really a big boss, they would not be able to do anything other than die and gain experience. Even if the players were brave enough to take the risk, they had to compare the difference in strength between the two sides. According to the others' estimation, the boss that emitted this aura was definitely the evil spirit that created the demon realm. Just now, when all the demon realm's power was sucked away and turned into bones, they could already guess a lot of things. If they were not wrong, the evil spirit must have used some method to absorb all the demon realm's power. When they thought of the boundless demon realm's power gathering together, all the players shuddered. Such a boss. It could probably crush them to death with just a flick of its finger. It was not easy to level up, anyway, they had already gained enough. There was no need to take the risk. It was not worth it to lose a level just to take a look. Everyone. When Lu Dazhong said that, no one paid attention to him. They all turned around and left silently. Such a retard. It was better to stay away. They were afraid that if they got too close, they would be infected. Lightning struck down from the sky. It seemed to want to destroy the evil spirit. Then, a monstrous demonic aura rose up and dispersed the lightning. The fallen evil lord's aura had changed greatly. In his pair of black eyes, there seemed to be endless souls struggling and wailing. Just a simple look could make people fall into it. If they didn't die, I wouldn't have the chance to take the entire demon domain's power. Now that the entire demon domain's power is gathered on me, even if Xiao Yutian came, he would only die. The fallen evil lord didn't attack immediately. Instead, his aura rose steadily as he looked at Marquis Baiyun with a mocking expression. At this moment, the demonic aura was extremely dense. It had completely turned this place into a demon domain. Even if this demon domain was only equivalent to the desolate void ordinary realm, it was only equivalent to one of the realms. However, in the demon domain, one could temporarily abandon the shackles of heaven and earth. It also meant that, here, the so-called shackles no longer existed. The fallen evil lord's aura rose steadily. True martial, spiritual martial, divine martial, peak divine martial, boom, in the end, he broke into a mysterious realm. Haha. My power has returned. From today onwards, the world will be a demon domain. The fallen evil lord laughed wildly. His aura was as vast as the abyss. All of this. Marquis Baiyun saw it all. He took a step into the air and no longer restrained his aura. A terrifying power was brewing in his palm. You're just a defeated general, how dare you speak so boldly in front of me? Dark sky of great underworld, boom, thousands of black blades exploded and swept towards the fallen evil lord like a gale. The fallen evil lord was in the middle of the demonic aura hurricane. Seeing the black blades explode, he opened his mouth and sucked. The hurricane formed by the demonic aura was swallowed into his body. His 6 arms suddenly struck out and shattered the black blades. Then, his bone wings flapped and a terrifying invisible wind split the air. Then, the fallen evil lord disappeared and appeared behind Marquis Baiyun in the next moment. 6 arms and 6 fists. Every punch seemed to be able to destroy a mountain. Marquis Baiyun seemed to have sensed it. He casually moved and a layer of dark green energy appeared in front of him, blocking the fallen evil lord's attack. Then, a dark sky of great underworld was unleashed. A terrifying attack instantly. Boom. Boom, although the two of them were fighting in the demon city, their auras had spread throughout the entire desolate ordinary realm. Although the devil disaster had disappeared. However, only a few people actually retreated. Most of them. They all stopped at the border between the Lingxi True Domain and the desolate void ordinary domain to watch. After all, Marquis Baiyun hadn't come out yet. He was fighting the last evil spirit. If Marquis Baiyun won, then everything would be over. If Marquis Baiyun was defeated, it would be a calamity that would engulf the entire Baiyun manor. Qin Shujian sensed the aura that leaked out, and his mind was slightly agitated. This is the power of a top-notch expert. How fascinating. A moment later. He looked at his own attributes, and unknowingly, his life force had increased to 80,000 points. There was no hesitation. It directly consumed 50,000 life force points. His aura fluctuated, and the true origin in his dantian suddenly increased. Invisible shackles had already descended on his body. This is the true dominion shackles. Xianxia looked up. With his spirit eye, he could only see a huge net formed by black threads that covered the entire sky of the Xianxia true domain. The shackles shouldn't be easily seen by others. They would only appear when they were about to be broken. However, he could see them directly with his spirit eye. However, Xianxia had no intention of breaking the shackles now. If it was really that easy, the Xianxia true domain wouldn't still be a true domain. After all, peak true martial experts were rare, but there were basically some in every true domain. With the breakthrough of Yuan Dian, his physical body had also undergone some subtle changes. When he looked at Yuan Dian's attributes again, they had changed. 20th level of Yuan Dian, superior grade true rank level 25 longevity extension, level 1 indestructible Vajra, level 5 astral penetrating quintessential essence, level 4 physical invulnerability. His indestructible body had transformed to level 1 indestructible Vajra. Xianxia looked at his skin, which didn't change much on the surface. However, he could feel that his physical body had already transformed. Under the nourishment of his powerful quintessential essence, his mercury-like blood qi emitted a buzzing sound that sounded like the roars of beasts. However, there were no changes when he listened carefully. Immediately, Xianxia's gaze landed on another cultivation technique. Now that Yuan Dian had reached the limit of the true dominion, there was no need to save his life force source. With a thought, 28,000 points of life force source were gone. What replaced it was the 15th level of the Origin Ocean Returning Technique. 15th level of the Origin Ocean Returning Technique, middle grade true rank level 5 as usual, it only had one attribute. However, it had expanded the quintessential essence capacity of his dantian by 50%. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly as his heart pounded wildly. Indeed, every level of the Origin Ocean Returning Technique increases my quintessential essence capacity by 10%. If I can fully deduce the true martial chapter, I will have twice the quintessential essence capacity of an ordinary person. His quintessential essence capacity had increased. This meant that his tolerance limit had also increased. Just as Xianxia was silently consuming his life force source, the battle in the Demon Protectorate was intense. The fallen evil lord, who had completely recovered to his peak state, had thought that he could easily take down the person in front of him, swallow him, and turn him into his own strength. In the end, the truth was often beyond one's expectations. Not only was Marquis Bayun very powerful, but he was so powerful that even the fallen evil lord was shocked. The god conduit martial art, the dark heaven of the underworld, had reached perfection in his hands. It had reached a terrifying level. You deserve to die for causing trouble in the North Cloud Manor. Marquis Bayun's eyes were cold as he used the dark heaven of the underworld to attack his opponent, causing him to retreat continuously. Then, he took a step forward and used the 9 steps of immortal ascension again. The 9 steps of immortal ascension was like ascending to heaven with each step. When his cultivation level had been suppressed, Marquis Bayun had still been able to forcefully take 7 steps. Now that his cultivation level was no longer suppressed, it was even easier to use the 9 steps of immortal ascension. In an instant, he had taken 7 steps. A terrifying power erupted instantly and engulfed heaven and earth like a wild dragon. The ground below could not withstand it and cracked. The fallen evil lord faced the 9 steps of immortal ascension head-on, and the fiend qi all over his body collapsed. His body, which was flying in the air, was directly suppressed. Rumble. His body crashed onto the ground, causing the earth and mountains to shake instantly. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? The fallen evil lord, who had been suppressed, was completely crazy. He had encountered the 9 steps of immortal ascension before. He had been suppressed by the 9 steps of immortal ascension. But back then, the person who had suppressed him had used his lifespan and blood essence as the price to forcefully take the 9th step. But now, Marquis Bayun had only taken 7 steps and he had been suppressed. The fallen evil lord could not accept such a comparison. Back then, the previous Marquis Baiyun, Xiao Yutian, suppressed you. Today, the current Marquis Baiyun, Xiao Qingfeng, will kill you. Marquis Baiyun's posture was arrogant and he took another step forward like a god. A Dao lotus suddenly bloomed under his feet and thousands of Daoist rhymes spread out. Bang! Bang! The fallen evil lord's bone wings were broken. His body seemed to be unable to withstand such an attack and instantly cracked. Dark green blood gushed out like a fountain. You can't kill me. I will revive in the demon abyss. When I walk out of the demon abyss, I will make your people suffer. The fallen evil lord roared hysterically. Marquis Baiyun's expression was indifferent as he said calmly, if you want to make Marquis Baiyun suffer, it will depend on whether you have the chance to return to the demon abyss. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and a blood-stained stone spear appeared in his hand. The moment the blood-stained stone spear appeared, the fallen evil lord's expression finally changed and he shouted in fear, Zhu Bing, you actually have Zhu Bing. Evil lords were very difficult to kill. The reason was that even if they were killed, they would revive in the demon abyss. This was something that only a few people knew. Therefore, anyone who defeated an evil lord would not choose to kill them in order to prevent them from reviving in the demon abyss. Instead, they would seal them and imprison them. Over time, the rumor that evil lords were extremely difficult to kill spread. Some people also thought that the evil lord who left behind the yuan corroding bone powder was really dead. This was also the reason why the fallen evil lord had always been fearless. However, this did not mean that evil lords were really immortal. There were not many things that could kill them, but Zhu Bing was one of them. The stone spear in Marquis Baiyun's hand rose. Then, he cupped his hands towards the stone spear and said, Marquis Baiyun, Zhu Bing, please slay this evil lord. But, a blood-curdling sound seemed to come from the stone spear. Then, an aura that suppressed everything erupted. The blood on the stone spear seemed to be the roar of a god. The powerful aura directly suppressed the fallen evil lord's mind and made him tremble. Then, in his horrified eyes, the stone spear directly pierced through his body. The power that belonged to the evil lord seemed to be absorbed by something at this moment. No, the fallen evil lord only had time to let out a terrified scream before he completely disappeared. Only a pile of yuan corroding bone powder was left on the ground. The stone spear turned around and returned to Marquis Baiyun's hand. Farewell, Zhu Bing. Then, the stone spear disappeared from Marquis Baiyun's hand. In the sky, as the last evil lord fell, the demonic aura finally lost its foundation. This demonic realm suddenly collapsed. A pressure from heaven and earth descended once again. Marquis Baiyun glanced at the desolate ordinary realm that was already a dead end, then turned around and left. On the other side, the people who stopped at the border first felt a terrifying wave of energy coming over, then it completely disappeared without a trace. Qin Shujian looked with his spirit eye. He happened to see the scene of the dense demonic aura collapsing. He understood in his heart. The winner should be Marquis Baiyun. As for the evil lord, he had already been defeated. At this moment, the others also noticed that the evil aura had disappeared. When they saw the demonic aura that covered the sky in the desolate ordinary realm gradually dissipating, they also felt relieved. Marquis Baiyun, he won. Marquis Baiyun's mansion. Everyone was seated in the banquet hall. Compared to the previous overcrowding, the number of people in the banquet hall had decreased by half. As for where the other half went, there was no need to think about it. It's all thanks to everyone's help that we were able to exterminate the demons so quickly. Here's a toast to all of you. The Marquis of the Northern Cloud raised his glass and laughed heartily. Marquis, you're too polite. It's what we should do. Everyone raised their glasses to greet him. After putting down his glass, Marquis Baiyun said, in the fight against the demons, all the sects suffered losses, and some physical invulnerability cultivators died. Since you all contributed to Baiyun Mansion, I won't let you suffer any losses. Baiyun Mansion will compensate the sects with casualties according to the ratio of the casualties. Sects with dead physical invulnerability cultivators will give 3 Xianxia pills. Marquis, you're so righteous. Everyone responded again, but some people sneered in their hearts. Xianxia pills. To put it bluntly, it was to help others speed up the comprehension of Xianxia. If they were lucky, 3 Xianxia pills could help 3 martial realm level 3 martial realm cultivators to break through to level 4 martial realm. If they were unlucky, it was possible that 3 aura chi pills would only be enough for 1 inner energy realm cultivator, or perhaps not even 1. As for martial realm cultivators breaking through to physical invulnerability, Xianxia pills were even more useless. Losing a physical invulnerability cultivator to get 3 Xianxia pills was a loss no matter how you looked at it. However, everyone present didn't feel much. Because the sects with dead physical invulnerability cultivators were no longer in the banquet hall. None of the sects present had lost any physical invulnerability cultivators. So, whether Marquis Bayun gave out Xianxia pills or something else, it didn't matter much to them. They cared more about. This was the promise Marquis Bayun had made. Qin Shujian was sitting in the corner of the banquet hall. He didn't show any reaction to other people's words. Now his attention was on the 20 luck points. If he used all 20 luck points on Thousand Mountain Blood, would it be able to upgrade it to a higher level than a spiritual weapon? Or could it upgrade Yuan sect to a level 4 force, anyway? Qin Shujian's mind was no longer in the banquet hall. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that the Thousand Mountain Blood would cause unnecessary disturbances, he would have started to upgrade himself long ago. This trip to the Devil Disaster. Yuan Zone was basically profiting from this. Not a single player had died, and the main thing was that they couldn't die. Instead, they had harvested a large amount of life force for him. After a rough calculation, there were at least 100,000 of them. More importantly, out of the 3 evil spirits, 2 of them were killed by him. He had obtained 20 luck points. This was the most important gain. Just as Qin Shujian was indulging in his thoughts, Marquis Bayun spoke again. I have promised that any sect that helps this time will be given a place to enter the newly derived ordinary realm. His voice wasn't loud, but it roused everyone's spirits. Here it comes, this was the real highlight of the show. Even Qin Shujian stopped thinking and looked at Marquis Bayun. Marquis Bayun said, the name of the new ordinary realm is the Mountain Ring Ordinary Realm. It is located at the border of the Beichuan territory. 7 days later, I will open the teleportation gate in the ancient city. I hope that everyone can be there on time. If you don't arrive on time, it will be regarded as giving up this place. We understand. Also, Marquis Bayun changed the topic and his gaze fell on Qin Shujian. This time, Sect Master Qin of the Dimensional Sect killed 2 evil spirits in a row. You are indeed worthy of the title of Domain Master. Sect Master Qin has contributed greatly to the success of killing the evil spirits this time. Hearing this, the others also shifted their gazes to Qin Shujian. To be honest, no one present dared to underestimate the strength that the other party had displayed in the ordinary realm. Seeing this, Qin Shujian had no choice but to stand up. He cupped his hands and said, since I have promised Marquis Bayun, I will do my best. If Marquis Bayun and the 4 consecrators hadn't severely injured the evil spirits, I wouldn't have had the chance to kill them. Speaking of which, I was just lucky. I don't dare to claim credit for myself. Sect Master Qin is young, but you are already a domain master. You are also very talented and have already reached the physical invulnerability realm. With such achievements, you are still able to be neither arrogant nor impatient. You are worthy of the title of Heavenly Son. Marquis Bayun showed a trace of appreciation in his eyes and said with a smile, but merit is merit, and fault is fault. I still distinguish between merit and fault. This time, Sect Master Qin killed 2 evil demons, so this Marquis will bestow upon you a spirit-grade cultivation technique and a deity-grade martial art. Finally, considering that the origin sect has just been established, I will also bestow upon you 10 truth-grade martial arts. What do you think of this reward, Boom? Before Qin Shujian could reply, Marquis Bayun's words caused a great uproar. Spiritual level martial art, divine level martial art, 10 upper true level martial arts, especially the spiritual level martial art. Among the sects present, except for a few, no other sects had it. Even if they had money, they might not be able to buy it. It was something that could only be found by chance. Not to mention divine level martial arts. These 2 spiritual level martial arts were enough to establish a sect's foundation. With these two items, the Origin sect would most likely become a large sect in the True Dominion in a few decades. The 10 upper true-level martial arts were also enough to make people envious. After all, the martial art that Marquis Bayun had bestowed was definitely a unique one. "Thank you, Marquis." Qin Shujian was shocked as well. He immediately cupped his hands and thanked him. It had to be said, the Marquis Bayun's reward happened to be what the dimensional sect needed. With such a batch of spiritual-level martial arts in the library, the dimensional sect would truly have the grandeur that a large sect should have. Other things aside, it would definitely be 100% appropriate if it was used to trick players into working hard. As for whether this reward would attract covetous eyes, Qin Shujian chuckled silently. This was a reward for Marquis Bayun. No one would have the guts to covet it. Given his current strength, he could not wait for someone to snatch it from him. This way, he would have an excuse to attack the other sections. Subsequently, the atmosphere of the banquet was very harmonious. After 3 rounds of drinks, it was almost time for the banquet. Everyone stood up and took their leave. Only Qin Shujian was asked to stay by Marquis Bayun. In the pavilion in the back garden of the mansion, Marquis Bayun and Qin Shujian were sitting opposite each other. Right now, the Bayun mansion lacks geniuses like Lord Qin. I believe that it won't be long before the Bayun mansion has another god martial realm expert. Marquis Bayun took a sip of tea and said with a gentle smile. Marquis, you flatter me. I am good at judging people. The two of them chatted in the pavilion. However, rather than chatting, it was more like Marquis Bayun was talking while Qin Shujian was replying. Not long later, Li Guanan walked over with a tray in his hands. There was a jade thumb ring on the tray. Immediately, the tray was placed in front of Qin Shujian while Li Guanan retreated to the side. Consecrator Li, please sit down. Thank you, Marquis. Li Guanan answered and sat down. Marquis Bayun looked at the jade thumb ring and said to Qin Shujian, this is a storage ring. All the cultivation methods and martial arts techniques are in it. I'll give it to you together. Marquis, I'm afraid I don't deserve such a reward. Qin Shujian frowned imperceptibly. Although he was envious of the jade thumb ring in front of him, he didn't reach out to take it immediately. He knew about the storage ring. But he knew it was a valuable treasure just by hearing others talk about it. Combined with the martial arts techniques, its value was absolutely immeasurable. I don't have the habit of taking back things that I've given away. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. Marquis Bayun said casually. He didn't take the storage ring seriously at all. Qin Shujian naturally wouldn't take his words seriously. Hearing this, he picked up the jade thumb ring and cupped his hands to thank Marquis. Thank you, Marquis. Then, he looked at the properties of the storage ring. Name, storage ring owner recognition state, none introduction, a treasure refined by a powerful figure by taking a mustard seed and storing sumaru. Marquis Bayun reminded him, the storage ring can recognize you as its owner by dripping blood on it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian tried to cut his other finger with his fingertip, but when the fingertip with vital essence brushed past, it only left a shallow white mark. There was no sign of breaking the skin at all. Seeing this, he looked embarrassed. In this kind of situation, he couldn't cut his fingers with a knife. Finally, he controlled his qi and blood and forced a little blood from his mouth, and then it fell on the jade ring. When the blood touched the jade ring, it instantly melted into it, and a faint connection came from it. When he looked at the properties again, after the owner recognition state, there were 3 more words, Qin Shujian. Then with a thought, Qin Shujian found that his mind saw a narrow space, about 10 feet in size, where there were more than 10 cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Finally, he withdrew his mind from the storage ring and put it on the thumb of his left hand. Qin Shujian found that the size was just right, so he thanked him again, thank you for the reward, Marquis. Then the two chatted for a while. Finally, Qin Shujian got up and said goodbye. Marquis Bayun arranged for the servants to send him out of the mansion, and soon only Marquis Bayun and Li Guanan were left in the pavilion. Marquis, do you value him a lot? Li Guanan couldn't help but ask. There was no other reason. For a physical invulnerability cultivator, the previous rewards were already very generous. Even he, who was in the god martial arts realm, felt envious when he saw it. Marquis Bayun took a sip of tea and said lightly, "How many years has it been since there was a zone master? Do you remember the last time there was a zone master in Bayun Mansion? How far did he go in the end? The peak of the god martial arts realm. If he wasn't arrogant, I'm afraid he would have broken the shackles of the god martial arts realm by now." Marquis Bayun put down the teacup and said, "Qin Shujian's potential is greater than his. He reached the peak of the true martial arts realm in 3 months. This potential can be counted on one hand in the whole great Zhao dynasty. Maybe he got some supreme treasure." Marquis Bayun shook his head and said, "You have to understand that in addition to talent, luck is also the key for a strong man to reach the end. Even if Qin Shujian got a supreme treasure, it was also because of luck. Remember, anyone who wants to seize the providence and opportunity of others is often damaging their own providence. If you are not careful, you will be punished by heaven." At the end of his words, he took a deep look at Li Guang'an. Li Guang'an's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head and said, "I understand. I don't think he is a rebellious person. The seeds planted now will take root and sprout one day." Compared with the 13 prefectures of the great Zhao dynasty, Bayun Mansion has fewer strong men after all. Now the world is in chaos. First, Marquis Yifeng started an uprising, which caused the situation to become turbulent. Now, other feudal lords are unwilling to be left out. Maybe this is the era of great competition. Marquis Bayun muttered to himself. On the other hand, Li Guang'an lowered his head. His back was soaked in sweat. Hearing what Marquis Bayun said, he didn't dare to interrupt. To put it bluntly, he was only a consecrator of Bayun Mansion. He was not qualified to talk about this kind of world affairs. Even Li Guang'an had the impulse to turn around and leave. Because sometimes, the more he heard, the more trouble there would be. If he was not careful, even a warrior of the god martial arts realm would not be able to survive alone. Fortunately, the Marquis of Northern Cloud only muttered a few words under his breath. Li Guang'an heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. When they returned to Yuan sect, all the players suddenly had the illusion of returning home. Although they had only been away for 2 or 3 days, the continuous fighting in the demon disaster made even the players feel mentally tired. However, after returning to Yuan sect, all the players immediately chose to submit the mission. This time, Qin Shujian gained a lot and was in a good mood. They were rewarded with 5 contribution points for killing a devil calamity. After all, there were also fallen bone demons and evil corpse bosses among them. Hence, the average reward for each kill was 5 contribution points, which was actually not a lot. But with the considerable number of kills that the players had, even if each kill was worth 5 contribution points, the final accumulation of contribution points could be said to be massive. Not to mention, after completing the mission, the massive amount of experience points directly filled the experience points of some of the 10th stage of the martial arts realm players. Damn it, if I do another mission like this, I can be promoted to an elite disciple. Lu Dazhong looked at the 1,700 contribution points on his identity token and felt that life was so beautiful for the first time. That was more than 1,700 contribution points. This was enough to be of great use. After all, entering the library as an inner disciple once and 3 times only gave him 200 contribution points. Looking at the full experience points, Lu Dazhong asked Miao Yuqing next to him, "Is your experience points full?" "Almost. Let's go to the practice hall to get the real martial realm cultivation method together?" "That's fine, I'm not that far off anyway." Miao Yuqing looked at the almost full experience bar and nodded in agreement. Any inner disciple who had reached the 10th stage of the martial arts realm, they could go to the practice hall to get the next level of the real martial realm cultivation method. This was another benefit of joining the sect. On this day, many people went to the practice hall to get the real martial realm cultivation method. After all, to get the true martial chapter cultivation method, they had to enter the 3rd floor of the library. Instead of spending contribution points to learn the cultivation method, why not take it for free? Inner disciple Wang Jiao, variant human, successfully promoted to an elite disciple. Inner disciple Lu Bai, variant human, successfully promoted to an elite disciple. In the bedroom, Qin Shujian was studying the storage ring when the system message appeared in his mind. Elite disciple. To be honest, those who were promoted to elite disciples had probably killed a lot of enemies during the devil calamity. As soon as the word's potential appeared in his mind, he threw the matter of the players to the back of his mind. The matter of the players was not the most important thing to him right now. The most important thing right now was, they were the two cultivation methods and martial arts that were placed in front of him. Great Dream Spirit Capturing Skill, Spiritual High Grade, Great Wasteland Devil Suppressing Seal, Mid-Grade Divine Rank. To be honest, Xianxia had always thought that the spiritual level cultivation technique and divine level martial arts that the Marquis of Northern Cloud had given him were of low grade. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. The upper-level Great Dream Capturing Spirit technique could be trained to the peak of the spiritual martial force. Although the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal wasn't a high-grade God martial artifact, it was still a mid-grade God martial artifact. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, it was probably worth a fortune. There was no hesitation. He immediately flipped open the two cultivation methods and martial arts. You've learned the high-grade spirit rank Great Dream Spirit Capturing Technique. You've learned the mid-grade divine ranked Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. In an instant, the entire contents of the two cultivation methods and martial arts had already appeared in his mind. When he looked at the Great Dream Spirit Capturing Technique in detail, Qin Shujian finally understood what the spiritual martial force was. If one were to say that the basic martial realm meant that one's physical body had reached the state of being one with the elements, then one's physical body would have no flaws. Then the true martial force was to cultivate the true essence to the peak and make the qi reach perfection. If the corporeal body was not lacking or leaking, then it was essence. The perfect true essence was qi. When the essence was deduced to the peak, then it would naturally be able to give birth to the spirit. The spiritual martial force. Cultivation was the spirit. Spiritual sense attacks and controlling objects to kill people were all methods of the spiritual martial force. If the true martial force realm is a step towards the transcendent realm, then the spiritual martial force realm is probably closer to the transcendent realm. Qin Shujian thought in his heart. Then, he looked at the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. Looking at the mid-grade God martial artifact, this was the highest grade of martial arts that he had ever obtained. A mid-grade true rank Wisdom Keen Prison Breaking Saber had already increased his battle strength by a lot. Now, the mid-grade God rank Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal was the truly terrifying part. However, he glanced at his source of life. Qin Shujian could only helplessly shake his head. Too little. After continuous consumption, now there was less than 10,000 life source left. Other than being able to upgrade some low-level martial arts or the martial arts chapter of the Great Dream Spirit Capturing Technique, there was no other use. After thinking about it, he still hadn't used up the last of his life source. What if he wanted to issue a mission or something? It would be very awkward to have no life source. As for the remaining 10 high-grade true rank martial arts, Qin Shujian looked at them and put them aside. With the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal, looking at the true rank martial arts again, he always felt that it was a little lacking. Putting aside the matter of the martial arts, Qin Shujian took out the 1,000 Mountain Blood and placed it in front of him. Looking at the 20 points of luck value on it, he didn't know whether it was better to leave it for the fusion of martial arts or to directly pile it on the 1,000 Mountain Blood. Just like that. A man and a saber quietly stayed there, no one making a sound. Until more than an hour later, Qin Shujian picked up the 1,000 Mountain Blood and directly threw 10 luck points in. In an instant. On the crystal-like long saber, there was another engraved pattern, followed by a strong thought rising from the saber. Buzz, an invisible wave swept in all directions. In Yuan sect. At this moment, all the swords and weapons began to vibrate. It was as if they had encountered something terrifying, or as if they were welcoming a supreme existence. A sudden change. It shocked many people. However, no one knew where this change came from. And in the bedroom, looking at the 1,000 Mountain Blood that had already transformed into a high-grade spirit weapon, Qin Shujian didn't have much joy on his face. After all, there was a reason. It was because the sect was still at level 3. The consumption of 10 luck points. It wasn't enough to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. Looking at the remaining 10 luck points, Qin Shujian's mind moved slightly, and another luck point fell on the 1,000 mountain blood. In an instant, a third, almost undetectable, shallow pattern appeared. 2 points, 3 points. When Qin Shujian threw in another 5 luck points, he finally felt the transformation of Yuan Sect's luck, and received the corresponding message. Yuan Sect is favored by heaven and earth, and its luck is at its peak. It has been upgraded to a level 4 force. Level 4 force, Yuan Sect's members, except for mutants, have their realms upgraded by 5 levels, can't exceed spiritual martial realm. Yuan Sect's influence has expanded. As a Yuan Sect member, your realm has been upgraded. As you are already at level 10 of the true martial realm, your realm upgrade has failed. You have received an additional 20,000 HP. Boom. Zheng Fang, who was teaching in the drill hall, suddenly had a surge in his aura. His original level of level 3 of the true martial realm directly rose to level 8 of the true martial realm, reaching the level of physical invulnerability. With the help of imparting elder, his realm was directly stabilized at the peak of level 10 of the true martial realm. The players who were listening to the lecture were suddenly shocked by this burst of aura. Looking at Zheng Fang, who had his eyes closed in front of them, their faces were full of shock. What was going on? How could a lecture break through his realm, this scene? It happened everywhere in the Yuan Sect. A disciple at level 10 of the basic martial realm directly leaped to level 4 of the true martial realm, who was in the inner invulnerability realm. Those who were elders had basically reached level 2 of the true martial realm. At this moment, they had directly crossed the boundary of the inner invulnerability realm and become level 7 of the true martial realm, who was in the outer invulnerability realm. With the help of other forces within the Yuan Sect, they were on par with the peak of the true martial realm. The terrifying aura of everyone's breakthrough gathered together, directly shaking the clouds and dispersing them. Even the entire Liangshan True Dominion felt this pervasive aura. What happened? Zhang Baiqing, who was in the true martial realm, directly walked out of the study. Feeling the pressure on his heart, he couldn't keep calm. Mayor Hong Ben, who was also in the true martial realm, rushed over at this moment. Seeing this, Zhang Baiqing immediately asked, "What happened?" "I'm not sure either." Hong Ben's face was full of shock and confusion. He was also at a loss about the sudden change. Investigate it right now." In the Ox Demon Cave, Ox Demon Lord, who had quietly broken through to the true martial realm, only raised his eyelids. Then, he turned sideways and went back to sleep. No one else knew what was going on. The Ox Demon Cave was so close to the Yuan Sect, so how could it not know that valiant aura had clearly erupted from the Yuan Sect? Ox Demon Lord, who had already paid the protection fee, thought that the stronger the Yuan Sect was, the better. After all, the Yuan Sect had been able to easily crush the Ox Demon Cave yesterday. Today's Yuan Sect would be no different. On the contrary, the stronger the Yuan Sect was, the safer he would be. Qin Shujian also sensed the Yuan Sect's words. The level up of a level 4 force had allowed the Yuan Sect to have over 1,000 inner invulnerability realm experts. That terrifying aura gathered together, even he felt his heart tremble. Over 1,000 inner invulnerability realm experts and 10 outer invulnerability realm experts. Even someone like him, who was at the peak of level 10 of the true martial realm, would have to turn and run. 1,573 inner invulnerability realm experts and 10 outer invulnerability realm experts. I'm afraid that not many people in the True Dominion can contend with such strength. Qin Shujian muttered. According to his understanding, an inner invulnerability realm expert was already a true blue elder in the sects he had come into contact with. Experts like this, the Yuan Sect had 1,573 of them. One level up of the force had directly changed the bird gun into a cannon. Qin Shujian suddenly realized that if these NPCs wanted to increase their strength, it would be faster to rely on the power of the force to increase their strength. When the erupting aura gradually subsided, his gaze landed on the 1,000 mountain blood. At that moment, the third line path was already somewhat obvious. The 3 lines gathered together and wriggled a little before directly forming a mysterious symbol. However, when one looked at it carefully, one would realize that the symbol was still somewhat incomplete. When one looked at the 1,000 mountain blood's attribute again, Qin Shujian's gaze suddenly froze. A half-step Dao weapon. Half-step Dao artifact. Looking at the crystal-like blade, even if there was no drive, its sharpness was revealed, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop a few degrees. Even his invincible Vajra level 1 body had the illusion of being torn apart by this sharpness. This was a half-step Dao artifact, as long as it was tainted with the words Dao artifact. Even if it was not a complete Dao artifact, it was not something a spirit artifact could compare to. How strong was a Dao artifact? Qin Shujian only needed to think of the battle in the desolate ordinary realm before, when Li Guang'an used half a Dao artifact broken arrow to directly injure the Gui Water Evil Lord, he could tell. When he seriously looked at the incomplete symbols on the crystal blade, a mysterious feeling welled up in his heart. Even the Raging Flame technique and 100 River Sea technique that had reached the true martial chapter were faintly touched. As for the Great Dream Capturing Spirit technique that was still at the first level of the basic martial chapter, it directly jumped to the third level of the basic martial realm. In addition to that, all the martial arts that he cultivated had reached a certain level of comprehension, and his understanding had also deepened by a few degrees. The mortal lower level 7-leaf flower piercing palm had quietly risen from the perfection stage to the greater perfection stage. You have observed the incomplete Dao aura, and your cultivation has improved. Looking at the system's information, Qin Shujian's mind shook violently. Incomplete Dao aura. Just by carefully observing, one could comprehensively improve one's cultivation technique and martial arts. This was the same as the principle of one method being able to learn all methods. Enlightenment, it was an all-round improvement. At this moment, Qin Shujian already understood the terror of a Dao artifact. It could be called a sect's most precious treasure. Any sect. The existence of a Dao artifact was equivalent to having an undying inheritance. After all, comprehending the Dao aura on a Dao artifact could directly improve one's cultivation technique and martial arts. How could such an existence be compared to ordinary things? After suppressing the shock in his heart, Qin Shujian looked at the extra 20,000 life sources, and then looked at the plus sign behind the great desolate demon suppressing seal. With a thought. 10,000 life sources consumed. The great desolate demon suppressing seal directly rose to the next level. At this point, his gains from the devil calamity in the desolate ordinary realm had been completely depleted. No, the trip to the new ordinary realm in a few days hasn't been taken into account yet. Qin Shujian dismissed this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. Then, he fetched a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He recorded the Great Dream Spirit Capturing Technique and the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. However, the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal, a mid-grade divine ranked martial art, wasn't just a simple description of cultivation, it also required a cultivator's essence, energy, and spirit to gather. Qin Shujian could not help but meditate on the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal in his mind. He slowly wrote with his brush, and the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi instantly gathered at the tip of the brush, finally soaking the paper. 5 hours passed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth receded. The originally pure white Xian paper was now dyed with a faint green color. Under the influence of the spiritual energy, what should have been an ordinary Xian paper had shockingly transformed into spiritual paper. In addition, it carried Qin Shujian's understanding and thoughts of the Great Wasteland Devil Suppressing Seal, making it even more extraordinary. Shortly after, he once again completely wrote down the true martial chapter of the Yuan Canon. Qin Shujian went straight to the library after he finished writing the 3 cultivation methods and martial arts, as well as the 10 top-grade true rank martial arts. Now, the person overseeing the first floor of the book collection pavilion was also an expert of the 4th level of the true martial realm. Sovereign N. Qin Shujian made a soft sound of acknowledgement and went straight into the library. At this moment, there were many people in the book collection pavilion. Seeing Qin Shujian enter, they all stood up and bowed. Qin Shujian also nodded and directly went to the 3rd floor of the book collection pavilion. Now that there was a lot of contribution points in the inventory of players, there were also many people who entered the 3rd floor of the book collection pavilion to learn true ranked martial arts. Greetings, Sovereign. You guys take a look. Qin Shujian stopped the other people from standing up and bowing. Then he went to a bookshelf and placed all the true ranked martial arts on it. Then he found the incomplete true martial chapter of the Yuan canon that was placed here before. Under the astonished gaze of a player, he directly took it from his hands. Immediately after, Qin Shujian directly went to the 4th floor of the book collection pavilion. What's the situation? Could it be that the Yuan canon is now on the 4th floor? The player who had his cultivation technique taken away was still in a confused state. He had spent contribution points to enter. What was the meaning of this now? But very quickly, this player was attracted by the low cries of others and couldn't help but stand up and walk over. High-grade true ranked martial arts, damn, all of them are high-grade true ranked martial arts. The complete true martial chapter of the Yuan canon has also become high-grade true ranked. Doesn't that mean I don't have to worry about true martial realm cultivation techniques anymore? Enduring the pain of entering the book collection pavilion once, I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. The players were abnormally excited. This wave of blood was not a loss. Even the people waiting in the resting area walked over at this moment. Because the cultivation techniques and martial arts within the book collection pavilion were limited, it was impossible for everyone to enter and immediately study. If the cultivation techniques and martial arts that they wanted were in the hands of others, they would need to wait in the resting area. Otherwise, once the time was up, they would be kicked out. Only by waiting in the resting area would they not waste the time in the book collection pavilion. Now that Qin Shujian had added 10 more martial arts to the 3rd floor, naturally more people could comprehend and cultivate at the same time. Not to mention the commotion caused by the 3rd floor. There was no one on the 4th floor of the book collection pavilion. Middle-grade divine martial great desolation demon suppressing seal and high-grade spirit rank great dream capturing spirit technique were all placed on the 4th floor by Qin Shujian. There are still too few cultivation techniques and martial arts. Qin Shujian looked at the empty 4th floor and then thought of the first 3 floors when he came up. He couldn't help but shake his head. With his strength alone, even if he tried his best to collect cultivation techniques and martial arts, it would still be an extremely difficult matter to fill the book collection pavilion. Very quickly, Qin Shujian turned around and went down. After leaving the book collection pavilion, he went straight to the mission hall. Then someone found out. Next to the permanent mission of collecting materials, there was an additional permanent mission of collecting cultivation techniques and martial arts. As long as the cultivation techniques and martial arts that the book collection pavilion didn't have, they would be able to obtain the corresponding contribution points. Drawing the sword, sheathing the sword, drawing the sword, sheathing the sword, Peng Qing had been repeating this action. The simple action of drawing the sword and sheathing the sword, when performed by him, had a different charm. Since entering the game, he had drawn the sword millions of times. Besides the normal eating and resting, the rest of the time was spent on practicing drawing the sword. Since he was a child, Peng Qing had always had a dream of being a hero, hoping that one day he could become a real hero. For this, he had also visited many famous martial arts schools or sects, but found that the things inside were just to fool people. Over time, Peng Qing could only extinguish the thought in his heart. Until this game came out, when he entered the game, he found that this was the world of his dreams. After completing a hidden mission, Peng Qing received a mission of drawing the sword 5 million times. Inheritance mission: the strong in the world can endure what ordinary people can't. You have to draw the sword 5 million times in 3 months to receive the next stage of the mission. Mission progress: 49862105000000. Mission reward: unknown. Mission failure: lose. The inheritance. In the bamboo forest, there seemed to be a breeze, blowing the bamboo leaves and making a rustling sound. Peng Qing felt that the sword in his hand was no longer as simple as a sword. Every time he unsheathed the sword, he felt the existence of the wind. Gradually, he was immersed in it. The sword was moving, the wind was moving too. The breeze in the bamboo forest gradually turned into a strong wind, and then into a fierce wind, until the end. Strong winds howled past, and the invisible wind force was like a chaotic blade blowing through the bamboo forest. When Peng Qing drew his saber and slashed out again, thousands of strong winds swept out like a chaotic blade, completely flattening the bamboo forest before him. After 5 million draws, you have successfully comprehended the martial art Frenzy Blade Slash. Your mission has been completed. You are rewarded with a huge amount of experience points. The next phase of the mission begins. Looking at the ravaged bamboo forest in front of him, Peng Qing's heart calmed down. There was no surprise or joy like he had expected. 5 million draws had greatly trained his temperament. You, who have comprehended the Frenzy Blade Slash, have the qualifications to become an area master. The basic martial arts realm is only the foundation. If you want to become a true expert, you must break through to a higher realm. You can now consider leaving the ordinary realm to break through to the true martial arts realm, or break through the shackles of the ordinary realm. An old voice came from the ring on Peng Qing's right middle finger. This was the other reward he had received after completing the hidden mission. A spatial ring with a weapon spirit. According to the weapon spirit, the other party was the servant of the expert who had given him the mission. He called himself Dao Nu. Area Master? Peng Qing muttered to himself. Then he looked at the next phase of the mission, and his face darkened. Inheritance mission, only a true expert is worthy of the supreme inheritance. Becoming an area master is your first step to becoming an expert. Mission requirement, become an area master. Mission reward, unknown. Mission failure, lose the inheritance. Dao Nu's words seemed to let him think about it. However, the mission showed that there was only one path he could take. Become an area master. As for giving up the inheritance mission, it was impossible. What was the point of drawing the sword 5 million times in 3 months? Wasn't it to obtain the complete inheritance, then? Peng Qing looked at his own attributes. The basic martial arts chapter of the Divine Blade Codex's experience bar was full. After entering the game, although he didn't really fight monsters to level up, every time he drew the sword, he would gain a small amount of experience. After drawing the sword 5 million times, his realm naturally reached the 10th level of the basic martial arts realm. As for the massive amount of EXP rewarded, his EXP bar was full to the brim. If it wasn't for the shackles of the ordinary realm. At this moment, he was a true martial arts realm expert. Peng Qing raised his head to look at the sky. In his line of sight, there were black threads intertwined into a large net. The moment he saw the net, thunder rumbled in the sky. The heavens and earth had sensed that someone was about to break through the shackles. Feeling the terrifying power of the thunder in the sky, Peng Qing's right hand gripped the hilt of the sword. His mind returned to the calmness he had when he drew the sword 5 million times. Then, a gust of wind blew. With a slash of the sword, the gust of wind turned into a flurry of blades that swept through the sky, slashing directly at the black net. Frenzied Blade Flurry Slash. That's awesome. It's actually possible to become a domain lord. I'm begging for this big shot's contact information. What about the sect? Has the big shot established a sect yet? Please wait for me. The first player to break through the shackles and become a domain lord caused a sensation among the player group. On the forum, there were posts about breaking through the ordinary realm everywhere. Because before this, many top players in the game had tried to break through the shackles of the ordinary realm, but without exception, all of them failed. Some of the more serious ones. One failure directly dropped them out of the first echelon. After a long time, no one was stubborn enough to try again. Because some people guessed that perhaps it was impossible for players to become a domain lord. Only NPCs in the game had such privileges. But now, the appearance of a newly promoted domain lord completely reversed the situation. For a time, the originally quiet atmosphere of being a domain lord spread among the players again. To be able to become a domain lord, no player would refuse. This kind of thing that could bring both fame and fortune, there were many people who pursued it. Domain lord. Chao Hong's killing of monsters paused slightly. Hearing the words of the person beside him, his expression was somewhat subtle. It was different from when he was in the novice village. At this time, he was also a true martial realm expert. He was fortunate enough to enter a large sect and become a direct disciple. In the player group, people like Chao Hong were already considered to be doing very well. However, there was always a thorn in Chao Hong's heart. After entering the game for so long, the NPC that he had fallen to the hands of the most was none other than the Xianxia Stronghold master. The reason why he was able to grow so quickly was also because of this anger in his heart. Not steaming a bun to fight for his dignity. This was the first time he had been abused so badly by an NPC. If he didn't get back at him, Chao Hong would feel uncomfortable for the rest of his life. Have you contacted the players who joined you on sect? Chao Hong tilted his head and looked at Lu Qinghong beside him. Maybe they were like-minded, or maybe they were in the same boat. He found that Lu Qinghong was also a player who had been oppressed by the Xianxia Stronghold master and immediately walked together with him. Hearing this, Lu Qinghong said in a deep voice, I just received news that Yuan sect suddenly has more than 1,000 inner energy realm experts. It should be a level up. More than 1,000 inner energy realm experts. Chao Hong's face immediately darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What kind of concept was over 1,000 inner aura practitioners? Even in the sect he was currently in, there were less than 2 digits of inner energy realm experts. It also meant that his original plan of using the current sect to fight to the death with Sky Origin sect had fallen through. With over 1,000 inner energy stage martial artists, a collective fart would probably be enough to destroy his sect. F***ck. Chao Hong couldn't help but curse. He said angrily, is this mother ** King Liangshan Stockade Master cheating? More than 1,000 inner aura realm martial artists, why doesn't he go to heaven? I bribed a few players to observe Sky Origin sect's situation. Let's see if we can help Cold Mountain Chieftain. This NPC can fly faster than us players. If this goes on, the chances of us taking revenge will become lower and lower. Lu Qinghong's expression was also extremely ugly. His anger towards Qin Shujian was no less than Chao Hong's. Being killed while playing games was actually a very normal thing. However, this was the first time they had encountered someone as ruthless as Mount Liang's fort master. Even Lu Qinghong, Chao Hong, and the others had already contacted the players who had been persecuted and secretly formed an alliance to destroy Qin. As for who this Qin was, needless to say, they were all well aware. I plan to do that mission first and get the follow-up cultivation technique. What do you plan to do? Let's go together. Lu Qinghong looked at his mission and finally sighed. Inside Sky Origin sect, Qin Shujian had been living in seclusion for the past few days. Since he had obtained a new cultivation technique, he naturally had to cultivate more. When he was free, he would try to comprehend the incomplete seal on the 1,000 mountain blood. However, as he comprehended it more and more, in addition, because the seal was incomplete, the help it could provide was getting smaller and smaller. As Sky Origin sect's strength grew stronger, Qin Shujian suddenly had the idea of opening the mountain gate to the public. A 4th-grade force can raise the realm of 5,000 people. However, excluding the players, there are only about 1,000 people. If this goes on, it will be a waste of a lot of power. Moreover, Sky Origin sect now occupies Mount Liang, Stone Forest, and Xining Plains. The current number of people is still too little. Not long after the rebel army was annihilated, Qin Shujian sent people to take over Xining Plains. As for the newbie village on Xining Plains, he didn't touch it. For the current him, the life source that the low-level players could provide wasn't much. Moreover, rather than killing the players, it was better to use it as a reserve force and think of a way to incorporate it into Sky Origin sect. After all, Qin Shujian had already tasted the benefits of the player's life source contribution. No one would reject the idea of earning life source while lying down at home. The day before he went to Ancient City, Qin Shujian summoned all the elders in Chenggu Hall. Sect Master. After seeing Qin Shujian, everyone immediately bowed. Take a seat, Qin Shujian said calmly. In his eyes, everyone's attributes were revealed. Without exception, they were all physical invulnerability experts. Even the bonus from the position of elder had increased his rank by 1 realm. In other words, among the people present, as long as they were within the Sky Origin sect sphere of influence, the lowest cultivation level was at the 9th level of the true martial realm. The highest cultivation level was at the peak of the 10th level of the true martial realm. However, they had truly reached the peak of the true martial realm. Only Jing Fang and Wang Taizhu were present. When the spirit eye flickered, everyone's loyalty appeared in Qin Shujian's eyes. Compared to the past, this time everyone's loyalty had increased a lot. The lowest level was at least 95 points, which was close to the level of die-hard loyalty. As for Xingfang, his loyalty had reached 99 points. He was very close to being no different from the original mountain bandits of Cold Mountain Stronghold. Everyone should be very clear that the Sky Origin sect has been promoted to a level 4 force. Following Qin Shujian's words, the rest of the people's expressions turned solemn as they listened attentively. Now that the Sky Origin sect's strength has increased steadily, I believe that not many sects in the True Dominion can compare to it. Although the Sky Origin sect controls 3 territories of the Cold Mountain True Dominion, it has always been based on the Cold Mountain True Dominion. But all this time, we've only used Cold Mountain as our base. We rarely manage the Stone Forest and Shining Plains. While speaking, Qin Shujian looked at everyone's expression and continued. Apart from the 3 elders of martial arts imparting, mountain guarding, and law enforcement, Elder Wang Taizhu, and Elder Su Yuan Ming, the rest of the elders need to leave Cold Mountain and set up a mountain in other regions. Each elder can bring 100 inner invulnerability experts with them. Hearing this, apart from Xingfang and a few others, everyone's expression changed slightly. Set up a mountain, this seemed to be an act of delegating power, but not many people were willing to do so. Not to mention anything else, in terms of spiritual energy, there was no place comparable to Cold Mountain. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating outside for 2 or 3 days. However, although Qin Shujian's words were calm, they contained an undeniable meaning. In addition, his influence in the Sky Origin sect was getting stronger and stronger. No one dared to refute him. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression eased a little. He smiled faintly. In half a month, the Sky Origin sect will open. Any elder who sets up a mountain will be able to take in disciples. It doesn't matter if it's an ordinary person or an expert. As long as they have a good character and are talented, they can enter our Sky Origin sect. Yes, sect master. Xinghong and a few others looked at each other. They all cupped their hands and replied at the same time. If that was the case, they could accept it. After all, although the position of an elder was respected in the Sky Origin sect, apart from the 5 elders, the others didn't have much real power. But if they set up another mountain and could take in disciples of their own faction, it would be completely different. Subsequently, after Qin Shujian gave a few instructions, the rest of the people left. Another mountain. For Xinghong and the others, this wasn't a small matter. This was equivalent to establishing a branch of the Sky Origin sect. In addition, the matter of 100 inner invulnerability experts needed to be carefully selected. Just as the other elders were making preparations, Qin Shujian was also preparing to leave for the ancient city. He wasn't too worried about whether his decision this time would affect the separation of the Yuan sect. First of all, there was the issue of loyalty. As long as he could grasp the loyalty of others, he wouldn't have to worry about the possibility of betrayal. In addition, letting the other elders set up a branch of the Sky Origin sect was equivalent to expanding the influence of the Sky Origin sect. By then, there would be hundreds or thousands of people in one faction. Would he be afraid that he wouldn't be able to harvest more life sources? Ancient City. After spending half a day, Qin Shujian also arrived at the place on the agreed day. Marquis Bayun's villa. When Qin Shujian arrived, someone had already welcomed him in. When he entered, he realized that he was the last one to arrive. The people from the other sects had already arrived. He consciously found a seat and sat down. The people from the other sects all cupped their hands and greeted him. Qin Shujian also greeted them one by one. Soon, an unfamiliar old man walked in. My name is Xiaohong. I will lead you to the Beichuan territory this time. However, before that, please return the pass tokens in your hands. Xiaohong's eyes were cloudy and he looked like an old man. However, no one dared to underestimate him because of this. After all, since he was Marquis Bayun's man, he couldn't be weak. In addition, the people present looked at Xiaohong as if they were looking at an ordinary person. They were even more shocked. As soon as Xiaohong finished speaking, several attendants came in with trays in their hands and then walked in front of the experts of the sections. Looking at the attendant in front of him, Xianxia directly took out his pass token and placed it on the tray. The others did the same. Very soon, all the pass tokens had been handed over. Xiaohong waved his hand and the attendants left with the trays. The ordinary realm we're going to this time was born 3 years ago. The demons that were born in it have been suppressed. In order to avoid fighting, all parties have agreed on a time to enter together. Xiaohong looked at the crowd and said, "You have to remember that although the ordinary realm is in the Beichuan territory, there are still people from other mansions who will explore it. There are some things that I don't need to say." Hearing this, the others were thoughtful. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. At first, he thought that the quota given by Marquis Bayun belonged to him or the ordinary realm of the Bayun mansion. But now it seemed that they were not the only ones who wanted to go to the ordinary realm to fight for the treasures. Xiaohong's meaning was very straightforward. Benefits moved people. Especially in the newly born ordinary realm, there were many treasures, which were even more tempting. Fight, when the time came, it would be inevitable. Then, Xiaohong said a few more words, got up, and led the crowd out of Marquis Bayun mansion. Qin Shujian walked behind, feeling a little excited. He knew very well that Xiaohong was going to take them to the teleportation gate. As for the teleportation gate, Qin Shujian had only heard of it but had never seen it. It was more like a legend to him. They walked along the street. Xiaohong walked at the front, followed by Qin Shujian and the other experts of the sect. No one spoke easily, and the group maintained a certain silence. About 10 minutes later, the pedestrians and people around had disappeared, replaced by a small inner city, which was heavily guarded. "I'm here to borrow the teleportation gate on the order of Marquis Bayun." Xiaohong took out a token and handed it to the general guarding the city. The general took a few glances at the token and immediately returned it respectfully. Then, he stepped aside and waved his hand. "Open the city gate." Then, the city gate slowly opened. Xiaohong nodded slightly and then went in first. The same went for Qin Shujian and the others. The teleportation gate of any city is heavily guarded because it concerns the lifeline of the city. Anyone who trespasses on the teleportation gate without permission, regardless of their identity, will be killed on the spot. After entering the inner city, Xiaohong suddenly said again. The others listened in silence. There were many things that the True Dominion sect could not understand. It could even be said that among the people present, only a few had actually seen a teleportation gate before. All the way forward, there were heavy guards along the way. The city walls were equipped with bows and crossbows, and an invisible murderous aura filled the air. Humans had chi and blood. The army had its soul. A powerful army could disperse the chi and blood of an expert with their aura alone. Obviously. Currently, the troops in the inner city were the true elites of the ancient city. Not long after, an altar that was about 10 feet high appeared in front of everyone. There were 4 people sitting cross-legged around the altar. Qin Shujian was able to sense the powerful aura emanating from the other party. Then, he scanned them with his spiritual eye and discovered that they were all 10th level true martial realm cultivators. When they sensed that someone had arrived, the 4 of them opened their eyes. One of them asked, "May I know who you are?" "I am Xiaohong. I am here to borrow the teleportation gate on the orders of Marquis Bayun." Xiaohong cupped his hand slightly and took out his identity token and a long jade box. Then, he used his quintessential essence to send the 2 items over. The person who had spoken reached out and took a look at the token. Then, he exchanged glances with the others and stood up from the ground. He used his quintessential essence to return the token. "Oh, it's housekeeper Xiao. I have been rude." "You are welcome." Xiaohong smiled slightly and took the token. Then, the person opened the jade box and revealed 6 crystal-clear stones the size of a baby's fist. The moment the stones appeared, the surrounding spirit chi of heaven and earth became denser. Everyone's gazes were focused on the stone. Their eyes were burning with excitement. It could attract the spirit chi of heaven and earth once it appeared. Such an item was definitely a treasure. Spirit stones. Yang Zhongning's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Hearing that, Qin Shujian was also shocked. Spirit stones, the treasures born naturally, were the embodiment of the spirit chi of heaven and earth condensed to the extreme. He had only seen them in records. It was the first time he had seen the real thing, so he did not recognize them immediately. Please go to the altar first. Let's go. Xiao Hongchuan walked up the stairs and arrived at the altar. Then, the others followed him. When they arrived at the altar, they found that there were runes engraved on the altar, which converged into a 6-star array. There was a groove at each corner of the array. When everyone went up the altar, the person took out 6 spirit stones and placed them in the 6 grooves on the altar. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from the altar. A 6-star arc emerged from it, and then the whole altar was covered with a faint blue light. Qin Shujian only felt a thick energy enveloping his body. In an instant, the stars moved. A powerful force erupted from nowhere, trying to destroy his body. But wrapped in the thick energy, the destructive force was blocked and offset. It seemed like a moment. But it also seemed like a long time. When Qin Shujian came to his senses, he found that he had appeared in another place. His chi and blood were trembling. His body was buzzing. This was the first time Qin Shujian felt the turbulent chi and blood in someone else's body. Even Gue Haichuan and other experts at the peak of the real martial arts realm looked pale at this time, as if they had just experienced something terrible. Their chi and blood had not calmed down yet. At this time, the people guarding the altar saw the sudden appearance of the crowd and immediately asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Xiao Hong. I'm here on the order of Marquis Baiyun." Xiao Hong handed over his identity token. That person took it and looked at it for a while, and then returned it respectfully. In Baiyun Mansion, Marquis Baiyun's people were respected. After all, he was a 7th-grade official. And to be able to become Marquis Baiyun's person, he must be extremely powerful. Then, Xiao Hong led everyone away from the altar. The inner city was similar to the inner city. At most, it was only a little bigger than the ancient city. After walking out of the inner city, Qin Shujian found that everything he saw was completely different from the ancient city. This is Yang City, located in the Chuanyang True domain of the Beichuan Big region. The new ordinary realm is also close to the Chuanyang True domain. Everyone, please go to the villa to rest for the night. You can go to the ordinary realm tomorrow. When they arrived at Marquis Baiyun's villa, Xiao Hong arranged for people to settle down, but before he left, he took a few more glances at Qin Shujian. For the sect master of Yuan sect, Marquis Baiyun had also specially asked him to pay attention to him. When they came out of the teleportation gate, Xiao Hong had been paying attention to Qin Shujian's every move. In the end, he was secretly surprised. One had to know. When passing through the teleportation gate, one would definitely be affected by the power of space. Although the power of the spirit stones protected those who entered the teleportation gate, under the impact of the overflowing power of space, their chi and blood would still be boiling and their bodies would be unstable. Therefore, ordinary people couldn't use the teleportation gate continuously. At most, they would need to rest for a day or two after using it 2 or 3 times. Otherwise, their bodies would be continuously impacted by the power of space and they would easily collapse. However, from Xiao Hong's observation, Qin Shujian's chi and blood were stable and his body was unharmed. In such a situation, only people with extremely strong bodies would appear. It was a little shocking that a real martial arts realm cultivator's body was so strong that even the teleportation gate couldn't shake it. Qin Shujian didn't know what Xiao Hong was thinking. Instead, he was led by the servant to a side room to rest. At night, Qin Shujian, who was originally cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. "Sect Master Qin, are you here? Gue Haichuan is here to visit." Gue Haichuan, Qin Shujian frowned slightly, but he still waved his quintessential essence and opened the door. He said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Gue Haichuan, come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened as Gue Haichuan strode in from outside. Qin Shujian also got off the bed and walked to the table to sit down. Then, he picked up the teapot that was still warm and took 2 cups, filling them with tea. "Sect Master Gue Haichuan, please have some tea." Thank you. Gue Haichuan didn't stand on ceremony as he sat down in an imposing manner. Sect Master Gue Haichuan, may I know why you are visiting me so late at night? May I ask if Sect Master Qin is currently at the peak of the true martial realm? Gue Haichuan looked at him with a burning gaze. Qin Shujian's hand that was drinking tea paused slightly. After pondering for a moment, he didn't deny it and said with a nod, due to fate, I barely reached the 10th level of the true martial realm. Sect Master Qin's talent is truly astonishing. When Gue Haichuan heard that, he couldn't help but be shocked even though he had already guessed it. This is the first time I've heard of Sect Master Qin's cultivation rising so quickly. With that said, Gue Haichuan's eyes burned once again as he said in a deep voice, Sect Master Qin, do you still remember what I said to you back then? What he said back then, Qin Shujian frowned and shook his head. That was just a joke, Sect Master Gue Haichuan. I didn't take it seriously. I never joke. Is that true, Sect Master Gue Haichuan? Qin Shujian also put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Gue Haichuan with a strange gaze. Where did the other party's confidence come from, to dare to challenge him? If they really fought, he was afraid that he would kill the other party with one blow. To tell the truth, he had a good impression of Gue Haichuan. This kind of person was more upright, unlike those petty people who acted one way in front of others. Therefore, if possible, Qin Shujian really didn't want to kill him. Gue Haichuan clearly didn't guess Qin Shujian's thoughts and said with a serious expression, Qin Shujian is now at the peak of the true martial realm. One more step and you will reach the spirit martial realm. With your status as a domain lord, you shouldn't go to spirit realm to break through. But anyone who could become a domain lord was a proud and arrogant person. Gue Haichuan knew very well that the probability of him going to spirit realm to break through was not high. Breaking through the shackles of the true dominion is different from breaking through the shackles of the ordinary dominion. Only a handful of people have been able to break through the shackles of the true dominion and advance to the spirit realm. You want to break through the shackles? Qin Shujian, who could tell what Gue Haichuan was thinking, looked at him with a slightly solemn expression. Break through the shackles, he had never expected Gue Haichuan to be so arrogant. What was the other party's intention for coming over now? It couldn't be, he wanted to use him to complete this step. Everyone at the peak of the real martial realm wants to do that. However, it is extremely difficult to break through the shackles. Even I am not confident. Gue Haichuan sighed before he looked at Qin Shujian and said, I, Sect Master Guan, have also comprehended saber intent. Let's spar and verify each other's paths. Who knows, we might be able to seize the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Indeed, after hearing Gue Haichuan's words, Qin Shujian finally understood why he was so eager to challenge him. To put it bluntly, he was still unwilling to yield to the shackles of heaven and earth and wanted to break through this barrier. However, he was not confident. Therefore, he wanted to make use of him to increase his strength as much as possible at the peak of the real martial realm. However, Qin Shujian really wanted to tell her to go to sleep and stop overthinking things. However, Gue Haichuan's burning fighting spirit prevented him from saying anything. How about this? After this trip to the ordinary realm, if Sect Master Gue Haichuan still wants to do this, I will wait for you at the origin sect. Okay. Gue Haichuan nodded immediately. Subsequently, he got up and left. The sect master of the Heaven Saber sect came quickly and left quickly as well. There was no sense of hesitation at all. Looking at Gue Haichuan who had left, Qin Shujian shook his head and got up to close the door. He then returned to his bed and sat cross-legged to cultivate the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique. He had cultivated the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique to the 10th level of the basic martial realm. Above that was the true martial technique. It had to be said that the upper spiritual technique was indeed much more mysterious than those below the spiritual level. In the same realm, those who cultivated the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique were obviously stronger than those who cultivated lower-level techniques. However, this was merely a comparison of ordinary cultivation methods. If it was the true martial technique, now, the upper spiritual technique of the true martial technique was completely superior to the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique. This cultivation method, which was formed by the fusion of many cultivation methods, was the strongest of all the cultivation methods Xianxia had come into contact with. Looking at the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique, Xianxia already had plans to integrate it. However, after looking at the other cultivation techniques, he suppressed this impulse. The higher the level of the cultivation technique, the stronger the characteristics obtained after the fusion. In addition, the power cultivated before the fusion would not disappear after the fusion. The two could coexist. This meant that, the higher the level of one's cultivation, the more powerful one would be after the fusion. After taking a look at the source of life, Xianxia felt that it was a good idea to cultivate slowly by himself first. Although the speed of cultivation was not as fast as the increase of life force, it was not slow overall. After all, there really wasn't much life source left. Even harvesting wool had to be a gradual process. Although there were quite a number of players in Yuan Zone now, it would still take some time for them to accumulate enough life force to contribute to him. However, looking at the remaining few thousand life sources, Xianxia couldn't hold back. With a thought. 4,000 life sources were consumed. The Raging Flame technique had advanced from the first stage of the True Martial chapter to the second stage of the True Martial chapter. Feeling the scorching power in the true essence and seeing that the life source had dropped to 3 digits, Xianxia could finally cultivate in peace this time. The next day, after a simple breakfast, under the lead of Xiaohong, everyone left the Baiyun mansion and headed out of Yang City. After a night's rest, the negative effects brought about by the teleportation had basically been completely eliminated. Soon, they arrived at the border of Chuanyang True Domain. There were people crowding around. There were also experts' auras in the sky, intimidating those who wanted to enter the ordinary realm. The people from the Baiyun mansion are here? The leader is Xiaohong. After seeing Xiaohong, many people's expressions changed slightly. However, more people's eyes fell on the people behind Xiao Hong. Xianxia glanced at the team and found that most of the people gathered here were experts of the true martial realm and most of them were above the physical invulnerability realm. Among them, there were also a few people whose auras were hidden, giving him a great sense of threat. I didn't expect housekeeper Xiao to come in person today. We've been waiting for a long time. A middle-aged man in a light blue robe cupped his hands and said. What was noteworthy was that when he cupped his hands, his left little finger was missing. Xiaohong looked calm and cupped his hands and said, the people from Wind of Nanshan are fast. It's a long journey. Of course, they should be faster. While Xiaohong was talking to the others, Xianxia turned his gaze to the front. What entered his eyes was the extremely dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Even the sky was covered in a faint cyan color. When he looked with his spiritual eye, in the faint cyan spiritual qi of heaven and earth, there was a 7-colored light that was faintly discernible in the sky, as if it was the immortal court. 7-colored light. Barrier of heaven and earth. Xianxia was shocked. He was no stranger to the 7-colored light. He could see it at the limit of heaven and earth. However, it only appeared at the limit of heaven and earth. Moreover, he could see it directly without using his spiritual eye. However, in this situation, it was more like after the heaven and earth barrier disappeared, there was still a little bit left. It had become extremely illusory. Only when he used his spiritual eye could he see some clues. At this moment, the aura that suppressed the entire ordinary realm dissipated. From the 4 highest mountains in the ordinary realm, there were flowing lights that were heading toward Chuanyang True region. The flowing lights appeared. It only took a few seconds for the flowing lights to disappear. When the flowing lights completely disappeared, what appeared in everyone's eyes were 4 people in gilded armor and golden helmets. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly. It's the golden armored generals. Someone cried out in surprise. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Golden armored generals, although he didn't use his spiritual eye to see, he could tell from the power of the other party. They were at least in the spiritual martial realm, or even the god martial realm. Xianxia looked at the golden armor of each golden armor general. There were different patterns on it, and Xianxia recognized one of them. It was a symbol that belonged to Baiyun Mansion. In other words, each of the golden armored generals represented a mansion. The 4 golden armored generals meant that there were 4 different mansions involved. From the symbol of Baiyun Mansion, Qin Shujian could see a lot of things. From the conversation with Xiaohong and the others, they should be experts from other mansions. But there was one thing that made him curious. Who were the other 3 mansions? No more than 50 people can enter each mansion. The strongest person can't be above the true martial realm. Any cultivator above the true martial realm will be killed on the spot. There are no other restrictions. One of the golden-armored generals said in a deep voice. His voice wasn't loud, but it covered everyone's voices. At this moment, Xiaohong turned to the crowd and said, "I'll come back in 3 days. When the time comes, I'll send everyone back. Those who don't come back in time will have nothing to do with Baiyun Mansion. Go in." After that, Xiaohong immediately stepped aside to let him pass. At this moment, there were already people rushing into the ordinary realm. Qin Shujian didn't hesitate and followed the crowd into the ordinary realm. As soon as he stepped in, he felt the rich spirit qi of heaven and earth surge toward him. What shocked Qin Shujian even more was that he didn't sense any shackles here. His cultivation level was also stable at the 10th level of the true martial realm. This meant that, although this was the ordinary realm, the heaven and earth shackles hadn't completely stabilized. This place could still accommodate experts of the true martial realm and above. Only when the heaven and earth shackles gradually stabilized and finally stopped at the martial realm's limit would it be considered a real ordinary realm. At this moment, although it was called the ordinary realm, it could accommodate far more people than the true dominion. Soon, Qin Shujian thought about what the golden armored generals had said. They didn't allow anyone above the true martial realm to enter. What if a true martial realm cultivator entered and broke through to the spirit martial realm here? His eyes narrowed slightly at the thought of this possibility. As for the other people who had entered, they had obviously noticed this as well. Everyone's expression had different changes. "Sect Master Qin, do you want to explore this place together?" Yang Zhouning asked Qin Shujian as he approached him. "No, I'm more used to traveling alone." "Then I wish Sect Master Qin a smooth journey. I'll take my leave first." After being rejected, Yang Zhouning didn't force him. He immediately turned and left. As the great elder of the Golden Sun sect, he was also a person of status. He had expressed his willingness to join forces with Qin Shujian out of respect for Qin Shujian's extraordinary strength. After being rejected once, Yang Zhouning stopped pestering him. As for Yang Zhouning's thoughts, Qin Shujian could also make some guesses. There were too many experts who had entered this place and there were no heaven and earth shackles. It would be safer for a few people to join forces than to travel alone. However, Qin Shujian had never thought of himself as an ordinary person. He took a step forward and disappeared from his original spot in an instant. After the 5-element 8 trigram steps had broken through to the Tao initiation realm, Qin Shujian felt that his speed had reached a terrifying level. He had entered the Tao initiation realm with his footwork. Among the people he had met so far, he hadn't found anyone who had reached this stage. As he wandered around this place, Qin Shujian looked around and paid attention to any changes. All of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look in another direction. There, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was intertwined and denser than ordinary places. This was the advantage of the spiritual eye. He could observe the changes of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and find out what was unusual. He didn't hesitate for too long. Qin Shujian immediately rushed to that location. In the middle of a valley, there was a clear pool of water, and in the middle of the pool, there was a green lotus. The green lotus was swaying and the bud was about to bloom at any time. There seemed to be divine light inside. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth swarmed in and converged into the pool and the green lotus. SSS. Connate green lotus. The spirit qi of heaven and earth turned into pool water. There must be a connate spiritual item inside. Li Huijin gasped as he looked at the green lotus before him. Then, he was overjoyed. The newly born ordinary realm was like the beginning of heaven and earth. It was the best place to nurture all kinds of treasures. Among them, the most precious were the connate spiritual items. Any connate spiritual item could stabilize the sect's light from providence and prevent it from dissipating. Eventually, the sect would improve steadily and reach the threshold of advancement. If it was a powerful connate spiritual item, it could even promote the sect's advancement. His mountain-shaking sect was already at the peak of the second-grade force and was only one step away from becoming a third-grade force. If he could obtain this connate spiritual item, the mountain-shaking sect would definitely advance. When he thought of the power of a third-grade force, Li Huijin's heart was stirred. If it could become a third-grade force, it would be one of the top sects in the True Dominion. However, after a short moment of joy, Li Huijin forced himself to calm down. The green lotus was about to bloom, so it was not realistic to directly pluck the connate spiritual item. The connate spiritual item gathered the light from providence. If someone wanted to forcibly seize the connate spiritual item that had yet to be nurtured and stifle its growth, they would definitely be punished by heaven. However, now that so many people had entered this heaven and earth, Li Huijin was not sure that no one would discover this place. Although he was at the 10th level true martial realm, however, he couldn't guarantee that he would be invincible in this world. At that moment, Li Huijin's expression changed. When he turned his head to look in another direction, he happened to see a person walking over. He sensed that the other party's aura was not weaker than his. His heart sank again. The peak of the true martial realm, if he was not at the peak of the true martial realm, he might be able to use his powerful strength to kill the other party. However, if it was an expert of the same level, this method would not work. Otherwise, the commotion caused by the fight might attract even more people. Just as Li Huijin was pondering, Qin Shujian also saw the other party. However, he only glanced at him before his gaze landed on the green lotus rooted in the pool. The spirit chi of heaven and earth has liquefied. Connate spiritual item. In just a moment, Qin Shujian saw through Qinglian's background. This time, in order to enter this place, he had prepared enough homework and knew how to distinguish which innate spirit objects were. As for the liquefied spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the pool, compared to the green lotus, it was much less attractive. The two could not be compared at all. I am Li Huijin from the mountain-shaking sect of the Southern Mountain Estate. May I know your name? Qin Shujian, Yuanzong of Baiyun Mansion. Oh, so you're a friend from Baiyun Mansion. Li Huijin laughed, then looked at the green lotus and said, Brother Qin should be able to see that the green lotus is nurturing a connate spiritual object. However, in my opinion, it will still take some time for the green lotus to bloom. There are many experts who have entered this place this time. It won't be easy for one person to obtain an innate spiritual item. Qin Shujian looked at him and said indifferently, What do you want to say? Li Huijin could not help but feel angry when he saw his indifferent attitude. However, he quickly suppressed this anger and said with a smile, Why don't we join forces and obtain the item first when the green lotus blooms? After that, we will distribute the items according to the value of the innate spiritual item. This way, no one will benefit from it. What do you think, Brother Qin? Nothing. What do you mean, Brother Qin? The green lotus is mine. The innate spiritual item is also mine. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Shujian tilted his head and looked at Li Huijin with a cold glint in his eyes. A strong aura rose from his body, causing Li Huijin's heart to beat wildly. This aura was oppressive, it made him feel as if he was not facing a 10th level true martial realm expert. Immediately, a sharp intent rose, causing Li Huijin to take 2 steps back. Saber intent. At this moment, he was truly shocked. An ordinary 10th level true martial realm expert could not contend with someone who had comprehended intent. Such an expert was considered top-notch in the entire True Dominion. Upon seeing Qin Shujian's indifferent expression, Li Huijin finally chose to retreat. Or else, if they really fought, he might not be a match for him. Subsequently, Li Huijin turned and fled out of the valley. The sound of a saber resounded throughout the valley. An endless sharpness swept over, causing Li Huijin to feel cold all over. When he looked back, he happened to see a saber slashing through the sky toward him. There was no hesitation. Li Huijin immediately unleashed all his quintessential essence. His astral energy left his body and turned into a hard shield to block the attack. At the same time, his body turned bright gold, making him look like a golden body arhat. Boom, the long saber landed, causing the astral energy to shatter. Immediately, it slashed toward Li Huijin. With a cold glint, the long saber reversed. Li Huijin glanced at the symbols on the crystalline saber from the corner of his eye and muttered, "A Dao weapon." Immediately, the golden body dimmed and he fell to the ground. At this moment, Xianxia had already flown back and quietly returned to the scabbard. A powerhouse at the peak of the true martial realm died just like that. Naive. Qin Shujian looked at Li Huijin, who died with his eyes wide open, and shook his head. Xianxia didn't want to cause a big commotion. He also didn't want to cause a big commotion. That was why he let Li Huijin go first. When Xianxia let down his guard, he would directly attack and kill him. After all, Qin Shujian didn't believe that Xianxia would really leave obediently when he was forced to. Perhaps after a while, the news of the existence of a connate spiritual object here would be widely spread. At that time it would really be a big problem. However, Qin Shujian was also secretly surprised that Xianxia could kill a powerhouse at the peak of the true martial realm with one blow. He had never personally experienced how powerful a half-step Dao weapon was. Now that he had used it for the first time, the effect was obvious. Qin Shujian went to Li Huijin's side. He bent down and searched for a while before finally taking out a martial arts book from Xianxia's arms. Truth level upper level, golden body incantation. Looking at the name of the incantation, and thinking of Li Huijin's change just now, he understood. From the name and the effect of the incantation, golden body incantation should be a cross-training martial arts. Immediately, Qin Shujian put away the incantation. Not long after, Li Huijin's body refreshed. Qin Shujian sat cross-legged on a big rock next to the pool. He cultivated the great dream soul-capturing technique while silently waiting for the azure lotus to bloom. The spirit chi of heaven and earth here was several times denser than at the peak of Mount Liang. As soon as he started cultivating, a huge amount of spirit chi of heaven and earth surged and poured into his dantian. Time passed little by little. Qin Shujian sat cross-legged and didn't move. The azure lotus swayed gently. The bud was already showing signs of blooming. Suddenly, the spirit chi of heaven and earth became even more violent. Such dense spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered. Even if others didn't have a spiritual eye, they could still feel the changes here. Immediately, soon, other experts began to rush over. Innate spiritual object. Chen Wenji stared at the swaying lotus. Needless to say, he was shocked. At this moment, all of his attention was on the lotus, so much so that he ignored Qin Shujian, who was sitting cross-legged on the side. Buzz. Buzz, Xianxia was still trembling. Qin Shujian only opened his eyes slightly. Then, he spat out a word like a lotus flower, "Kill." Instantly, Xianxia directly left the scabbard. The hidden sharpness poured out like moonlight at this moment. It made Chen Wenji's heart beat wildly. When he turned his head, he saw the cold blade light filling his vision. No, Chen Wenji was shocked. He frantically retreated. However, Xianxia was faster. In an instant, the blade light disappeared like flowing water. The long blade had already returned to the scabbard. Only Chen Wenji was left standing in place. A bloodstain appeared on his forehead. In the end, he also fell to the ground. Immediately, the scene became quiet again. After that, anyone who came forward was killed by Xianxia. After becoming a half-step Dao artifact, Xianxia's spirituality increased greatly. It had reached the point where it could communicate with its mind. Coupled with the terrifying power of a half-step Dao artifact, even a peak real martial artist was no match for it. Moreover, no one would notice that there was a half-step Dao artifact in an ordinary scabbard. Boom! Spirit chi surged. After cultivating for an entire day, Qin Shujian directly broke through to the first stage of the true martial chapter of the Great Dream Spirit Restraint Technique, which increased his strength by another level. When he looked at the source of life again, there was already a lot more. Combined with the rest from before, he directly increased the level of the Blaze Technique. Level 13 of the Blaze Technique, low-class true rank Yang Fire Level 3. Qin Shujian immediately stood up and looked at the azure lotus in the pool. Now, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was turbulent. It had reached the point where it had materialized and gathered towards the azure lotus. The budding petals trembled slightly as if they were about to bloom at any time. Such a vision, naturally, it attracted the attention of many people nearby. At this moment, someone came forward to seize the treasure. However, when someone stepped into the range of the valley, a shocking blade will erupted. A physical invulnerability expert couldn't even react before he was killed. This scene, it directly intimidated the others. Looking at Xianxia beside the azure lotus pool, they were shocked and also wondering where this expert came from to be able to kill a physical invulnerability expert with one strike. However, not everyone was unaware. There were many people from Bayun Mansion who entered the ordinary realm. Sect Master Xianxia's pretty face was shocked. Looking at the familiar back and scabbard, she recognized the identity of the other party immediately. She wanted to greet Xianxia. But when she thought of the physical invulnerability expert who was killed with one strike, many cultivators had already gathered around the green lotus, and their gazes were all fixed on it. She suppressed the thoughts in her heart. At this moment, a single action could be the target of public criticism. A moment later. Finally, someone couldn't resist the temptation of the connate spiritual object. However, he also knew that it would be very difficult for him to be Xianxia's match by himself, so he said coldly, "The natural spiritual item is right in front of him. He's only one person, so how can he be a match for all of us? In my opinion, that saber is a powerful spiritual weapon. Leaving it in his hands is just a waste of time. Why don't we take it to avoid future trouble? That's right. Let's attack together. Let's see how many people he can kill. We're all in the true martial realm. Why should we be afraid of him?" That person's words caused a response. Instantly. Everyone was excited. However, no one really made a move. On the other side, Xianxia was still sitting cross-legged. He didn't care about the clamor outside the valley. Xianxia lay quietly in the scabbard. The aura of a half-step Dao artifact didn't leak out at all. As time passed, little by little, it was finally time for the azure lotus to bloom. The violent spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged and gathered into a huge spiritual chi vortex in the sky. At this moment, even people outside of the ordinary realm could sense the changes in the atmosphere. A connate spiritual object has been born. Judging by the commotion, the connate spiritual object must be of a high level. Could it be the azure lotus in the valley? It's possible. The golden armored generals were communicating with each other with their divine senses. However, no one extended their divine senses into the ordinary realm. When the ordinary realm was born, after the experts suppressed the evil spirits, they would plunder the ordinary realm. However, there were always some spiritual objects that couldn't be detected. In other words, the experts wouldn't forcibly take some spiritual objects that hadn't been born yet. Instead, they would leave them for later generations to collect. There was a limit to the number of spiritual objects. The Golden Armor Divine General was the one who guarded this area. They were to prevent people from entering without permission. At the same time, the 4 Golden Armored Generals were supervising each other to prevent any generals from coveting the treasures and taking the spiritual objects without permission. Therefore, now that a connate spiritual object had been born, none of the Golden Armored Generals went forward. It wasn't that they weren't tempted. Instead, it was forbidden. Behind each Golden Armor Divine General was a representative of a prefecture. They also hoped that the person who obtained the connate spiritual item would be the cultivator of their prefecture. At this moment, heaven and earth spirit chi surged and gathered. The green lotus that had taken root in the pond swayed incessantly. The flower bud slowly bloomed, and the dense divine light within it overflowed, causing everyone's heart to beat wildly. Finally, under the allure of a connate spiritual object, some people could no longer hold themselves back. Boom! After the first person made his move, the others who were already prepared to make their move no longer hesitated. One after another, they unleashed their strongest attacks towards Xianxia. If he wanted to seize the green lotus, he had to get rid of the enemy first. This was the thought that everyone tacitly agreed upon. Xianxia, who was at the side, had a conflicted expression on her face. She did not immediately make a move to snatch it. Right at this moment, ding, an earth-shattering saber hum rang out, followed by an earth-shattering saber will. When the saber light flashed past, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they had seen the underworld, and all the vengeful spirits wailed. Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber, Limitless Hell. The first to bear the brunt was an expert at LV8 of the true martial realm. When the cold saber reached his body, the man's mind seemed to be frozen. His protective aura was shattered in an instant as soon as it rose. Swish, a rain of blood fell. A physical invulnerability realm expert was dead. Then. This time, there were dozens of physical invulnerability realm experts. Among them, no less than 10 were at the peak of the true martial realm. Once they made their move, how could they be so easily scared off? In an instant, upstanding chi swept out, shattering the limitless hell in an instant. Qin Shujian stepped on the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. His body flashed like a ghost. In his hand, the blood of 1,000 mountains exerted the full power of a half-step Taoist artifact. The Yingwang spirit-shattering saber of oneness of heaven and man turned into the death scythe that reaped lives. Boom! With a slash, the saber was covered in flames. It directly shattered the protective upstanding chi of a physical invulnerability realm expert. Then Qin Shujian shifted his body and dodged a sword coming from the side. Bang! Sparks flew. A short sword pierced Qin Shujian's arm. The expected blood did not appear. Instead, the tip of the sword brought a series of sparks with it. Seeing this scene, that person wanted to withdraw and retreat, but Qin Shujian had already pressed forward. The blade aura directly shattered that person's protective aura. Then, as a cold light flashed past, it had already slashed that person's throat. The scene. It was already a chaotic battle. Qin Shujian was holding a half-step Taoist artifact. No physical invulnerability chi could stop its sharpness. Moreover, he had an invulnerable Vajra level 1 body. His defense was several times stronger than the protective upstanding chi. In this situation where he could attack and defend at the same time, he was not at a disadvantage even though he was facing dozens of times more people. However, his invulnerable Vajra level 1 body had not truly reached the peak. Moreover, activating the power of a half-step Taoist artifact consumed a lot of true essence. Gradually, Qin Shujian had suffered some injuries. However, as a price, no less than a dozen physical invulnerability realm experts had died at his hands. At this moment, the green lotus was gradually blooming. The connate spiritual item was about to be born. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's eyes turned cold. He released his saber and shouted coldly, "Kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the saber struck. Xianxia madly absorbed the power of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Then, he soared into the air and charged directly at the physical invulnerability realm experts. At the same time, Qin Shujian, who had freed his hands, formed a seal with his hands. Terrifying upstanding chi erupted. A seal was formed and struck out. In a flash, it turned into a mountain to suppress. Great Demon Suppression Seal of Wilderness, Mountain Moving Seal. When the seal struck out, it could turn into a mountain to attack and suppress all enemies. Rumble, as the mountain pressed down, an expert at the peak of the true martial realm felt the air around him being compressed. Unable to dodge, he could only explode with all his strength to hit the seal. However, no matter how strong he was at the peak of the true martial realm, he could not shake the power of a mountain. In an instant, the expert at the peak of the true martial realm was suppressed. After the mountain-moving seal, more than half of his vital essence was drained. Qin Shujian glanced at his life force. After killing more than a dozen physical invulnerability realm practitioners, he had already gained nearly 20,000 points of life force. With a thought, 15,000 points of life force were consumed. The ocean convergence skill was instantly upgraded to the 6th level of the true martial technique. In an instant, vital essence was madly replenished in his empty dantian. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth around him was also pulled into his body. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and struck out the second seal of the tumbling sea. Rumble, the shadow of the vast sea surged over and instantly submerged the valley. When the cultivators who bore the brunt of the surging power felt it, their faces suddenly changed. Such power! Could it be a god-level martial arts technique? Taoist seal. That saber has Taoist seal engraved on it. That's a Taoist artifact. Quick, retreat. All the practitioners were scared out of their wits. When the seal of the tumbling sea smashed down, its terrifying power directly crushed several physical invulnerability realm practitioners. This scene was the last straw that broke the camel's back. All the practitioners quickly retreated, as if there was something terrifying in the valley. No one dared to approach it. Swish, the 1,000-mountain blood broke through the air and killed the last physical invulnerability realm practitioner who didn't make it out of the valley in time. Then, it turned around and returned to its scabbard. From beginning to end, the crystal-like blade wasn't stained with a single drop of blood. Qin Shujian, on the other hand, stood where he was without moving. Most of his body was already soaked in blood, some of which belonged to others, and some of which belonged to him. Then, he saw a large amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth surging over. After continuously using the Great Wilderness Devil Suppression Seal, his dantian, which was close to drying up, gradually recovered under the influx of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Outside the valley, Qi Yunshu stared blankly at the scene in front of her. Her pretty face had already turned pale. Dozens of true martial realm practitioners had attacked, but in the end, they were all killed and fled in all directions. She had never seen such terrifying strength in her life. If the opponent was a practitioner of the spiritual martial realm or above, it would be fine. However, Qin Shujian was only at the true martial realm. Even with Qi Yunshu's temperament as a sect master, she couldn't help but feel terrified. At the moment, the green lotus was blooming. The temptation of a connate spiritual object didn't tempt her at all. Instead, when she looked at the green lotus, she felt as if she had seen a sin. Instantly, she took a few steps back. However, when she took a few steps back, Qi Yunshu happened to see someone leave from the corner of her eye. That figure looked very familiar. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. As a result, her originally panicked state of mind calmed down temporarily. Who exactly was that? Soon, a name popped up in Qi Yunshu's mind. It was the sect master of the Heaven Saber sect, Gue Haichuan. On the other side, Gue Haichuan, who had retreated silently, looked very calm. However, his lowered arm and slightly trembling fingers indicated that a perilous situation was brewing in his heart. He had originally intended to use Qin Shujian as a bargaining chip. Now, there was nothing left of him. Gue Haichuan had always thought that he could be considered a top-notch expert in the True Dominion based on his saber intent comprehension technique. However, when he had seen the scene just now, he had finally understood. What was a true top-notch expert? What kind of gap existed between the two of them? Suddenly, he thought of what Qin Shujian had said before. At first, he couldn't understand it. It was only now that he realized what Qin Shujian meant. No wonder he was unwilling to fight with me. He never treated me as his opponent. Gue Haichuan laughed self-deprecatingly. However, he felt somewhat fortunate. If Qin Shujian had really agreed to the challenge, he would have been the one to be killed by the saber move. In the valley, Qin Shujian also glanced in the direction that Gue Haichuan had left. Finally, his gaze landed on the green lotus in the pond. Meanwhile, the pond water that had nurtured the green lotus had already dried up. The heaven-earth spirit qi had already reached a peak. The green lotus petals trembled gently. Then, under Qin Shujian's gaze, it bloomed bit by bit. In an instant, divine light flourished. The green lotus bloomed, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged. There seemed to be rolling thunder in the sky, as if it was indicating the birth of something. In Qin Shujian's eyes, he saw a long spear floating in the middle of the blooming lotus. The shocking killing intent spread with the appearance of the long spear, making the 1,000-mountain blood buzz. Boom! The thunder rolled down, as if to destroy the long spear. However, no matter how the thunder fell and the petals of the green lotus broke, the long spear still did not change, as if even the thunder of heaven and earth could not do anything to it. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also frowned. According to the records, innate spiritual objects were supposed to be things of luck, born from heaven and earth. When they were born, they were not dazzling, but there was no thunder like now, to destroy them. And, the long spear that was born from the lotus didn't give him the feeling that it was an item that could suppress fate. It was more like a terrifying killing treasure. Rolling thunderbolts fell, illuminating the entire valley in the lightning. Qin Shujian focused, observing the changes of the long spear. It was not easy to wait for the birth of an innate spiritual object. He would not let the thunder destroy it. As long as the long spear could not bear the situation, he would immediately take action. But before that, Qin Shujian still maintained a wait-and-see attitude. After all, the thunder was not only a disaster but also a training. If the long spear could withstand it, it would be more powerful. The white body of the spear was gradually dyed with a touch of purple under the thunder. And as time went by, the purple became more and more intense, gradually covering more than half of the body of the spear. So far, more than half an hour had passed. The thunder in the sky still showed no signs of weakening. As for the green lotus that gave birth to the long spear, it had already been turned into ashes under the thunder, leaving only the long spear floating in the air, bearing the attack of the thunder. This went on for another half an hour. When the last thunder fell, the valley suddenly returned to peace, and the long spear that was floating in the air and being tempered by the thunder suddenly flew away. Trying to escape. Qin Shujian had been paying attention to the long spear. When it escaped, he directly stepped into the air and caught up with it in an instant. Shortly after, he grabbed the spear with one hand, and a terrifying lightning power erupted from it. Qin Shujian only felt his body go numb, but soon, under the impact of his mercury-like blood and true essence, this numbing power was dispelled. Subsequently, he landed directly on the ground. The long spear struggled violently, and an extremely powerful killing intent rushed directly into Qin Shujian's mind. In an instant, Qin Shujian felt a shocking killing intent emerge in his mind. It was not an ordinary killing intent, but more like a calamity of the world. In the face of such killing intent, his mind was like a small boat floating in the sea. At this moment, a sharp saber intent suddenly rose and tore apart the killing intent that enveloped his mind. Buzz, a pure saber hum rang out, directly shocking the long spear, causing it to tremble slightly. The power that it had originally emitted was restrained. By the time Qin Shujian regained his senses, the long spear was already lying quietly in his hand. You've obtained an innate spiritual item. In his mind, the system's information appeared at the right time. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at the long spear's attributes. Name, Calamity Punishment Spear Grade, Innate Spiritual Item Introduction. Born from absorbing the killing intent of the world, it is an unparalleled treasure of killing intent. Next, in his mind, the system's information appeared again. You have the half-step Taoist weapon Thousand Mountain Blood, which is extremely compatible with the innate spiritual item Calamity Punishment Spear. Do you want to fuse it? Hearing this prompt, Qin Shujian did not hesitate and directly chose to fuse it. Although the Calamity Punishment Spear did not look weak, he was not proficient in spear techniques and did not like to use a long spear. In comparison, the Thousand Mountain Blood was more comfortable to use. And the half-step Taoist weapon had already helped him a lot. If it grew into a real Taoist weapon, its power would definitely be stronger. He also wanted to see. After fusing with the Calamity Punishment Spear, could the Thousand Mountain Blood reach the level of a Taoist weapon? Fuse. With a thought, the Calamity Punishment Spear suddenly trembled desperately, as if it had foreseen that it was going to die. But, no matter how it struggled, it could not change Qin Shujian's decision. The Thousand Mountain Blood suddenly came out of its sheath and quietly floated in the air. Then the Calamity Punishment Spear also left Qin Shujian's hand and flew uncontrollably toward the Thousand Mountain Blood. The two met in the air, each emitting a powerful thought, as if an invisible confrontation. As the incomplete Taoist seal on the Thousand Mountain Blood shone brightly, the Calamity Punishment Spear was instantly disintegrated and turned into pure purple energy, gathering toward the crystal blade. Boom! The heaven and earth spirit chi that had retreated surged again and was crazily absorbed by the Thousand Mountain Blood like a tide. The originally crystal-like blade was now dyed with a faint purple color. This lasted for more than 10 minutes. The Thousand Mountain Blood directly broke away from the heaven and earth spirit chi and flew toward Qin Shujian below. The moment he grabbed the handle of the blade, Qin Shujian saw that the incomplete Taoist seal on the blade had been repaired. The faint purple Taoist seal seemed to be nurtured by thunder and also seemed to be hiding shocking killing intent. When he looked at the attributes of the Thousand Mountain Blood again, it had transformed from a half-step Taoist artifact to a Taoist artifact. But behind these two words, there was a small bracket, showing the word seal. According to his guess, it should be the classification of Taoist artifacts. However, Xianxia did not know much about the classification of Taoist artifacts. What he cared about now was that the Thousand Mountain Blood had transformed from a half-step Taoist artifact to a real Taoist artifact. Just this point alone. This trip to the ordinary realm was already a great gain. He did not test the power of the Taoist artifact. But as the owner of the Thousand Mountain Blood, he could feel a mysterious power from it. Even with his current strength, when he felt this mysterious power, he still felt that it was unstoppable. The long blade returned to its sheath. Xianxia looked around the valley. Although many physical invulnerability realm cultivators had died here, he did not have a chance to search the corpses because of the fighting and the blooming of the green lotus. Now that so much time had passed, everything that should have disappeared was gone. Other than the mess in the valley, there was nothing else. So, after confirming that there was nothing valuable left, he immediately left with the long blade on his back. After a long time, some people quietly came to the valley. Looking at the ground that had changed greatly, as if it had been destroyed, their expressions changed. Soon, in this ordinary realm, an extremely terrifying expert with a half-step Taoist artifact had killed dozens of physical invulnerability realm cultivators and forced them to flee. Now that he had an innate spiritual artifact in his hand, the news that they should not provoke spread completely. There were many survivors from the previous battle. Among them, even the people of Baiyun Mansion. Others did not know Xianxia, but the people of Baiyun Mansion knew him. As a result, Xianxia's name gradually spread, and everyone became familiar with him. Carrying the Thousand Mountain Blood. As Xianxia walked around the ordinary realm, his pair of spiritual eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, trying to find any unusual places. For a newly born ordinary realm like this, there were many treasures inside. The Calamity Punishment Spear was just one of them. Soon, Xianxia stopped again and looked at a certain place. There, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth did not disperse. There was no pause for even a second. Xianxia's feet stirred up a gust of wind as he rushed toward the vision he had seen with his spiritual eye. Not long after, he came to the foot of a mountain. There just happened to be two cultivators fighting there, but the moment they saw Xianxia arrive, their expressions changed greatly, and they immediately fled at the same time. Such a scene made Xianxia shake his head slightly. Then he looked at the thing that caused the two cultivators to fight. It was a small tree with 3 juicy red fruits growing on top of it. Cinnabar fruit. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He directly came to the small tree and used his true yuan to pick the cinnabar fruit. Then he opened his storage ring and put it in. The cinnabar fruit was one of the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. If a cultivator of the true martial realm ate it, it could also increase his cultivation. Although he had the source of life to deduce cultivation methods and did not need to eat the cinnabar fruit. But just because he did not need it did not mean that others did not need it. In the illustration handbook given by the Qingyun Company, the cinnabar fruit was a treasure with a price of at least 10,000 taels of silver. Even older cinnabar fruits were shockingly expensive. Xianxia always remembered that he was poor. Seeing a treasure like the cinnabar fruit was no different from seeing a shiny silver tail. But to say that the cinnabar fruit can condense so much spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it should not be possible. Is there something else hidden here? After keeping the cinnabar fruit, Xianxia focused his eyes and began to look around with his spiritual eyes. If there was really something else, then the cinnabar fruit could only be regarded as an unexpected gain. Soon, Xianxia looked at the mountain in front of him. Or more accurately, he stopped at the foot of the mountain. Rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth was being nurtured there. Under the gaze of his spiritual eyes, the light green spiritual chi of heaven and earth had become pure green. But in his perception, that thing was buried deep in the soil. Boom, condensing his true yuan, he blasted his palm towards that direction. In an instant, soil flew everywhere and a hole appeared in his line of sight. Instantly, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth became even richer. Not only that, even the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth was being drawn in. Stepping in front of the hole, Qin Shujian did not use his true yuan to forcefully bombard it this time. Instead, he controlled his strength and deepened the hole bit by bit. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Shujian stopped his true yuan bombardment, not because he had found something, but because his true yuan had encountered an obstruction. Looking at the big rock below that looked like a mottled crystal, he directly jumped down and pulled out the 1,000 mountain blood to cut the rock that was obstructing his true yuan. In an instant, when the crystal was cut out, a terrifying spiritual qi overflowed from it. Immediately, in Qin Shujian's eyes, there was a fist-sized, sparkling and translucent crystal lying there. Spirit stone. He had never thought that there would be something like a spirit stone inside. Without hesitation, Qin Shujian immediately dug out the spirit stone and put it into his storage ring. Then, his gaze fell on the big rock again. In the next moment, he waved his long blade and continued to cut it. Since there was a spirit stone here, then, there could be a second or third one. Because in the vision of his spiritual eyes, the rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth had not completely dissipated. When he came out of the hole, Qin Shujian couldn't hide the smile on his face. Spirit stones, a total of 7 spirit stones, each of them was the size of an adult's fist, much larger than the ones Xiaohong took out before. Looking at the pile of spirit stones in the storage ring, the spirit qi that naturally overflowed, filling the small space to an extremely rich level. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's mood was even better. The preciousness of spirit stones didn't lie in their value, nor did it lie in how much a cultivator could improve after absorbing them. The true preciousness of spirit stones was. It was because they could change the spirit qi of mountains and rivers. If a spirit stone was buried in an ordinary mountain, then it would automatically gather the spirit qi of heaven and earth, and then change it into something similar to a cultivation treasure land. This kind of thing was truly a treasure born from heaven and earth. Although it couldn't be compared to innate spiritual objects, it was definitely not comparable to other treasures. Even if a spirit stone didn't increase the spirit qi by much, over a long period of time, it was still a number that couldn't be ignored. Originally, Qin Shujian was still worried about the matter of Yuanzong establishing a branch, worried that there wouldn't be enough spirit qi in other places, and that it would cause unnecessary thoughts in some people's hearts. Now that he had the spirit stones in hand, this problem was completely solved. One buried in a mountain. The rest were all buried in Liang Mountain. Qin Shujian had already planned to distribute the spirit stones in his heart. Subsequently, he directly turned and left. After calculating the time, the 3 days that Xiaohong said was almost there. The main reason was that it took 2 days to wait for the green lotus to bloom, plus the time to search, so the time was just like that. As he walked back, his spiritual eye looked around at the same time. Until he reached the border, he didn't find anything unusual. Finally, Qin Shujian didn't hesitate and directly left the ordinary realm. This time's trip to the ordinary realm, his harvest was already not small. In particular, the 1,000 mountain blood advanced to a Dao artifact, and the 7 spirit stones were already completely enough. As for the vermilion fruit, compared to it, it was too lacking. When he walked out of the ordinary realm, he saw Xiaohong standing there. Other than himself, Qin Shujian didn't notice that many people had left. Steward Xiao. Looks like we have gained quite a lot from this trip. There are still 6 hours left. Let's wait a little longer. Xiaohong glanced at Qin Shujian as a rare smile appeared on his face. I've gained something. With a smile on his face, Qin Shujian casually brushed aside the question. Xiaohong did not probe further. Whatever the other party could obtain, that was his own destiny. He wasn't interested in knowing too much less having thoughts of snatching it. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. If everything went according to one's wishes, the world would be in chaos. No one would tolerate such a thing happening. Another period of time passed. There were also people coming out of the ordinary realm one after another. Although he hadn't finished collecting all the treasures, time waits for no one. If he missed this opportunity and wanted to go back, he would either have to borrow spirit stones or walk back. The territory of a prefecture was vast, and if it was to cross prefectures, it was needless to say. Even a true martial realm cultivator would doubt their own existence if they relied on their own strength to traverse a territory. It's him. When someone saw Qin Shujian, he was shocked at first. However, when he recalled where he was, he forced himself to calm down and walked towards the camp of the other mansions. Soon after, many people had the same reaction. The strange expressions on these people's faces made the experts of the various prefectures notice Qin Shujian's existence. Xiaohong squinted his eyes slightly as a faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed like, the person that the Marquis valued was indeed extraordinary. Qin Shujian stood still and looked down. He couldn't be bothered with the strange looks that others were giving him. Not to mention that Xiaohong was holding the ground. This was the true dominion, so he wasn't afraid that the people of the other prefectures would come looking for trouble. After all, Sect Master Qin's strength was not to be underestimated. If he really wanted to fight, he could even kill a divine martial realm cultivator in the true dominion. Sect Master Qin, you have great means. I admire you. When he saw Qin Shujian again, Yang Zhongning's expression finally changed. He hadn't participated in the battle in the valley. However, the news of Qin Shujian killing everyone and scaring off dozens of physical invulnerability realm cultivators had still reached his ears. One of them might have been lying. However, 2 or 3 of them had spread the same news, so it couldn't be fake. Yang Zhongning's heart trembled at the thought of dozens of physical invulnerability realm cultivators. There were less than 5 physical invulnerability realm cultivators in the Golden Sun sect. If dozens of physical invulnerability realm cultivators wanted to cause trouble for the Golden Sun sect, the foundation of the Golden Sun sect would be destroyed in an instant. Qin Shujian smiled and said, Elder Yang, you flatter me. Sect Master Qin, if you have time to visit the Golden Sun sect, I will definitely welcome you. Of course, of course. The 2 of them chatted casually for a while and then stopped talking. Soon after, many people from the Baiyun mansion arrived. However, compared to Yang Zhongning's shock, some people lowered their heads silently when they saw Qin Shujian, not daring to look at him. Qin Shujian glanced at these people, his expression still calm. Physical invulnerability realm cultivators had a good memory. These people who lowered their heads were the cultivators who wanted to rob him of the green lotus in the valley. In front of the temptation of innate spiritual objects. Even if they were from the same sect, they might draw their swords against each other, let alone from the same mansion. Qin Shujian didn't blame them for trying to snatch the treasures. However, he was no saint. However, it was not the right time to settle the score here. When he went back, it would be time to settle the score. Looking at Qin Shujian, Yu Jianghai hesitated for a long time. Finally, he stepped forward and cupped his hands. Sect Master Qin, what happened before, let bygones be bygones. I can understand. Qin Shujian waved his hand and smiled faintly. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. Seeing that Qin Shujian didn't care at all, Yu Jianghai felt relieved. It was good that Qin Shujian didn't mind, otherwise, offending such a terrifying expert would be a huge problem for the sect he was in. Seeing that Yu Jianghai was the first to come forward and apologize, seeing Qin Shujian's attitude, the others also came forward to apologize. Qin Shujian didn't greet them with a smile, but he didn't show any signs of anger either. He didn't wait for them to say too much and just said one sentence. Time passed quickly. When the last person, Gue Haichuan, came back, Xiaohong turned and left with his people. When the stellar transposition ended, Qin Shujian looked at the familiar surroundings and knew where he was. Then, someone handed a jade box back to him. These are the spirit stones to activate the portal. Please keep them. Xiaohong took it and opened the jade box. Looking at the 6 spirit stones that were a little dim, he closed the jade box and put it away. Thank you. You're welcome. Although he was at the peak of the real martial realm, the person in front of him was Marquis Baiyun's man. The status of the 2 was not on the same level. After walking out of the inner city, Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said, Steward Xiao, I still have something to deal with in the sect. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Okay. Xiaohong nodded. Goodbye. Qin Shujian cupped his hands and then turned to leave. Immediately, the people from the other sects also took their leave. Although they hadn't been away for long, it had been a few days and there were still some things to deal with in the sect. On the other side, after returning to the Yuan sect, Qin Shujian directly found the elders who were going to expand the branch and gave each of them a jade box. There's a spirit stone inside. If placed in the mountain, it can attract the spirit qi of heaven and earth and increase the concentration of spirit qi in the mountain. You can place it on your own mountain and use it as the foundation of the branch. Spirit stone? Everyone looked puzzled. Based on their knowledge, they had never heard of the name of a spirit stone. But it didn't matter if they hadn't heard of it. But they could still understand the meaning of Qin Shujian's words. Increase the concentration of spirit qi. Just this point alone made the elders' hearts tremble. Fu Gang was the first to be unable to hold back. He opened the jade box and took a look. Instantly, there was a shocking explosion of spirit qi and it spread out like a tide. At this moment, they all felt that their physical bodies were greedily absorbing the spirit qi and the true origin in their bodies was also jumping. This is the spirit stone. Fu Gang looked at the fist-sized, sparkling and translucent stone in the jade box. When he felt the boundless spiritual energy, his expression was replaced by shock. But soon, his face turned into ecstasy. With such rich spirit qi of heaven and earth, not to mention whether it could increase the concentration of spirit qi in the area, just holding it himself could rapidly increase his cultivation level. For Fu Gang, this was definitely a treasure. As long as the spirit qi in the spirit stone is not completely absorbed, it will automatically absorb the spirit qi of heaven and earth to replenish itself and indirectly increase the concentration of spirit qi in the area. Qin Shujian explained slowly and then his tone became heavier. This spirit stone is for you to use as the foundation of the branch. No one is allowed to embezzle it. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. We understand. Fu Gang and the others were shocked, and they immediately replied respectfully. Regarding Qin Shujian's words, no one dared to raise any objections. Alright, you all can go now. We will take our leave. All the elders retreated. However, everyone firmly held the jade box in their hands and there was an unconcealable joy on their faces. Soon after, Qin Shujian also left the inherited martial hall and came to the peak of Mount Liang. Immediately after, he took out a Dao artifact and made a big hole in the peak. Immediately after, 2 spirit stones appeared in his hand and without any hesitation, he directly placed them in the hole. After doing all this, he immediately left this place, and with a wave of his hand, he used his true essence to directly bury the spirit stone. At this moment, the spirit qi of heaven and earth surged and gathered at the peak of Mount Liang. The dense spiritual energy overflowed downwards and gradually covered the entire Liang mountain. Everyone who was meditating and cultivating suddenly woke up with a start. Just a moment ago, they seemed to have noticed that the spirit qi had become abnormally active. 7 spirit stones. 5 of them were given to the 5 elders and the remaining 2 were buried at the peak of Mount Liang. As for why they were buried there, the reason was that it was the safest place. Otherwise, if the spirit stones were dug up within 2 days after being buried, Qin Shujian would have no place to cry. Furthermore, normally, he would cultivate there as well. By burying the spirit stones under his butt, he could still benefit from the spirit qi of heaven and earth, which would make his cultivation twice as effective. After doing all this, Qin Shujian returned to his room and took out a square object. He spread it out on the table. It was the map of the Great Zhao nation that Gu Feng had given him previously. It was recorded on the map. It was all the regions of the Great Zhao nation's 13 prefectures. Even if there were some differences, the difference would not be too big. After spreading out the map, Qin Shujian studied it seriously. However, he did not look at the entire Great Zhao nation. He only looked at the Baiyun prefecture. Where is the listening? Ocean sect? That's right. It is in the Fenghai True Dominion. Then, Qin Shujian searched through the map one by one. Finally, he found the location of the Fenghai True Dominion and marked it on the map with a pen. After doing this, he searched for another True Dominion on the map. When he found it, he also marked it with a pen. After a long time, Qin Shujian finally put down the pen. He had already marked a few True Dominion on the map. These True Dominion were all in the Baiyun prefecture. As for the True Dominion of the other prefectures, none of them were touched. The Fenghai True Dominion is a little far from the Mount Liang True Dominion. However, the Coiling Stone sect and the Cloud Mist sect are closer. In that case, I can start with these two sects first. Qin Shujian rubbed his chin with his palm. He already had a plan in his mind. Especially the Cloud Mist sect. He still had some impression of it. As the first sect to question the Marquis of Bayun and had entered the desolate void ordinary realm, the sect master of this sect had been the first to die at the hands of the demon disaster. Therefore, it was hard for him not to have a deep impression of the Cloud Mist sect. The sect master of the Cloud Mist sect has just died. There are at most 2 or 3 people in the physical invulnerability realm in the sect, so they are the best target. However, the Coiling Stone sect is not strong. Their sect master is only in the 9th tier of the martial realm, and he died in the devil disaster. Qin Shujian muttered to himself as he looked at the map. The sects that he was talking about. They were the sects of the physical invulnerability stage cultivators who had tried to snatch his green lotus back then. He might not know the people from other places. However, as someone from Bayun Mansion, Qin Shujian would never forget any of them. Since the other party was coveting the Khanate spiritual treasure, he had to be careful. If that was the case, then he had to consider the consequences of his actions. After all, at that time, if he didn't have a half-step Dao artifact, if he didn't cultivate so many techniques, allowing him to possess true essence that far exceeded those of the same realm, if he didn't learn the mid-grade divine ranked martial art, the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. Just a little bit more and he would have been the one to lose. If he had lost, only death would have awaited him. Qin Shujian would never be merciful to these people who wanted to kill him. Revenge was a dish best served cold. Now, he felt that 10 years was too long. Even if he didn't take revenge on the same day, a few days of respite was enough. Most importantly, given the Origin sect's current strength, dealing with these sects would be a piece of cake. Qin Shujian had originally planned to develop the sect slowly and strengthen the Origin sect's foundation as much as possible. In the end, the Origin sect's strength increased tremendously when it suddenly became a 4th-grade force. There weren't many sects in the True Dominion that could contend with it. Under the circumstances, Qin Shujian didn't think it was necessary to keep a low profile. It was time to be high profile. It was better to be high profile. The next day, Qin Shujian went to the library first and placed the golden body art manual inside. This cultivation technique wasn't very useful to him. After all, he already had the characteristics of an indestructible Vajra. He practiced again. There wouldn't be too many overlapping effects. After this, Qin Shujian gathered everyone and gathered at the martial arts practice field. More than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators and 10 outer energy realm cultivators stood together. Their terrifying aura made people's hearts tremble even though they didn't have to deliberately announce it. What is the sect planning to do? Is it going to start a war with someone? F***CK. The sect is going to start a war. This is a large-scale camp mission. Why isn't there a mission notification? Can we, the players, not participate in this mission? When the gathered players saw this scene, they all had excited expressions on their faces. If one were to ask them what kind of missions they liked the most, it would definitely be large-scale missions. The players had earned a lot from the 2 large-scale missions. This was especially true for the last Devil Calamity mission. He had earned a lot from it. However, they were puzzled that they hadn't received a mission notification until now. This made the players feel as if a cat was scratching their hearts. It would be too sad if they couldn't participate in the large-scale mission. Ever since the Origin sect was established, it has always pursued stable development and has never had any conflicts with other sections. However, the Northern Heavens True Dominion's Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect have deliberately become enemies with the Origin sect. In the face of such behavior, the Origin sect will not be bullied by others. Today, the Elder of Imparting Arts will be in charge of the Origin sect. The rest will follow me to flatten the Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect. After he finished speaking, a system notification appeared in the minds of all the players. Large-scale camp mission, sect extermination battle. Mission details: the Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect have deliberately provoked us in the Northern Heavens True Dominion. In order to protect the dignity of the sect, the disciples of the Origin sect are duty-bound. Mission completion rate, Cloud Mist Sect 0 to 1, Coiling Stone Sect 0 to 1, number of targets killed, 0. Mission reward, huge amount of experience points, huge amount of contribution points. Boom. All the players were shocked. When they saw the mission details, the joy on their faces was needless to say. Large-scale camp mission, and it was to challenge 2 sects at once. 2 words appeared in the minds of all the players. Domineering, however, on second thought, the Origin sect had the ability to do so. On the forum, some of the players who had joined the sect had posted the approximate strength of the sect. For example, the Origin sect, which had thousands of inner energy realm cultivators, was one of a kind. Xinhong and the rest looked solemn as they replied calmly, "We will definitely flatten the Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect. Flatten the Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect. Flatten the Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect." The morale of the Origin sect disciples was high, and their killing intent had already soared to the sky. This time, Xinhong, Fu Gang, Chao Xing, Qiu Ping, and Li Zhongyi, the 5 elders, will lead 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators and half of the disciples to flatten the Cloud Mist sect. The rest will follow me to the Coiling Stone sect. Yes, sir. After flatten the 2 sects, we will need to retrieve their sect guarding spiritual items. Don't let them fall into the hands of others. Yes, sir. Let's go. Qin Shujian directly gave the order, and the entire Origin sect suddenly moved. In an instant, the weather changed. Other than a portion of the experts overseeing the Yuan sect, there were a total of 1,550 inner energy stage cultivators and 5 outer energy stage elders. As for the disciples under them, they were all mobilized. Such a big movement naturally caused panic among the others. What is the Origin sect doing? Does he want to flatten Fei City? Zhang Baiqing looked at the number of experts, and his back was already soaked in sweat. Hong Ben and the rest beside him also swallowed their saliva with difficulty, and their faces were full of shock. They were even thinking about it. If so many experts were to really attack Fei City, should they run or flee? There was no choice. With the strength of Fei City, it was impossible for them to contend against such a large number of experts. Even if they went to the other cities to seek help, it would be too late. Even Zhang Baiqing and the rest were trembling with fear. The people of the Origin sect did not even look at Fei City, and they directly walked past it. At that moment, some people had already collapsed to the ground. Quick, spread the news. The Origin sect is out in full force, including more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators. They are heading straight out of the true domain of Mount Liang. I don't know what they are up to. After recovering from his shock, Zhang Baiqing immediately said angrily. It was too embarrassing. He was the leader of a city, and the other party had scared him so much that he broke out in cold sweat just by passing by. If this were to spread, where would he put his face? He could only take the opportunity to vent his anger to cover up his embarrassment. On the forum, some players had already uploaded the video of the Origin sect's operation. The title was also very eye-catching, Large-Scale Camp Mission Begins. The Mount Liang Fort Master does not change his true colors. He wants to start a war to exterminate the sect, and his troops are heading straight for the true domain of Northern Heavens. Such a title and such a collection of content were once again pushed to the top of the forum by the forum's administrators. Especially the words Mount Liang Fort Master. It immediately became the focus of many players, and some people immediately clicked on it. When they saw the video, the shock in everyone's heart was indescribable. First comment, occupying the first comment. By the way, I want to express my current mood. Second comment, more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators. The Origin sect is going to ascend to the heavens. A lowly sect with only 5 inner energy realm cultivators passing by. Third comment, does anyone know where the true domain of Northern Heavens is? Is it far away? Is there anyone who wants to go and watch the battle? Fourth comment, right now, I really want to know if there are any brothers who have entered the true domain of Northern Heavens. Fifth comment, let's observe a moment of silence for the true domain of Northern Heavens to show our respect. Sixth comment, this video post caused a stir on the forum. It was even more shocking than when the Mount Liang Fort Master had destroyed the novice village. After all, everyone in the novice village was a noob. It was natural for them to be unable to break through the defense of the boss and be destroyed. But now, it was a war between sections. It was a war between NPC forces in the game world and NPC forces. For the current players, NPC sects were still in existence that they couldn't fight against. After all, the strongest players were only at the second stage of the true martial realm. They didn't even have inner energy realm cultivators. As for these NPC sects, they all had at least inner energy realm cultivators, and even outer energy realm cultivators. Unless they relied on a large number of players who didn't care about their lives, they might be able to destroy a sect. However, the price to pay for that would be too great. No one would be crazy to such an extent, and no one would have such great rallying power. No matter what, the Origin sect's full-force operation this time had already caused a huge stir among the players. Moreover, as time passed, the matter was gradually fermenting. For the majority of the players, Yuan Zhong's actions this time made them feel excited. After all, players had always loved to watch a show. In a fight between sects like this, they might be able to pick up some scraps. However, a small group of players didn't think this way. Without a doubt, they were the players of the Northern Heavens True Domain. When they saw this video, the players of the Northern Heavens True Domain were filled with question marks. The comments in the comments were also quite excited. F*CK, what is the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master doing? Could it be that the Cold Mountain True Domain is no longer enough for him? Northern Heavens True Domain players kneel and beg to form a team. Pay. Does anyone know why the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master came to the Northern Heavens True Domain? Brothers of Yuan Zhong, can you send out the details of the mission? The Cold Mountain Stronghold Master can't possibly want to destroy the entire Northern Heavens True Domain, right? They couldn't help but feel nervous. They knew about their own sect's situation. More than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators, with one true energy realm cultivator each, could probably flatten a mountain. Many players had already made preparations to retreat. Soon, Yuan Zhong's target was announced. Cloud Mist Sect, Coiling Stone Sect. There were a total of 3 sects in the Northern Heavens True Domain. When the players of the remaining sect heard this news, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, the players of the Cloud Mist Sect and Coiling Stone Sect were in an uproar. Northern Heavens True Domain, Cloud Mist Sect. Where is the Elder? I want to see the Elder. I have something to report. After some players received the news, they immediately flew over to see the Elder of the Cloud Mist Sect. However, before they could see the Elder, they were stopped by someone else. Stop. You are just insignificant inner sect disciples. How dare you ask to see the Elder? F*CK, immediately, some players couldn't help but lose their temper. Just as they were about to attack, they were pulled back by the players beside them. Once they attacked, there was a high probability that they would be expelled from the sect. This wasn't a joke. All the cultivation techniques and martial arts in the sect would be erased. Although the cultivation techniques would be erased and the experience points would be retained, it wouldn't be easy to find a high-grade cultivation technique that was comparable to the sect's cultivation techniques. Moreover, if the martial arts were erased, it would really be erased. This kind of punishment could be said to be heavy. Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from the person blocking their path, he was most likely an NPC nearing inner energy realm. If they were to fight, they might not necessarily be a match for him. Therefore, another player immediately spoke up. We've received news that Sky Origin Sect is currently leading a large number of powerhouses to attack the Cloud Mist Sect. This matter is extremely urgent. I hope that senior brother can help us pass on the message. What Yuan Zhong? I've never heard of him. That person frowned. He had never heard of Yuan Zhong's name before. My Cloud Mist Sect strength is powerful. How dare a so-called Yuan Zhong declare war on my Cloud Mist Sect? Over 1,000 inner energy realm experts from Yuan Sect have been dispatched. I am not lying. Is the Essence Sect a sect above the True Dominion? It's a sect from the True Dominion of Liang Mountain. What a joke. How can a True Dominion sect have more than 1,000 inner aura realm cultivators? I think all of you have lost your minds. F*CK, do you not understand human language? At this moment, the other players could no longer hold back. It's fine if you can't do it, but why don't you pass on the message and let us meet the elders or the sect master first? As if he could sense the anger of the players, that person sneered and said sarcastically, during the Cloud Mist sect's heyday, it only had 10 inner energy realm elders. Which sect in the True Dominion has more than 1,000 inner energy realm experts now? I'm afraid that even the sects of the Spirit Dominion don't have that many experts. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the players present immediately turned cold. If they had still harbored any hope for the Cloud Mist sect, their last remaining hope had been completely shattered. Their heyday had only had 10 inner energy realm experts. If that wasn't their heyday, they wouldn't even have 10 inner energy realm experts. Based on this comparison, they could no longer see any hope. Sorry to disturb you, senior brother. Some disheartened players cupped their fists and turned to leave. The rest of the players did the same. Given the character of the Liang Mountain Stockade Master and the fact that he has mobilized so many people this time, it is basically a fact that the Cloud Mist sect will be exterminated. What are your plans now? Indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. What's there to consider? Let's retreat. 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 At this time, the Cloud Mist sect players had basically reached a consensus. And that was, retreat, rather than living and dying together with the Cloud Mist sect and then suffering the punishment of exterminating the sect after suffering a loss, they might as well take advantage of this opportunity to flee. After all, the consequences of betraying the sect were the same. Therefore, the Cloud Mist sect players very straightforwardly chose to cut their losses. For a time, the players who had joined the Cloud Mist sect betrayed the sect one after another. They couldn't see the slightest hope of victory against the colossus that was Origin sect. When a large number of Cloud Mist sect disciples betrayed the sect, it finally alarmed the upper echelons of the Cloud Mist sect. At the same time, the Coiling Stone sect's side wasn't too good either. Chao Hong and Lu Qinghong's expressions were as if their parents had died. They felt as if they were born to clash with that surnamed Qin. Or was it because this game was so unfriendly to them, the two originally wanted to develop wretchedly? Then, they would find an opportunity to exterminate Origin sect in one fell swoop. In the end, without waiting for them to develop, they received news that Origin sect was going to launch a collective attack. Especially the news of more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators. It was like a bolt from the blue, leaving the two of them crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. More than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators. Once he thought of this news, Chao Hong's heart helplessly groaned. How could they fight this? What are your plans? What plans can I have? We only have two choices now. We can either stay and be slaughtered by the Liang Mountain Fort Master again or leave now. The Coiling Stone sect only has a few elders who might be at the outer energy realm. However, a few outer energy realm cultivators are no match for more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators. Lu Qinghong shook his head. Forget it, it was better to leave early before the Coiling Stone sect issued a compulsory mission similar to the Novice Village. Bear with it for a while and the wind will be calm. Take a step back and the sky will be clear. He now had a deep understanding of this saying. A lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. If we leave, our losses will be lighter. When the time comes, we can join another sect and recover our current cultivation realm very quickly. All right. Chao Hong nodded slightly. Just as the Cloud Mist sect and Coiling Stone sect players were preparing to betray the sect and leave, the news of Origin sect's large-scale attack shocked the other True Dominion sects. They crossed the Liang Mountain True Dominion. One step further and they would reach the Blue River True Dominion. The Origin sect had thousands of people, so it was impossible for the sects of the Blue River True Dominion not to receive any news. When so many cultivators at the inner energy realm and above gathered, their aura was as dazzling as the sun. Anyone with a good sense would be able to sense it. However, regardless of whether it was the Blue Cloud sect, the new overlords of the Golden Sun sect and the Watermoon sect, at that moment, the three sects maintained their silence. They did not know why the Origin sect had mobilized so many people. However, they could understand that given the strength of the Blue River True Dominion, even if the three sects joined forces, they would be crushed instantly if they dared to block the Origin sect's path. At the Blue Cloud sect, many elders were squatting in the main hall of the sect. Sect Master Xianxia was sitting on the main seat expressionlessly, as if he did not care about anything. However, judging by his white eyebrows, one could tell that the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect was not calm at all. This was especially so when Xianxia stepped into the territory of the Blue Cloud sect. Xianxia immediately received a warning from the Heavenly Tao. If it had been in the past, whenever he received a warning from the Heavenly Tao, he would definitely send someone to investigate or warn the other party to immediately withdraw from the territory of the sect. However, now, Xianxia simply chose to turn a blind eye. Whatever warning from the Heavenly Tao, it had nothing to do with him at all. Sect Master, the Origin sect has entered the territory of the Blue Cloud sect in such a large scale, yet they did not send anyone to inform us. Isn't this a little too much? An elder said somewhat indignantly. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately attracted the attention of others. Qingyan turned his head to look at that person and sighed. Taoists are particular about peace and quiet. They are just passing by. Why do you have to be so serious? It seems that your cultivation is still not enough. Resign from your position as an elder and reflect on your actions. With just one sentence, this elder was directly removed from his position. Ignoring that person's greatly changed expression, Xianxia immediately sealed his cultivation and sent someone to take him away. From the beginning to the end, the other elders in the main hall did not raise any objections. They still felt that it was better to remove this kind of hothead who could cause the death of the entire sect. As for Xianxia, when he entered the territory of the other sects, he also received a warning from the system. However, he did not take this news seriously at all. Now that the Origin sect's aura was like a rainbow, anyone who dared to block their path, regardless of their previous identity, was now an enemy. As for the enemy, they would be crushed. Fortunately, ever since they had stepped into the Blue Stream True Dominion, no one had been so stubborn as to block the Origin sect's path. As time passed, the Origin sect's aura reached a peak as it traversed the entire Blue Stream True Dominion. 2 days later, the sect's army officially stepped out of the Blue Stream True Dominion and entered the Northern Heavens True Dominion. Instantly, all the forces in the Blue Stream True Dominion heaved a huge sigh of relief. After all, it was hard not to be nervous when so many experts were running amok in their own territory. The Blue Stream True Dominion was close to several True Dominion. The Northern Heavens True Dominion was one of them. After entering the Northern Heavens True Dominion, Xianxia immediately ordered, according to the plan, 5 elders will bring people to the Cloud Mist sect. The rest will follow me to the Coiling Stone sect. Yes. Immediately, the power of the Origin sect split into 2 and headed in 2 different directions. At this moment, the sects in the Northern Heavens True Dominion finally received the news. All the forces felt as if they had experienced an earthquake. They hurriedly sent people to investigate the whereabouts of the Origin sect, wanting to know what the other party's motive was. As for the Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect, finally, when a large number of players betrayed the sect, they received news that they could not believe. A sect had crossed 2 True Dominion to attack. There were also more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators accompanying them. These words sounded rather ridiculous, but when they really found out, they had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, the 2 sects were already in chaos. Over at the Coiling Stone sect, the previous sect master had died tragically at the hands of the devil disaster, and the previous vice sect master, Yan Zongping, had taken over the position of sect master. In the end, he hadn't even warmed up his seat when he received news of Yuan sect's large-scale attack. He just needed to use his brain. Yan Zongping basically knew the reason why Origin sect would launch a large-scale attack. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so vengeful. He had only made a move when he was trying to snatch the Azure Lotus. Before he had the chance to injure the other party, he had already been scared away. From beginning to end, Yan Zongping realized that he was just a bystander. But even so, he still bore a grudge against him. She thought of the scene where Xianxia had a gentle smile on his face. Yan Zongping finally understood what it meant to hide a dagger in a smile. Things are getting troublesome. He took a deep breath and felt that his legs and stomach were not listening to him. Let's not talk about the 1,000+ inner energy stage practitioners. Qin Shujian alone was not someone the Coiling Stone sect could resist. Back then, dozens of physical and vulnerability realm experts had joined forces, but they had still been beaten to a pulp. The sharpness of the Thousand Mountain Blood and the terror of the Great Wilderness Devil Suppression Seal were still fresh in his mind. At this moment, a powerful aura came crashing down as if the sky was collapsing. The entire Coiling Stone sect trembled slightly. Sect Master, this is bad. The people from Yuan sect are about to arrive. Come with me and have a look. Without the reminder of the elder who came in, Yan Zongping also received the warning of the heavenly axiom. After taking a few deep breaths, he barely stabilized his mind and walked out of the sect hall. At this moment, the disciples of the Coiling Stone sect were in a state of panic. Sect leader, the Coiling Stone sect has arrived. An inner energy realm deacon stepped forward and coldly looked at the mountain peak before him as he spoke in a deep voice. Qin Shujian raised his head and looked at the sky. The heaven and earth spirit chi was lingering there, making the heaven and earth spirit chi much denser than other places. He didn't say much. He simply waved his hand and spat out a single word. Kill. Hearing this, more than 500 physical and vulnerability realm cultivators unleashed their auras and charged towards the Coiling Stone sect at lightning speed. As for the other players, at this moment, they didn't dare to fall behind as they followed closely behind these inner energy realm cultivators. All the players understood. This was basically a smooth sailing battle. With so many inner energy cultivators and sect master Qin Shujian personally overseeing the situation, the Coiling Stone sect had no chance of resisting. Boom! The eruption of true essence shattered the mountain rocks. In less than a breath's time, the mountain gate of the Coiling Stone sect was crushed. What a powerful commotion. This caused the hearts of the Coiling Stone sect disciples to tremble. Hold on. A loud shout rang out, followed by the appearance of Gang Qi, destroying the chi of several inner energy stage cultivators. Yan Zongping was escorted by a group of experts from the Coiling Stone sect. His eyelids twitched as he looked at the experts from the Yuan sect. When they saw Qin Shujian walking slowly over the ruins, they were shocked. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Sect Master Qin, if you have something to say, let's talk it out. The previous matter was my fault. I hope that Sect Master Qin can be magnanimous and forgive me this time. If you have any requests, I will do my best to fulfill them. After saying this, Yan Zongping didn't blush at all. What was face, more than 500 inner energy stage cultivators standing in front of them were enough to trample on the face of any true Dominion sect. Not to mention, there was an even more terrifying sect master of the Yuan sect. Hand over the Coiling Stone sect guarding treasure and the Coiling Stone sect will completely merge with the Yuan sect. Sect Master Qin, you are making things difficult for us. Why don't you change your conditions? I will definitely comply. Yan Zongping's expression was ugly, but he didn't dare show it. Then there is no room for discussion. Qin Shujian's expression was calm as he said lightly, What are you waiting for? Do you want me to teach you what to do? Kill. Upon hearing this, the people from the Yuan sect were shocked. They immediately charged towards the Coiling Stone sect. In an instant, more than 10 Coiling Stone sect disciples were killed. Even Yan Zongping had no choice but to release his protective Gang Qi to block the oncoming attack. He then looked at Qin Shujian with a furious expression. Do you really want to fight to the death? The fish will die, but the net will not break. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. It was also at this moment that a terrifying wave of energy exploded from the Coiling Stone sect. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun as it rushed towards Qin Shujian's face. That intimidating might caused the faces of those who sensed it to change drastically. The people from the Yuan sect wanted to warn him, but it was too late. However, the rainbow was fast, but there was something faster than it. Bang! A snow-white blade light appeared like flowing water. A vast aura suddenly erupted. In an instant, everyone's heart sank. When the blade light collided with the rainbow, there was no surprise. The rainbow was directly broken in half and fell to the ground. What replaced it was a long blade. The Thunder Dao seal on the blade was faintly discernible. It was as terrifying as the heavens. No, it's impossible. Yan Zongping was shocked. He couldn't even stand properly. He looked at the crystal arrow that was broken into two on the ground. There was still an inextinguishable luster flowing within it. Innate spiritual item, cloud-piercing arrow. Its power was comparable to a mid-grade spiritual weapon. This was the true foundation of the Coiling Stone sect. It was also the most advantageous trump card of the Coiling Stone sect against external enemies. Even if it was an expert at the peak of the true martial realm, without the protection of a strong armor, the cloud-piercing arrow would still kill him. The cloud-piercing arrow was the pinnacle of battle. It was able to kill a spiritual martial realm expert in the spirit zone with one arrow. That was the true pinnacle of the Coiling Stone sect. Originally, Yan Zongping had planned to use the cloud-piercing arrow to kill Qin Shujian if he didn't want to back down. Even if he had a half-step Dao artifact, the outcome would be the same. After all, the other party's half-step Dao artifact was not an armor type. This was also the reason why he insisted on taking the last step and not backing down. With the cloud-piercing arrow, he did have the confidence to do so. However, when he saw the 1,000-mountain blood above the Coiling Stone sect, the terrifying heavens within the Thunder Dao seal made Yan Zongping's heart tremble. An uncontrollable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. A Dao artifact, not a half-step Dao artifact, but a true Dao artifact, even the cloud-piercing arrow, which was comparable to a mid-grade spiritual weapon, was cut in half. A Dao artifact protecting its owner was nothing more than this. Qin, / Just as Yan Zongping was about to speak, an indifferent voice sounded. Immediately after. The 1,000-mountain blood above the Coiling Stone sect's head slashed down. Yan Zongping had just put up his protective qi when it was destroyed in an instant. He had completely fallen under this slash. When Yan Zongping died, the Coiling Stone sect's 2 outer invulnerability realm elders and a few inner invulnerability realm experts had all fallen. Under the attack of more than 500 inner invulnerability realm adepts, outer invulnerability realm adepts were nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. At this moment, a desolate figure rushed over from afar and knelt down in front of Qin Shujian. Sect Master Qin, I am willing to join the Yuan sect. Please spare my life. You are not worthy of joining the Yuan sect. Seeing this, a Yuan sect expert was about to kill him. Qin Shujian's spiritual eye moved slightly. Immediately after, he said, wait. A simple word. The inner invulnerability realm cultivator immediately retracted his true yuan and retreated to the side. The Coiling Stone sect disciple who was kneeling on the ground trembled slightly, as if he could feel death in front of him. However, he resisted the urge to run away. What is your name? My name is Lin Daoxuan. Lin Daoxuan? Qin Shujian's expression did not change. He said indifferently, if I let you join the Yuan sect, what benefits can you bring me? The cloud-piercing arrow is only one of the treasures of the Coiling Stone sect. There is another treasure, the Qiankuan Bao. I happen to know where it is. Afraid that his offer was not attractive enough, Lin Daoxuan swallowed his saliva and continued, furthermore, I know where the treasure vault of the Coiling Stone sect is. I can tell you all of this. I only hope that you will give me the opportunity to join the Yuan sect after this. At the end of his sentence, he raised his head and looked straight at Qin Shujian. Looking at the other party's face, which was a mixture of sweat and blood, only a pair of dim eyes showed a strong desire. That was the desire for life. Looking at the ruins of the Coiling Stone sect and the people of Yuan sect who were killing the remaining disciples of the Coiling Stone sect, Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, all right, I will give you this opportunity. Hearing this, Lin Daoxuan's attributes appeared in front of his eyes completely. When he saw the other party's loyalty, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. Loyalty of 98 points, this was close to the level of being loyal to the death. Even in the current Yuan sect, this loyalty was much higher than most people. Seeing this, Qin Shujian took note of Lin Daoxuan's name. He did not consider who the other party was in the past and whether he had betrayed the sect in order to survive. He wanted it. Only to the people of the Yuan sect. As long as they were loyal to the Yuan sect and were loyal to him, that was enough. Stop for now. Qin Shujian said lightly, but his voice spread throughout the entire Coiling Stone sect. The people of Yuan sect who were killing the remaining disciples of the Coiling Stone sect had no choice but to stop now. Now, almost all the cultivators of the true martial realm in the Coiling Stone sect were dead. The hunter shoots the bird that sticks out. Those with high cultivation were targeted by the people of Yuan sect immediately. The remaining people. They were all in the basic martial realm. Some of these people had fear in their eyes, and some could not help but sit on the ground. Qin Shujian said coldly, "I will give you 3 breaths of time. Those who are willing to surrender to the Yuan sect and do not hold any grudges will be spared. Those who are stubborn and resist will be killed on the spot." After saying this, immediately, someone cried out, "I am willing to surrender. We are willing to surrender." Good, now all the survivors of the Coiling Stone sect, gather here immediately. If you want to hide secretly, once I find you, kill without mercy. Hearing this, the people of the Coiling Stone sect quickly came in front of Qin Shujian one after another. As for the people of Yuan sect, without Qin Shujian's order, they did not dare to act recklessly. They only stared at the people of the Coiling Stone sect like tigers watching their prey. As long as there was something wrong, they would ruthlessly kill. Looking at the group of Coiling Stone sect disciples in front of him, Qin Shujian roughly looked, there were about 500 to 600 people. Enter my Yuan sect and stand to the left. Those who are willing to live and die with the Coiling Stone sect can stay where they are. I'll give you 10 breaths to make your choice. After saying that, most of the Coiling Stone sect disciples hurriedly moved to the left, afraid that they would lose their lives if they were a step slower. However, not all of the Coiling Stone sect disciples were afraid of death. There were still dozens of people who stood in the same place. For these people, Qin Shujian did not ask for the reason, but simply spat out a word, "Kill." In an instant, true essence exploded, killing all of these disciples. This scene directly made the remaining people tremble. Qin Shujian's eyes were calm from the beginning to the end. These disciples who were unwilling to surrender were indeed worthy of admiration, but admiration was secondary. He did not intend to leave any future troubles. Cut the grass without removing the roots. The spring breeze blew on the young generation. No one knew if there would be anyone who would become an expert in the future. When the time came to attack Yuan sect, it would be others' turn to decide their own survival. Then, Qin Shujian looked at those who chose to surrender and said, "From today onwards, you are Yuan sect's odd job disciples. As long as you perform well, Yuan sect will treat you equally. Your future is completely in your hands. Greetings, sect master." Good. Qin Shujian's spiritual eye flashed, then swept across the odd job disciples one by one. Xianxia stood in the air, as if overlooking the existence of the world. All of a sudden, a terrifying blade chi shot out, directly killing an odd job disciple. The sudden turn of events gave everyone a fright. Don't panic, as long as you don't have any disloyalty, your life will not be in danger. Qin Shujian's words made them feel a little more at ease, but they still did not stand uneasily. To this, Qin Shujian did not pay much attention to it. His spiritual eye continued to scan, and let Xianxia kill anyone whose loyalty was in the negative. He did not even need to find out, so as not to waste time. For a moment, blade chi overflowed continuously. In the end, dozens more people died. It wasn't until the last day that Qin Shujian withdrew his gaze. He turned to Lin Daoxuan and said, "From now on, these people will be under your command. If there are any who have bad intentions, you can kill them first and report later." Disciple obeys. Lin Daoxuan was overjoyed. He immediately lowered his head and replied respectfully. Qin Shujian then said to the other Yuan sect disciples, "You guys go and search for the martial arts of the Coiling Stone sect. Bring me to see where the bow of heaven and earth is." The last sentence was directed at Lin Daoxuan. "Sect leader, please follow me." Lin Daoxuan took the lead and led the way. Qin Shujian reached out and grabbed the broken piercing cloud arrow, then put it into his storage ring and followed Lin Daoxuan deep into the Coiling Stone sect. After receiving the order, the disciples of Yuan sect also headed towards the place where the Coiling Stone sect stored their martial arts techniques. Every sect, they all had places similar to Yuan sect's book collection pavilion. In addition, the people who had become Yuan sect's odd job workers were also disciples of the Coiling Stone sect in their previous lives. They were very clear about these places. On the other side, although Dao Master Lin was only an inner disciple, he had secretly investigated the situation of the Coiling Stone sect. Originally, according to his plan, he wanted to find an opportunity to viciously plot against the Coiling Stone sect. However, the opportunity did not come. Instead, he was waiting for the opportunity to destroy the Coiling Stone sect. To Lin Daozhen, the current outcome was more satisfying than he had expected. He was familiar with the place. He directly led Qin Shujian left and right and finally entered a side hall. The moment he stepped into the side hall, Qin Shujian could feel a strong wave of spirit qi. He saw a longbow hanging in front of the side hall. There were inscriptions engraved on it, as if it was naturally formed. A strong aura was overflowing from it. "Who are you people? How dare you trespass here?" A thought rose from the longbow and turned into a thunderous voice. Qin Shujian frowned and looked at the longbow in front of him. His eyes flickered. The birth of spiritual intelligence, this was something that could be done by any spiritual artifact-grade treasure. However, to be able to communicate with ordinary people without any mistakes, it had to be nurtured over a long period of time so that its spiritual intelligence would continue to grow. Only then could it finally achieve this step. Of course, the higher the grade, the faster the spiritual intelligence would be nurtured. However, no matter how fast it was, it could not be done in a short period of time. For example, the Thousand Mountain Blood was already a Tao artifact, but its spiritual intelligence was only at the level of telepathy. If it was like the bow of heaven and earth, it would at least need a long period of nurturing. "Were you the one who shot at me just now? You are the owner of that Tao artifact." The bow of heaven and earth trembled slightly, as if it felt threatened. "Then get down here." After finding the culprit, Qin Shujian did not waste time talking nonsense with him. He directly used his true essence to take the bow of heaven and earth. Feeling threatened, the bow of heaven and earth was about to explode with spiritual energy to resist. The sound of a blade rang out, causing the bow of heaven and earth to tremble again. The spiritual energy that was originally prepared to resist was forcibly dispersed and then Qin Shujian took it down. Subsequently, with a flash, the bow of heaven and earth was already stored in the storage ring. He did not have time to study these innate spiritual objects. Everything would wait until he returned. Sect Master is invincible. Even the bow of heaven and earth can be easily taken down. Lin Daozhen flattered without leaving a trace, but he was truly shocked in his heart. The bow of heaven and earth was the most precious treasure of the Coiling Stone sect. He did not know how strong it was. But just by listening to the rumors, one could know that it was an extremely terrifying weapon. Qin Shujian did not comment and said, "Where is the treasure vault of the Coiling Stone sect?" "It's here." Lin Daozhen came to the wall on the other side of the side hall and said, "This is the place where the bow of heaven and earth is stored." At the same time, the bow of heaven and earth is also the existence of the treasure vault. But thinking about it, to enter here, we still need to find a secret door. While talking, he had already felt around some of the things. After all, as an inner disciple, it was not easy to find out where the treasure vault was. It was too difficult to find out the way to open the treasure vault. No need to be so troublesome. Step back. Although Lin Daozhen did not understand, he still stepped back. Then, Qin Shujian released a stream of energy and directly bombarded the wall. Rumble. The entire side hall was shaking. After the energy dissipated, although the wall in front of him was a little broken, it was still intact. Qin Shujian's face darkened and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Then, this awkwardness turned into anger. This time, he did not hold back any of his strength. All of his true origin surged and turned into energy that bombarded the wall. The surface of the wall peeled off, revealing the darkness inside. Under the full force of the peak of the true martial realm, the door of the treasure vault was still not opened. "Sect Master, why don't I look for the mechanism?" "Step back a little further." Qin Shujian's face was gloomy and directly asked Lin Daozhen to step back. This time, he was going to go all out with the treasure vault. Then, He formed a seal with both hands and a terrifying and vast power gathered in it. Then, as if the sky was falling, the terrifying power directly landed on the dark wall. Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal, Moving Mountain Seal, a mid-grade divine level martial art. Once used, it was earth-shattering. A terrifying force erupted, and the entire side hall collapsed under this force. Lin Daozhen did not have time to be shocked. When the side hall collapsed, he was the first to retreat. Rumble. The side hall collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. By the time the dust had settled, Yi Zichen had already made his move. When Lin Daozhen looked over, he saw that the dark wall had been completely shattered. On the ground behind the wall, there was a black hole, and he could vaguely see a staircase. This is the treasure vault of the Coiling Stone sect. Although he was shocked by Qin Shujian's strength, he still came to the entrance and said, "Go down." Yes. Lin Daozhen looked at the black hole, but he still walked in. A peak of the basic level martial realm cultivator might not be very strong, but seeing in the dark was not a big problem. After Lin Daozhen went down, Qin Shujian followed along the staircase. The surroundings were dark. But in the spirit eye, it was as bright as day. He was not worried about any traps. Not to mention Lin Daozhen's loyalty, with his current strength, there was no one in the Coiling Stone sect who could pose a threat to him. The staircase was not long, and it took less than a minute to reach the bottom. The originally small and narrow space suddenly became spacious and open. In a spacious secret room. The walls were inlaid with a few small jade stones. They shone faintly, illuminating the room so that ordinary people could see normally. Through the light, one could clearly see that there were 3 or 4 tall shelves in the secret room. On top of them were different weapons. A faint cold light circulated among them, indicating that these weapons were not of low quality. On the other side, there were dozens of chests. When Qin Shujian opened them, he saw that some of the chests were filled with precious ores. There were also a few jade boxes filled with spirit treasures. Next, the rest of the chests were very straightforward. They were all white and shiny silver tails. Seeing this, a smile finally appeared on Qin Shujian's face. He touched the chests and kept them in his storage ring. Soon, the entire storage ring was filled to the brim. At first, he thought that the space of 3 feet was a little small. Only now did he realize that the space of 3 feet was not small at all. He had emptied the treasury of the Coiling Stone sect. You have a total of 135,000 silver. Looking at the system's information, Qin Shujian had a clear idea of the amount of silver he had seized. 130,000 silver, that was not a small amount. Even if the Sky Origin sect did not have that much, it was still a problem. As for Lin Daozhen, although he was envious of such things, he also knew his identity. Therefore, he only stood respectfully at the side and did not move. Let's go. After glancing at the empty treasury, Qin Shujian was about to turn around and leave. All of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks and looked sideways at the jade stones on the wall. Then, he walked over and dug out all the jade stones. Then, he put them into his storage ring. The treasury became dark all of a sudden. This time, Qin Shujian looked at it carefully. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, he left with Lin Daozhen. At the same time, the people of the Sky Origin sect had also emptied all the valuable items of the Coiling Stone sect. Finally, they piled them up in an empty space. Among them, there were various cultivation methods and martial arts that Qin Shujian had been longing for. Soon, the video of Yuan Zhong's annihilation was uploaded. The players who had been paying attention to this battle, when the video appeared, they immediately clicked on it. It didn't take long for the video to end. However, all the players who watched the video remained silent. Then, they were completely shocked. Strong, terrifyingly strong, even though Yuan Zhong's strength had been separated, Yunwu sect and Monolith sect still couldn't resist. They were drowned by the terrifying number of inner energy realm cultivators. Especially the scene where Qin Shujian killed the Monolith sect master with one slash. It was even more shocking. Suddenly, many people seemed to have seen the methods of the Liangshan stockade master who had massacred the entire village. Your stockade master is still your stockade master. The big boss is still the big boss. Originally, some players wanted to find a chance to attack the Liangshan stockade master because their strength had increased. This was a legendary boss among the players. However, after watching the video, most people extinguished this thought. That's right, there were many players who had entered the true martial realm at this stage. However, they had only just entered the true martial realm. An NPC who was obviously in the outer energy realm couldn't even resist and was killed in one move. Such terrifying strength wasn't something that the players at this stage could contend with. As for the Monolith sect and Yunwu sect players, there was only one thought in their minds. That was, it was good to run fast. Although the punishment for betraying the sect was severe, they felt that they would definitely trigger a compulsory mission based on the situation in the video. Then, they would be repeatedly killed by Yuanzong's people in the sect. In such an overwhelming situation, the strength of both sides was not even on the same level. On the other side, there were still people from the Monolith sect who surrendered. However, on the Yunwu sect's side, Yuanzong's elder carried out Qin Shujian's orders perfectly and wiped the entire Yunwu sect from the Northern Heaven's true domain. As for the Yunwu sect's treasure and all their loot, they were brought over by Xinghong and the others. It was similar to the Monolith sect. The Yunwu sect's treasure was an innate spiritual item that was comparable to a spiritual weapon. After keeping it in his storage ring, Qin Shujian looked at the huge pile of loot in front of him. Then, he took out the items in his storage ring. Seeing the sudden appearance of the items, many people were stunned, but they quickly recovered. Elder Fu, take a group of people and bring these items back to the Origin sect, along with the people from the Coiling Stone sect. As for the rest, follow me to the true domain of the Fenghai sect. Yes. Fu Gang was startled at first, but he quickly regained his senses. As for the other players, at this moment, a new quest notification appeared in their minds. The first phase of the mission was completed. However, the words large-scale faction mission 2 appeared in the second phase. Shortly after, Qin Shujian led the group of Yuan sect disciples and continued to head toward the Fenghai True Dominion. Yuanzong had made such a big move. He had never thought of stopping after destroying 2 sects. This time, Qin Shujian wanted all the sects in the True Dominion to be terror-stricken when they heard the name of the Origin sect. He wanted them to understand that anyone who tried to oppose the Origin sect would only end up dead. Also, although Yuanzong's strength was tyrannical, other than the batch of people recruited later on, there were not many who had experienced bloody battles. This time, he could also make use of this opportunity to train the troops and let the people of Yuan sect truly see blood. As for the players, he could also let them see the true strength of Yuan sect. There would always be some people who would have unnecessary thoughts. Qin Shujian expressed that he could still afford to pay a small amount of life for source. After all, the wool came from the sheep. Not long after the people of Yuan sect left, people immediately came to check on the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect. When they arrived, they could only see the ruins of the sect gate. As for the people of the 2 sects, none of them were left. In an instant, the news of the destruction of the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect spread like wildfire. Besides the Northern Heavens True Dominion, even the nearby Mystic Void True Dominion and the Blue River True Dominion received the news of the destruction of the 2 sections. Everyone who heard this news was shocked. However, they also felt that it was only natural. More than 1,000 inner Aura Realm cultivators could easily crush any True Dominion sect. However, even if they had expected this, when the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect were destroyed, they could not help but feel shocked. Faintly, they also felt sympathy for the loss of the 2 sections. This was especially so for the Monolith sect. It had existed in the Northern Heavens True Dominion for more than 1,000 years and was considered a large sect with a strong foundation. Even though it had declined in recent years, it still possessed the Cosmic Bow and the Cloud-Piercing Arrow, which were the cornerstone treasures of the region. Even though the Monolith sect had declined, not many people dared to provoke it. In fact, there were not many people who were confident that they could beat the Monolith sect in terms of strength. Most of them, their strength was on par with each other. In less than half a day, such a large sect had been annihilated. Apart from feeling sympathy for the loss of the 2 sects, everyone also felt that they were in danger. Very soon, these sects secretly investigated the whereabouts of Yuan's sect, wanting to see if he had returned. However, they received news that Yuan's sect had only sent a group of people to bring back the seized resources. The rest of them had crossed the Northern Heaven's True Dominion and headed for the Fenghai True Dominion. This piece of news caused another perilous situation. What is Yuan's sect trying to do? Could it be that he wants to destroy the Listening Ocean sect as well? In the Listening Ocean sect, Yu Jianghai instantly became restless after receiving news of Yuan's sect's movements. The destruction of the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect especially gave him a huge pressure. Yu Jianghai did not forget. Other than the people from the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect, Yu Jianghai was also one of the people who had taken action. Originally, he thought that he would apologize to Qin Shujian. Then, this matter would be considered over. However, looking at Yuan sect's posture, he was clearly the kind of person who would seek revenge for every grievance. Since the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect had been destroyed, the next one would probably be his Listening Ocean sect. After all, the Fenghai True Dominion was close to the Northern Heaven's True Dominion. At the moment, in the Listening Ocean sect, not only was Yu Jianghai slightly flustered, but even the group of elders who had received the news were panicking. They did not know about the conflict between Yu Jianghai and Qin Shujian. However, Yuan's sect had first gone to the Northern Heaven's True Dominion to destroy the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect. Now, he had brought people directly to the Fenghai True Dominion. No one could be sure that he was not coming for the Listening Ocean sect. If he was really coming for them, then, the Listening Ocean sect would probably follow in the footsteps of the two sections. Sect Master, what should we do now? Should we send someone to find out what Yuan sect's intentions are? In the Great Hall of the sect, the Great Elder of the Listening Ocean sect, Ding Zhongyuan, could not maintain his composure. There was an unconcealable panic on his old face. Yu Jianghai took a deep breath and shook his head. According to my estimation, the Dimension sect's target is most likely my Listening Ocean sect. During the trip to the Beichuan Great Dominion, Qin Shujian and I had some conflicts. The people of the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect also had some conflicts with him. Now that the two sects have been destroyed, with his vengeful character, I'm afraid that my Listening Ocean sect will not be able to escape. Hearing this, the expressions of the others in the Great Hall of the sect changed abruptly. If they were not sure of Yuan sect's target earlier, then Yu Jianghai's words had confirmed their speculation. At this moment, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Then what should we do? An elder's voice was trembling as he spoke. In the end, he looked at Yu Jianghai and said, "Why don't Sect Master apologize to Yuan sect? Maybe he will let us off." Haha. Yu Jianghai smiled insincerely as he shook his head and sneered. If apologizing was useful, how would the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect end up being destroyed? Do you think that the deterrence of more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators is not enough to make the two sects bow their heads? These words. Once again, it made the hearts of the Listening Ocean sect's elders sink as their faces turned pale. That's right. If they could think of giving in, the other two sects would definitely not fight Yuan sect head-on. But in reality, the two sects were still destroyed. This also proved that Yuan sect's determination was firm and could not be easily shaken. The only way now is to join forces with the other sects to resist Yuan sect together. Otherwise, if Yuan sect is defeated one by one, no one will benefit. After Yu Jianghai recovered from his shock, he immediately made a decision. Yuan sect was strong. But because he was too strong and his methods were so ruthless, it would definitely cause the other sects to be wary. After all, no one could be sure if they had offended Yuan sect. If one day they were to arrive at the city gates, then only death would await them. Therefore, he was confident that he could persuade the experts of the other sects to join forces to resist Yuan sect. Especially after the two sects were destroyed, Yu Jianghai was not afraid that the other sects would not be afraid. Hearing this, Ding Zhongyuan nodded and said, "That's right. Yuan sect is now powerful and ruthless. We can join forces with the other sects to eradicate them in one fell swoop. This matter should not be delayed. Elders, please head to the other sects to lobby them." All right. Instantly, the entire Listening Ocean sect was moved. Northern Heaven's true domain was close to Fenghai true domain. Although Listening Ocean sect was on the other side of Fenghai true domain. It would only take 2 to 3 days to travel from Coiling Stone sect to Listening Ocean sect. Therefore, Yu Jianghai and the others had to rope in enough experts to fight against Yuan sect within 2 to 3 days. This kind of matter was imminent, and no one dared to delay for even half a second. As for the players of Listening Ocean sect, after seeing the second phase of the mission of Yuan sect's players on the forum, they all fell into silence. They did not know what Yu Jianghai and the others were planning. They only knew that the big boss, Liang Mountain Fort Master, was about to arrive. Run, or not run, this was a problem. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, the players of Listening Ocean sect reached a common idea: run, they had to run. Listening Ocean sect did not let them see any hope of victory. Or rather, it was not a matter of victory or not, but they did not see any hope of survival. In the eyes of the players, the destruction of Listening Ocean sect was already settled. Whether to stay and be buried with them or to withdraw in advance, as long as they were not stubborn, they knew which one to choose. Immediately after Cloud Mist sect and Coiling Stone sect, a large number of disciples of Listening Ocean sect defected. Sect Master, someone from the Listening Sea sect is asking for an audience at the foot of the mountain. Let him in. Fu Qinghong said faintly in the sect hall. Immediately, the deacon in front of him turned and left. Subsequently, an elder of the Qingqing sect said, Sect Master, the people from the Listening Sea sect have never been in contact with us. Now that they suddenly sent someone here, I'm afraid their intentions are not simple. Of course I know. Fu Qinghong smiled faintly. Although the two sects were both in the Fenghai True Dominion, their relationship was not very good. There were even quite a few disputes over some resources. Now that Yu Jianghai had sent someone here, he would not believe it at all unless he had a request. Combined with the news he had just received, Fu Qinghong roughly understood the purpose of the Listening Sea sect's visit. Soon, under the guidance of an elder with a peaceful face, he stepped into the Qingqing sect hall. He looked at Fu Qinghong and cupped his hands. I'm Ding Zhongyuan. Greetings to Sect Master Fu. Haha, so great Elder Ding of the Listening Sea sect is here. Come, give him a seat. Thank you. Ding Zhongyuan sat down and immediately said, I'm sure the Qingqing sect has heard the news that the Yuan sect destroyed the Yunwu and Monolith sects in one fell swoop and headed straight for the Fenghai True Dominion. I've heard a little about it. Could it be that Elder Ding is here for the Yuan sect? Yes. Ding Zhongyuan did not deny it and directly cut to the chase. The Yuan sect mobilized the entire sect, a total of more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators. After destroying the two sects, they headed straight for the Fenghai True Dominion. Their intentions are definitely not simple. The Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect were completely annihilated in less than 2 hours after encountering the Origin sect. Their foundation of thousands of years was reduced to nothing. I'm afraid that the sects in the Fenghai True Dominion will follow in their footsteps. The Listening Sea sect's words are a bit exaggerated. A Qingqing sect elder sneered. It said that the Yunwu and Monolith sects were destroyed by the Yuan sect because they offended Qin Shujian. Our Qingqing sect has never had anything to do with it, so how could we be in danger of being destroyed? Ding Zhongyuan's expression didn't change as he said, the experts of the True Dominion sect usually have 10 to 20 inner energy realm cultivators. The weaker ones only have a few inner energy realm cultivators. According to my understanding, the Green City sect only had 23 inner energy realm cultivators and 7 outer energy realm cultivators at its peak. What do you mean? Based on what I know, the Green City sect only has 12 to 13 inner energy cultivators and less than 5 outer energy cultivators. This kind of strength can be ranked among the top sects in the North Cloud Matter. Ding Zhongyuan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he muttered to himself. As for Fu Qinghong, who was sitting in the main seat, his expression did not change as his gaze landed on the other party. The number of outer invulnerability adepts in the Yuan sect will not stop for the time being. As for inner invulnerability adepts, there are no less than 1,500 of them. The number of experts in the Yuan sect has already surpassed the Azure Cloud sect by 100 times. In other words, if Yuanzong wanted to make a move against the House of Qing, all he needed to do was to move his finger and crush it. If Sect Master Fu wanted to crush an ant on the spur of the moment, would he consider so many factors? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you insult our sect? Instantly, the elders of the Green City sect in the hall flew into a rage as they pointed at Ding Zhongyuan and scolded him. Even Fu Qinghong looked at the other party with a somewhat cold gaze. Ding Zhongyuan's expression didn't change. He cupped his hands and said, "This old man didn't mean to insult the Qingqing sect. I'm just stating a fact. Whether it's my listening C sect, the Qingqing sect, or any other sect. In front of Yuanzong, we are all vulnerable. As long as Jin Shujian wants to, he can annihilate all of us. I believe that I don't need to explain in detail what more than 1,000 inner energy cultivators represent. Everyone should understand. Now that Yuanzong is rushing toward the true dominion of the Fenghai Sea, his wild ambitions are obvious. The listening Sea sect intends to join forces with the other sects to resist Yuanzong when he enters the true dominion of the Fenghai Sea. At the end of his speech, Ding Zhongyuan finally revealed his true intentions. Fu Qinghong sneered and said, "Even if I agree, do you think that the Green City sect and the Listening Sea sect can resist Yuanzong? The Green City sect is just one of the sections. Our sect has already sent people to contact the Fengshan True Dominion of the Fengshan True Dominion, the Yanhua sect, the Mountain Shifting sect, and other sections. With our 5 sects joining forces, we may be able to resist Yuanzong." Ding Zhongyuan paused and continued, "Moreover, as long as we kill Qin Shujian, the other people in Yuanzong will definitely be discouraged. At that time, even if there are 1,500 inner energy cultivators, we still have a chance of winning. The Green City sect needs to consider this matter. Elder Ding, please do as you wish. Yuanzong will be here soon. I hope that sect leader Fu can make a decision soon. I will take my leave first." Ding Zhongyuan got up and left. Soon. Only the people of the Green City sect were left in the hall. "Sect leader, the Listening Sea sect is clearly dragging us down with them. How can we let them succeed?" a Green City sect elder said indignantly. Ding Zhongyuan's words had already made him unhappy. Now that Ding Zhongyuan had left, he no longer had any qualms about speaking. Fu Qinghong's expression was somewhat gloomy as he said, "Although that is the case, Ding Zhongyuan's words are not without reason. Yuanzong is very powerful now. It will be very difficult for our sects to stay out of this. Yuanzong was too powerful, he was so powerful that the true dominion could no longer contain him. Given the current power of Yuanzong, if they were allowed to continue developing, the 1,500 inner energy cultivators would become more than 1,500 outer energy cultivators in a few years. Even if all the outer energy cultivators in the true dominion of the Baiyun Mansion were added together, they would only have this number. The strength of a sect would have the ability to contend with the entire Baiyun Mansion's true dominion. It had to be said. This was a very frightening matter. If Yuanzong had not reached into the Fenghai True Dominion, Fu Qinghong would not have thought so much. After all, in the face of such a powerful sect, even if they joined forces to deal with it, the price they would have to pay was not something any sect could bear. Therefore, they could not go to war. Fu Qinghong really did not want to go to war. However, now that Yuanzong had come in full force, he was not sure whether they would take the opportunity to attack the Green City sect. Rather than resign themselves to fate and let things not be in their control, Fu Qinghong hoped that they could take the initiative. Just as Ding Zhongyuan was heading to the Green City sect, just as he had said, the other members of the Listening Sea sect were also heading to the other sects to lobby them. This time, Yuanzong's power was like thunder, intimidating the surrounding True Dominion. Therefore, this time, the lobbying of the Listening Sea sect was unusually effective. One day later, the experts of Yuanzong officially stepped into the Fenghai True Dominion and headed straight for the Listening Sea sect. Along the way, in the face of so many experts, all the sects and forces retreated, not daring to face them head-on. There are so many inner energy cultivators. This kind of strength is really something that the True Dominion sects can possess. A spirit martial realm cultivator gasped silently when he saw the scene. If he had been in the spirit dominion, he would not have been afraid in the face of so many inner energy cultivators. He would not be able to defeat them, it would not have been a problem for him to escape. However, in the true dominion, regardless of whether one was a spirit martial realm or a divine martial realm cultivator, they were only at the peak true martial realm. If they were besieged by so many inner energy cultivators, they would only end up nursing a grievance. The true dominion was not isolated from the spirit dominion. There were also many spirit martial realm cultivators active in the true dominion. However, all the spirit martial realm cultivators who saw the Yuanzong army retreated silently. Sect Master, the listening sea sect might not sit still and wait for death. Should we be more cautious? Xinghong asked in a low voice as everyone moved forward. He had once been the leader of a force. He also knew a little about the matter of forming alliances and joining forces. Now that the Yuanzong was powerful and had the battle record of destroying 2 sects, the listening sea sect would not sit still and wait for death. Qin Shujian said calmly, no matter what preparations the listening sea sect has, it will not be able to prevent its destruction. If the other sects are sensible, they will be safe and sound. If they are not willing to be left out, they will end up like the listening sea sect. Xinghong knew about his concerns. However, to Qin Shujian, the other party's concerns should not be considered concerns. Given the Yuanzong's current strength, it would not matter even if all the sects in the Fenghai True Dominion were tied together, let alone the listening sea sect. In the end, they would only end up defeated. This was Qin Shujian's confidence in himself, as well as his confidence in the entire Yuan sect. The current him, he was no longer the ignorant bandit leader he had been in the past. A 4th grade force was not invincible in the True Dominion, but it was not far from it. Most of the other sects were only 1st grade forces. It was rare to see a 2nd grade force, let alone a 3rd grade or 4th grade one. Although a low grade force would not be strong enough. According to the standards of a 4th grade force, no sect in the True Dominion would be able to contend with it. Unless, they were both 4th grade sections. However, according to Qin Shujian's understanding, there was no other 4th grade force in the North Cloud Mansion's True Dominion other than the Yuanzong. At the Listening Sea sect, after receiving Yu Jianghai's request for help and lobbying, the various large sects did not dare sit back and do nothing. They all sent experts over. I will remember everyone's help today. I will definitely repay you after this. Yu Jianghai felt more at ease as he looked at the experts of the various sects in front of him. Together with the original experts of the Listening Sea sect, there were more than 20. Outer Invulnerability Realm experts and more than 60 to 70 Inner Invulnerability Realm cultivators gathered there. Although there was still a huge difference in the number of experts compared to the Yuanzong, it was not as if they did not have the ability to fight back. Fu Qinghong said indifferently, we didn't come here to start a war with the Origin sect this time. We're here for peace. If the Seaview sect wants us to fight to the death with the Origin sect, then you've miscalculated. Don't worry, Sect Master Fu. I don't want to fall out with the Yuanzong either. It would be best if we could resolve this peacefully, Yu Jianghai said with a smile. It was no secret that the Yuanzong's target was the Listening Sea sect this time. The various sects had not come purely because of the Listening Sea sect. They had come because the Yuanzong's aura was so strong that the other sects felt threatened. Where are the people of Yuan sect now? Experts from other sects asked. Yu Jianghai shook his head and said, Yuan sect has already entered the Fenghai True Domain and will be here soon. As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. They're here. 2 simple words, but everyone understood the meaning behind his words. Immediately, everyone's expression was solemn. Yu Jianghai got up and said, everyone, follow me and meet the master of Yuan sect. After speaking, he took the lead and walked outside. Just now, the Heavenly Way gave a warning. It made Yu Jianghai understand that Yuan sect had officially stepped into the territory of Listen to See sect. It was just as he had guessed. Qin Shujian was really heading straight for Listen to See sect. As for the reason, Yu Jianghai was basically sure that it was because of the fight for the Khanate spiritual object. Just as Yu Jianghai and the others were about to move, the experts of Yuan sect had almost arrived at the mountain gate of Listen to See sect. Sect Master. Xinghong wanted to say something but was stopped by Qin Shujian with a wave of his hand. In his perception, hundreds of powerful auras were rapidly approaching. However, Qin Shujian's expression did not change as he smiled and said, "It seems that there are really sects that are unwilling to be left out and want to join in the fun." Although there was a smile on his face, his eyes were full of coldness. Soon, a group of experts had already approached. When they saw that there were over 1,000 inner energy stage cultivators lined up in a row, the powerful aura that gathered together caused everyone's expression to change. As for the players of Yuan sect, they were completely ignored. There were many people. However, in such an occasion, they were just small fries. What really made people's hearts heavy was the number of inner energy realm cultivators. And, the master of Yuan sect, Qin Shujian. Yu Jianghai's expression was shocked at first, but he quickly recovered and cupped his hands with a smile. "Sect Master Qin, for you to come to my listen to see sect, what is the matter? To collect a debt. Listen to see sect doesn't remember when we owed your sect anything." Qin Shujian looked at the many experts in front of him and finally fixed his gaze on Jianghai. He said, "You know very well what kind of debt I'm asking for. Since you want to snatch my Yuan sect's innate spiritual object, you should have been mentally prepared for this. Sect Master Qin, innate spiritual objects are birthed by the heavens and earth and don't belong to anyone. It's reasonable for you to fight over the birth of a treasure. I've already apologized to you afterwards, so why are you still being so overbearing?" Yu Jianghai's face was filled with anger as he bellowed. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to speak so boldly. However, now that there were experts from several sects behind him, even if Yuan Zong was powerful, he did not feel much fear. "If I don't vent my anger, I won't feel good." Qin Shujian's words caused everyone's expression to freeze. It was very simple. It was also very straightforward. The other party didn't beat around the bush at all. He directly told them that he was here to vent his anger. Even Yu Jianghai, who had prepared a lot of words, almost choked. After a while, Yu Jianghai said in a low voice, "I've already apologized. What else does Sect Master Qin want? If the Listening Ocean sect surrenders today, we'll pretend that nothing happened. If you resist stubbornly, the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect will end up like you." Qin Shujian said indifferently. Boom, his words caused the expressions of the others to change. Yu Jianghai said angrily, "I'm sincerely apologizing, yet you are being so overbearing. It seems like Sect Master Qin is not simply here for the Listening Ocean sect. Don't tell me you want to use this opportunity to wipe out all the true Dominion sects and make the Yuan sect the only supreme sect?" These words, they had already forced Qin Shujian into an embarrassing situation. In everyone's opinion, the other party would either admit defeat or admit that he was the enemy of all the true Dominion sects. No matter which option it was, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Yuan sect. Today's matter is between the Yuan sect and the Listening Ocean sect. Do the other sects also want to participate? Qin Shujian didn't answer. Instead, he asked Fu Qingheng and the others. Everyone's identity couldn't be hidden in the spirit eye. Fu Qingheng said, "Sect Master Qin, Sect Master, you shouldn't have snatched the connate spiritual object. However, this matter should be discussed carefully. I believe that it wouldn't be a good thing for both sides if a war broke out directly." That's right. If Sect Master Qin sincerely wants compensation, just say the word. However, if you want the Listening Ocean sect to surrender, that would be too much. The experts of the other sects also tried to persuade him. It was impossible for them to sit back and watch the Listening Ocean sect get annihilated. However, they didn't want to start a war with the Yuan sect either. At least, not now. They could only attack the Yuan sect after this matter was over, and they gathered more sections. They believed that the strength that the Yuan sect had exposed this time had already made many sects wary. If there was a chance, the other sects might also want to eliminate such a threat. However, no matter what, it wasn't realistic for the 5 sects to join forces and destroy the Yuan sect. If things went wrong, both sides would suffer losses. No one was willing to bear such a loss. It seems that all of you have the same idea. Qin Shujian looked around at the crowd and his gaze finally landed on Yu Jianghai, who was smiling. He said softly, "Slash." As soon as he finished speaking, the saber struck, a terrifying power instantly erupted. It was like a thunderbolt that could destroy everything. The crisp sound of the saber made everyone's expression change drastically. At that moment, Yu Jianghai seemed to feel a fatal threat. Without thinking, he retreated. His Gangqi suddenly erupted and a powerful Gangqi shield condensed in front of him. However, it was just a single blow. The Gangqi shattered with a sound. Looking at the cold light that filled his line of sight, he immediately took out a dark green shield and blocked in front of him. Bang, the shield suddenly shattered and turned into fragments that flew all over the sky. Yu Jianghai was hit by the terrifying power and his body flew out directly. He coughed up blood continuously. However, the injuries on his body couldn't be compared to the shock in his heart. The shield that he had just taken out was the heirloom treasure of the heirloom sect. Its power was comparable to a middle-grade spiritual weapon and its defense was unparalleled. Even an upper-grade spiritual weapon could hardly damage it. This was also one of the reasons why Yu Jianghai was still calm after knowing that Qin Shujian had a half-step doctrine artifact. However, the other party had only used one saber strike to shatter the shield that could withstand the attack of an upper-grade spiritual weapon. What was broken was not only the heirloom treasure but also Yu Jianghai's confidence. When he saw the saber flying across the sky and the thunderbolt Dao seal suppressing everything, he finally coughed up a big mouthful of blood after landing on the ground. His face was full of disbelief. Doctrine artifact. How could it be a doctrine artifact? It was clearly a half-step doctrine artifact. How could it become a complete doctrine artifact? No matter how Yu Jianghai thought about it, he didn't expect such a change. At that moment, as Qin Shujian attacked, the experts of the Yuan sect didn't need to be ordered and had already attacked the experts of the other sections. In an instant, the surging true essence was like the waves of the sea, about to drown everyone. Due to the strong pressure, the experts of the various sects didn't dare hold back. They all used their strongest strength to resist the attacks of the Yuan sect. Doctrine artifact. The faces of the various sect masters were as black as ink as they looked at the 1,000 mountain blood above their heads. They hadn't expected that the true Dominion sect would have a doctrine artifact. One had to know, a complete doctrine artifact was more terrifying than more than 1,000 inner energy cultivators in certain situations. Fu Qinghong immediately shouted in fear, "Sect Master Qin, the Green City sect has no intention of participating in the feud between your sect and the heirloom sect. Please let us leave. I can guarantee that I won't interfere." He was afraid. He was really afraid. Given the strength of the Yuan sect and the addition of a complete doctrine artifact, anyone who came would die. Unless they had a doctrine artifact of the same level, they wouldn't be able to fight. The sects of the True Dominion that possessed a middle-grade Khanate spirit artifact to suppress the light from Providence was already considered a large sect. Only a few of them possessed an upper-grade spirit artifact. As for the doctrine artifact, it was considered a priceless treasure even in the Spirit Protectorate or even the sects of a higher level, let alone the True Dominion sect. When they saw the 1,000 mountain blood, Fu Qinghong wasn't the only one who was afraid. Even the sect masters of the other sects were afraid. In order to intimidate the Yuan sect this time, all the experts of the various sects had come out. Even the sect masters were present. Now, these sect masters felt very regretful. The actions of the heirloom sect had caused them to suffer miserably. Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to the begging of Fu Qinghong and the others. The Thunder Dao seal on the saber suppressed everything. He took a step into the air, grabbed the saber, and slashed it down. Wisdom Monarch prison shattering saber, in an instant, vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts wailed. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a ghastly hell. However, there was also thunder in the sky and an extreme yang force erupted. The two forces, yin and yang, merged into a terrifying saber move. In the face of this saber move, everyone, including the peak true martial realm cultivators and the other cultivators, felt that they were going to die. Fu Qinghong and the others no longer cared about hiding anything. The sect guarding spirit weapons of their respective sects appeared in their hands. Then, they activated their quintessential essence and erupted with a powerful force that collided with this saber move. Rumble. A terrifying wind swept in all directions. As the saber aura shattered, the spirit weapons in Fu Qinghong and the others' hands dimmed. Some of them even showed signs of cracking. On the other hand, the 1,000 mountain blood's crystalline saber body was surrounded by thunder. It was as terrifying as a saber that could destroy the world. Sect Master Qin, kill. Qin Shujian ignored Fu Qinghong and the others' words of retreat and released the control of the Thousand Mountain Blood, allowing this Dao artifact to kill. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. A vast amount of quintessential essence gathered and transformed it into an illusion of a huge mountain that suppressed down. Middle-grade divine level martial technique, Great Desolate Devil suppressing seal. At the moment, Fu Qinghong and the others didn't feel like they were facing a peak true martial realm cultivator. They felt like they were facing an expert above the true martial realm. This move of the mountain-moving seal made them feel extremely threatened. Their gang chi exploded and collided with the mountain. Qin Shujian was obviously going to kill them all. Fu Qinghong and the others no longer harbored any hope. If they couldn't defeat him, they would die. In the face of life and death, everyone unleashed their full strength. Boom, Qin Shujian's robe puffed up. The quintessential essence in his dantian evaporated. Another move of the mountain-moving seal came crashing down. The shockwave almost caused their gang chi to dissipate. Then, he glanced at his source of life, which had reached nearly 100,000, and chose to upgrade his origin ocean technique by 1 level. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged in. The quintessential essence in his dantian was instantly replenished. Then, another move of the mountain-moving seal came crashing down. The quintessential essence in his dantian dried up again. Upgrade, 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 the source of life receded like a tide, but the quintessential essence in Qin Shujian's dantian remained in a nearly full state. The mid-grade divine level great demon suppression seal in his hands didn't seem to consume any quintessential essence. For a moment, its power was earth-shattering. Fu Qinghong and the other physical invulnerability mighty ones coughed up blood and retreated. Although it wasn't as intelligent as a normal person, it was connected to Qin Shujian's mind. It followed his instructions and shuttled back and forth in the crowd. The Thunder Taoist seal appeared. It was as powerful as the heavens, intimidating everyone. Both the internal and physical invulnerability adepts. They couldn't resist a doctrine artifact at all. And this was only an autonomous attack from a doctrine artifact. If its owner controlled it, its power would increase exponentially. Boom, the illusory sea surged over. Although it did not have any substance, its power was enough to topple the sky. Coupled with Qin Shujian's powerful true origin, which far exceeded the true martial realm, this attack directly surpassed the limits of the true martial realm. Poof. Poof, Fu Qinghong and the others spat out blood as their protective auras collapsed. They were heavily injured. Although they had spiritual weapons, most of their power had been destroyed by the doctrine artifact. They had no power to fight back against Qin Shujian, who repeatedly used ultimate moves. One had to know. Using spiritual weapons consumed a large amount of true origin. Not everyone could be like Qin Shujian, who could directly use his life source as a means to restore his Jin Yuan. Buzz, after the seal of the tumbling ocean had severely injured everyone, Qin Shujian used up all of his remaining life force. A surge of vital energy filled his dantian. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. A desolate and ancient aura that seemed to suppress everything filled the air. An illusory figure with an indistinct face appeared. Instantly, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth became chaotic. Suppress. Demon. Seal. Qin Shujian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He formed a seal and instantly emptied his dantian of true origin. Rumble, after the seal was formed, the illusory figure slammed its palm down. At this moment, it seemed to suppress the heavens. And the earth. Everyone under this palm couldn't move. The air split and rolled to both sides like waves. Fu Qinghong and the others tried to open their eyes. However, the true origin in their dantian seemed to be imprisoned. They couldn't use a single bit. They could only watch as the palm fell. The ground trembled, Fu Qinghong and the others couldn't even resist before they were crushed by this power. After doing all this, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, closed his eyes and stood still on the ground. The light of the Thousand Mountains blood blade flowed, beheading the last inner aura cultivator before landing in front of him. Lightning still lingered on the blade, causing everyone to shrink back in fear. Xinghong immediately ordered, "Everyone, collect the spoils of war immediately." Hearing this, regardless of whether it was the players or the others, they immediately reacted and began to search the corpse. This battle came quickly and ended quickly as well. The whole process took less than half an hour. All the experts from the sects who had come to reinforce them had been completely annihilated. Under the situation where the top experts were pinned down by Qin Shujian and Xianxia, the remaining experts were powerless against Xinghong and the other experts. It could be said that, if it weren't for a few people who were careless and suffered some injuries, this battle could be said to be virtually unscathed. This was a one-sided battle. After a long time, Qin Shujian opened his eyes. His dry dantian had been replenished by some true essence. He sheathed Xianxia and then asked, "Have the spiritual weapons of the various sects been collected?" "Sect Master, it's all here, as well as the cultivation methods and martial arts they carried." Xinghong ordered people to bring the items and said in a deep voice. Qin Shujian first put all the spiritual weapons, whether they were incomplete or not, into the storage ring. These spiritual weapons, even the most precious treasures of the various sects, were innate spiritual objects. As for the cultivation methods and martial arts, as well as the other spoils of war, Qin Shujian didn't even look at them and put them all away. "Did we suffer any damage?" Other than a few disciples who suffered some minor injuries, there were no other losses. Qin Shujian nodded and looked around the battlefield. He found that all the people who fell on the ground were from the other sections. Even the players whose realms weren't high didn't seem to be in a sorry state. After all, they were fighting a favorable battle. It could be said that the players were the best at taking the kill without doing anything. "For elders, each of you will lead 300 inner energy disciples to Qingqing, Fenglei, Yanhua, and Moving Mountain. Kill all those above the true martial realm. Those below the true martial realm who are willing to surrender can be brought back. As for all the resources stored in the sects, take them all." Qin Shujian's eyes were cold and murderous. Using his spiritual eye, he found that a few of the sects that had interfered this time had all escaped his eyes. Since they dared to get involved in this mess, they had to think about the consequences. He had already been very kind by not giving the order to exterminate the entire sect. After that, Qin Shujian gave the players another mission, asking them to follow the other elders to destroy the sections. "We obey." Xinghong and the others cupped their hands and accepted the order. After that, the group of Yuan sect experts dispersed and left. Following them were all the player disciples. To this, Qin Shujian was not worried that anything would happen to Xinghong and the others. Not to mention that even after dispersing, each of them still brought along 300 inner energy disciples. Just the fact that most of the experts of these sects had fallen here and even lost their sect guarding spiritual weapons meant that their overall strength had dropped by 70 to 80%. If they could not resist at their peak, now that they had dropped by so much, it was even more impossible to resist. After Xinghong and the others left, Qin Shujian brought the remaining people and headed directly to listen to the Sea sect. Not long after Qin Shujian and the others left, the corpses of Yu Jianhai and the others had already automatically disappeared. After that, many people walked out from the shadows. Looking at the huge palm print on the ground and the traces of battle, a thought surged in their minds. Heavens, it was about to change. The matter of the 5 great sects joining hands was not a secret. All the powers were paying attention to this confrontation. Regardless of whether Yuan's sect chose to fight to the death with the 5 great sects or choose to retreat, all the powers had already made the corresponding preparations and arrangements. But, no one had ever thought that they could wipe out the 5 great sects without suffering any losses. Thinking of the terrifying Tao artifact in their hearts, these people's hearts trembled and they immediately returned to report. And at this time, Qin Shujian had also destroyed the last resistance of Listen to the Sea sect. Yu Jianghai was dead and the sect guarding spiritual weapon was already broken. Adding to that the several outer energy disciples and inner energy disciples who had died at Yuan sect's hands at the beginning, Listen to the Sea sect only had 1 inner energy disciple left to hold the fort. When Qin Shujian arrived, the other party did not even have the chance to speak before he was slapped to death. As for the personal disciples and even the true disciples, he did not show any mercy. Since these people were able to be heavily nurtured by Listen to the Sea sect, they were most likely loyal and devoted to the sect. Even if there were a few traitors, Xianxia did not have the time to slowly examine them one by one. First, he used iron and blood means. He wiped out all the power of Listen to the Sea sect. Then, he rounded up the remaining inner and outer disciples who were willing to surrender. Those who were unwilling to surrender also followed Yu Jianhai and the others to the Yellow Springs. After seizing Listen to the Sea sect's treasury, his storage ring was stuffed full again. Vaguely, Qin Shujian seemed to have heard a voice telling him to stop stuffing it. However, he only thought that he had misheard and did not pay too much attention to it. At this time, at the destroyed mountain gate of Listen to the Sea sect, a group of surviving disciples of Listen to the Sea sect stood there trembling. I'll give you a chance. If you are willing to work for Yuan sect, you will also have the opportunity to obtain the true teachings of cultivation techniques and martial arts in the future. You only have 3 breaths of time to make your choice. We are willing. Everyone answered in fear. Those who were unwilling were already dead. Those who were still alive now were those who had bowed their heads to the situation. As the crowd finished speaking, their loyalty also appeared in Qin Shujian's eyes. When he looked through them one by one, he also found a few people whose loyalty was negative and killed them directly. Then, he turned around and went down the mountain. Very soon, the news of the annihilation of the 5 major sects spread like a gust of wind to all the true dominions around the Fenghai True Dominion. It also seemed to be spreading to the entire Baiyun prefecture. Within a day, the 5 major sects had been annihilated. The mountain gate had been destroyed and all resistance had been exterminated. All the powers who had received the news were shocked. They had a clear understanding of Qin Shujian's ruthlessness and Yuan sect's strength. They were even more shocked and speechless when they found out that Yuan sect had a Dao weapon. However, the sects near the Fenghai True Dominion were not in the most awkward position. Instead, it was the 3 true dominions, which were close to the Liangshan True Dominion. Yuan sect's strength had suddenly soared. They had even annihilated 7 sects in one fell swoop. Among the 7 sects that had been annihilated, there were a few old sects that were not weaker than the Blue Cloud sect. They had once had a protectorate lord. Even so, they had been annihilated just like that. Everyone knew that. Given Yuan sect's current strength, it was impossible for him to settle down in a corner. A newly ascended true dominion could not satisfy Yuan sect's appetite, nor could it accommodate so many experts. The biggest possibility was that Yuan sect was expanding outwards. The 3 true dominion were close to the Liangshan True Dominion. If Yuan sect were to expand, the sects of the 3 true dominion would definitely bear the brunt. Currently, the sects of the 3 true dominion were in a terrible fix. They were pondering whether they should fight or surrender if Yuan sect's troops arrived at their city gates. Both the old sects, such as the Blue Cloud sect, were newly ascended. They were similar to the Golden Sun sect, which was a newly ascended sect. They did not have the slightest bit of confidence to contend against Yuan sect, even if they joined forces. They had more than 1,500 inner energy cultivators and a Dao weapon. Their sect master was a terrifying expert who had defeated dozens of outer energy cultivators single-handedly. With these 3 factors combined, all the sects would feel powerless in the face of such a power. This was what the other sects of the True Dominion were thinking. Yuan sect did not pay much attention to them. First, he had annihilated the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect. Then, he had annihilated the 5 major sects, including the Listening Ocean sect. After the annihilation of 7 sects, the resources that Yuan sect had seized had reached an unprecedented peak. Apart from that, he had also brought back close to 6,000 prisoners of war. Yuan sect was currently doing his best to deal with these matters and take inventory of the spoils of this battle. He did not have the spare energy to care about anything else for the time being. You have found an incomplete treasure of luck that can be converted into a certain amount of luck points. Do you want to convert it? When he came out of the broken shield of the Listen See sect, the system prompt appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. An incomplete treasure of providence can be converted into luck points. These 2 pieces of news caused his pupils to constrict. Originally, Qin Shujian thought that luck points could only be obtained by killing evil spirits. He never thought that snatching the treasures of other sects could also give him the corresponding luck points. Soon, He thought about it for a moment and understood. It should be that these things carry the luck of a sect, so they are still somewhat different from innate spiritual objects. Otherwise, when I obtained the Calamity Punishment Spear, there was no prompt to convert it into luck. Of course. It could also be that the Calamity Punishment Spear is different from ordinary innate spiritual objects and can't suppress and carry luck at all. Xianxia thought of the scene when the Calamity Punishment Spear was born. Thunder descended from heaven and earth, wanting to destroy it. Instead of being an innate spiritual object that carried the luck of heaven and earth, it would be better to say that it was a pure killing treasure. It was as if it had sensed an unknown danger. The broken shield trembled slightly. As a spiritual weapon, even if it had been broken, the remaining spirituality in it would not dissipate so quickly. Convert. Xianxia ignored the fear of the shield in his hand and directly muttered. Immediately, he saw the broken shield disintegrate, and at the same time, the system prompt appeared in his mind. You have obtained 0. 5 luck points. Looking at the extra 0. 5 luck on his attribute panel, Xianxia looked at the additional 0. 5 luck points. Xianxia revealed a smile on his face. 0. 5 luck points did not seem much, but killing an evil spirit only gave 10 luck points. Most importantly, it was much easier to destroy a sect than to kill an evil spirit. Subsequently, he took out other broken spiritual weapons. Looking at the pile of broken spiritual weapons in front of him, there was still a thought that did not dissipate. Xianxia did not hesitate. Grabbing a spiritual weapon, the corresponding prompt appeared in his mind. You have obtained 0. 5 luck points. You have obtained 0. 2 luck points. You have obtained 0. 3 luck points. You have obtained 0. 8 luck points. You have received 1 luck point. Very soon, the shattered spiritual artifact was basically completely absorbed. What replaced it was an increase of more than 12 luck points, almost 13 luck points. Such a number. It had already exceeded the amount given to him by a single demon. Shortly after, Xianxia's hand flashed again, and 2 broken arrows and a big bow appeared there. Cosmos Bow, cloud-piercing arrow. You almost suffocated me to death. The instant it appeared, an aged voice came from the Cosmos Bow. But very soon, the old voice was filled with fear. What the hell did you do to those sect-guarding spirit artifacts? Just a moment ago, it had sensed many spiritual weapons being taken out, but now, it could not sense the aura of these spiritual weapons at all. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. One had to know. As one of the connate spirit objects, if they were too close, they would be able to sense each other. But now, the Cosmos Bow couldn't sense anything at all. In such a situation, either the spiritual artifact had already left, or it had completely disappeared. Compared to the former, the Cosmos Bow was more inclined to the latter. Don't kill me, I'm willing to submit to you, please don't kill me. At this moment, the Cosmos Bow was really scared and directly begged for mercy. Hearing this, Xianxia's hand movements paused. He looked at the Cosmos Bow with a playful gaze. He had just transformed so many spiritual artifacts, but he didn't see any of them begging for mercy. Perhaps it was because their spirituality was not as high as the Cosmos Bow. But there was one thing to say. It was the first time he had seen a spiritual artifact with such a high level of spirituality like the Cosmos Bow. If I don't kill you, what can I gain? I am a connate spirit object, and my power is comparable to a mid-grade spiritual artifact. If I can wait for the cloud-piercing arrow to be repaired, the two of them together will not be weaker than a high-grade spiritual artifact. And as long as I am given 1,000 years to absorb enough spirit chi of heaven and earth, I will be able to transform into a high-grade spiritual artifact. At that time, with the cloud-piercing arrow, I will not be at a disadvantage even when facing a half-step Dao artifact. The Cosmos Bow hurriedly stated its value. Hearing this, Xianxia's face immediately darkened. A high-grade spiritual artifact after 1,000 years? He felt that he had been fooled. Holding the Cosmos Bow in his hand, he was about to transform the other party. The threat of death surged in his heart, and the Cosmos Bow desperately shouted, F***ck, I am already willing to submit, why do you still want to kill me? What's the use of keeping a piece of trash that can only be comparable to a high-grade spiritual artifact after 1,000 years? The Cosmos Bao suddenly stopped. Qin Shujian's words immediately reminded him that the other party was a man who had a Dao artifact. Not to mention a high-grade spiritual artifact, even a half-step Dao artifact might not be able to catch his eye. But soon, the imminent threat of death made the Cosmos Bao immediately come back to his senses. I have been in the world for thousands of years, and I know many things in the world that others don't know. As long as you let me go, I can tell you many, many secrets. Once you are a spiritual artifact in the Coiling Stone sect, even if you live for 10,000 years, what can you know? Stop, as long as you give me a way out, I swear that I will follow you for life and will not have any thoughts of rebellion. If I violate this oath, I will definitely be punished by the heavens. Perhaps the Cosmos Bao's strong desire to live moved the other party. Qin Shujian temporarily stopped the thought of transforming, looked at the Cosmos Bao and said, "Do you know where I can get more connate spiritual artifacts, and where the demons are suppressed?" I know. If I find out that you have lied to me, you should know the consequences." Understood. As long as it could live, the Cosmos Bao would agree to anything now. Looking at the Cosmos Bao in his hand and then at the cloud-piercing arrow, Qin Shujian asked again, "Is the cloud-piercing arrow one with you, or are they two separate spiritual artifacts?" "The cloud-piercing arrow is my companion spiritual artifact. If I have the cloud-piercing arrow, my strength can double. If I don't have the cloud-piercing arrow, I am roughly equivalent to a mid-grade spiritual artifact. However, my spirituality is higher than theirs, and I can do the same as the Dao artifact in your hand, automatically protecting its owner and killing enemies. If you take me with you, you can fight 2 against 1. The Cosmos Bao was afraid that the mid-grade spiritual artifact would not attract the other party, so it added a few more words. Hearing this, Qin Shujian understood the relationship between the two. As for the Cosmos Bao's last words, he did not think that it was lying. A spiritual Dao artifact like the Thousand Mountain Blood could already kill enemies on its own. The Cosmos Bao had shot him directly in the Coiling Stone sect, and its power could easily kill a peak true martial expert. But the cloud-piercing arrow is already broken, so it is useless to keep it for you. As long as the cloud-piercing arrow is placed in a place with dense spirit chi, it will be able to absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to repair itself. This is also one of the methods of innate spiritual artifacts. Furthermore, we innate spiritual artifacts absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth, which indirectly increases the density of spirit chi in the sect. Its effect is comparable to that of spirit stones. The Cosmos Bao hurriedly explained when it heard that there was hope of letting go of the cloud-piercing arrow. Although the cloud-piercing arrow was not its main body, it was still a companion spiritual artifact. Without the cloud-piercing arrow, its strength would decrease by at least 50%. A spiritual artifact. If its power decreased, its effect would also decrease greatly. In the future, if Qin Shujian was unhappy with it, he would directly swallow it. Then it would really be finished. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded and said, "All right, then I will give you a chance. Master, please drip your blood on it." He took out the Thousand Mountain Blood and easily made a cut on his finger. The mercury-like blood dripped down and merged with the Cosmos Bao. What a powerful blood chi! The Cosmos Bao was shocked again. After the blood merged, Qin Shujian's mind was connected to the Bao in front of him. Then, he looked at the cloud-piercing arrow and considered if he should drip his blood on it. The Cosmos Bao's voice sounded in his mind, "Master, the cloud-piercing arrow is my companion spiritual artifact. It is innately under my control. You do not need to drip your blood on it." Hearing this, Qin Shujian stopped what he was doing. However, he still reminded it, "In the future, call me Sect Master." "Yes, Sect Master." Qiankuan Bao replied flatteringly. Then, Qin Shujian took the Cosmos Bao and the cloud-piercing arrow and walked towards the peak of Mount Liang. What a dense spirit chi of heaven and earth. I never thought that there would be spirit stones buried here. When he arrived at the peak of Mount Liang, the Cosmos Bao let out a sigh. Qin Shujian asked, "You can sense the existence of spirit stones?" "Of course. My spirit chi is very strong." How could treasures like spirit stones, which are full of spirit chi, escape my senses? In the future, if sect master wants to search for treasures in secret realms, bring me along and you will definitely return with a full load. Hee hee. Qin Shujian replied with a fake smile to the Cosmos Bow's constant demonstration of its usefulness. Then, he asked, how should I place the cloud-piercing arrow? Since sect master has spirit stones, just place it on the soil where the spirit stones are buried. It will automatically absorb them. According to the Cosmos Bow's words, Qin Shujian placed the 2 broken arrows on the soil where the spirit stones were buried. Then, the spirit chi of heaven and earth seemed to be pulled by something. The spirit chi of heaven and earth surged and entered the cloud-piercing arrow. However, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was surging. The cloud-piercing arrow could not completely absorb the spirit chi. The excess spirit chi that leaked out stayed in Mount Liang and indirectly increased the density of the spirit chi. Qin Shujian secretly nodded his head at this change. At least, in this matter, the Cosmos Bow did not dare to deceive him. Having a spirit chi of heaven and earth to guard the sect, other than being able to suppress the sect's luck, it could also increase the density of the spirit chi in the sect. Such a treasure. Its effect was even greater than he had imagined. Sect master, if it's possible, let me stay here as well. Maybe I can increase my spirit chi faster. Then you can stay here. For such a request, Qin Shujian easily satisfied the other party. After placing the Cosmos Bow and the cloud-piercing arrow on the peak of Mount Liang, he directly left this place. Now, he had other things to deal with. The Cosmos Bow had already recognized him as its master. Qin Shujian was not afraid that it would overturn the heavens. After dealing with these important matters, he would have a good chat with the spirit chi of heaven and earth about life and ideals. When he returned to his bedroom, Qin Shujian took a look at his attributes. The Yuan Dian had been deduced to the 20th level, which was the perfected true martial section. The Origin Ocean returning technique had also reached the perfected true martial section. It was worth noting that, after the Origin Ocean returning technique had reached the perfected level, his Dantian had doubled in size and the upper limit of his quintessential essence capacity had also doubled. However, now that the 2 cultivation techniques had reached the perfected true martial section, Qin Shujian had yet to sense the existence of a limit, even though his Dantian was already filled with quintessential essence. This also meant that he could still continue to increase his quintessential essence. The fiery flame technique had also been deduced to the 3rd level of the true martial section, while the great dream spirit capturing technique had just entered the true martial section. Due to the lower levels of these 2 techniques, the quintessential essence that they could provide was not very high. In order to break through the shackles of the true martial section, I'm afraid the first step is to reach the limit of the true martial section, similar to the limit of the basic martial section. Qin Shujian had no intention of leaving the true dominion to break through. After all, even if he broke through to the spirit martial realm and the spirit protectorate, he would still be a true martial realm cultivator when he returned to the true dominion. Before he broke through the shackles, there was not much difference between the spirit martial realm and the true martial realm in the true dominion. The main thing was, the Origin sect had laid a foundation in the true dominion of the Liang Mountain. If they were to rashly move to the spirit protectorate, they would be annihilated if they were not careful. After all, in any region, the resources had been divided up by the original sections. Then, the new sects would be ostracized. It was not impossible for them to join forces and destroy the new sections. The Origin sect was extremely powerful now. However, this was only in the true dominion. If they went to the spirit protectorate, even if the 1,500 inner energy cultivators could fight against 10 spirit martial realm cultivators, could they fight against 100 spirit martial realm cultivators? After all, in terms of strength, the Origin sect had not reached the level where they could be fearless in the spirit protectorate. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at the other attribute values. Most of the cultivators he had killed during this period were true martial realm cultivators, so they had provided a lot of life sources. Even though he had used a large amount of life source to upgrade the Origin Ocean returning technique, there were still over 10,000 life sources left. This amount of life source, this was much more than what he had accumulated in the past month. However, for the current Qin Shujian, the source of life was only a part of it. The luck points were even more tempting to him. Luck, 17. 5 of the luck points were originally there, and the remaining 12 points were from the contribution of the spiritual equipment. He took out the 1,000 mountain blood. Qin Shujian immediately threw in 10 luck points. The thunder Dao mark on the crystal blade was deep, and a terrifying power was gathering within it. Beside the Dao mark, a pattern appeared, as if it was naturally carved. In a split second, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky above Mount Liang. There were faint traces of lightning lingering in the air, causing everyone's heart to sink. At the peak of Mount Liang, the Qianquan Bao was absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, at this moment, the Qianquan Bao stopped absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The Bao's body lay on the ground, trembling. Dao artifact. Spirit artifacts and Dao artifacts were on two completely different levels. Even though he had lived for thousands of years, when he felt the pressure of the Dao artifact, his mind still trembled. He did not dare to have the slightest thought of resisting. This aura came very quickly. He left quickly as well. After confirming that there was no danger. Only then did the Qianquan Bao stand up. Then, relying on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it slightly floated in the air. Then, it inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy to nourish itself, like a noble existence. 10 luck points were used. Other than its aura becoming stronger and its spirituality increasing, the 1,000 mountain blood was still a Dao artifact. As for the promotion of the sect, that did not exist. Looking at the remaining luck points, Qin Shujian took out 0.8 and fused it with the 1,000 mountain blood. The aura slightly condensed again, and then there was no movement. At this point, there were only 7 luck points left. Then, with a thought, he consumed 8,000 life points and deduced the Raging Flame technique to the 14th level. This low-grade truth level technique officially entered the ranks of the mid-grade truth level. The Yang Fire Level 3 also became the Yang Fire Level 4. The Yang Fire Level 4 had already become very obvious. The aura of the purest Yang was constantly attached to the true essence. This made the true essence have a powerful characteristic, causing it to have more attacking power. The next day, Qin Shujian gathered a group of elders and held a meeting in the Qingwu Hall. Elder Su, tell us about our harvest this time. Yes. Su Yuanming nodded slightly, then immediately got up and looked at Qin Shujian and the other elders. This time, we destroyed a total of 7 sects and seized a total of 980,000 taels of silver. In the mortal rank, there are 337 low-grade cultivation techniques, 1923 martial arts, 129 mid-grade cultivation techniques, 807 martial arts, 103 high-grade cultivation techniques, and 568 martial arts. In the truth level, there are 51 low-grade cultivation techniques, 179 martial arts, 23 mid-grade cultivation techniques, 42 martial arts, 11 high-grade cultivation techniques, and 19 martial arts. There is also 1 low-grade spiritual level cultivation technique and 2 low-grade spiritual level martial arts. At this point, he paused and then said again, in addition, there are 13 first-grade refined weapons, 7 sets of armor, 58 second-grade refined weapons, 26 sets of armor, 73 third-grade refined weapons, and 107 sets of armor. As for those below 3rd grade, I won't go into detail. There are 3,958 weapons below 3rd grade, and 4,023 sets of armor. In addition, there are various spiritual plants, ores, and other precious calligraphy and paintings. According to my estimate, there are about 1 million to 7 million. Boom. After Su Yuanming finished, the other party's news completely exploded in the Qingwu Hall. Zheng Fang, the great elder of technique imparting, also had a look of astonishment. As for Niao Feng and the others, they couldn't suppress the joy in their hearts at all. They couldn't even sit or stand up. We've made a fortune, we've really made a fortune this time. Haha, with so many resources, it's more than enough for our Yuan sect to expand several times. Every elder was unusually excited, and the Qingwu Hall was filled with voices of discussion. Not only them. Even Qin Shujian himself was shocked by what he had gained this time. There were thousands of cultivation techniques. Even if all of them were at the mortal level, this harvest would be enough to fill the library to the brim. Furthermore, there were many true-grade cultivation techniques, martial arts techniques, and even spirit-grade cultivation techniques among them. For the true Dominion sects, a true-grade superior-grade cultivation technique was already a cornerstone of the sect. The 3 spirit-grade cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques were completely unexpected gains. According to Qin Shujian's own rough estimate, such a harvest would have cost at least 10 million taels of silver if he had bought it from the Qing Trading Company. There were also refined weapons. For inner aura realm cultivators, refined weapons and armor below 3rd grade were not very useful. Only refined weapons and armor above 3rd grade were truly mainstream. Most cultivators at the peak of the true martial realm mostly had 1st grade weapons. As for spirit weapons, they were the cornerstone of the sect. It was already good enough for each sect to have one. Wanting more was undoubtedly an extravagant hope. In addition, there were 98 taels of silver and more than 2 million taels of materials. The origin sect's harvest this time, according to Qin Shujian's estimate, it was at least 30 million taels of silver. Even if there were some discrepancies, it should not be too far off. SSS. Thinking of this, he really sucked in a breath of cold air. How much was the origin sect's monthly output? Under the circumstances of exploiting the players and deducting the monthly expenses, the profit was only about 100,000 to 200,000 taels of silver. It had only been a year, so it had only made 1 or 2 million taels of silver. 30 million taels of silver was equivalent to the origin sect's 10 to 20 years of accumulation. Did I lose 20 years of hard work? This thought suddenly surfaced in Qin Shujian's mind. Xinghong licked his lips and sneered. Sect Master, should we exterminate the Blue Stream, Spirit Rhino, and Sunhua sects of the True Dominion first? These 3 True Dominion are close to the Liang Mountain True Dominion. They will obstruct our development sooner or later. Rather than wait for them to make a move, why don't we exterminate them first? There are about 8 or 9 sects in total in these 3 True Dominion. Xinghong's words immediately attracted the agreement of some of the elders. At first, they had not been aware of the specific gains. However, after Su Yuanming's statistics this time, they were completely shocked. Xinghong, Fu Gang, and the others had been mountain bandits in their previous lives. Their ferocious nature had not changed. At the moment, they all had the idea of continuing to exterminate sects and strengthen the origin sect. Zhengfang shook his head and said, although we have our reasons for doing so, the extermination of the 7 sects has already made the other sects sensitive. If we attack the other sects now for no reason, they will definitely retaliate. Our origin sect can deal with 1 or 2 sects, and we can also deal with 10 or 20 sections. However, we are not strong enough to deal with 50 or 60 sections. Currently, there are more than 50 or 60 sects in the Baiyun Mansion. These words, this was akin to pouring cold water on Xinghong and the others. However, Zhengfang was the elder technique imparting technique, so his status was higher than the other elders. Therefore, he did not need to worry too much about certain things when he spoke. Not to mention, what he had said was also the truth. At this moment, Su Yuanming also said, the elder technique imparting technique is right. Furthermore, these sects have existed for thousands of years. They might even have some connections with the spirit domain. If we really incur the wrath of the masses, someone from the spirit domain might also intervene. Although more than 1,000 inner energy cultivators are powerful, they are only a drop in the ocean in the Baiyun Mansion. After all, they are still too weak. During the Battle of the Devil Calamity, other than Qin Shujian, the other elders of the origin sect did not take part in the battle. However, given the intelligence of the sects, how could they not know what had happened? The Great Zhou Empire had lost more than a few thousand true martial realm cultivators just to fight against the demon disaster, including many inner and outer invulnerability cultivators. And this was only the strength that the Marquis of Baiyun had mobilized in a few days. In comparison, the origin sect was not considered very strong. Upon hearing this, Xinghong and the others calmed down. Indeed, the benefits just now had made them momentarily dizzy. Let's not talk about the other True Dominion matters for now. How many menial disciples have we brought back from the 7 sects? Qin Shujian spoke, directly cutting off the topic. Then, he changed the topic and asked another question. He was very tempted by the rewards this time, especially the sect guarding spirit weapons of the 7 sects, which had allowed him to discover a new way to obtain the providence points. However, just as Jing Feng and Su Yuanming had said, the Origin sect was not invincible yet. Even if its strength was enough to crush any sect in the True Dominion, as long as it was not invincible, there would definitely be scruples. If it really wanted to annex the True Dominion sects on a large scale, it might even cause the imperial court to intervene. After all, if such a thing really happened, it would definitely cause a lot of turmoil. Therefore, unless there was a good reason. Otherwise, it would be impossible to massacre sects and exterminate sections. There are a total of 4,213 menial disciples this time. Zheng Feng cupped his hands before he frowned and said, however, these people are the remnants of the 7 sections. I'm afraid it's not very safe for us to accept them. Don't use people you don't suspect. Qin Shujian shook his head and said. Since I dared to use them, I'm not afraid that they will bite back. Furthermore, they are merely menial disciples and will not be able to enter the core of the Origin sect. However, if there are really talents among them, it's not impossible to nurture them. In a few days, we will open the mountain gate and recruit disciples. A few elders who have established other sects will also need manpower to build the mountain. Coincidentally, these menial disciples will save us a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Zheng Feng did not say anything else. Although he did not know where Qin Shujian's confidence came from, given the Origin sect's current strength, a few thousand menial disciples at the basic realm would not be able to cause much trouble. If there were really people with bad intentions, they could just kill them all when the time came. This former private school teacher, now, his heart had also become ruthless. Now that the Yuan sect has grown stronger, it is inevitable that it will be too busy if there are only a few elders managing the affairs. Therefore, I have decided to divide the positions of the elders into the inner and outer sects. Now, all the elders are inner sect elders. The position of outer sect elder is higher than deacons and lower than inner sect elders, but the treatment is the same as inner sect elders. After that, Qin Shujian made another announcement. No one objected to this. In the end, Yuan sect was founded by him, and the other elders could only give him a suggestion at most. In addition, as the sect grew stronger day by day, the sect affairs also gradually increased. Now, let's set up a weapon hall. Everyone in Yuan sect can use their contribution points to exchange for weapons and armors. Let's place the weapons and armors that we have collected in the weapon hall. At this point, Qin Shujian paused for a moment before continuing. My Yuan sect has a deacon, Zhang Ergu, who is quite strong and loyal to the sect. Now, let's promote him to an outer sect elder and take charge of the weapon hall. Yuan sect had a mission hall and a book collection pavilion. Although Su Yuanming did not have a specific hall in charge of the money, it had formed a hall of its own. Now that there was a weapon hall, it was equivalent to perfecting the sect. As for the candidates, when he met Zhang Ergu, Qin Shujian had already decided to give him a chance. In addition to the ability to deduct contribution points, he could only rest assured that he would give it to someone who was loyal and would never betray him. Therefore, it was imperative to promote a few more people to the top. Zhang Ergu, most people were stunned when they heard this name. Only Jing Feng, Fu Gang and a few others seemed to vaguely remember such a person. The decision was made. Next was the issue of execution. This time, the 5 people who were going to set up a new branch were Xing Hong, Fu Gang, Qiu Ping, Li Zhongyi and Chao Sheng. They had already found a suitable place. Among them, Xing Hong had found the Mountain of Chaos. With more than 4,000 odd disciples, each person could get 800 to 900 people. This was completely enough to set up a new branch. The carriage moved forward. The one pulling the carriage was a beast that looked like a ferocious tiger. This was the beast that the Ox Demon Lord had specially offered to pull the carriage for Qin Shujian to please him. This mutated beast was quite intelligent and had the strength of a 7th-grade martial arts practitioner. It was as easy as flipping one's hand for it to pull the carriage. In addition, this mutated beast was not weak. If it encountered any ordinary trouble, its master did not even need to step in. It could solve the problem on its own. Furthermore, just the appearance of a ferocious tiger was enough to intimidate many people. Fei City. The mutated beast pulled the carriage slowly to the city gate. The surrounding citizens were afraid that they would not be able to compare. They could not help but reveal a terrified expression when they saw the mutated beast. However, when they saw that the mutated beast was only pulling the carriage properly and did not do anything bad, these people gradually relaxed. The fear on their faces also turned into curiosity. A ferocious tiger pulling the carriage is so majestic. Where did this noble come from? Did you see the symbol on the carriage? That's an expert from Yuanzhong. So it's Yuanzhong. No wonder it's so majestic. The surrounding citizens discussed animatedly and revealed looks of envy from time to time. Yuanzhong, he was already a household name in the true dominion of Mount Liang. Everyone knew that Yuanzhong had many experts. The sect master of Yuanzhong was a top-notch expert. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 expert in the true dominion of Mount Liang. Even the city lord of Fei City. He had to be polite when he saw people from Yuanzhong. Under the gaze of the citizens, Yuanzhong's carriage slowly drove into the city. When the soldiers guarding the city saw that no one was driving the carriage and that only a mutated beast was pulling it forward, they wanted to stop it. However, when they saw the symbol of Yuanzhong on the carriage, they did not do so. They did not want to stop people from Yuanzhong without permission. If the other party was angered, even the city lord would not be able to protect him. When the mutated beast pulled the carriage into the city, it inevitably caused another wave of panic. However, when they saw that the mutated beast only pulled the carriage forward and did not pounce on the people on the left and right, they gradually relaxed. Very soon, the carriage stopped at the entrance of the carrier business. When the people guarding the entrance of the business saw this, they were first shocked. When they saw the symbol of Yuanzhong, someone immediately went inside to report. Someone else went forward to welcome them. I wonder which expert from Yuanzhong is here. As soon as he finished speaking, a person lifted the curtain and came down. He cupped his hands and smiled faintly. I am Yuanzhong's deacon, Wang Hu. I am here to meet Gu Feng, manager Gu of your business. Sir, please wait for a moment. The manager will be here soon. That person was shocked and hurriedly replied. Yuanzhong's deacon, apart from the sect master and the elders, the deacons were considered the people with real power in Yuanzhong. Not long later, Gu Feng walked out first. When he saw Wang Hu, his pupils constricted slightly. However, he quickly cupped his hands and smiled. Deacon Wang, you are here. Quickly, come in and have a seat with me. Please. Please. The two of them entered one after another. Only the mutated beast was left resting at the entrance of the business. The rest of the people looked at each other and did not dare to interfere. I heard from Yuanzhong's players that Yuanzhong will open the mountain gate in a few days. When that time comes, they will continue to recruit disciples. Should we go together? LV Jian tilted his head and asked his companion beside him. Both of them were wearing the Blue Cloud sect's inner sect disciple uniform. Obviously, they were members of the Blue Cloud sect. Is the news confirmed? It can't be wrong. My friend is an inner sect disciple of Yuanzhong. Then why are we hesitating? We must think of a way to enter Yuanzhong. When Yuanzhong first recruited disciples, they did not make it. Later on, they heard that Yuanzhong had stopped recruiting disciples. Therefore, they joined the Blue Cloud sect. In terms of foundation, the Blue Cloud sect was much more profound than the newly established Yuanzhong. If not for the reputation of the Liang Mountain Stockade Master and the simple and clear requirements to enter the sect, Yuanzhong might not have been able to attract so many players. Especially after the sects were opened one after another, there were fewer players who wanted to join Yuanzhong. However, ever since the news and videos of Yuanzhong annihilating 7 sects in a short span of 3 to 4 days were uploaded to the forum, the other players suddenly came to a realization. The sect established by the Liang Mountain Stockade Master seemed to be too powerful. This was especially so for the players near the Liang Mountain True Dominion. At this moment, many of them felt a sense of crisis. What if Yuanzhong waved the butcher's knife at these sections? Would they run or not? Therefore, When the news that Yuanzong was going to recruit disciples spread among the players, many disciples of the weaker sects and players from the sects near Yuanzong had thoughts of betraying their sections. Rather than wait for Yuanzong to come knocking on their door and then betray their sects and escape, they might as well take this opportunity to enter Yuanzong and rely on this towering tree to develop steadily. As for the punishment for betraying the sect, it was not completely unbearable. For example, the situation of Lu Jian and Luo Yuan was just an abbreviation for the players from the Blue Cloud sect and the other sections. Almost on the same day, many players secretly betrayed their sects and rushed toward the Liang Mountain True Dominion. This was a big deal. It was not that the other sects did not notice it. However, when it came to Yuanzong, they could only turn a blind eye and pretend that they did not see anything. On the other side, as the person who negotiated with Gu Feng, Wang who had already purchased a large amount of construction materials. Then, he asked the people of the carrier trading company to escort them to the Stone Forest and Xining Plains. He wanted to establish a branch. It was impossible for them to just occupy a desolate mountain. At the very least, he had to look decent. Although he could not compare to Yuanzong, he could not be too shabby. Time passed slowly. The construction of the branch was also in progress. With the help of a large number of Chor's disciples and the fact that these people had a high cultivation base, the speed of the construction of the branch was much faster than when he had first established Yuanzong. Qin Shujian had been silently cultivating the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique for the past few days. Without relying on his life source to deduce, this was the only cultivation technique that he could cultivate at the moment. He had already reached the limit of being able to cultivate the other cultivation techniques on his own. Very soon, a few days passed. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Yuanzong's mountain gate to open. After almost half a year, the Origin sect opened its doors again. Compared to the previous time, the Origin sect was only famous in the few True Dominion nearby. On the day of the sect's opening, only players would be recruited. However, this time, when the Origin sect was about to open its doors, the news had already spread to most of the True Dominion in the North Cloud Matter, except for some remote True Dominion. Regardless of whether they were players, or the aristocratic families in the game, however, when they heard that the Origin sect was opening its doors and was about to recruit disciples, they were all shocked and flocked to the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Half a month ago, if one were to ask about the Liang Mountain True Dominion and the Origin sect, most people in the North Cloud Matter's True Dominion might not have heard of them. After all, although the Protectorate Lord was famous, however, no matter how famous a domain lord of the true martial realm was, how famous could he be? However, now, the situation was completely different. 1,500 inner invulnerability experts had come out of the Liang Mountain and wiped out the Northern Blue, Fenghai, and Burning Mountain True Dominion 7 sects in an instant. After this battle, all the sects in the True Dominion were shocked. Even the Spirit Protectorate had heard of the Origin sect. The reason the True Dominion was called the True Dominion was because of the existence of shackles. Any power that exceeded this limit would be suppressed. Anyone who tried to use force would also be punished by the heavens. 1,500 inner invulnerability experts, a Tao artifact, and a Protectorate Lord. With such strength, even if the major sects of the Spirit Protectorate entered the True Dominion, they might not be able to compete with the Origin sect. After all, even if a Spirit Martial Realm cultivator was suppressed to the peak True Martial Realm, it would be very difficult for them to be a match for a Protectorate Lord. A Protectorate Lord was a Protectorate Lord, he was considered invincible in a Protectorate. In fact, a Protectorate Lord was rarely a match for a Protectorate Lord in a Protectorate at the same level. However, anyone who became a Protectorate Lord, they were all existences who had broken their own limits. Therefore, before the Origin sect opened its doors, the news had already spread everywhere. Everyone, stop and rest for a while. The group of 6 pulled on the reins, and the galloping horses suddenly came to a stop. Soon after, they dismounted and found a shady place to sit down. Then, someone took food and water from the horses and distributed them to the rest of the people. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, Lin Jia put away the water bag and took out the map from his arms. He looked at it carefully, and after combining it with the terrain in front of him, his tired face finally showed some joy. We should be within the boundaries of the True Dominion of Mount Liang in another 5 kilometers. Really? Hearing this, the others also gathered around. Although they did not quite understand the map in front of them, they firmly believed in Linjia's words. They had arrived, it was finally here. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Soon after, a young girl asked, "Will Yuanzong really take us in? With our talents, it shouldn't be difficult for us to enter the Yuan sect. As long as we become Yuan sect's disciples, even the celestial sect won't be able to do anything to us," replied Linjia confidently. As for Yuanzong, he already had a deep understanding of it. This sect, which had been established by a protectorate lord, had defeated the 7 sects not long ago by relying on its own strength. It was already an overlord power in the true dominion. Such a force. What they cared about the most was their reputation. Although the celestial sect was a large sect, it definitely could not threaten an overlord power in the true dominion. Even if the celestial sect really wanted to attack the Yuan sect might not necessarily lose if they fought in the true dominion. At this thought, Lin Jia said in a low voice, "The family head once said that the Yuan sect's sect master, Qin Shujian, is a rare expert at the protectorate lord level. Any protectorate lord will at least be at the divine martial realm in the future. It is even possible for him to surpass the divine martial realm. Now that the Yuan sect is the overlord of the true dominion, if we rely on this towering tree, we might be able to take revenge when the Yuan sect's sect master really rises. Furthermore, we are leaving secretly this time. The people of the celestial sect might not know that we are coming to the true dominion of Mount Liang. Anyway, the opening of the Yuan sect's mountain gate this time is our only chance." Upon hearing this, everyone else was silent. The Lin family used to be a powerful family, but that was in the past. Now, under the pressure of the celestial sect, the entire Lin family had been annihilated. Only a few people had escaped. After they had escaped from the Lin family, they had not dared to stay in the spirit dominion. After all, the celestial sect had a great reputation in the spirit dominion. Nobody would offend the celestial sect for a few people who were struggling at death's door. Therefore, the true dominion had become the target of Lin Jia and the others. However, an ordinary sect in the true dominion would not be able to withstand a single blow from the celestial sect. They might even be sent to the celestial sect as soon as they found out about their identities. Therefore, in order to find protection, they had to be powerful enough to not fear the celestial sect. The Yuan sect, this was their only choice. In the end, Lin Jia instructed again, "When we enter the Yuan sect this time, don't mention our identities to anyone. A little impatience will spoil great plans. When we have the chance in the future, we will naturally take revenge." Immediately, after a simple rest, the few of them continued to ride their horses towards the true dominion of Mount Liang. At the same time, now, fast horses and carriages could be seen entering the true dominion of Mount Liang at any time. There were also lone rangers heading towards the true dominion. Among them, this included many players. Isn't this move too risky? Why would it be risky? The more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. Are you afraid that the Mount Liang stockade master will recognize you? Lu Qinghong looked at Chao Hong and shook his head. You have been in the game for so long and have killed so many wild monsters and intelligent NPCs. If one of them was standing in front of you, would you be able to recognize him? I can't. Chao Hong thought about it and realized that this seemed to make sense. Tens of thousands of players had died at the hands of the Mount Liang stockade master. There was no reason for him to remember the two of them. As a result, he felt much more at ease. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. This was mainly because after betraying the Coiling Stone sect, the two of them had been looking for an opportunity to enter another sect. However, they had received news that the Yuan sect had opened its doors. In the true dominion, the sect with the lowest probability of being destroyed was definitely the Yuan sect. If they could take this opportunity to enter the Yuan sect, not only would they be able to develop steadily in the early stages, but they would also be able to find an opportunity to take advantage of the Mount Liang stockade master in the later stages. No matter how they thought about it, this was not a loss at all. If they had the opportunity to kill the Mount Liang stockade master, even if they had to endure the punishment of betraying the sect, the rewards offered by the other party would definitely be a profitable deal. With such thoughts in mind, Lu Qinghong and Chao Hong hit it off immediately after their discussion. Meanwhile, Qin Shujian, who was in his own courtyard, looked at Jingfang and asked, "How is the situation in the village below?" "All the outer sect disciples living below have been evacuated. A portion of them stayed in the Yuan sect, while the rest were scattered to the other mountain ranges." Jingfang stroked his beard without hesitation and said, "Based on the number of people who have come, even if we empty the village, we might not be able to accommodate all of them. There's nothing we can do if we can't accommodate all of them. Our preparations this time were still lacking. After the disciple recruitment ends, we might be able to expand the village below the mountain into a small town. Won't this incur the displeasure of the imperial court? It's just a place to accommodate most of the sect's own people. The imperial court won't be angry with the Yuan sect over such a small matter. If there's really a problem, I'll explain it to them." Qin Shujian shook his head and took a sip of tea. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Compared to the spiritual tea he had tasted in the Qingyun Trading Company and Marquis Bayun's villa, this tea without the slightest bit of spiritual energy was really inferior. Now the Yuan sect was rich. He felt that it was necessary to purchase some spiritual tea. Or else, it would be embarrassing if he didn't have anything suitable to entertain his guests. As for the people living in the village, let them settle their own meals. However, don't leave anything out when it comes to collecting money. Don't worry, sect master. Elder Su will definitely take care of this properly." After Jingfang replied, he felt a little helpless. He didn't know why, his sect master seemed to be obsessed with money. No matter what he did, he couldn't do without money. Now that he had opened the mountain gate and was recruiting disciples, he also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make some money. However, Jingfang didn't have any objections to Qin Shujian's decision. After all, the operation of a sect master was ultimately inseparable from money. In addition, the village was built by the sect and there was no reason for it to be used by others for free. Subsequently, Jingfang asked again, "Sect master, are you not going to show up this time? It's enough for you to show up for the recruitment of disciples. This time, select a few carefully. Aptitude is secondary. However, eliminate all those with improper conduct. It won't be too late for me to take a look at the last step." "I understand." The two of them chatted for a while. Finally, Jingfang looked at the sky and immediately got up to leave. The sun was high in the sky. It was also time to preside over the recruitment of disciples. After Jingfang left, Qin Shujian was the only one left in the courtyard. During this period of time, he had promoted a few more outer sect elders. Together with Jingfang and the others, the matters of the Yuan sect had been handled in an orderly manner. As the sect master, he didn't have to do everything personally. The sect wasn't like other things. It was a place where strength was respected. Qin Shujian was very clear that as long as he was strong enough to intimidate everyone, his position as the sect master would be unshakable. As for other things, they were just for him to use. Therefore, ever since Qin Shujian returned from destroying the 7 sects, he had been gradually delegating power to the elders, both big and small, to handle. As the sect master, he only needed to focus on increasing his strength. After drinking tea, he glanced at his own life force source. Oh, more than 10,000 life force source, with a thought, 10,000 life force source was consumed. A wave of scorching true essence emerged in his dantian. The raging flame technique had quietly entered the 5th level of the true martial technique. In its place, the sun flame had also evolved to the 5th level. Tisk. Qin Shujian felt the increase in his strength and couldn't help but be in a good mood. He immediately got up and left the courtyard, walking towards the peak of Liang Mountain. After so long, it was time to have a good chat with that Bao. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible. A powerful aura suddenly erupted and dispersed the clouds and mist. Everyone was shocked and involuntarily looked in the same direction. Then, they were overjoyed. The mountain gate is open. The experts of the origin sect are coming down. Quick, quick, quick. Instantly, a large number of people gathered below the origin sect's mountain gate were in an uproar. They had been waiting here for a long time. Some of them had even arrived 3 to 5 days in advance. Because, they had been waiting for the day the origin sect's mountain gate opened. Silence. A furious roar, like a thunderclap, directly suppressed all the noise. Then, a man flew through the air and landed in the middle of the village. He landed on a temporary high platform made of bluestones. I am the Origin sect's law-enforcing elder. No one is allowed to make a ruckus. Niao Feng scanned the crowd with his fierce eyes. A terrifying aura erupted instantly, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. After the Origin sect had been promoted to a 4th-level force, he had also broken through to the 7th-level true martial realm. Furthermore, this was the territory of the Origin sect. With the help of this force, Niao Feng's cultivation level had reached the peak of the true martial realm. The peak of the true martial realm, this was considered top-notch in the true dominion. Most of the people who had joined the Origin sect's mountain gate this time were not at a high cultivation level. Even those at the true martial realm were rare. In the face of such pressure, except for a few people, almost no one could remain calm. Upon seeing everyone's reaction, Niao Feng was very satisfied. Basic martial realm cultivators stand to the right. True martial realm cultivators stand to the left. During this period, no one is allowed to fight. Violators will be expelled from the territory of the Origin sect. Then, over 100 inner aura cultivators came out of the mountain gates and surrounded the entire village. Even if they did not deliberately release their aura, it still caused people to feel fear and dread. Just as the Origin sect was methodically recruiting disciples, Xianxia arrived at the peak of Liang Mountain. The cosmic bow, which had been absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth, suddenly stopped. However, it was still floating in the air. An old voice was heard. "Sect Master. How is the recovery?" asked Xianxia. "The spirit chi here is rich. However, the piercing cloud arrow will need a few months to recover." The cosmic bow's voice was a little excited. For a fae that had existed for thousands of years, a few months was just a snap of the fingers. Earlier, you said that you knew where to find more innate spiritual items and evil demons. Now, tell me directly. The body of the cosmos bow trembled, and the old voice slowly said, "May I ask why the sect master wants to know the whereabouts of the demons? The birth of the evil demons will definitely bring about a demon calamity. I was born in this world, and in order to prevent the people from suffering, I naturally have the responsibility to exterminate the evil demons," Xianxia said righteously. After that, the scene fell into silence. The people were plunged into misery and suffering. Is this what you should be saying? Thinking about the annihilated Coiling Stone sect and the many sect guarding spiritual weapons in the storage ring, the Cosmos Bow suddenly didn't know what to say. However, in the end, it had a strong desire to survive, so it was impossible for it to speak without thinking. After pondering for a moment, the Cosmos Bow said, "Unless Zhu Bing makes a move, the evil demons will not die. Any dead evil demons will be reborn in the demon abyss. If the sect master releases the seal and kills the evil demons will be reborn in the demon abyss. Then the killed evil demons will be reborn in the demon abyss, which is equivalent to being indirectly free from the shackles of the seal. Although it is not easy for the evil demons to come out of the demon abyss, it is definitely easier than breaking the seal. If the sect master really wants to do this, you need to think twice before you act." Rebirth in the demon abyss? Xianxia frowned. It was the first time he had heard of the so-called demon abyss and rebirth in the demon abyss. If the Cosmos Bow didn't mention it, he wouldn't know about this at all. In an instant, Xianxia thought of the 3 evil demons that died in his hands. Undead Demon Lord, Gui Water Demon Lord, and 9 Mountain Demon Lord. At that time, he did indeed obtain luck value, and also received the system prompt and the corresponding source of life. Because of this, Xianxia once thought that the evil demons that died in his hands were really dead. Where is the demon abyss? No one knows where the demon abyss is. Maybe I haven't been able to come into contact with this level, but when innate spirit objects are born, they will obtain some incomplete memories of the world. According to my estimation, the demon abyss should be outside the world. Outside the world? You said that the demon abyss is outside the barrier of the world? It should be. The Cosmos Bow's answer was a little uncertain. After all, for things like the demon abyss, it could only deduce through a little memory, but it couldn't guarantee the specifics. Xianxia asked, "In that case, what is an ancestral armament?" Zhu Bing is the true creation of the world, respected and worshipped by all spirits, and finally an existence that can only be achieved after thousands of years. The Cosmos Bao paused, and then said. While Dao artifacts are frightening, ancestral armaments are existences that surpass Dao artifacts. Ancestral armaments are truly frightening weapons. Any ancestral armament is equivalent to an unrivaled expert that roams the world. Even if the evil demons can be reborn in the demon abyss, when they encounter Zhu Bing again, there is no possibility of rebirth. In the end, the Cosmos Bao's body trembled slightly, as if it was excited by the strength of Zhu Bing. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's heart also froze. From the description of the Cosmos Bao, Zhu Bing's horror was not comparable to Dao weapons, but according to the other party, Zhu Bing should be extremely rare. Have you seen Zhu Bing? No. The Cosmos Bao's answer was very straightforward. Just when Qin Shujian thought that the other party was fooling him, it continued, Zhu Bing's strength is imprinted in the depths of my memory, so sect master should not doubt the truth of my words. Then, the Cosmos Bao said again, Sect master, if the Dao weapon in your hand is placed in the sect for tens of thousands of people to worship, it may be contaminated with a trace of Zhu Bing's aura. It's just that this requires the accumulation of time and also depends on opportunity. Although I can't guarantee it, sect master can try. It seems that I underestimated you. Looking at the Cosmos Bao in front of him, Qin Shujian realized that he had underestimated this innate spiritual object, which was only equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual weapon. There were many things. If the other party had not said it, he would not have known at all. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, whether it was Zhu Bing or the demon abyss, they were not things that the real martial arts realm should know. Perhaps only people like the god martial arts realm and Marquis Bayun could know these things. However, these things could not stop his desire to know the whereabouts of the evil demons. So what if it was the demon abyss? So what if it was reborn? I only want my luck points, the rest is none of my business. Then where is the place that you know sealed the evil demon? Hearing this, the Cosmos Bao had to answer truthfully. In fact, in any ordinary realm, there are evil demons sealed, but the sealed places are usually hidden and not accessible by ordinary people. Therefore, as long as you know where to find these places, you will not have to worry about not being able to find the evil demons. How should I find them? The simplest way is to use the yuan corroding bone powder. Yuan corroding bone powder? Qin Shujian frowned. The Cosmos Bao said, Yuan corroding bone powder is formed by the evil demons after their deaths, and it is naturally very compatible with the evil demon's aura. As long as you have the yuan corroding bone powder and get close to the evil demon's seal, you will naturally sense it. What a loss, this was the thought in Qin Shujian's mind. He had never thought that the yuan corroding bone powder would be the key to finding the evil demons. When he thought of the 3 evil demons that died in his hands, the yuan corroding bone powder from their corpses was not left behind. The reason was, it was because the yuan corroding bone powder was extremely corrosive and difficult to carry. Moreover, although this thing was powerful, it might not be able to hurt people and instead harm oneself. Therefore, Qin Shujian did not want it. As for the others, in his impression, he did not seem to have collected the yuan corroding bone powder. Now that he thought about it, after such a long time, the yuan corroding bone powder had probably disappeared without a trace. It was impossible to find it again. After that, Qin Shujian asked a few more questions about the evil demons and then ignored the Cosmos Bao. As for the spiritual object, without asking, he knew that it would only be born with the appearance of the ordinary realm when the ordinary realm was born. Compared to that, he would prefer to get the yuan corroding bone powder and then release 1 or 2 evil demons to harvest some luck value. This would be more practical. However, these were all things for the future. Looking at the great dream-capturing spirit art that had almost reached the limit of the first layer of the Zhenwu chapter, Qin Shujian directly sat down cross-legged and silently circulated the cultivation method, absorbing the spirit qi of heaven and earth to break through. As for the Cosmos Bao, it also absorbed the spirit qi of heaven and earth again. On the peak of Mount Liang, 1 person and 2 spiritual objects silently refined the spirit qi of heaven and earth. The suction force produced could be said to be astonishing. It directly pulled a large amount of spirit qi, forming an obvious vortex in the sky. The spirit chi that had reached a certain level even had a faint cyan appearance. After about half a day, Qin Shujian's dantian slightly shook. The surging true essence surged from the bottom of the dantian, and then further filled the already abundant true essence, causing the liquefied true essence to seem to have more substance. The great dream-capturing spirit art had officially broken through to the second layer of the Zhenwu chapter. Just as Qin Shujian opened his eyes, a voice came at the right time. Congratulations, Sect Master's cultivation has improved further. Breaking the shackles and becoming the spirit realm's domain master is not a problem. Promising. Qin Shujian smiled indifferently. He had never seen a spiritual object that could speak. He had never seen a spiritual object that could speak and was so knowledgeable. And he had never seen a spiritual object that could flatter so skillfully. If he had transformed the Cosmos Bow back then, it would have been a loss. Such a spiritual object, even if it was not very useful, it would be good to keep it by his side. At least, when necessary, he would not lack a teammate who would shout 666. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said again, next time, add 666 in front. The effect will be better. 666. The Cosmos Bow was puzzled, but quickly reacted. This was probably a new phrase, and immediately replied, I'll remember it. 3 days had passed. Yuan Zhong had practically picked out all the suitable people. As for the others, they were all dismissed. In the martial arts practice field, thousands of people were standing there quietly. To the players, entering the Origin sect was a good opportunity to cool off. It would be too embarrassing if they failed because of a few words. As for the local NPCs in the game, there was no need to say more. To many people, entering the Origin sect was an opportunity to achieve meteoric success. Therefore, no matter which side one belonged to, this was a rare opportunity to enter the Yuan sect. Right now, on the high platform in front of the martial arts practice field, Xin Feng and the other elders had already taken their seats. Only the main seat was still empty. Everyone knew. Next, it was time for the Origin sect master to appear. Qin Shujian. Very few people knew this name in the past. Now, very few people did not know it. He had become a protectorate lord with his own strength. After that, he had established the Origin sect. In less than half a year, he had developed a new sect to the level of the true Dominion Overlord. Some people had already guessed. The Origin sect could be a fourth-grade force. Or else, it was very difficult to explain why more than 1,000 inner energy cultivators had suddenly appeared. Time passed slowly. All of a sudden, thunder lingered in the sky above the Origin sect. A terrifying heavenly might suddenly spread out, causing everyone to tremble. When they looked over, they saw a crystal saber in the sky. However, after just a few glances, many people felt a piercing pain in their eyes. They staggered and were about to fall to the ground. A Tao artifact. Anyone with a bit of knowledge would be able to guess the origin of the crystal saber hanging in the sky above the Origin sect. Furthermore, only a Tao artifact in the legends would have such a frightening aura. If an ordinary cultivator's realm was not high enough, they would not even be qualified to look directly at it. Just as the Tao artifact appeared, Xin Feng and the others stood up at the same time. They bowed toward the figure that had suddenly appeared in front of them. Greetings, Sect Master. Hearing that, everyone turned away from the Tao artifact. When they looked at the figure on the high platform, they were shocked. Immediately, they bowed down. Greetings, Sect Master. Chao Hong and Lu Qinghong, who were mixed in the crowd, bowed down as well. Although they did not feel too good about worshipping an enemy NPC. However, as a player, he knew when to yield and when not to bow. Once he managed to sneak into Yuan sect, he would have a chance to get back at him. So this is the sect master of Yuan sect. How terrifying. In the crowd, Lin Jia also stole a glance at Qin Shujian from the corner of his eyes. Qin Shujian's aura was as frightening as the abyss, which was not something an ordinary true martial arts peak could compare with. Even though he was at the basic martial arts level. But before the destruction of the Lin family, there were experts in the spirit martial realm. There were even more true martial realm martial artists. Even if he hadn't seen pork before, he had at least seen a pig run. He had a lot of contact with true martial realm cultivators, so he had a lot of understanding of this level. Xianxia looked at the martial arts stage below. Even without using his spiritual eye, he was able to roughly determine the cultivation level of everyone present. Basic martial realm, there were also true martial realm martial artists. I'm very happy that everyone was able to pass the selection and come here. This proves that everyone has their own uniqueness. However, if you want to enter my Yuan sect, you will need to pass another trial. Xianxia withdrew his gaze and said, Sect Master, please tell us what the trial is. If I want to become a foreign minister, do I also need to pass the trial? A physical invulnerability cultivator at the 7th level of the true martial realm cupped his hands and asked. Anyone who wants to enter Yuan sect is no exception. Xianxia had already sat down on the main seat and said, as for what the trial is, you will know later. After that, Xianxia trembled in the thunder, and a soft moan like a demon sound came into the ears of everyone present, except for Xianxia and the others. The demon sound entered the ears. It was the killing of heaven and earth. This was because Xianxia had absorbed all the killing of heaven and earth after merging with the calamity-killing spear. However, after talking with the Cosmos Bao, Xianxia thought that the killing of heaven and earth on the calamity-killing spear might be the memory imprint of heaven and earth left by the spiritual object. Under the killing of heaven and earth, everyone stood rooted to the ground in a daze. However, in less than a second, someone screamed as if he had gone crazy or shouted, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Then the voice stopped abruptly and he fainted on the ground. Drag all the people who have fainted out and send them down the mountain. Xianxia looked at the scene in front of him and said calmly. The real killing of heaven and earth was terrible. However, this was just a remnant memory after being weakened many times. It had nothing to do with the level of cultivation, but with the strength of one's mind. People who couldn't even hold on for a second were not suitable for cultivation at all. Even if they stepped on the path of cultivation, there was no future for them. Even though this conclusion was a little partial. However, Xianxia didn't have the time to pick them one by one. People with such bad minds were more likely to become traitors in the future than others. He couldn't keep an eye on the disciples of Yuan sect every day and do nothing but check their loyalty. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. 600 or 700 people had been eliminated. There were still more than 5,000 people left. Dozens of people still fell every second. And as time went by, more and more people fell every second. After 30 seconds, there were only about 3,000 people left in the field. At this moment, when another person fell, Xianxia didn't ask anyone to carry him away. Obviously, in the face of the killing of heaven and earth, those who could hold on for 30 seconds were considered good minds. After 1 minute, almost everyone fell. Only the physical invulnerability cultivator who spoke first was still holding on. Huh? This time, it was hard for Xianxia not to notice him. A physical invulnerability cultivator who could reach this step had a strong mind. However, to be able to hold on for so long in the face of the killing of heaven and earth was definitely not simple. Although the other party looked like he was struggling, he could see that there was a new consciousness that was about to break out of the ground at any time. Xianxia smiled and said, I didn't expect to see someone with top-notch talent this time. Intent, although it hadn't really been born successfully, he believed that it wouldn't take long for him to successfully control his own intent. Based on his understanding of the true dominion, only he and Gui Haichuan of the Heaven Saber sect had mastered saber intent. Besides that, the person before him was the third person who was most likely to master intent. Xianxia used his spiritual eye to look at the person's attributes again. This time, he really remembered his name. Testing Sword Edge, this name was very unique. This was the first time he had seen this person's form. 5 minutes later, that person finally couldn't hold on any longer. He took 2 steps back and almost collapsed on the ground. However, he quickly came back to his senses and barely stabilized his body. However, his calm eyes had already been replaced by shock. As he looked at the surroundings that had returned to normal and thought about the previous scene, he finally felt Yuan Zhong's unfathomable methods. He was a physical invulnerability cultivator, but his mind had been captured by the saber cry without any resistance. If someone had attacked him during this time, they would have succeeded. Although he had been caught off guard first, in the end, such methods were not comparable to physical invulnerability cultivators. After a while, everyone who had fainted woke up from the ground. Xianxia said in a low voice, "Congratulations on passing the final line of sight. From today onwards, you are Yuanzong's outer sect disciples. Those who are above the true martial realm will be Yuanzong's guest elders. Their status is equivalent to that of an inner sect deacon." "Thank you, sect master." "Okay." At this time, Qin Shujian stood up again and swept his gaze over everyone. The previously hidden loyalty points were now revealed one by one. The first thing he saw was Testing Sword Edge's loyalty point. It wasn't high, but it was still around 60 points. This was considered a recognition of Yuanzong. Besides that, most of the others were around 20 to 30 points. However, among them, there were also some people whose loyalty was negative. Qin Shujian also picked out these people with negative loyalty points and made them stand on the empty field on the right. They had suddenly been picked out. Guoquan was a little scared. However, seeing that there were many people like him around, he felt a little relieved. This time, the Blue Cloud sect had sent him here to sneak into Yuanzong and then find a chance to find out the details of Yuanzong and send the relevant information back. To put it bluntly, he was here to be a snitch. When he was picked out, he thought that he had been exposed. However, from the looks of it now, it didn't seem like his identity had been exposed. After all, there were many people standing around him. They couldn't all be spies like him. Could it be that my talent has finally been discovered and Yuanzong is going to focus on training me? Guoquan began to let his imagination run wild. After all, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about it. One day, his hidden talent would be exposed and he would become a popular person in the eyes of the strong. From then on, he would embark on the path of light and step into the peak of the true martial realm. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, those who were standing in the same place all had different thoughts. No one knew what those people who had been picked out did. They were going to focus on training. Or their talent was relatively poor. When Qin Shujian's gaze landed on them, Lin Jia and the others also felt uneasy. When the other party's target moved away from them, the few of them heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts, but they also faintly felt a little disappointed. The loyalty of local NPCs was basically 20 to 30. The loyalty of players was mostly based on the number of people. Qin Shujian once again deeply understood the indifferent nature of players. There were at least 2,000 players out of 3,000 people, but in the end, none of them had more than 10 loyalty. Suddenly, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the other two people. One's loyalty was 95 points. The other's loyalty was 97 points. Could it be that in this batch of people, there were really people who were dead set on him when they just joined, very soon? Qin Shujian's face darkened. There was no mistake that one's loyalty was 95 and the other's 97. However, when he looked at it seriously, he realized that it was a negative loyalty. At this moment, there was a sentence in his heart that he didn't know if he should say. It was almost a full negative loyalty. Was this the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife? He was afraid that when such people came in, the first thing they wanted to do was to kill Yuanzong. Chao Hong and Lu Qinghong are still two players. When did I offend them so badly? Why don't I have any recollection of it? In addition to being speechless, a doubt arose in Qin Shujian's mind. Logically speaking, it was impossible that he didn't have any recollection of such a deep hatred. However, looking through the memories in his mind, Qin Shujian could be sure. He really didn't have any memories of those two people. Subsequently, under the stunned gazes of Chao Hong and Lu Qinghong, they were also directly selected and then stood together with Guoquan and the others. Soon, the 3,000-plus people began to pick and choose. Only 2,500 people remained in their original positions. Qin Shujian came to a conclusion. This time, Yuanzong opened the mountain gate. If not for his spiritual eye, at least 20 to 30% of traders would have sneaked in. This was the rhythm of completely destroying Yuanzong. However, it was a pity. Before joining Yuanzong, these people might be able to see the hidden forces behind them with their spiritual eye. However, if they did so, they would have to look at their loyalty again after they joined Yuanzong, which would inevitably be a little cumbersome. Therefore, Qin Shujian skipped a step. When the other party joined Yuanzong, the forces and their attributes would be replaced by Yuanzong. In this way, it was even more impossible to know which forces were behind these people. However, for Qin Shujian, these were not the most important things. After all, Yuanzong's power was not small now. When the mountain gate was opened, it was normal for others to want to sneak in to find out what was going on. Although, there were too many people like this. The only thing that Qin Shujian felt fortunate was that although the traitors hid deeply, they could not hide from the spiritual eye. When he looked at Chao Hong and the others again, his eyes were already filled with killing intent. Kill. He simply spat out a word. Xianxia, who was floating above everyone's head, suddenly erupted with a terrifying blade aura, directly covering Chao Hong and the others. What? Not good. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to turn pale with fright. Looking at the saber aura that occupied their line of sight, Chao Hong and the others had just thought of something before they were completely swallowed up. Boom. In a split second. Flesh and blood splattered and disappeared along with the white light. These people were all basic martial arts practitioners. None of them were in the true martial arts realm. When faced with the attack of a doctrine artifact, they had no resistance at all. However, this was normal. True martial arts practitioners were reputable figures in various sections. They were not suitable to be spies at all. Only inconspicuous people could be qualified for this job. Including Test Jianfeng, when they saw the blade aura coming down, their hearts trembled. At that moment, even physical invulnerability realm practitioners felt the threat of death. A doctrine artifact, it was definitely not something a true martial arts realm practitioner could fight against. Lin Shiji and the others also felt their hearts tighten. Many of them had a look of fear on their faces. Originally, there were still some people who felt regret in their hearts because they were not selected. At this moment, they were rejoicing that they had survived a calamity. If they were chosen, they would have already stepped into the gates of hell. At the bound resurrection point, 10 minutes later, Chao Hong and Lu Qinghong were resurrected there. Both of them looked dumbfounded. When they checked their cultivation levels again, they realized that they had dropped by 1 level. When they checked the system log, they saw a notification. You were killed by the sect master of the origin sect, Qin Shujian. Qin Shu Sword. Chao Hong gritted his teeth as anger surged in his heart. His face turned red and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This was too detestable. He had been well-behaved ever since he had entered the origin sect. Even though he had many ulterior motives, he had never overstepped his boundaries on the surface. However, even so, he had still been killed by the Liang Mountain Fort Master once. It had been for no reason at all. There was no reason for it. Chao Hong did not know that his hatred, which was almost maxed out, had almost blinded Qin Shujian. This was as glaring as a red name in the wilderness. Of course, there was no such thing as a red name in this game. Lu Qinghong, who was standing aside, also remained silent. However, when he saw that the veins on his temples were about to burst, he knew that he was not in a good mood. It seems like we have underestimated this boss. He must have some means to recognize us. Otherwise, there is no reason for him to attack us without saying anything. Unless he is really violent and doesn't feel at ease unless he kills, Lu Qinghong analyzed calmly after his anger subsided. How do you know that he is not violent? Chao Hong's words made Lu Qinghong choke. That's right, when had this boss ever been kind? Ever since this boss had appeared on the forum, he had become famous by killing people. Regardless of whether they were players or NPCs, he had always killed them. What if it was not impossible that the boss had simply wanted to pick a few people out to kill? At this thought, Lu Qinghong started to doubt his own conjecture. Perhaps they were just unlucky. However, the origin sect was not a viable path. It was not safe to stay in the nearby True Dominion. If the sect was exterminated, it would be a double loss. We can't stay in the few true provinces around the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Unless we think of a way to infiltrate the imperial court, we can only be itinerant players. It's not easy to enter the imperial court. The players who have managed to sneak in now are basically at the bottom of the hierarchy. The cultivation techniques and martial arts that they obtain aren't that great either. That may be the case, but if we're talking about which faction is safer to face Yuan Zone, other than the imperial court, there aren't any other factions nearby. Lu Qinghong shook his head and said confidently, moreover, the imperial court's foundation is not something a sect can compare to. There is no harm in giving it a try. Hearing this, Chao Hong thought about it, and it seemed that this was the only path he could take. At this moment, the disciples who had joined the Yuan sect had basically been divided up by all the elders. Suddenly, there were more than 2,000 people. Just Mount Liang alone wasn't enough to accommodate all of them. Therefore, the 5 elders who went out to expand the branch each took nearly 2,000 people, which could be considered to be part of their branch. As for allowing the disciples to make their own choices, that was completely non-existent. Everyone knew. The spiritual qi on Mount Liang was abundant, and there were many powerhouses there. Therefore, it was best to stay here. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, who would choose to leave? This is Mount Liang, the spiritual qi is indeed abundant. Although it can't be compared to the big sects of the Seoul region, I'm afraid it's not much worse. After changing into the Yuan sect's disciple uniform, Lin Jia felt the rich spiritual qi around him and secretly sighed in his heart. The density of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. To a large extent, it determined the strength of a sect. Only a sect that was strong enough could sit on a spiritual mountain with abundant spiritual qi. Or else, in the end, it would be snatched and occupied by other stronger sections. Other than Lin Jia, the rest of the Lin family felt the same. Afterward, Lin Jia called the others and whispered, "Don't practice the family skill first. Wait until we get the Yuan sect's skill, then we'll discuss it." Okay. The other 5 nodded as well. If they practiced other skills now, they might expose their existence in the Yuan sect. If the Yuan sect's skill was really much worse than their family's, then, no matter how risky it was, they could only practice their family's skill. After all, if a skill was too bad, their growth was also extremely limited. Dong, 2 deep bell tolls were heard. Lin Jia and the others were stunned, but they quickly reacted. This was the prelude to the martial arts hall's lesson. Instantly, the few of them stopped talking and rushed towards the martial arts hall. I heard that the Yuan sect's outer disciples' skills are all at the true level, so much better than what we learned in our original sect. This time, I finally have the chance to see it. I've heard of 4 special true level skills. Let's go quickly, don't let others beat us to it. Sukai was also excited as he hurried towards the martial arts hall with his companions. Yuan sect skill. Someone had already announced it on the forum. Originally, it was only mid-grade true level, but as players understood it more, they realized that this skill had a follow-up, and its grade rose straight to high-grade true level. Some people even speculated. High-grade true level might not be the limit of this skill. Maybe, it was not impossible to reach the spirit level that no player had learned until now. This was also why, there was another reason why so many players came to Yuan sect to recruit disciples this time. It was because the game map was too big that 99% of the players did not have time to go to the Liang Mountain True Dominion in just a few days. In addition, the teleportation gate was not something that ordinary people could use. Or else, the number of players who came to Yuan sect this time would at least increase by 10 times or 100 times. At that moment, a large number of people gathered in the martial arts hall, to the point where it was too crowded to fit in. Brothers in front, move a little further inside, leave some space for me. Those behind, don't squeeze, if there's no space, come again next time. We're all on the same side, can't you guys help each other a little? Give me a space. The scene was messy. Although the martial arts hall was not small, it could only accommodate 300 to 400 people. Now, the number of new outer disciples in Yuan sect had already exceeded this number. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, wearing a green and white long robe, walked in from the other side. Seeing the noisy scene, he frowned and shouted coldly, "No noise in the martial arts hall." It was a simple sentence. When the others heard it, it was as if a large bell had rung beside their ears. Their hearts shook, and they could not help but shut their mouths. At that moment, everyone's gazes landed on him. Many people's faces turned serious. Green and white long robe, clear sky and white clouds, this was the symbol of an outer sect deacon. In the Yuan sect, a deacon represented an inner or a cultivator. Regardless of whether it was the players or the others, they were all at the basic martial arts level. An inner energy cultivator standing in front of them was still very impactful and intimidating. I am the outer sect deacon, Xianxia. Since all of you have entered Yuan sect, I will teach all of you the foundational cultivation technique of the Yuan Dian. Now, everyone please remain silent, I do not wish to be disturbed by other voices when I am speaking. Zhao Shanlin looked coldly at the others, then sat down at the lecturer's seat and began to teach the Yuan Dian's basic martial arts level to the others. Originally, outer sect disciples could only learn the first 5 levels of the basic martial arts level. To obtain the complete basic martial arts level, one had to either become an inner sect disciple or spend contribution points to study in the library. However, as Yuan sect became stronger and stronger, the first 5 levels of the basic martial arts level were no longer enough. So now, outer sect disciples could obtain the complete basic martial arts level. As for inner sect disciples, they could obtain the first 5 levels of the true martial arts level. As for the rest, they had to spend contribution points to exchange for it. Half a day passed. Almost everyone had memorized the Yuan Dian's basic martial arts level. After all, the basic martial arts level was not a very profound technique. In addition, these outer sect disciples had all been selected and had good aptitudes. Sukai looked at the stats board and saw that the words Yuan Dian had already appeared. Then, he threw all the remaining experience points due to his betrayal of the sect, which resulted in his martial arts being erased, into the Yuan Dian. Very quickly. The Yuan Dian was directly deduced to the 8th level. As he had entered the game late. Although the sect in the game was accepting disciples, his real realm was only at the 8th level of the basic martial arts level. Looking at the 8th level of the Yuan Dian, the 4 special attributes appeared at the back. He was overjoyed. What a profound technique, it is not any weaker than my family's technique. After Lin Jia finished listening to the Yuan Dian's basic martial arts level, he compared it with his family's technique. In the end, he found, both were basic martial arts level, but the Yuan Dian was slightly better than his family's technique. However, in consideration of his family's reputation, Lin Jia could only treat it as if the two were on par. However, just from the Yuan Dian's basic martial arts level, it could be seen that the Yuan sect, which had such a technique, might not reach the level of the Soul region, but it would definitely be a big sect. Other than the fact that they did not have a spirit martial realm powerhouse. Regardless of whether it was the spirit chi of the sect, the techniques, or the number of true martial realm powerhouses, the Yuan sect was not any weaker than those powerful sects in the Soul region. The only thing that was worse was the top powerhouse of the spirit martial realm. If that sect leader of the region level broke through, then the Yuan sect would definitely be reborn. On the other side, after Zhao Shanlin finished his lesson, he paused for a moment and continued, every day, there will be different deacons giving lessons here. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can also come and ask for guidance. In addition, every other month, the Great Elder of Skills Imparting will personally come to explain martial arts. However, this requires a certain amount of contribution points. If you want to listen, I suggest you go to the mission hall to accept some missions during this period of time and try your best to accumulate more contribution points. After all, in the Yuan sect, contribution points are the most important. No matter if it is training techniques or martial arts, asking for guidance from the elders of the sect, or wanting to obtain divine weapons, they all need to be exchanged with contribution points. In response to Zhao Shanlin's words, everyone silently remembered it in their hearts. They had just arrived at the Yuan sect and were not very clear about many things. These words allowed these outer sect disciples to have a deeper understanding of Yuan Zong. After the end of the disciple recruitment, Qin Shujian started to prepare for the construction of the city. Initially, he had planned to transform the outer sect disciples' village at the foot of the mountain into a city. However, after thinking about it carefully, it would be inappropriate to transform the city directly. After all, there were no other forces in the Liang Mountain area besides the Origin sect. Therefore, he decided to build a city at the border between the Stone Forest and the Origin sect. This was to accommodate people from all over the world and to provide a better place for trading when he recruited disciples in the future. Building a city was not a small matter, just the amount of silver needed to be spent was in the millions. If not for the fact that Yuanzong had such a large additional income, Qin Shujian would not have dared to even think about it. In this world, however, all powerful sects would build a city near their sect. Everything else aside, after the city was built, the income from all aspects would be stable for a long time. This would be very beneficial for the development of the sect's foundation. However, there were very few sects in the Baiyun Mansion's true dominion that had reached this stage. After all, no matter how powerful a true dominion sect was, it was limited. Sects like the Origin sect were extremely rare in the true dominion of the Great Zhao 13 prefectures. In the Baiyun Mansion, it was the only sect that could do this. The other sects did not have the qualifications to build a city, but the Origin sect did. After making the decision to build a city, Qin Shujian headed straight to the Flying Leaf City to meet City Lord Zhang Baiqing. In the main hall of the City Lord Manor, Zhang Baiqing and Qin Shujian sat on either side of each other. The servants served tea respectfully and then left. Sect Master Qin, please have some tea. Please. Qin Shujian smiled and nodded. When he picked up the teacup, the faint tea fragrance mixed with spirit tea floated in the air. He praised, I did not expect to taste spirit tea at City Lord Zhang's place today. It seems like this trip was worth it. Even a city lord could have spirit tea. He was a sect master, yet he still used mortal tea leaves. This time, Qin Shujian was even more determined to purchase some spirit tea. Sect Master Qin is no ordinary person. How would this old man dare to use ordinary things to entertain you? Zhang Baiqing chuckled, but his heart was bleeding. He used to be the city lord of an ordinary city. Even though this place had been upgraded to the true dominion, their salaries and other aspects had not increased. For Zhang Baiqing, one tael of spirit tea was enough for half a month of his salary. However, the person who had come today was the sect master of Sky Origin sect. On the surface, they had to treat him well. After all, Yuanzong had played a huge role in Fei City's stable development. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that the Origin sect was in charge of the Liang Mountain True Dominion meant that no one dared to invade it. This also saved the Fei City a lot of trouble. Or else, in the same region, if the imperial court and the sects did not get along, both sides would suffer. Not to mention the Liang Mountain True Dominion. The power of the sects completely crushed the power of the imperial court here. After some small talk, Zhang Baiqing went straight to the point and asked, I wonder what sect Master Qin is here for this time. The Origin sect is preparing to build a city at the border between the Liang Mountain and the chaotic stone forest. Therefore, I came to inform City Lord Zhang. It would be best if I could get the approval of the imperial court. Build a city. Zhang Baiqing was stunned. He had not expected that Qin Shujian would actually come here for this purpose. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. Given the Origin sect's power, it was not surprising that they would build a city within their sphere of influence. As for this, Zhang Baiqing had heard about it long ago. Sect Master Qin, this old man will report this matter to the higher-ups. I believe that it won't be long before the corresponding approval will be issued. In that case, thank you very much, City Lord Zhang. Qin Shujian said with a smile. Since the other party had agreed so readily, he did not need to waste too much time talking. After all, this was the Great Zhao country. If the Origin sect wanted to build a city, they still needed to inform the nearby imperial court forces to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. As for whether there would be any approval, this was not the main point. At most, there would be an official approval document. If there was no approval document, building a city would not be proper. However, others would not be able to find any problems with it. Zhang Baiqing said, this is only a small matter. How long will it take for the approval document to come down? The shortest would be 7 days. The longest would be half a month. When the time comes, the approval document will definitely come down. Zhang Baiqing thought for a moment before giving an answer. 7 days to half a month. It wasn't too long, and it was within Qin Shujian's expectations. Soon after, Qin Shujian stood up and said his goodbyes. Since that is the case, I will leave this matter to City Lord Zhang. This time I have wasted a lot of City Lord's time. This Qin will not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave first. This old man will send Sect Master Qin off. Zhang Baiqing also stood up and left the City Lord's mansion with Qin Shujian on the left and right. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, the two said their goodbyes. Qin Shujian directly left. Zhang Baiqing looked at the other party's departing figure before finally turning around and returning to the mansion. After settling this matter, Qin Shujian directly returned to Liang Mountain. Then, he sent Su Yuanming to Nine Mountain City to discuss with the carrier trading company about purchasing materials and preparing for the construction of the city. Also, if the carrier trading company has spirit tea, buy some back. In the end, Qin Shujian reminded him. Although Su Yuanming was a little puzzled, he still nodded in agreement. Then, Qin Shujian went to the mission hall and issued a mission related to alchemy and weapon forging techniques. The mission rewards were quite generous, attracting the interest of many players. Then, there was a change in the mission of collecting techniques and skills. It changed from anything to anything above the true rank. Sect Master. In front of the library, the inner aura cultivator guarding the door stood up and bowed. Qin Shujian nodded and directly entered. Compared to the previous time, this time, there were many people on the first floor of the library. The martial arts manuals collected from the destruction of the 7 sects filled the first 2 floors of the library. The large amount of martial arts manuals was enough for all the outer and inner disciples to learn. Walking up to the 3rd floor, the number of people here was not much less than the 2nd floor. After filling up, the number of true rank martial arts manuals on the 3rd floor had reached more than 300. For the current inner disciples, especially the players, although mortal rank high-grade martial arts manuals were still the mainstream, only those at the true rank could increase their strength by a large amount. Therefore, compared to the mortal rank martial arts manuals on the 1st and 2nd floors, the true rank martial arts manuals on the 3rd floor were obviously more attractive. As for the 4th floor, the true rank martial arts manuals on this floor had all been moved to the 3rd floor. Only the spirit rank martial arts manuals and the divine rank middle grade Great Desolate Devil Suppressing Seal were placed here. At this time, there were also deacon elders. When they saw Qin Shujian, they all stood up and greeted him. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and walked up to the 5th floor. It could be said that the first 3 floors of the library were not lacking in martial arts manuals. Although there were few on the 4th floor, it won in terms of quality. It was enough for Yuanzong at this stage. Only the 5th floor had always been empty. For the time being, Qin Shujian couldn't think of anything suitable to be placed here. Then, he turned and walked down. He walked through the entire book collection pavilion. To tell the truth, Qin Shujian still felt a sense of accomplishment. Back then, Yuanzong had been empty except for people. Now, Yuanzong was much stronger than before. Even its foundation was deep enough. Even without him. With Yuanzong's current foundation, it would not be a big problem even if it was passed down for hundreds or thousands of years. Now, the vitality was proceeding in an orderly manner. Qin Shujian did not have too many things to explain. After thinking about it, he still felt that it was necessary to talk to the Heaven and Earth Bao. On the peak of Mount Liang. This was still the forbidden area of Yuanzong. Usually, other than Qin Shujian, no one else, including elders, was allowed to set foot here. Sensing someone coming, the Heaven and Earth Bao stopped absorbing spiritual energy. An old voice sounded, "Greetings, Sect Master. You go first. If the 1,000 mountain blood is worshipped by tens of thousands of people, it will have a trace of Zubing's power. Do you know how to do this?" Qin Shujian went straight to the point. Ever since the other party mentioned Zhu Bing to him, he had been thinking about it. Although he had not seen Zhu Bing's true power. But from just a few words, he could understand Zhu Bing's power. If it was worshipped by tens of thousands of people, He couldn't just put the saber out there and let people worship it every day, there must be something he did not know. Therefore, Qin Shujian came this time to find out how to make a Dao weapon have Zhu Bing's power. So Sect Master wants to know about this. The heaven and earth bow moved slightly and continued, this method is actually very simple. Sect Master, you just need to let people build a stone statue according to the appearance of a Dao weapon. Then, you can let the Dao weapon's aura be connected to it. As long as people worship the Dao weapon stone statue, this power will be directly transmitted to the Dao weapon itself. After a long time, it may have a trace of Zhu Bing's power. This power seems to have a name. I have to think about it. Isn't this power called faith? That's right, that's right. It's the power of faith. Sect Master is really knowledgeable. You actually know about the existence of faith. The heaven and earth bow flattered him again. Qin Shujian was expressionless. Ever since the other party mentioned Zhu Bing for the first time, he vaguely felt that this method was somewhat familiar. Now, after listening to the other party's detailed explanation, it was only then that he truly remembered. Wasn't this the faith of his previous life? The difference was that the faith of his previous life was worshipping gods. Now, the faith of his current life was worshipping a Dao weapon. It was just about the so-called faith. Actually, Qin Shujian didn't know much about it. The only thing he knew about these two words was that he had heard about it from someone else. Then, he asked about the key points of building a stone statue, as well as the things to pay attention to. Qin Shujian began to prepare for this matter again. Thousand Mountain blood was already a part of his strength. If he could become stronger, it would be of great benefit to him, or to the entire Yuan sect. Whoosh, a gentle breeze swept across the sky like chaotic blades. A cultivator at the second level of the true martial realm, who could not dodge in time, was killed on the spot. The 13th one. Peng Qing read his mission silently as he sheathed his saber. Legacy mission, killing one is a crime, killing 10,000 is a hero, killing 9 million is a hero. Mission requirement, kill a certain number of true martial realm cultivators. Current mission completion rate, 131,0000. Mission time limit, 3 years. Mission reward, complete legacy. Mission failure, lose the legacy. As for the mission requirements, Peng Qing did not feel much about it. After all, this was a game world. No matter how many people he killed, they were just NPCs. In his eyes, this was just a set of cold data. What Peng Qing really cared about was 10,000 true martial realm cultivators. This was not a small number. In half a month, he had only killed 13 of them by using the Wild Wind Chaotic Blade Slash and the low-grade spirit weapon, the Weeping Blood Blade, which Dao Nu had given him. Meanwhile, just as Peng Qing was collecting his spoils of war, Dao Nu's voice was heard from the ring. There are limited true martial realm cultivators in the True Dominion. If you want to complete the mission, it would be best to head to the Spirit Dominion. Given my current strength, wouldn't it be too risky to head to the Spirit Dominion? Although you are at the first level of the true martial realm, you have the Weeping Blood Blade, which belonged to the previous owner. This is a weapon that can kill even more people. As long as it kills enough people, it will transform and become stronger. Given your current strength and the Weeping Blood Blade, ordinary inner energy realm cultivators are no match for you. If you head to the Spirit Dominion, you can run away even if you can't defeat them, as long as you do not deliberately provoke spirit martial realm cultivators. You don't need me to teach you this principle, do you? The Spirit Dominion? Peng Qing repeated. Dao Nu's old voice added, the true martial realm cultivators in the True Dominion are the peak. If too many true martial realm cultivators are lost, everyone will be on guard. Although there are not many experts in the True Dominion, the sects have a strong foundation. If they use these methods, it will be very difficult to contend with them. On the contrary, although the true martial realm and the spirit domain were experts, they were not the top. It was normal for some true martial realm experts to fall in battle. If you want to complete the mission and obtain the supreme inheritance, you must have courage that ordinary people don't have. Dao Nu's words, his words scattered Peng Qing's hesitation. Indeed. Although he was at the first level of the martial realm, his comprehensive strength had already surpassed this level. In addition, he had killed 13 cultivators of the true martial realm, so he had almost reached the peak of the first level of the true martial realm. It would not be long before he could break into the second level of the true martial realm. Thinking about it this way, spirit realm wasn't out of the question. What's going on? Another elder is missing. Xianxia's face was cold as he looked at the crowd below. He felt a surge of anger in his chest that was about to explode at any moment. One of them braced himself and replied, "When we rushed over, there was only a mess left on the spot. I'm afraid that Elder Lu has already met his end. Sect Master, in just 3 days, 3 of our elders have gone missing, and one of them has been confirmed dead. I'm afraid the same is true for the other 2. Could it be that the other sects are secretly targeting us? Investigate. Focus on those 3 sects and see who is most likely to do it." Xianxia suppressed his anger and said coldly. His sect only had a dozen or so true martial realm martial artists. Now they had lost 3 martial realm cultivators. The loss was not small at all. In Xianxia's mind, the culprit must be an enemy of the sect. As for whether it was the mutants who did it, he had never considered this question at all. Even if the mutants had the strength to do it, the sect had not been destroyed. Those who had died in the hands of the mutants could be resurrected, even if there was a 3-day buffer period. However, it had already been 3 days since the first elder had fallen. No resurrection, that meant the culprit was not the mutants. Some judgments were so simple, but in Xianxia's eyes, they were ironclad facts. He just wanted to know now. Which sect was it that wanted to make a move on him? Xianxia had already felt as if a layer of black fog had enveloped him. In the dark, there seemed to be scarlet eyes coldly staring at him, ready to pounce on him and give him a fatal blow at any time. At the same time, the other sects in the True Dominion were also secretly investigating. This was because they had lost a few martial realm cultivators during this period. In the study room, which was as bright as day, Marquis Bayun was holding a book and studying it carefully. The spirit incense on the table lit up, its fragrance filling the entire room. "Tuck tuck. Marquis, I have something to discuss with you. Come in," Marquis Bayun said faintly. However, his gaze was still fixed on the book in his hand. "Iya," a slight sound was heard, and the door was pushed open. The person who came in was a tall man in casual clothes. When he saw Marquis Bayun, he immediately lowered his head and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Marquis. Tell me, what happened?" "We have found the remnants of Marquis Yifeng." "Huh?" Marquis Bayun's hand, which was holding the book, paused. His gaze finally landed on that person as he asked, "Where is he?" "He is outside. He said he wants to see you, Marquis." "Is there anyone else besides him?" "I did not see him." "Ask him to come to the side hall to see me." Marquis Bayun put down the book in his hand, stood up, and walked out of the study room. That person followed behind Marquis Bayun. When he left the study room, he turned around and respectfully closed the door again. In the side hall, Marquis Bayun sat on the main seat. Below him stood a middle-aged man in shabby clothes who smelled of dust and carried a bag on his back. "Greetings, Marquis Bayun." After saying that, the middle-aged man knelt down directly. Marquis Bayun's expression was gentle as he said with a chuckle, "I am very curious. Why did the remnants of Marquis Yifeng choose to walk into a trap? I was originally from the Great Zhao Kingdom. However, I was bewitched by Marquis Yifeng and had no choice but to embark on this path of no return. Now that I have come to realize my mistake, I have specially come to ask for your forgiveness. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Qing Zhong's body trembled slightly, but he still replied firmly, "I am afraid. However, since I have done something wrong, I only have myself to blame even if I lose my character. I just hope that Marquis Bayun can see that I am willing to admit my mistake and be lenient." Marquis Bayun picked up the teacup beside him and gently touched the teacup with the lid. He said, "A prodigal who has turned over a new leaf is more precious than gold. This is certainly a good thing. However, I heard that the remnants of Marquis Yifeng are by your side. Where is he now?" "Marquis Bayun, please take a look." Qing Zhong untied the bag on his back and raised it high above his head with both hands. Seeing this, the guard at the side stepped forward and took the bag. Then, he opened the bag and revealed a black box. Then, the guard took the box and walked to Marquis Bayun's side. He handed it forward and said respectfully, "Marquis Bayun, please take a look." "Open it." "Yes." Hearing this, the guard immediately opened the box. Suddenly, a foul smell came from the box. Marquis Bayun glanced at the box and his eyes seemed to fluctuate. Then, he waved his hand and signaled the guard to leave with the box. Then, he stood up from the main seat and came to Qingzhong. He shook his head and said with a smile, "You did a good job. A wise man submits to circumstances." Qingzhong still did not dare to raise his head. He replied fawningly, "Marquis Yifeng was wrong. The son has to pay his father's debt. The existence of Marquis Yifeng's son is naturally a mistake. I'm just putting righteousness before family. Everything is for the sake of the imperial court." What a good way to put righteousness before family. Marquis Bayun nodded and the smile on his face became even brighter. However, the words that came out of his mouth made Qingzhong's smile freeze on his face. "Men, drag him away and feed him to the dogs." "Yes." The guards on both sides stepped forward and directly lifted Qingzhong up and dragged him outside. Qingzhong immediately panicked. He struggled desperately and shouted, "Marquis Bayun, I've already made up for my mistakes. Please spare my life." "Marquis Bayun. Didn't you say that you brought this upon yourself?" "Marquis Bayun, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I'm willing to be at your beck and call. I won't have the slightest disloyalty." Qingzhong shouted crazily. He wanted to use his quintessential essence to break free. However, the two guards' actions were like pliers that firmly locked him in place. There was even a power that far exceeded the real martial arts realm that imprisoned his quintessential essence. Then, Qingzhong shouted as he was dragged away. Marquis Bayun's gentle face gradually turned cold. He looked at the door that had disappeared and muttered to himself, "Wang Yin, I'm afraid you didn't expect that your last son would be cut off in this way." He seemed to have seen Marquis Yifeng's high-spirited appearance. Marquis Bayun could not help but feel a little emotional when he compared the current situation with his entire family being killed and the last bloodline being cut off. Not long after, a guard came to report. "Marquis, he has been dealt with." "Very good. Bury the remains of Marquis Yifeng's son as well." "Yes." After the guard left, just as Marquis Bayun was about to leave, someone came to see him. "Marquis, there is a letter regarding the true dominion of Mount Liang." "Present it." "Marquis, please take a look." That person respectfully handed over a letter with both hands. Marquis Bayun returned to his seat and sat down. Then, he stretched out his hand to take the letter and spread it open. About 10 breaths of time later, Marquis Bayun put down the letter, looked at the person in front of him, and said, "Take my token and go to the Ministry of Revenue. Ask them to write an official document saying that I have agreed to build a city for the Yuan sect." "Yes, Marquis Bayun." After the guard left, Marquis Bayun did not do anything, but the letter quietly turned into powder and disappeared. Build a city? It seems that the Origin sect is developing faster than I thought. He had been keeping an eye on Yuan Zong's recent actions. After all, Bayun Mansion was under his jurisdiction. Nothing could escape his eyes and ears. When he found out that the Origin sect had more than 1,000 internal energy cultivators, Marquis Bayun basically understood that the Origin sect should have been promoted to a 4th-level force. The destruction of the 7 sects had caused quite a commotion. However, the Origin sect had a good reason to do so. Therefore, after this incident caused some commotion, it did not continue to spread. Instead, it slowly calmed down. Marquis Bayun had originally planned to warn Qin Shujian if the Origin sect destroyed the 7 sects and wantonly attacked the other true Dominion sects with the strength of the sect. However, after the destruction of the 7 sects, things had calmed down. Regarding this, Marquis Bayun once again thought highly of Qin Shujian. He had potential, he could only advance and retreat, such a person was a rare talent no matter where he was. Just as the official document was being approved, the Origin sect was already preparing to build a city. Large amounts of silver had been spent. Then, large amounts of materials had been purchased from the carrier business. The large amount of transactions had made Gu Feng smile from ear to ear during this period. As the steward of the branch, if the transactions and profits of the branch that he was in charge of were high enough, he would be able to obtain many benefits. Now that the Origin sect was building a city, the amount of silver needed to be spent was in the millions. A transaction of such a large amount could not be ignored no matter where it was. Needless to say, there were not many rich people in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. As a result, the transactions of the branch each month ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. It was hard for Gu Feng not to be excited now that he had suddenly received a large order worth millions. Furthermore, given his relationship with the Origin sect, the more powerful the Origin sect was, the more benefits he would be able to obtain. Therefore, Gu Feng had put in a lot of effort this time to help the Origin sect prepare enough materials to build a city. Meanwhile, Qin Shujian had asked someone to collect a few large pieces of ore materials. Then, he carved and cast them bit by bit according to the appearance of the Thousand Mountain Blood. That's right, he was following the instructions of the Cosmic Bow and building a Tao artifact stone statue. However, this matter, Qin Shujian did not ask someone else to do it. Instead, he completed it himself. On the peak of the Liang Mountain, there was a total of 7 pieces of black ore that were about 20 feet tall. Qin Shujian was holding the Thousand Mountain Blood in his hand. He was relying on the appearance of this Tao artifact to carve the ore bit by bit. The easiest way to connect the Tao artifact's aura with the stone statue was to use the Tao artifact to carve the stone statue out personally. Although the ore in front of him was very hard, it was still like paper in front of the Tao artifact. A lot of it was easily shaved off. When the Cosmic Bow saw this, it was very envious. It was the dream of any spiritual object to be worshipped by living beings. If the Tao artifact could use this opportunity to obtain a trace of Zhu Bing's power, other spiritual objects could do the same. The reason why it had a higher spirituality than other spiritual objects was because the Coiling Stone sect worshipped it day and night. Unfortunately, there were too few people in the Coiling Stone sect. Even after hundreds of years of worship, its spirituality had increased and it was still a middle-grade spirit artifact. It was not even qualified to become a superior-grade spirit artifact. The Cosmic Bow also wanted the people of the Origin sect to worship it, but it knew very well that this was not realistic. Other sects treated their spirit artifacts as treasures, but the Origin sect had a Tao artifact. If it dared to make this request, the Cosmic Bow even suspected that it would be destroyed by Qin Shujian in an instant. Kill. An uncountable number of soldiers surrounded a city. Stones rolled down from the city walls and arrows rained down, killing those who attempted to climb up the city walls. The arrows pierced through the air. There were blue dots on the arrowheads. When the arrows touched the protective chi of physical invulnerability realm cultivators, they tore it apart and pierced through the cultivators. Gang-shattering arrows, they were specially prepared by the Imperial Court to deal with cultivators above the martial arts realm. In front of such weapons, even a cultivator in the spiritual martial realm could die if he was hit by a large number of gang-shattering arrows. Block them all. Don't let any of them come up. It won't be long before the Imperial Court sends reinforcements. The opportunity to make a name for yourself is right before your eyes. As long as you block them, I won't forget your contributions. Chuizhen shouted angrily. His palm shook the clouds and knocked down several cultivators who were flying in the air. Then, he sent out a rain of arrows and killed them in the air. Flying in the air, they were at least in the spiritual martial realm. After killing 4 cultivators in the spiritual martial realm with one palm, the soldiers' morale was boosted. However, Chuizhen was not happy at all. He turned around and went down the city walls. When he came to the inner city, he looked at the people who were still busy on the altar. He asked one of them, "How's the portal? Can it still be used?" "Not yet. Marquis Qianshan must have set up a huge heaven and earth lock formation to lock up the surrounding space. Now, we can't enter or exit the portal." Heaven and earth lock formation. Chuizhen's face was gloomy. When did Marquis Qianshan set up the heaven and earth lock formation? He did not notice it at all. Now, the portal could not be used. Outside, there were millions of soldiers surrounding the city. At this moment, Shushan City was no different from a dangerous place. As for the reinforcements he mentioned earlier, it was just to boost the soldiers' morale. The imperial court did not have time to react to Marquis Xianxia's sudden attack. Even if Shushan City was destroyed, the imperial court would not know in time, let alone now. At this moment, Shushan City was in chaos. The originally quiet and peaceful scene also disappeared without a trace due to the army attacking the city. However, amidst the chaos, there was a group of people who were extremely excited. Jiang Wenquan was a little excited. He never thought that he would be able to participate in such a huge war. Such a large-scale war was definitely unprecedented for players. He looked at the mission he had received. Then, he looked at the chaotic situation around him. Jiang Wenquan followed the map and walked towards a certain direction in the city. City Lord, bad news. Don't panic. What happened? Some of the mutants in the city are slaughtering everywhere, causing chaos. Right now, all of our forces are fighting against Marquis Xianxia's army. We don't have any extra forces to suppress the mutants. Mutants. The corners of Cui Zhen's eyes twitched, and his face was filled with cold killing intent. In his opinion, those who were still causing trouble at this time were basically traitors who were in cahoots with Marquis Xianxian. Then, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Are all the players in the city rebelling? There's still a portion that hasn't made much of a move yet. Issue a mission for the rest of the mutants to stabilize the chaos in the city. Kill anyone who tries to create chaos. Martial arts, divine weapons, and sharp weapons, Shushan City can afford them all." Cui Zhen immediately made a decision. Mutants wouldn't do anything without benefits. However, as long as there were enough benefits, they would definitely be crazier than others. Right now, all of Shushan City's forces were fighting against Marquis Xianxian's attack. The only ones who could deal with the mutants in the city were the other mutants. Then the City Lord Manor directly issued a mission. All the players who received the mission were shocked when they saw the mission reward. Then, they were filled with joy. Faction Confrontation Mission, the bountiful rewards for the quest. Jiang Wenquan was currently in Shushan City. There were many things in his bag, which he had obtained from robbing shops. After all, he had to create chaos. He just had to kill people in the city. Robbing shops could give him items and also create chaos. Obtaining loot and completing the mission didn't conflict with each other. After this mission, I can at least level up. It's enough to buy a true rank cultivation technique or martial art. Jiang Wenquan smiled. Then, his gaze landed on a shop in front of him. However, before he took a step forward, he suddenly felt a warning in his heart. At the same time, dense air-piercing sounds came from behind him. Jiang Wenquan didn't even think and did a standard roll. Then, he saw an arrow hit the ground behind him. After he got up, suddenly, he saw 4 players rushing towards him from behind. 2 of the players were wielding longbows. It was obvious that the arrows he had just fired had been fired by them. Damn, what's going on? Jiang Wenquan was stunned. The players didn't do the mission but shot him with arrows. Were they trying to take advantage of him? He retreated and shouted, "Brothers, we didn't have any grievances in the past. Why do you have to ruin our relationship? There are so many shops around. I'll give them all to you. You just have to give us your head." Jiang Qing's pretty face was cold. She rushed toward Jiang Wenquan with wind under her feet. The long sword in her hand shone with a cold light. The sword aura pierced through the air and slashed toward Jiang Wenquan's back. Damn. Jiang Wenquan cursed in his heart. He pulled out the long sword from his waist and slashed back. When he shattered the sword aura, he didn't stop running. After the exchange just now, he already knew that this female player wasn't any weaker than him. The other 3 players were probably about the same. They might be able to deal with Jiang Wenquan alone. However, they had to deal with 4 at the same time. He thought about it and decided that running away was more practical. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, an arrow pierced through the air behind him. Jiang Wenquan had to stop temporarily. He swung his sword to block the arrow and then fled again. After a while, his speed slowed down. Not long after, Jiang Wenquan looked at the 4 players who surrounded him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He spread his hands and said, "We're all players. Why do you have to force me? At most, I'll give it to you. You won't get any benefits from killing me. You underestimate yourself too much. Jiang Qing smiled. She waved her hand and the few of them charged toward Jiang Wenquan. After a battle. Soon. Jiang Wenquan was pierced by a sword. He turned into white light and disappeared with a face full of unwillingness. When he died, a long sword and a lot of silver fell to the ground. Let's go. We'll continue to look for the next target. Jiang Qing looked at the completion rate of the mission, collected the loot dropped by the other party, and then left. Similar scenes like this. At this moment, it was happening everywhere in Shushan City. A portion of the players received the mission from Marquis Qianshan. The mission was to create chaos in Shushan City and receive the corresponding reward. Another portion of the players received the mission from Cui Zhen. The mission was to kill all the people who created chaos, including the players, to maintain peace in the city. The two missions were completely conflicting. In addition, this was Shushan City's home ground. The players who received the mission from Shushan City could see which faction the other players belonged to. This way, the players on Marquis Qianshan's side were at a disadvantage. For a moment, a large number of players in the city were surrounded and killed. However, there were still some players who saw that something was wrong. They quietly avoided the danger and went into hiding. In a manner, a player had just jumped over the wall. However, the moment he entered, he was surrounded by several players. Ji Yuan looked at him and shouted, "What mission did you receive? What is the mission about?" The sudden question came out of nowhere. He was surrounded for no reason. Li Shaoxing was shocked at first. However, after looking at the surroundings and Ji Yuan and the others, he calmed down a little. He replied tentatively, "I received the mission from Marquis Qianshan. The mission is to create chaos in the city. The requirement is to make 70% of Shushan City panic. We're on the same side." Ji Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. Then, the cold expressions of the other players also relaxed. Li Shaoxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Brother, what are you doing? Didn't you notice?" Ji Yuan looked at him strangely and said, "Shushan City obviously gave the players a faction mission. Moreover, these players seem to be able to see which faction they belong to. Until now, many of our players have died in their hands. If we aren't careful, this faction mission will be hard to complete." Just as Li Shaoxing said, Marquis Qianshan's mission was to make 70% of Shushan City panic. This was a group mission. Every time a player successfully created chaos, the mission completion rate would increase. Originally, the mission completion rate had increased to 50%. However, as the players from Shushan City intervened, the panic was suppressed. This caused their character completion rate to drop to less than 30%. Are you planning to join forces with the other factions to deal with the players from Shushan City? Li Shaoxing saw through Ji Yuan's intentions. Ji Yuan didn't deny it and nodded, "The players from Shushan City are working together. Our side is fighting alone. This is a weakness. Moreover, we can't see which faction we belong to. This is another disadvantage. If we want to complete the mission, we have to work together. Otherwise, we will be defeated one by one." Hearing this, Li Shaoxing agreed with this. After some discussion, they decided to add a new member to the team. Not long after, the team walked out of the manor and looked for players from the same faction. They strengthened the team while fighting against the players from Shushan City and creating chaos. At this moment, the battle on the city wall was still ongoing. Marquis Qianshan's army desperately tried to rush up the city wall. Many experts bombarded the city wall, trying to push it down. On the blood-stained city wall, obscure runes appeared one after another. These runes combined together and protected all the city walls. No matter how the experts bombarded them, it was difficult for them to damage the city walls. At the same time, there was a dense rain of arrows and huge rocks falling down, bombarding the army below. Cui Zhen stood on the city wall with a huge longbow in his hand. His cold eyes glanced at the attacking army below. From time to time, he would shoot an arrow and take the life of an expert. For a moment, There were more than a dozen spiritual martial realm experts who had died in his hands. The army charged, the basic martial realm experts were just pawns. The genuine martial realm experts were the backbone of the army. The spiritual martial realm experts were considered high-end forces. Compared to the basic martial realm and the genuine martial realm experts, killing the spiritual martial realm cultivators was more effective. When Xianxia knocked an arrow on his bow and shot it out again, he was stunned. A stream of light came from afar and suddenly collided with the arrow. Boom! There was an explosion in the air and the arrow turned into iron shavings. Xianxia looked at the back of the attacking army. There was a general in light golden armor who slowly put down the longbow in his hand. With his cultivation, he could see the general's face clearly even from afar. Yang Mingxuan, he was one of the generals on Marquis Qianshan's side and the general of this attack. After blocking the attack of the long arrow, Yi Zichen was stunned. Yang Mingxuan also looked at Xianxia on the city wall and shouted, "Xianxia, your mountain-protecting city has been surrounded. It is useless to resist any further. If you surrender now, not only will you be safe, but you can also be the lord of Mountain Guard City." His voice. It suppressed the fierce battle cries on the battlefield and was heard by everyone on the city wall. Xianxia sneered and replied, "Rebels, how dare you speak so arrogantly? When the imperial army arrives, the rebels led by Marquis Qianshan will all die." After saying that, he shouted again in a clear voice. Among the 13 prefectures of Great Zhao, Thousand Mountains Prefecture is but a small part of it. Marquis Qianshan dared to rebel, but he's just digging his own grave. When the imperial court's army arrives, anyone who rebels will be executed along with their entire family. It's not too late for all of you to repent and atone for your sins. His voice was like thunder. It was directly transmitted to the ears of all the soldiers on Marquis Qianshan's side. Immediately, the attack of the army seemed to have slowed down for a moment. Yang Mingxuan's eyes turned cold when he saw this. He hollered, "Since you want to do this the hard way, then don't blame me for not giving you face." Marquis has laid out the heaven-sealing earth-locking formation within 1,000 miles of the city. Under the heaven-sealing earth-lock formation, all living things can't move forward or backward. You can't activate the teleportation gate in Mountain Guard City, right? If you can't open the portal, your city is destined to be isolated. How are you going to defend against my army of 1,000,000? With only 200,000 soldiers? Yang Mingxuan's words. Many of the Mountain Guard City soldiers' expressions changed. Xianxia's expression turned solemn as he hollered, "Don't listen to his nonsense. How can the heaven-sealing earth-locking formation be set up so easily? Now that the teleportation gate is open, the imperial court is sending troops over. Whoever bravely killed the enemy would be rewarded handsomely. However, if anyone backs out and disturbs the morale of the army, they will be wiped out." His words were vicious. It directly dispelled the bad thoughts that rose in the hearts of the soldiers on the city wall. In their eyes, as long as the teleportation gate was opened and the imperial court's reinforcements arrived, then even if the army attacked, it wouldn't be a problem. Now that Xianxia said that the teleportation gate was open, then, it couldn't be fake. The war continued. Yang Mingxuan's expression wasn't any better towards the stubborn resistance of Mountain Guard City. The deputy general asked, "General, Mountain Guard City is resisting fiercely. Should we retreat? Anyways, we have laid out the heaven-sealing earth-locking formation. We can't enter or leave Mountain Guard City. With the food reserves in the city, how many days can we last? Plus, if the army doesn't arrive in a few days, the people of Mountain Guard City will scatter. When the time comes, we will be able to take them down without much effort. Pass down my orders. Everyone attack Mountain Guard City day and night. Don't damage the city walls too much. Let the players in the city spread the news that the teleportation gate can't be opened." Yang Mingxuan waved his hand and interrupted the other party's suggestion. If they had enough time, then it would be better to surround Mountain Guard City and wait for it to collapse. But now, they had to fight for every second they had. If not, when the imperial court reacted, they would be attacked from both sides. If they weren't careful, they would be in danger of being wiped out. Hong! Yang Mingxuan suddenly leaped into the air and a long halberd appeared in his hand. A terrifying Jin Yuan burst out from his body and bombarded the city. the moment he attacked. It was an earth-shattering power. Chuizhen's expression turned serious. He stepped into the air and formed a shield with his palms. He raised his hands and true essence surged like a tidal wave, colliding with the long halberd. Hong long long. The two collided and a terrifying true essence wind spread out. When Chuizhen retreated, a long bow appeared in his hand. When he pulled the bowstring, the bow sucked in a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi and condensed it into a long arrow. A Dao seal appeared on the bow and instantly, its power increased. A Dao artifact, this was Mountain Guard City's last trump card. It was also Chuizhen's trump card against Marquis Xianxia. The long halberd shattered the sky and collided with the Dao artifact. Yang Mingxuan's body shook. Then, a jade appeared in his hand. He crushed it and bowed. Marquis, please help me kill the enemy. Decree. Chuizhen's body shook. He looked at the jade and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. A huge hand seemed to be born from the void and pushed toward him like a mountain. This palm, it made his blood boil as if he was facing a terrifying existence. There was no time to think. Chuizhen pulled the bowstring of the longbow to the limit. The next moment, the bowstring was released. Then, the sky was filled with spirit chi arrows, which seemed to cover the clouds and cover the sun, and fiercely collided with the big hand. This move made his true essence evaporate by more than half. Then, the moment the huge hand shattered, a long halberd pierced through the chaotic fluctuation. Chuizhen had just put up his protective chi when it shattered. He fell toward the city wall. Landing on the top of the city wall, Chuizhen's face was flushed red. His throat rolled as if there was blood that wanted to gush out, but he forced it back down. There was a big cut on his left shoulder, and half of his clothes were soaked in blood. My lord. When the people of Shushan City saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Chuizhen waved his hand. His expression was calm as he said, "It's just some superficial wounds. I didn't expect Yang Mingxuan to ask for Marquis Qianshan's decree. Now that I have a Dao artifact, what can the decree do? Mountain Guard City can't be broken. Mountain Guard City can't be broken." This calmed the hearts of the people. On the other side, after injuring Chuizhen, Yang Mingxuan didn't chase after him. Instead, he returned to the back of the camp. The people on the side were all flattering him. "General, you are invincible. How can Chuizhen be your opponent? Now that Chuizhen is injured, should we directly charge over and kill him in one go?" Yang Mingxuan shook his head and said, "No rush. Let the army continue to attack. Also, summon all the players to Mountain Guard City to assist the army. If we can take down the city, everyone will be rewarded." "Yes, my lord." Following Yang Mingxuan's order, the players recorded the battle and uploaded it to the forum. This caused a huge commotion. It wasn't as if such a large-scale war had never happened before. However, most of them were NPCs. There weren't many players who could participate. However, this was the first time that they had encountered a large-scale faction quest that involved tens of thousands of players and allowed them to attack a city together. Millions of players were killing each other. Just by watching the video, it was enough to make people feel a strong impact. Especially the bloody battlefield that was like a meat grinder, it caused many people's hearts to tremble. However, this incident only affected Thousand Mountains Prefecture. As for the players from other prefectures, although they wanted to participate, the distance made them give up. At this moment, in Mountain Guard City, the battle between the players from both camps had reached its climax. The players from Shuga City were able to see through the enemy's factions and had the opportunity to strike first. They did indeed have a lot of advantages at the start. However, as time passed, the players from Marquis Qianshan's side started to group up and no longer acted alone. As a result, Mountain Guard City's advantage was nullified. Next, when the two sides started to fight again, it was a direct confrontation. "This won't do. We have to split up. If we continue to be followed by them, we won't have the chance to complete the mission." Ji Yuan looked at the mission completion rate and his face turned ugly. It was true that they had gathered their forces. However, because of this, they had become a bigger target. The players from Mountain Guard City kept following them and didn't give them a chance to create chaos. "What do you plan to do?" I suggest we split up. One group will try to enter the inner city while the other group will hold back the players from Mountain Guard City. Ji Yuan could roughly understand the meaning of the conversation between the experts from both sides. The teleportation gate in the inner city was the key. If they successfully entered the inner city, they might really cause chaos. At that time, completing the mission wouldn't be a problem. The Imperial Court's approval came very quickly. Originally, Zhang Baiqing had said that it would take 7 days to half a month. Now, it fell into Qin Shujian's hands in just 5 days. He looked at the approval in his hand and the seal on it. He understood. This was probably the work of Marquis Bayun. As for Marquis Bayun, Qin Shujian didn't think too much about it. He had given him a lot of benefits. It was also because of his potential that he had made an investment to rope him in. Seriously speaking, now, he was just a real martial arts realm cultivator. For someone like Marquis Bayun, a real martial arts realm cultivator wouldn't be of much use no matter how strong he was. Unless one day, he could break through to the spiritual martial arts realm or even the divine martial arts realm. Perhaps Marquis Bayun would really value him. However, this was all for later. Since Marquis Bayun was willing to help, Qin Shujian had no reason to refuse. After all, the Liangshan True Dominion was within the Bayun mansion. If Yuan sect wanted to develop steadily, he couldn't offend the Imperial Court. If he had a good relationship with Marquis Bayun, it would be good for Yuan sect's future. After the approval came down, Qin Shujian directly ordered to start the first step of building the city. Before the approval came down, Yuan sect had already prepared most of the things needed to build the city. Now that the approval came down, they could start the construction right away. The more than 4,000-odd job disciples who had been captured from the 7 sects immediately threw themselves into the bustling construction of the city after they had just finished building the branch. For this. But no one dared to utter a single word of complaint. Because those who had complaints had all been arranged clearly. Anyway, they could surrender. They were basically people who were greedy for life and afraid of death. It was good enough that they could survive. It was just a little hard. That was nothing. Moreover, Qin Shujian didn't completely give him hope. As long as these people gathered 500 contribution points, they could get rid of their status as odd jobs, become outer sect disciples of Yuan sect, or leave directly. Of course, odd jobs disciples didn't have identity tokens. Qin Shujian directly handed the matter of registering contribution points to Lin Daoxian. This person used to be a disciple of the Coiling Stone sect. However, after joining the Yuan sect, his loyalty had exceeded 90%. Hence, the Yuan sect valued such a loyal disciple. Therefore, although Lin Daoxian was a janitor disciple on the surface, he was in charge of all the janitor disciples. In terms of status, he was not much worse than an inner disciple. This was a privilege granted to him by Qin Shujian. Hurry up, don't be careless. Lin Daoxian, who seemed to have transformed into a supervisor, looked at the handymen who were working in full swing and shouted from time to time. At the side, there were also odd job workers who served them tea and moistened their throats. To tell the truth, Lin Daoxian was very satisfied with his current life. Previously, when the Coiling Stone sect recruited disciples to fight against the Devil Calamity, all of his fellow disciples had died at the hands of the Devil Calamity. He no longer had any feelings for the Coiling Stone sect. The only thought in his mind was to return alive and destroy the Coiling Stone sect to avenge the deaths of his brothers and sisters, as well as to avenge himself. It was this obsession that had supported him to survive the Devil Calamity all this time. It was only when Marquis Bayun killed the evil spirit that he finally managed to survive. After leaving the Devil Calamity, only then did Lin Daoxian know that the sect master of Yuan sect, Qin Shujian, had killed 2 demons and forced the last one to devour all of the demon disaster. Until now, he only knew that it was all thanks to the sect master of Yuan sect that he was able to survive. It was as if someone had given him a mouthful of water to drink when he was about to die of thirst in the desert. That feeling. It made Lin Daoxian feel that his life was given to him by the other party. Therefore, this was also why, when Qin Shujian attacked the Coiling Stone sect, he immediately surrendered, and his loyalty was so high that it was almost to the point of full loyalty. regarding this matter. Other than Lin Daozhen himself, who knew the reason, no one else, including Qin Shujian, knew. He had no intention of spreading this news around. On the peak of Mount Liang, the 7 tall stone statues had already been completed. After spending several days of effort, Qin Shujian could be said to be sculpting slowly. It was as if he was sculpting a piece of art and his mind was not relaxed at all. In his hands, the mountain blood did not seem to be a Dao artifact, but more like an ordinary tool. Just like that. When the stone statues were completed, Qin Shujian felt a little tired. However, when he looked at the mountain blood that seemed to be expanding, a smile appeared on his face. 666, Sect Master's methods are really ingenious. This is the first time I've seen such a stone statue. The bow of heaven and earth was already flattering him. When Qin Shujian was sculpting the stone statues, the bow of heaven and earth did not dare to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Instead, it just watched silently from the side. At this moment, seeing that the other party had finished, the bow of heaven and earth naturally would not let go of any opportunity to flatter him. As long as it knew how to kneel down and lick the strong. Even if it was only a middle-grade spirit artifact, it could still live better than a high-grade spirit artifact. Haha. Qin Shujian was also in a good mood. Looking at the stone statues in front of him, he could feel a kind of faintly discernible aura from them. That was the aura that belonged to the Dao artifact Mountain Blood. Sculpting out of nothing. The Mountain Blood was already connected with the aura of the stone statues in front of him. Subsequently, Qin Shujian directly stood up. His true essence turned into energy and directly lifted the 7 stone statues. Then, he walked as if he was flying and directly went to the training field. Rumble, the 7 stone statues landed on the ground, causing the ground to shake slightly. When the passers-by saw this scene, they all stopped in their tracks and then looked at the 7 tall stone statues in shock. They had seen many stone statues of people. However, it was really the first time they saw a stone statue of a saber. Instead of calling it a stone statue, it was more like a huge stone saber. Then, a huge saber stand was carved out of black stone and then the saber was supported. Qin Shujian did not care too much and directly summoned the other elders in the inherited martial hall, as well as the elders of the various branches. Soon, all the elders were present. There are a total of 7 stone statues in the training field. 1 will be placed in the origin sect, 1 for the other branches, and the last one will be placed in the town in the future. All the disciples of our sect will have to worship the stone statues every day. Do not slack off. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. The other elders looked at each other and did not understand what the other party's purpose was. However, since the sect master had said so, they could not say much. It was just placing 1 more stone statue and worshipping it every day. This was not a big problem. Soon, Xinghong and the others nodded and said, "We understand." Very good. Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. Then, the elders came to the stone statues and used their energy to carry them away. As for the stone statues placed in the town, Niao Feng directly carried them away. Although the town had not been built yet, there were still more than 4,000 servants there. In Qin Shujian's view, they could all contribute and should not be left to waste. After doing these things, Qin Shujian issued a new mission to all the players. Worship the stone statues. After all the players received the mission notification, they were stunned at first, but then they were slightly delighted. Worshipping the stone statues for a total of 30 times would give a small amount of life force and 1 contribution point. No matter how many times they worshipped each day, it would only count as 1 visit. This reward did not seem like much, but after many years, it was still quite a lot. Most importantly, the mission would not fail. As long as it was not completed, it would always be there. The most important thing was, the mission content was not complicated, and there was no need to kill monsters or anything. To put it bluntly, this was no different from giving away contribution points for free. For this kind of thing, no player would refuse. After issuing the mission to the players, Qin Shujian originally wanted to go to the mission hall and directly post this mission for everyone to receive. But then he thought about it. This matter should be dropped. After all, NPCs receiving missions was not supervised by the system. In addition, there was no basis to worship the stone statues. It was difficult to judge whether the mission was completed or not. On the contrary, issuing missions to the players through the system would consume life force. But the system would judge whether the mission was completed or not. He did not need to care about it. Although each mission required a certain amount of life force, to be honest, a few thousand life force was not in Qin Shijian's eyes. Basically, the people of Yuan sect. They contributed the same amount of life force to him every day. The only cumbersome thing. About every 30 days, this mission would have to be repeated. After all, he did not rule out the possibility that some players would work so hard to complete the mission for a little bit of contribution points and experience points. And, the mission issued through the system could not be repeated. In other words, players who had previously accepted the same quest could not accept the same quest again until they had completed it. Qin Shijian only needed to issue the mission to those players who completed the mission after 30 days. In this way, it was equivalent to avoiding wasting extra life force. After doing these things, Yuan sect had basically calmed down again. The only thing that was busy was the construction of the city. Building a city was not something that could be completed in a day. According to Qin Shijian's estimation, with the current manpower, it would take at least 1 to 2 months to complete it. This was the most reasonable estimation. Or else, it might take even longer. Bang! The terrifying spirit energy of heaven and earth was in chaos. Qin Shijian directly upgraded the roaring flame technique to the 10th level of the true martial arts. The yang fire directly transformed to the 10th level. A gush of strong yang aura was already surging in his body. After about 10 days, the people of Yuan sect provided him with a lot of life force. As the third cultivation technique was upgraded to the 10th level of the true martial arts, Qin Shijian finally felt a sense of fullness in his dantian. However, a feeling was just a feeling. According to his estimation, there was still a certain distance to the real limit. Subsequently, Qin Shijian's gaze fell on the Great Dream Spirit technique, which was already at the 2nd level of the true martial arts. Then, he threw in all the remaining life force. At that moment, a piece of news spread. The entire Baiyun prefecture was shaken. Marquis Xianxia had rebelled. The army had taken down 1,936 cities in 3 days. More than 10 million people had died in battle, and the imperial court had lost many experts. Even more than 10 divine martial realm experts had been killed. City Lord Chuajian of the Mountain Guard City had been defeated. Even though he had the moon-chasing bow, he was still no match for Marquis Xianxia. He had been killed by 3 palm strikes, and his corpse had been hung in public. This was a sudden turn of events. Not only had the Thousand Mountains prefecture been affected, but the entire 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao had also been affected. After all, this was the first time in history that someone like Marquis Xianxia had rebelled. Now, the Great Zhao was plagued by natural disasters. There were wars and bandits everywhere, and there were also feudal lords rebelling. However, these were just small conflicts. The so-called feudal lords were only in charge of a city or a region. The only decent Marquis Feng had been exterminated by the imperial court when he had established the Great Feng nation. However, Marquis Xianxia was different. Marquis Xianxia was in charge of the entire Thousand Mountains prefecture. There were 4,300 cities under his control. He could be said to be a feudal lord expert in the Great Zhao. Now, Marquis Xianxia had rebelled. This directly caused the already unstable Great Zhao to fall into a precarious situation. When he received this piece of news, Qin Shijian was also stunned for a moment. However, he quickly recovered. I didn't expect that someone would dare to rebel after the Great Zhao had ruled hundreds of millions of territories for thousands of years. Either Marquis Xianxia has some other confidence, or the Great Zhao is no longer as strong as it used to be. He thought about it for a while and could roughly figure out some things. Marquis Xianxia was not someone the other feudal lords could compare to. He had once controlled 4,300 cities in the Thousand Mountains prefecture. The possibility of such a person acting impulsively was very small. The most likely possibility was that he had sensed some signs or had an extremely powerful trump card. Or else, he would not have given up on being a feudal lord and become a rebel. However, Qin Shujian quickly put this matter aside for the time being. No matter what happened to the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, the true Liang Mountain Dominion was only a small part of it. As long as the entire Great Zhao was not in chaos, it would not affect this place for the time being. Furthermore, compared to the situation of the entire Great Zhao, what kind of storm could a small True Dominion sect cause? Now, Marquis Qianshan had rebelled and more than 10 cultivators of the God Martial Realm had died in a single battle. As for Lingwu and Jinwu, there was no need to mention them. Qin Shujian did not think that he could really run amok in the world just because he had a Dao artifact in hand. It was the city lord of Mountain Guard City with the Dao artifact. He didn't even know if the hanging corpses had been put down. Perhaps it was because of Marquis Qianshan. Or maybe he had other concerns. Qin Shujian also felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. Although he was now at the peak of the true martial realm, there was still a long way to go before he could become a true powerhouse. Forget it, let's continue cultivating. Qin Shujian then sat down cross-legged. According to the cultivation method of the Great Dream Spirit capturing skill, absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and moving the true yuan around Zhou Tian, a vast amount of spiritual qi lingered in his body. The heaven and earth bow and cloud-piercing arrow were also absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. On the contrary, the Qianshan blood stood to one side. However, it did not absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to temper its body like the other spirit objects or spirit weapons. It was more like a guard protecting Qin Shujian. Meanwhile, Qin Shujian had already closed his eyes and was circulating the Great Dream Spirit capturing skill slowly. Although he was now only a 10th stage true martial realm cultivator, he cultivated more than one cultivation technique. Every time a cultivation technique was deduced to the 10th stage true martial realm, a different kind of realization would surge in his mind. These realizations overlapped with each other. This made Qin Shujian feel as if he could understand and dissect the changes of every stage of the true martial realm. This also allowed him to cultivate other cultivation techniques. He had a much faster improvement speed than others. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Marquis Qianshan's rebellion was getting louder and louder. The imperial court had already deployed troops to suppress him. However, the true dominion of Liang Mountain was still peaceful. After all, the Origin sect was overseeing a region. As long as the Origin sect was not in chaos, then, the true dominion of Liang Mountain would not be in chaos. However, although the true dominion of Liang Mountain seemed peaceful on the surface, there were still some places that were not truly peaceful. On the Lion-Tiger Plain, there were many beast clans there. Following the upgrade of the true dominion, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had increased and the strength of the beast clans had also increased. Beast clans above the 5th stage martial realm were considered rare. Until now, beast clans above the 5th stage martial realm were everywhere. There were even a few 10th stage martial realm beast clans. The strongest beast clan. However, it was still the Ox Demon Lord overseeing the Ox Demon Cave. It was unknown whether it was because of his innate talent or because of other reasons. After the Ox Demon Lord's strength had broken through to the 1st stage true martial realm, 2 to 3 months had passed. His cultivation level had also quietly broken through to the 3rd stage true martial realm and was close to the 4th stage true martial realm. Logically speaking, the Ox Demon Lord should be leading a stable life now that his cultivation level had increased and he had the support of the Origin sect. However, the truth was exactly the opposite. There were more and more Origin sect players now. The number of monsters in the Liang Mountain True Dominion was no longer enough for them to distribute. Even though most of these monsters could be refreshed after death, this process still required a certain amount of time. Therefore, some players turned their attention to the Lion-Tiger Plain. Although some of them knew that the Lion-Tiger Plain was related to the Origin sect, they suppressed the thought of attacking when they were not short of experience points. However, the situation was completely different now that there was not enough experience points to distribute. To the players, nothing was more important than experience points. In the face of experience points, the relationship between the Lion-Tiger Plain and their own sects could be completely ignored. After all, on the Lion-Tiger Plain, a large number of beast clans were recuperating there. In the eyes of the players, this was a continuous wave of experience points waving at them. Therefore, the players attacked. The current level of the players was not low. Unless they had entered the game recently, their cultivation levels were basically at the 7th stage martial realm and above. There was even a 1st stage true martial realm. With such strength, most of the beast clans on the lion-tiger plane were no match for the players. Instantly, the beast clans were massacred one after another. Although the ox demon commander was a salted fish, since the other party had come knocking on his door, how could he turn a blind eye? In less than half a month's time, he had already defeated countless waves of players. However, the players were still enjoying themselves. They continued to invade the lion-tiger plane, causing the ox demon lord to be deeply distressed. And an undetectable fear. There were simply too many players, and their average strength was not weak. Although he was already at the 3rd stage true martial realm, many ants could bite an elephant to death. Facing so many players, there were times when the ox demon lord could not hold on any longer. The ox demon cave was currently under his control. As long as the ox demon cave was not destroyed, all the beast clans that belonged to the ox demon cave could be revived after 3 days if they were killed by the players. However, he was the lord of the ox demon cave. If he was careless and died, the ox demon cave's power token would be dropped. Then he would be done for. Thinking of this possibility, the ox demon lord's huge body also shuddered. He did not want to die yet. He still had a long time in his monster life. He was already at the 3rd stage true martial realm at such a young age. His future was definitely bright. That's right, I can't die yet. If I were to die in the hands of players, that would be too much of a loss. I have to think of a way. The ox demon lord's not very bright mind began to quickly think of a way to deal with this situation. All of a sudden, he remembered that he seemed to have paid Yuanzong a protection fee. Now that this problem had occurred, Yuanzong had no reason to stand by and do nothing. Shortly after, the ox demon lord's body trembled slightly. Immediately after, there was a series of distortions. A tall and sturdy man with 2 horns on his head walked out of the cave and headed towards the boundary of Mount Liang. On the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian, who was cultivating, suddenly stopped absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His slightly closed eyes opened. His expression was somewhat puzzled. Why did this ox come to my Mount Liang? Just now, he received a system notification. The lord of the ox demon cave had set foot in the boundary of Mount Liang. In layman's terms, this was the so-called early warning of the heavenly Tao. With Qin Shujian's understanding of the ox demon lord, unless the sky collapsed, he would probably sleep peacefully in the ox demon cave. Not to mention leaving the lion-tiger plains, even walking out of the ox demon cave's sphere of influence was unlikely. Therefore, although he was puzzled, he still stood up and walked towards Yuanzong. Sect Master. Niao Feng looked at the approaching Qin Shujian and immediately bowed as well. The ox demon lord of the ox demon cave has already entered the boundary of Mount Liang. In order to not cause any trouble, you should send someone to bring him up. The ox demon cave? Niao Feng was slightly startled. However, he quickly remembered where the ox demon cave was. He then nodded and said, "Leave this matter to me. If he comes, tell him to meet me at the inherited martial arts hall." Yes. After giving a simple explanation, Qin Shujian no longer cared about this matter. On the other side, after receiving Qin Shujian's instructions, Niao Feng did not arrange for anyone else to go. Instead, he chose to go and meet with Yuanzong himself. At the foot of Mount Liang, before the ox demon lord could even get close to Yuanzong, he was stopped by the outer sect disciples who lived at the foot of the mountain. The 2 horns on his head did not look like an ordinary person's, which caused many people to be wary. "I'm the ox demon lord of the ox demon cave. I'm here to greet Yuanzong sect master." The ox demon cave? Hearing this, many people looked at each other. Some of the players were also shocked. They were familiar with the ox demon cave, they were also familiar with the ox demon lord. During this period of time when they were attacking the lion-tiger plains, many players had already killed their way to the front of the ox demon lord. However, in their memories, he was clearly a big green ox. He looked completely different from the person in front of him. At this moment, Niao Feng also came down from the mountain. When he saw the Ox Demon Lord, he immediately recognized him. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Let me handle this matter. All of you, move aside." End of chapter 194. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.